Chapter 811 Departure. Aladovita. The 5 crows on the guillotine were all staring at Gu Shi. Princess Anna followed Gu Shi, pointed at the 5 crows and said, "Have you thought about it? Whichever period you want to fight. You can point to which crow. In the beginning, it only opened the way to the Tudor and Yorkist periods. So let's start with the Yorkist period." Standing in front of the guillotine, Gu Shi said lightly. When Princess Anna came, she had already told Gu Shi about the situation in Britain during certain periods. The House of York is a dynasty founded by the York family. The most famous achievement is that it launched the War of the Roses with the Lancastrian dynasty, which was also a branch of the Plantagenet dynasty. The 2 children in the Bloody Tower in the Alley of Tower are Edward V of the York dynasty and his younger brother Richard, Duke of York. They died at the hands of their uncle, but they were reported missing at the time, and were known as the princes who disappeared in Aladovita. The reason why Gu Shi chose the York dynasty was not only because this road had been opened before, but also because the York dynasty had close ties with the Lancaster dynasty and the Plantagenet dynasty. Capturing the city of Aladovi during the York dynasty will definitely open up these 2 roads. Then Gu Shi can fight along these 2 roads instead of consuming the reward of the Headless Queen. In Gu Shi's view, the reward of the Headless Queen is not just these crows. In Gu Shi's view, the reward of the Headless Queen is also the control of the roads of Aladovi city in different periods. As a crow flew up, Gu Shi felt a new road appear outside the city of Aladovi. However, Gu Shi did not lead the troops to set off directly. Instead, he walked to the Bloody Tower and looked up at the 2 children in pajamas. He has seen the Headless Queen representing the Tudor dynasty. So will the prince representing the York dynasty give any different temporary tasks? However, these 2 people ignored Gu Shi's thoughts. Seeing Gu Shi coming, they just nodded to Gu Shi at the window of the tower, then took a step back and disappeared behind the window. Seeing Gu Shi in such a situation, Princess Anna hurried forward to persuade him. They just don't want to contact other people. "My lord, don't blame them. It's okay. I just came to see if there are any temporary tasks I can take. If not, forget it. I'll leave the affairs of Aradavida to you. Amilcar, the army is ready to go." Under Gu Shi's order, a large number of troops quickly gathered. This time, according to Gu Shi's order, he will remove 2/3 of the level 5 and above troops in the city, leaving only 1/3 as guards for the 2 Aladovi cities and Aladovi Tower. Of course, all the heroes and the leader Gu Shi were brought along. After all, the battle required command, and Gu Shi needed to ensure that his orders could be passed on smoothly. With Gu Shi's order, a large number of undead troops stepped out of Aradavita and entered the road outside Aradavita. When he set foot on this road, Gu Shi felt that it was obviously the direction he was heading towards Aladovi Tower before. But here it was completely different. The sky above Aladovi city in the distance was shrouded in black mist, and there were countless. The strange bird turned into a strange shadow kept twisting in the sky. Gu Shi, who was sitting on the holy silver evil coffin, raised his hand and released the 3 holders. Through the perspective of the underworld dragon robe and the soul lamp, Gu Shi could clearly see that in addition to the sky, there were also a large number of mysterious shadows hidden on the ground. Mito. After confirming the situation here, Gu Shi decisively ordered, "Clear the road leading to Aladovi city and fight directly in front of the city wall. You are the fastest and fight all the way through." As soon as Mito heard this, he immediately took over the mission and rushed out with his troops. Most of Mito's men are undead that have been transformed with him. Of course, there are also some organic centipede troops among them, but the number is not large. After all, the last time Gu Shi conquered the lower world, he directly released all the undead bosses to fight, and did not go into the ground to summon the souls right away. The number of organic centipedes that can be obtained is actually not many, and only Mito's men have such a batch. During Gu Shi's absence, Mito has been taking his men to participate in various battle missions. Scenes such as sewers and underground mazes are most suitable for his fighting style. After taking over the task, Mito immediately rushed out with his men. Then Gu Shi ordered Kata, "Get ready for battle." As soon as Kajia and Degu heard this, they immediately prepared for battle at the same time. Since they returned to Aladovi city, Gu Shi has not used them to fight. However, they also heard about Demi in Aladovi city, and Demi acted as a negative example. Now Gu Shi's heroes are all quite honest, and work hard to complete tasks to improve themselves. When there is no mission, they also work hard to train the troops and cooperate with them. Familiarize your troops with your fighting style. This time neither Kajia nor Degu gave orders, and the undead leaders under them had already organized their troops. At this time, Gushi pointed at Mito, who had already rushed out, and said to Kajia and the others, "Have you seen Mito's team? They are attracting the enemy's attention. But they move faster. When Mito passes by, the mysterious shadow hidden underground will appear. Next, it's your business to deal with all these strange shadows that came out of the ground. Fight your way to the city wall." Kajia understood Gushi's thoughts as soon as he heard it. Gushi was interested in the ability of his troops to attract firepower and defend and counterattack. After Mito rushed over, the enemies that emerged from the ground would definitely attack the troops on the spot first. Judging from their attack power, they must have used all their strength as soon as they struck. Therefore, at this time, this force must be able to defend and even counterattack. Among Gushi's men, only Kajia and Diego could do this. Gushi, who was quite familiar with his heroes, naturally sent them out immediately. After the 3 heroes were sent out, Gushi did not continue to send out troops. Standing on the holy silver evil coffin, he raised his head and glanced at Aladovi city in the distance, and then directed the troops to move forward. Just as Gushi planned, Mito's movement speed exceeded the enemy's imagination. They all rushed past the road, and the enemy's troops emerged from the ground. So Kajia and Diego rushed in with their troops, and started fighting with those mysterious figures. Chapter 8:12 War begins. Kajia and Diego's troops cooperated quite well. But no matter how they cooperated, they were not as strong as the cooperation between Kajia and Diego. These two are originally considered to be one. They just took different routes in the middle. But they are essentially the same person. And their routes are obviously homologous and complementary. The cooperation between them is not the effect of 1+1. Even if the two of them bring a group of miscellaneous soldiers, they can still defeat a large number of enemies through defensive counterattacks. Not to mention that the troops they bring now are troops that grew up with them. When attacked by the mysterious shadows, Kajia and Diego immediately put on bone armor for their men. As layer after layer of bone armor was applied to their bodies, their undead troops seemed to be desperate for their lives and did not consider it at all. Regarding defense issues, he directly attacked the mysterious shadows around him. The level of the ghost shadow in front of him was obviously stronger than when Gushi first entered. But their levels are not too high. The basic shadows here are between level 3 and level 5. But the number seems to be more. Most of these strange figures look like humans, and a few look like long snakes or other weird things put together. When they emerged from underground, they did not hold back. After all, they also noticed that the troops led by the 2 heroes sent by Gushi all started at level 5. When their level is not as good as that of the undead, even if they want to take advantage of their numerical advantage, they must activate all their strength immediately. The battle cannot be dragged out into a protracted battle. You must give the enemy a full blow in the shortest possible time, and then retreat to the back to take advantage of the geographical advantage to attack the undead. This is what these ghosts think. This was the situation Demi encountered when he attacked the city of Aridov in the Tudor period. The troops who clearly had the upper hand were dragged into street fighting, and in the end, the several areas behind them were beaten to the ground. Gushi had also heard of this incident, and he reviewed it many times with Princess Anna after the incident. The final result of the deduction is that if you want to avoid being entangled in such a thing, you must either have a sufficient number of troops on hand to devour the entire land, or they have a strong enough force in hand to directly push everything aside, without giving the shadow any chance to react. This time, Gushi's arrangement was to choose the second approach and push forward directly. Mito is fast, and can rush to the bottom of the city wall immediately, and occupy a favorable terrain. Kajia and Diego defended and counterattacked, cleaning up the enemies that were drawn out along the way. After cleaning up the enemies, it happened to be when Gushi's army approached the city wall. At that time, with the number and level of troops Gushi has in hand, he can directly launch the first wave of impact. And he will definitely be able to rush into the inner city and clean up everything here. Unlike Demi's previous plan, Gushi had no intention of occupying every place he conquered. Gushi's idea is simple. Push it horizontally. In one fell swoop, he killed all the shadows in Aradovi city at this time, and then went back to occupy Aradovi city at this time. In this way, the time it takes for them to capture Aradovi city will not be too long, and the current battle will not turn into a protracted war, and the losses will be less. As for whether those shadowy figures would resist, Gushi actually didn't take it seriously. Since experiencing the previous world, Gushi's heart has become bigger. Gushi didn't take the enemy in front of him, whose combat power was around level 5, seriously at all. After the battle between Kajia and Daigu, Gushi stood on top of the holy silver evil coffin with the phantom magic staff and observed the enemy's situation. After seeing that Kajia and Diegu's troops had the upper hand, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gaining the upper hand meant that Gushi's plan was right. Then the next step was to transform the troops and turn all the enemies who died here into additional troops. However, one disadvantage of fighting in Aradovi City is that Gushi's Death City does not work. He can't release a new Death City within his own Death City. So Gushi couldn't put the Soul Summoning Tower on the battlefield. Gushi could only release 3 groups of necromancers and ask them to cooperate with him and use necromancy on the ghosts killed by Kaga and Diegu. This was the first time Gushi used the necromancy technique one by one since he had the necromancy tower. With the help of the Soul Calling Tower, he can cast the Soul Calling technique directly within a certain range. It's not like now. I have to point at the corpses one by one again. As a result, the messages in front of Gushi kept popping up. Skeleton Two-Handed Swordsman, Summon, Kills Ghost, Level 3. You get 1 experience point. Kaga gets 1 experience point. And the Summon gets 13 experience points. You use Spiritualism successfully, and get a Skeleton Soldier, Level 8, and 1 Spiritualism experience point. Gushi was quite satisfied with this transformation. Using Level 3 corpses for Level 8 undead would not be a loss no matter what. This is true even if these Level 8 undead are just skeleton soldiers and zombies. The undead troops, who had just risen from the ground after being transformed by the undead, immediately rushed forward. None of them had suitable weapons and equipment, so now was a good time to grab weapons. So they pounced forward, without the need for anyone to direct them, and pounced directly on the shadow closest to them. Under this attack, not only the shadows were surprised, but even Kajia and Diegu who were fighting were also a little surprised. They didn't expect to encounter such a situation. These undead people who got up had nothing. So why did they rush forward? Wouldn't they go to the back to get a weapon? You must know that in this battle, Gushi took out all the weapons in the ice and snow arsenal. Those weapons are all products of the blacksmith shops these days. And the quality is quite good, as long as you go back and get the weapons and equipment. Even the skeleton's combat effectiveness can be improved. This is much better than going forward and fighting directly in front of you. I don't know what these undead are thinking, although they didn't understand it in their hearts. Kaga and Diegu still bestowed various effects on these undead spirits. Among them, the most important bone armor is put on the bodies of these undead layer by layer, ensuring the safety of these undead. This also allows these undead to focus more on attacking. They grabbed it with their hands, bit it with their teeth, and kept tearing at the shadows, and even wanted to swallow them into their stomachs. With their participation, the battle along the way became smoother, and the main force led by Gushi arrived in front of the Aladovi city wall quite safely. Chapter 8:13 Breaking the City. Standing in front of the Aladovi city wall, and looking at the Aladovi city in front of him, Gushi felt that the style of Aladovi city in this era seemed to be significantly different from the Aladovi city he occupied before. Most of the buildings in front of me are small castles focused on defense, and some houses even have high towers. Gushi also heard about this situation from Princess Anna. Because the York dynasty changed back and forth for hundreds of years, even the city of Victoria was affected. There were constant wars here, and the buildings in the city were raised again and again. In the end, they all learned that no matter what, they had to protect their homes first. Even if there was a major chaos in Victoria City, their homes would not be lost just like that. So now the style began to transform towards small castles. If the city in front of us really wanted to fight street fighting, it would be much more difficult than it was in the Tudor period. Gushi stood at the front of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, looking at the city wall in front of him calmly. Because of the style of the city behind, there are also many arrow towers and magic towers on the city wall here. When Mito came over, some strange shadows had already appeared on these arrow towers. These ghosts with long-range abilities immediately attacked Mito's troops. However, Mito's men were known for not taking the usual path. Faced with such an attack, Mito did not retreat, but used various means to burrow into the ground. Mito himself and the corpse worms immediately drilled into the ground. Seeing Mito's reaction, the ghosts on the city wall also became angry. This kind of underground movement is their specialty, and some people actually want to fight them underground. This is really reckless. Then a group of strange shadows jumped down from the city wall and disappeared directly in the shadow of the city wall. Just at this time, Gushi came over with his troops. Seeing the situation in front of me, I felt somewhat puzzled. Didn't Mito rush over from the beginning? Why did the person disappear in the blink of an eye? However, Gushi, who was still puzzled and had his troops in position, quickly made arrangements. The battle before him was Gu Shi's first serious siege battle. In the previous sieges, Gu Shi had always dealt with them directly at the city gate. He had never done anything like this frontal attack on a city. Fortunately, Gu Shi had prepared some siege weapons, and he also had some siege methods of his own. This time when Gu Shi took action, he naturally brought all the siege weapons with him. He raised his magic wand and pointed at the city wall in front of him. Undead leader, listen up. All ghost and zombie troops are ready for battle. Ghosts fly up to the city wall to stop the arrow tower from launching. Zombies are approaching the city wall, and they are launching a devastating attack on the wall. Under Gu Shi's order, the ghost and zombie leaders quickly attacked. The ghosts quickly flew up and pounced on the strange shadow above the city wall. The zombies formed small teams and rushed to the city wall with heavy weapons. When they launched the charge, the arrow towers on the city wall naturally started to work. But Gu Shi's undead were all above level 5. And they were also blessed by Aladovi's city. Back then, even an evil locust in the locust swarm could increase its combat power to the level of a normal ghost. Think about how much blessings Aladovi's city had for them. Now, each of these zombies has as much health as a level 10 stitched monster. Ordinary bow and arrow attacks have little effect on them. They carried these arrows and rushed to the bottom of the city wall head-on. Under Gu Shi's command, all the zombie bosses exerted their greatest imagination. Some of them were playing high and high, climbing up along the city wall. Some were there with heavy weapons smashing into the wall. Others directly used their bodies to hit the city walls. No matter what method they used, just the first wave of impact made the city wall crumbling. But these zombies didn't stop. They were still hitting or knocking there. When the ghosts on the city wall saw this situation, they wanted to rush down to stop them. But they were all stopped by the ghosts, and couldn't rush over at all. Under such circumstances, no matter how anxious the shadows were, they could only watch the city wall being knocked open bit by bit. As the first wall cracked and fell, the remaining walls quickly collapsed. All the walls on this side were knocked down abruptly. As the city wall fell, Gu Shi also saw the ghostly figures in the city, who were ready for street fighting. The number of these ghosts was quite large. No longer just a few hundred like the ones Gu Shida had in various urban areas before. The strange shadows in front of me overlap and become dark. Judging from the total number of people, there are at least 7,000 or 8,000 people here. They were not the same as the shadows on the city wall. Part of their bodies had solidified, and there were some pale marks on their black skin. When the city wall fell down, they rushed towards the zombies with their weapons raised, as if they wanted to seize the opportunity to overturn the zombie troops rushing into the city in one fell swoop. But they never expected that when they rushed forward, they happened to encounter Mito's troops emerging from the ground. Mito came here early, and went underground before Gu Shi arrived to fight with the mysterious shadow underground. So I don't know Gu Shi's subsequent orders and fighting methods. After killing the mysterious shadow that can walk underground, Mito will naturally come out of the ground. His target was a little behind the city wall. In Mito's mind, if he could get behind the city wall and sneak attack Guying's lair, he would definitely get more results. As a result, he didn't expect that when he got out. It happened to be the time when the shadows were charging. When they broke out from the ground, the position they appeared in was right at the back of the shadow. As soon as they rushed out, they saw the situation in front of them. Mito was delighted. This was a good opportunity. So Mito immediately led his troops to attack the rear of Guying. For a moment, the charge team of Jing was in chaos. Seeing this situation, Amilka contacted Gu Shi immediately. Sir, the enemy is in chaos. This is a good opportunity to charge. Don't miss this opportunity. Gu Shi also understood what Amilcar wanted to do. The Scarlet Knights attack. Amilcar, take over this city. After hearing Gu Shi's order, Amilka said excitedly, Don't worry. Sir, everyone is here. Red fire. Charge. Chapter 814 Indiscriminate Killing. Red fire. Charge. As Amilcar roared, all the Crimson Knights raised their scythes and rushed forward. When they charged, their movements were like a meteor shower streaking across the sky on a summer night, rushing towards the mysterious shadow. Behind them followed the undead troops who had joined Amilcar. They seemed to have an extra layer of flames on their bodies, and their bodies became brighter and brighter. It feels like a meteor is passing by and the ground is on fire. This is actually not a skill of the Scarlet Knight, but a method that Amilcar learned in the Iron Cavalry Strategy book, which is foot cavalry coordination. Unlike the normal situation where infantry and cavalry charge together, this kind of infantry-cavalry coordination allows the attributes of infantry and cavalry to complement each other. The roar of the cavalry is equivalent to blessing half of the attribute points on the infantry. So their bodies will be covered with a layer of flames. The cavalry can also receive half of the attributes of the infantry. The greater the number of infantry, the stronger the cavalry's attack power. At the beginning, this blessing had just begun. But as the Scarlet Knights rushed out a certain distance, their momentum reached its peak. Holding their scythes, they immediately slashed the scythes at the strange figures in front of them. With this sweep, a large piece of shadow was cut into 2 pieces. Then, the war horses with scarlet flames stepped over the fallen shadows, trampling their corpses into pulp on the spot. Even if Gushi wants to summon souls, these corpses probably won't be able to summon skeletons or zombies. At most, they can only summon some ghosts. But Amilcar in front of him didn't think about this at all. After receiving the order to charge, he let go of himself and rushed out with his men. Under his charge, the shadow troops were cut up on the spot. Come on. Naturally, Gushi would not let go of such an opportunity. He raised his magic wand and pointed forward. Skeleton soldiers attack. Kill all enemies and occupy all buildings. After giving the order, Gushi then said, all gains from this battle will be distributed by oneself. There is no need to hand it over. Upon hearing Gushi's order, all the undead leaders' eyes lit up. They all heard the meaning of Gushi's words. Everything you can grab in this battle is yours. So the ghost boss and zombie boss, who were already on the battlefield, pressed forward immediately, trying to grab something. Gushi had already fought several battles with the shadows in Aladovi City before. They all knew that after killing the shadows, it would not be easy to get equipment. But the soul beads could be exchanged one-to-one with negative energy. And it can also be used to improve the undead. Although these undead are dead, who doesn't want to become stronger after death? Under such encouragement, even the undead with no morale burst out with extraordinary combat power. Not to mention that the combat power of these undead is far greater than that of these shadows. The undead rush forward crazily, dealing a burst of damage to the scattered shadows. Especially the skeleton soldiers, who had never participated in the battle. Now they seized the opportunity and pounced on the enemy immediately. The weapons in the hands of these skeleton soldiers are various, ranging from long spears and spears to short swords and swords. There are even some with wooden sticks, hammers, and even bone clubs. Their fighting style is also quite simple. After focusing on an enemy, they keep smashing down regardless of their own safety. Such an attack would definitely be looked down upon if it were placed on an army such as elves. But for skeletons, this is the best way to fight, because there are too many skeleton soldiers, and they cannot crowd together like ghosts. There are not many places where they can squeeze in front of the enemy. At most, there is only a place where their arms can be waved. So smashing down continuously is the most convenient and simplest way of attack for them. Even so, there are still a large number of skeleton soldiers who have no enemies to fight. And this does not include the skeleton shooters and skeleton mages who have been standing behind and have not taken any action. So some skeleton soldiers set their sights on heading to a nearby house. The skeleton leader who led these skeleton soldiers thought of the order that Gushi had given before. Kill all enemies and occupy all buildings. Now that there is no enemy to fight, they can occupy the buildings. Then some skeleton soldiers began to rush into the nearby house, as if they wanted to tear the house apart. However, the actions of these skeleton soldiers caused some trouble. In this room, there are actually some weaker shadows hidden inside. They had not gone to war before because their strength was too weak, and it would be of no use to them. So they had been hiding in a small castle-like room, planning to wait for this incident to pass before they came out to cause trouble for Gushi. But the skeleton soldiers had nothing to do, and didn't know where to go. So they just rushed into the house, and killed these levelless shadow-level monsters. Although these shadows have no level, and are considered civilians in this Aradovi city, there are many of them. The skeleton soldiers were like poking a hornet's nest. More than 30,000 unleveled shadows rushed out at once, overwhelming all the skeleton soldiers in terms of quantity. Some even rushed towards Gushi. Faced with this situation, Gushi was immediately speechless. Are there any who are hiding in the house and not coming out to fight? Are these still ghosts? Although he complained about the situation here, Gushi's hands were not idle. He didn't want these guys with no strength to hit him. That would be really embarrassing. Gushi definitely couldn't let such a thing happen. He raised his hand and struck a blow at the levelless shadows that rushed over. Death ripples. With Gushi's current strength, plus the combined efforts of so many necromancers around him, the attack range of this death wave is quite large, directly covering the entire urban area. Although the power of such a large-scale death ripple has been weakened, The problem is that these level-less shadows are actually at the level of small animals, like rats underground. This death ripple is just enough to kill them all. Gushi had never tried an attack as large as the death ripple before. This time we happened to encounter the above situation. Under the attack of Gushi's death ripples, all the strange shadows rushing out of the house flew backwards on the spot and hit the ground heavily. There was no chance to get up again. Chapter 8:15 The reaction in the city. As soon as the death ripples appeared, all the undead souls under Gushi exploded. In their opinion, Gushi was about to be beaten in front of someone while he was protected by the army. This was their dereliction of duty. So no matter whether it was the heroes under Gushi, or the leaders, or even some undead soldiers with their own intelligence, they all raised their weapons and slashed at the ghost shadows that were not yet dead around them. The house that this weak and mysterious figure had just rushed out of was directly pushed down by Gushi's men. Gushi's men simply vented all their anger on these houses. Gushi, who had sent out the death ripple, also looked a little unhappy. The previous attack killed a lot of ghosts, but they had no levels. This means that killing these shadows is inexperienced. Originally, Gushi was thinking of earning 40,000 to 50,000 experience points with this wave of kills. Now it seems that I really thought too much. The further you go, the slower the upgrade speed becomes. Now let's deal with the ghosts here first. Gushi sat back on the chair in the holy silver evil coffin and watched the battle below. The undead under him were already furious, and some of the undead had already begun to move toward the city behind. The other part of the undead quickly cleared the battlefield after killing the enemy. Because of Gushi's initial order, everything belongs to the undead. These undead take the strange energy beads and directly transform them into the energy and negative energy to strengthen themselves. There are also some who are looking for something directly among the demolished houses. Most of the stones and would use to build the house were left behind. These were building materials and were not used by the undead. Instead, the small decorations inside were divided up by the undead. However, Gushi soon noticed that there was a group of zombie troops that looked quite strange, led by a zombie leader. They were sorting stones and wood there. What are you doing? Gushi used his mind's eye and put the question directly into the mind of the zombie leader. The zombie leader paused and looked in Gushi's direction. Grown-ups, what are you doing? Gushi asked again. Sir, I am making a battering ram. I find that I have no other abilities. I only know some carpentry work, but I am not as proficient as a normal carpenter. There happens to be a lot of materials here, and I want to make some battering rams. Only about 10 zombies can be lifted up, and when the time comes, they can impact the city wall. Although I'm not sure how hard the impact will be, it should be enough for me. Hearing this, Gushi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the zombie leader would have such ideas. This is an attempt to change the direction of advancement from the combat force to the logistics force. However, Gushi thought about it and understood what the zombie leader was thinking. Gushi now has so many combat troops under his command. If he doesn't have some unique abilities, he may not be able to get his turn even in the battle missions at the barracks. On the contrary, if he really has the ability to break down city walls, he will be thought of when there are related tasks in future battle missions. Even if he can't participate in the current battle, the experience in the barracks will be enough for him in the future. The upper limit of this zombie boss's future growth will be quite high. Just as Gushi nodded with satisfaction and wanted to encourage the zombie leader, a chaotic sound suddenly came from the edge of the city. Gushi raised his head and looked in the direction where the chaos was coming from, and found that a large number of shadow troops appeared in the 3 urban areas connected to the city. It seems that Gushi's siege just now has attracted the attention of these cities. They did not wait to die in their own city area, but immediately organized troops and rushed over. The troops in these 3 urban areas are obviously different. The city area located to the east of the city is obviously a city where nobles live. The strange shadows coming out of this city are all black and weird figures with only the upper body of a human being, and they are integrated into the body of the war horse. They were holding a kind of white spear in their hands, and their bodies exuded evil energy like threads. They also left something like a purple-black liquid on the ground wherever they walked. There were about 800 of them in number, but as they advanced, they carried a chilling momentum. They were clearly cavalry, but their movement speed was not fast at all. Instead, they were moving slowly in their city like mud and rocks. The urban area located to the west of this urban area was originally a market, and it should be a market for selling poultry and livestock such as cattle, sheep, pigs and horses. Most of the strange shadows coming out here look like animals, but they are obviously much larger than normal animals, and there are quite a lot of these strange shadows. compared with a cavalry of only more than 800. There are more than 800 cavalry here. The number of twisted animals and shadows directly exceeded 50,000. The strength of these shadows is not the same as that of more than 800 cavalry. At a glance, those cavalrymen knew that their strength had all exceeded level 5, and might have reached around level 7. He was evenly matched with Gu Shi's men. But these twisted animals are different. Their strength ranges from strong to weak, and the weaker ones may only be at level 1 or 2. The stronger ones may be level 7 or 8. And the stronger twisted animals have human appearance on their bodies. And the more they look at them, the more weird they look. Finally, it came from the area south of the city. There were about 30,000 ghosts coming out there. These ghosts were tall and short, and they looked like transformed zombies. Even under Juing's black skin, fragments of bones can be seen. Among the zombies, there are some larger beings mixed in. It is obvious that they, like the animals to the west, are a lot of weak shadows mixed with some stronger ones. It's just that there are not many ghosts coming out here. Their appearance has no advantage, and their combat effectiveness is not strong. The one with the highest strength level is probably around level 6. It's not like the animals, who have subordinates, who are around level 8. And it's not like the cavalry where all the subordinates are level 5 or above. But for some reason, Gu Shi felt that the enemies in the south were the most dangerous. So Gu Shi released the holders of the soul lamp and the underworld dragon rope, and looked towards the south seriously. He found that there seemed to be something hidden behind the team in the south. But the things on that side had not been killed yet. That's all. Looking at the situation in front of him, Gu Shi decisively ordered Kaga, Robbie, Arroyo, take your troops, aim to the south, and kill all enemies. Chapter 8:16 Two-Headed Ghostly Dragon. Although he didn't know the situation in the 3 nearby districts, Gu Shi knew the priorities just by taking a glance. Apart from anything else, places where he can feel danger should be dealt with first. After arranging the largest number of his troops in the south, Gu Shi began to mobilize other troops. Amilcar, the Blue Knight, Pale Knight, and White Robe Cavalry will follow you, and capture the more than 800 cavalry over there for me. After hearing Gu Shi's order, Amilcar's eyes lit up. This is a good opportunity. Without this wave of shadow cavalry, Gu Shi would not have handed over the Blue Knight and the Pale Knight to him. Not to mention that their White Robe Cavalry are obviously stronger than those of the powerful nations. Among these cavalry, only the Pale Knight has a small number. There are only about 10 of them. Last time, the Blue Knights got a large number of heavy knight souls. After the transformation, there are already more than 1,300 Blue Knights. It can be said that this number is the largest among Gu Shi's knight troops. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't have a leader or hero to command, Gu Shi wouldn't even need Amilcar to take action. Just go to the Blue Knight directly. With a different cavalry unit, Amilcar naturally could no longer use the previous combination of infantry and cavalry. Fortunately, he had learned some things from the Iron Cavalry Strategy book before. It's called Heavy Cavalry Synchronization. This is a tactic developed for the mixed formation of different cavalry, because their speeds are not all the same and their impact power is not all the same. In this case of Heavy Cavalry Synchronization, the movement speed of the cavalry mixed together will be processed according to the fastest cavalry, and the impact force will be processed according to the strongest cavalry. Anyway, no matter what, as long as the cavalry charges, it is the best choice. Amilcar quite simply threw all his infantry aside and charged with 4 different types of cavalry. The largest number of blue cavalry is located at the back of the team. At the front of the team are not the Scarlet Knights under Amilcar, but the White Robe Cavalry with only 60 people. But these 60 people are the most powerful among all the cavalry. They were fully armored, and with their spears raised, they charged at the enemy's shadow cavalry. At this time, Gu Shi turned his attention to the strange shadows of animals. Yongdo, you must have learned a lot these days. Be prepared. You don't need to draw mana. Just attack in a large area. All skeleton shooters and corpse witches obey my orders, and use their best skills to kill those guys for me. After Gu Shi finished speaking, another wave of death ripples came. After doing all this, Gu Shi called the necromancers and began to summon the souls. A large number of ghosts died here in the previous battle, although their corpses were rotten to the point of disgrace, and although their flesh and blood had turned into beads of strange energy, their souls were still there and had not dissipated. This is the best time to summon spirits. Gu Shi didn't even need to stare at any corpse. He just had to point to a certain location and keep throwing it there. Anyway, there will always be a level 8 ghost appearing every time you throw it, so there is no need to worry about not having enough souls. These newly appeared ghosts will gather together immediately, waiting for Gushi's orders. Even so, Gushi still felt that the speed of summoning souls was too slow. In the past, he would go directly to the soul summoning tower and use up all his magic power in an instant. More than 10,000 new undead would appear like this. Now, not only is the speed of summoning souls one by one slow, but Gushi also needs to be distracted to observe the battles in other directions. When problems arise during the battle over there, we need to respond and make arrangements immediately. This directly consumed a lot of Gushi's energy. And in the end, his speed of summoning souls became slower and slower. In the end, Gushi simply asked the necromancer to summon the soul, and he did not take any action himself. However, Gushi's efforts were not in vain. The hundreds of ghosts that were recruited immediately blocked the west position, and they were just in time to block the ghosts who survived the arrow rain and magic attacks. These hundreds of ghosts are all at level 8. The ghosts that rushed out are also at the same level, but their combat power is quite different from each other. The ghosts pounced forward and wiped out all the ghosts. The shadow was held back. After getting into a melee here, Gushi quickly arranged the available troops. Although the main heroes were placed in the south, Gushi still had some troops. These troops, coupled with the ghosts that had just been summoned, were able to block more than 50,000 ghosts and massacred them in the group of ghosts. Gushi looked at the battle situation in front of him. In the current situation, there was nothing to consider here. Just as Gushi relaxed a little and was thinking about who to send forward to attack after the west side was captured, the battle in the south suddenly changed. A sharp dragon roar was heard from the south, and a two-headed shadowy dragon flew up from the ground. This double-headed shadow dragon was more than 50 meters long. As soon as he flew up, a very strong pressure came from his body. In Gushi's mind, his judgment on the level of this two-headed shadow dragon also rapidly improved. He could feel that the level of this two-headed shadow dragon had exceeded level 15. Gushi didn't think much at this time. He immediately switched to the state of virtual magic power and pointed the magic wand at the two-headed ghost dragon, Death Incarnate. Under Gushi's order, the Bone Dragon, the incarnation of death, rushed out immediately with the Titan, the incarnation of death. At the same time, the ghost dragon that had been standing behind Gushi also took off with more than 50 ghost dragons, preparing to surround the two-headed shadow dragon from the sky. The ghost dragon troops under Gushi were all transformed from mineral veins through the method of burying dragon veins. All of them are at level 13. This level is considered to be relatively high among the troops that Gushi has available now, and there are not a lot of them at all. Together with the level 15 ghost dragon and the level 16 death incarnation bone dragon, as long as the two-headed shadow dragon does not exceed level 20, there will be no problem in this battle. As the incarnation of death, the bone dragon and his men rushed towards the two-headed shadow dragon, the incarnation of death titan, who landed early, was also ready for battle. After absorbing a large amount of crystals, the strength of Titan, the incarnation of death, has now surpassed the level of Bone Dragon, the incarnation of death. Standing on the ground, he held a 1,000 Thunder Peach with sword in his right hand and a Thunder Spear in his left hand. The two lightning bolts were concentrated together and aimed at the double-headed shadow dragon that was growing in size. Chapter 8:17 Dragon Slaying Technique. Boom! A bolt of lightning hit the flying double-headed shadow dragon. This lightning can be regarded as the effect of a full blow from the Titan, the incarnation of death. With this strike, the lightning knocked the two-headed shadow dragon back for a distance, and at the same time his body became noticeably smaller. At this time, Gushi took a step forward, and the man wearing the Huangquan dragon robe appeared beside him. Through the sight of Huangquan Longpao, Gushi noticed something. That is, there was something connected behind the double-headed shadow dragon. A black dotted line invisible to normal people was stretching out from the void and connected to the body of the two-headed shadow dragon. Although the lightning just cut off the dotted line, it is still ready to be reconnected. Gushi could even clearly see that the dotted line seemed to be reconnecting to the double-headed shadow dragon. It seems that this two-headed shadow dragon is probably the core existence of the Aladovi city in front of us. I just don't know why he jumped out so early. While thinking about it, Gushi commanded the incarnation of death, the bone dragon, to come forward and attack. After receiving Gushi's order, Death Incarnation Bone Dragon immediately pounced on the double-headed shadow dragon and bit one of its necks. Then the ghost dragon pounced from the other side and bit the other side's neck. The two undead dragons dragged the two-headed shadow dragon's neck outward in the air. The ghost dragons flying behind took this opportunity to bite the double-headed shadow dragon. Every time it bites, a large amount of black shadows will be torn off. However, Gushi knew very well that the situation in front of him was not right. There is no way to get rid of the black dotted line. The two-headed shadow dragon may regain the upper hand at any time, and may even break through the level 20 mark. This thing gave Gushi the feeling of forcibly raising the level of the two-headed shadow dragon. Although it is unknown where the source came from, it is likely that it came from the Maharaja or his subordinates. Gushi didn't want to have any conflict with the prince at this time, so cutting off the connection here was the most important thing. After seriously thinking about the various methods at his disposal, Gushi finally pointed his magic wand into the sky. Lucky death. Take a gamble. Gushi only had one idea in his mind: kill the enemy in front of him instantly. However, Gushi didn't have many skills that could kill him instantly, so he could either take back the incarnation of death, replace it with the incarnation of death, the god of death, and bet on the death harvest, or get lucky with death. This skill is a ranged skill. It targets 5 different possibilities, 1 immortal in a range, 1 out of 10, 1 out of 5, half dead, or all dead. In other words, there is about a 1/5 chance of instantly killing an enemy within a certain range. Of course, if you target the only enemy, it will become a blood deduction. Half health and direct destruction accounted for 2/5 of the possibilities. Gushi is now betting on the 2/5 chance. With Gushi's finger, a gray rainbow light flew out of Gushi's hand and landed on the double-headed shadow dragon. Then a huge roulette wheel appeared in the sky. This roulette wheel was divided into 5 grids, with the words 1 immortal, 1 out of 10, 1 out of 5, half dead, all dead written inside. The shadow of the double-headed shadow dragon appeared on the roulette wheel and kept rotating with the roulette wheel. This can be regarded as the first time Gushi has used the skill of Luck of Death. Looking at the roulette wheel spinning in front of him, Gushi understood that this was all a gamble of luck. As the roulette wheel slowly stopped, Gushi saw that the black dotted line that was trying to connect to the two-headed ghost dragon was broken on the spot. Then the two-headed ghost dragon lost all its life and fell from the sky. The bone dragon and the ghost dragon, the incarnations of death, biting the double-headed shadow dragon, forcibly dragged the body of the double-headed shadow dragon up, preventing him from landing. And a ding sound was heard in Gushi's ears. You kill the two-headed shadow dragon, level 19. You get 13,317 experience points. And each of your subordinates participating in the battle gets 1619 experience points. Your actions when you killed the two-headed shadow dragon attracted the attention of some powerful beings, but he did not launch any attack on you. The first piece of kill information was good news for Gushi, as it represented another step forward in his upgrade experience. But the latter piece of news made Gushi hesitate. Just as he guessed, there was a more powerful being behind the two-headed shadow dragon. I just don't know the other party's level and background, and whether he can defeat the H-Lound under Gushi. Gushi thought about it and looked around him. Beside the holy silver evil coffin, in addition to large soldiers such as white-boned skeletons and bone-armored centipedes, there were also a group of H-Lounds ranging from level 15 to level 25. There are more than 100 of them in total, but they are just gathered together, because the aura of nearly half of the Cerberus above level 20 is gathered together. So those Cerberus that have not yet reached level 20 are also affected by the aura, and their combat effectiveness is reduced. There is a significant improvement. Now all these H-Lounds are lying beside Gushi's holy silver evil coffin. As long as there is any movement, they will take action immediately. Gushi believed that even if the two-headed shadow dragon had been upgraded to level 20 or above, he would still have a way to deal with it. It's just that it will be a little difficult to fight then. But victory will still belong to Gushi. Seeing the incarnation of death, the bone dragon, and the ghost dragon dragging the two-headed shadow dragon over, Gushi gave up thinking about who was behind the scenes. At this moment, a thick covered book flew in front of him. This thick covered book is entirely gray. On the front of the book, there is an eye with a vertical pupil, which is wide open and looking out with a strange light. This was the Book of Ghost Dragons that Gushi had just obtained. This thing is not so easy to find among necromancers. After all, the bone dragon is related to the task of upgrading the necromancer to level 10. Most of the necromancers want to grab a copy even if they are trying to steal it. Under such circumstances, whenever this kind of Book of Ghost Dragons appears, it will often be swept away. If Gushi hadn't made a great contribution this time, he probably wouldn't have gotten such a Book of Ghost Dragons. The conditions for using the Book of Ghost Dragons are also quite strict. It requires not only a large number of corpses, but also dragon blood or dragon souls. Of course, It would be best if there were dragon corpses. Even if it doesn't work, I still have to get along with dragons. With such a big double-headed shadow dragon in front of you, it is natural that it can directly summon the soul bone dragon. Even if Gushi had the idea of taking the body back for transformation into the undead, it would not work. Book of Ghost Dragons flew out on its own. Chapter 8:18 Cavalry Battle. Just when Gushi wanted to push back the Book of Ghost Dragons, the body of the double-headed shadow dragon suddenly moved, and a large amount of black energy turned into strange energy beads and fell to the ground. Ghost Dragon wanted to save all this, but found that he couldn't stop it. Although they could prevent the two-headed shadow dragon from falling to the ground, they dragged the body to Gushi, but the shadow eventually disintegrated. Even if Gushi wanted to call the souls, it was too late. However, just when Gushi was secretly saying what a pity, he suddenly discovered that the body of the two-headed ghost dragon was not completely decomposed. Finally, a huge brick appeared at the original location of the two-headed ghost dragon's heart. Gushi took a closer look and found that the bricks in the city were clearly made of steps stacked with ordinary bricks. There seemed to be two relatively small corpses buried under the steps. These two corpses have been buried for who knows how many years. The clothes on their bodies are gone, leaving only a large amount of bones. For some reason, when Gushi saw these two corpses, he would think of the pair of teenagers on the bloody tower. Gushi thought for a moment, then turned around and ordered behind him, "Send this thing back to Aladovita." After taking care of the situation with the two-headed shadow dragon, the battle to the south is almost over. Except for the two-headed shadow dragon, there are really no powerful enemies in the south of this city. The number of those strange shadows is relatively large, but their level is not high. In addition, Gushi has deployed his most important troops here, so the battle in the south is coming to an end. Gushi took a look at the current situation and understood to some extent what Demi was facing at that time. This battlefield is really too big. It is easy to fight in one city, but if 3 cities are attacked at the same time, it will be difficult to command. Now that we have taken over 3 urban areas at the same time, what we will face next will be simultaneous attacks on 4 or 5 urban areas. The battle will then become more difficult. The most important thing is that Gushi is only one person, and he cannot command multiple battles at the same time. It seems that the subjective initiative of leaders and heroes must be brought into play. Thinking of this, Gushi immediately looked to the east of the city. Amilcar had just experienced a big collision with the Shadow Cavalry with a large number of cavalry. Under the command of Amilcar, more than 800 Shadow Cavalry were knocked out immediately. These Shadow Cavalry themselves should be some powerful knights in the city. If more than 800 people were organized, the impact would actually be pretty good. If they attacked the infantry head-on, they might even be able to defeat 10 of them alone. But when facing equally powerful cavalry, they were not as good as Amilcar's cavalry. Not to mention that Amilcar's cavalry far outnumbered them. Under this impact, more than half of these Shadow Cavalry were killed on the spot. The situation for the rest was not too good either. A black liquid was flowing from their bodies, and their bodies even seemed to be melting. Faced with such a situation, Amilcar had no intention of taking a step back. In Amilcar's eyes, the cavalry had no chance of retreating. If the cavalry retreats, it means that the cavalry has given up its most important ability, the ability to charge. This is simply seeking death. So no matter what the situation is in front, or what the enemy has become, these cavalry will not retreat. He raised the blood-red scythe in his hand. Red fire. Charge. Although he was bringing all the heavy cavalry under Gushi, Amilcar still remembered what his roots were. He roared the slogan of the Scarlet Knight, and led the heavy cavalry to attack again. This time, because he was turning around and attacking again, Amilcar did not use heavy cavalry synchronization, but another skill in the Iron Cavalry Strategy book. Giant Turn. This skill is a skill that allows the cavalry to turn around quickly in the shortest possible time without reducing the charging speed of the cavalry. This is actually understandable. Most of the cavalry need to charge at extremely high speeds. But what if they charge too far? Or charge in the wrong place? If you want to adjust the direction, you can only stop, readjust the direction and start charging. As a result, the charge advantage accumulated by the cavalry was gone. Therefore, this skill of being able to turn around quickly can be regarded as the best skill among cavalry. Amilcar himself has mastered the giant turn skill. But the troops he leads now are diverse, and the coordination between them is not that tacit. It was still a little difficult to start the big turn now. When running, I went around a little more distance, and then I turned my head again and launched a charge towards the Shadow Cavalry. The Shadow Cavalry did not have such an ability. In addition, They were beaten quite badly, and no one organized a counterattack for a while. When Amilcar turned around with his troops, they were not yet organized. They only reacted when Amilcar's cavalry rushed up behind them. But it lost its speed, lost its impact, and faced the impact of the enemy from behind. Such cavalry is not even as strong as infantry. Under this wave of impact, Amilcar's troops plowed the shadow cavalry directly like plowing the land. Anything that was 1 meter above the ground was chopped down and trampled over by the horses. This time the cavalry was very fierce. Even the white-robed cavalrymen changed their weapons to sabers and bent over to chop down the enemies on the ground. Under this wave of attacks, all the remaining shadow cavalry were finally killed, and they rushed back to the position where they started the charge. At this time, Gu Shi had just finished dealing with the matter of the two-headed ghost dragon and turned his attention over here. What he saw was that Amilcar led the cavalry troops back to their original position. There were no enemies standing in the eastern city. The situation before him made Gu Shi understand that the battle here was over. Gu Shijing was about to give a few compliments when he suddenly discovered that there were dozens of corpses of undead knights where the shadow cavalry had died in the previous battle. This is actually normal combat damage. And Gu Shi would not say that we cannot lose a single person when there are more than 1,000 people fighting against 800. That doesn't make sense. The reason why Gu Shi focused on this was entirely because after the shadow cavalry died in battle, they did not turn into beads of mysterious energy, but turned into a black liquid that was concentrating towards a certain place. And the cavalry corpses thrown in the middle of the battlefield were the best material for them to rely on. Chapter 819 Weird Means. Titan. Thunder Strike. As soon as Gu Shi saw this situation, he immediately issued an order behind him. At the same time, he raised the magic wand and threw the flame domain up. This time, Gu Shi's phantom magic wand was extremely lucky. The power of the spell is not only quadrupled in power, but also doubled in spell casting. 2 flame fields with a combined power 8 times fell on the battlefield. The corpses on the battlefield were set on fire immediately. At the same time, a lot of the black liquid was burned dry in the flames. At this time, the Death Incarnation Titan and the Bone Titan simultaneously threw lightning into the flame field. The Bone Titan's lightning bolt is okay. Its power can only be regarded as average. But the lightning power of the Death Incarnation Titan is quite powerful. The two-headed shadow dragon was knocked down by his lightning just now. Now the lightning fell on the black liquid again, breaking up the black liquid immediately. But Gu Shi discovered that no matter whether it was burned with fire or struck by lightning, the black liquid could not be completely destroyed. The black liquid seems to be particularly energetic, and is actually trying to prepare to gather itself from the ground again. This situation left Gu Shi a little speechless. When he encountered such a thing, he really didn't know what to do. His flame domain and the incarnation of Death Titan's lightning may only be able to suppress these black liquids, but not deal with them all. Faced with this situation, Gu Shi thought for a moment, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Send an order to Princess Anna and ask her to send over the bone locusts and bone-eating sludge. Gu Shi's idea was very simple. If there was no way to suppress it, then just swallow it up. The black liquid in front of me obviously has no intelligence. It just relies on instinct to gather together. And it also has a certain resistance to forces such as fire and lightning. If Gu Shi had not heard the news that the shadow cavalry had died in battle, Gu Shi would have doubted whether this thing was the true form of the shadow cavalry. It was later discovered that this thing actually had nothing to do with the shadow cavalry, but instead had strange and spiritual powers. Gu Shi had always maintained immunity to psychic power, so he didn't feel anything. As for Gu Shi's undead troops, they were not affected by psychic power, so they didn't know what was going on for a long time. After discovering this problem, Gu Shi also wanted to try to collect this black liquid, but he found that this black liquid could not be contained. As long as all the utensils were stained with this black liquid, some changes would immediately occur. So in the end, Gu Shi simply ignored the matter and just used flames and lightning to prevent the black liquid from running around. While Gu Shi was dealing with the black liquid, the battles in the other 2 directions were almost over, except for the two-headed shadow dragon to the south. Those shadow troops could not withstand the attacks of Gu Shi and several main heroes, and were quickly and easily captured. At this time, Gu Shi's heroes also showed their subjective initiative. They entered the southern area without waiting for Gu Shi's orders, and quickly occupied it. As for the area in the west, no hero noticed it. So even though the ghost shadow troops had been cleared out by Gu Shi, no one had gone over to occupy it. And it is still dragging on. Gu Shi noticed the situation over there, but he couldn't distinguish it for a while. and naturally he had no way to deal with it. Fortunately, at this time, Princess Anna also received Gu Shi's order and immediately mobilized the bone locusts and bone-eating sludge. In addition to these, Princess Anna also sent a group of undead between level 1 and level 2. If he had just become a necromancer, such undead souls would also serve as soldiers for Gu Shi. But it's different now. Gu Shi's requirements for soldiers are getting higher and higher. Those who have not reached level 5 or above will not be incorporated into the regular army. Gu Shi raised his demands, and so did the undead leaders. Therefore, all undead below level 4 are treated as civilians. These level 1 and 2 undead quickly cleaned up the battlefield and did the work of civilians as soon as they arrived here. Gu Shi understood what Princess Anna meant. After these level 1 and 2 undead came, in addition to cleaning the battlefield, they also had the purpose of filling the city's population. They are considered migrant residents. So Gu Shi did not stop their actions, but focused his attention on the black liquid. After releasing the bone locusts and bone-eating mud, Gu Shi put away the fire field. He found that the black liquid still had a certain effect on the bone locusts and bone-eating sludge. But that's what Gu Shi didn't care about. If it's just a small impact and you can digest it, then it's fine. If it is affected by the black liquid and cannot be digested, Gu Shi's men will kill the mutated white bone locusts and bone-eating sludge. Then, in the city of Aridov, new mutations will immediately emerge due to Gu Shi's double death. This was how Gu Shi's white bone locusts turned into evil bone locusts. Now Gu Shi also used the same method and transformed a batch of shadow locusts. Shadow locust, level 3 attack 4. Defense 1. Health 1. Skills, swarm state. Devour everything. Champion breath. Weird change. Flying troops. This kind of shadow locust is somewhat similar to the evil bone locust. The only difference lies in the strange changes. Gu Shi let them try using it, and he found that 3 or 5 shadow locusts could be grouped together to become larger, or they could grow something different on their bodies through the power of shadow. For example, eyes, mouthparts, wings, etc. However, Gu Shi always felt that this strange change should not be like this, and there must be something different behind it. Unlike the situation with the white bone locust, there hasn't been much change over there in the bone-eating sludge. They can devour anything. Even this strange black liquid has little effect on them. More than half of this black liquid is devoured by the bone-eating mud. However, Gu Shi noticed that after the bone-eating silt swallowed a certain amount of black liquid, it would immediately swallow some soil or stones to neutralize it. It is obvious that this black liquid also has a certain effect on them. It's just that they have their own way to eliminate this effect and successfully digested the black liquid. As the black liquid was emptied, Gu Shi also led his troops into the eastern city. Only then did he have time to go back and deal with matters in other urban areas. Chapter 820, Divide the Troops and Attack. In the area in the east where the Shadow Knight appeared, Gu Shi noticed that most of the battles were between cavalry, and no street fighting took place. The fighting took place mainly on the streets of this district. After taking a look at the houses nearby that had not been destroyed by the battle, Gu Shi turned around and ordered, "Ghost Squad, clean up these houses. If there are no problems, arrange for ordinary undead residents to move in first. We can make adjustments after everything is settled." As he spoke, Gu Shi walked to the other end of the area in front of him. Gu Shi doesn't quite understand the situation in this area yet. He simply named the area in front of him based on his own judgment, temporarily calling it the night area. In addition to the place where it initially connected with the area occupied by Gu Shi, the night area also had passages leading to 2 different areas. One of them leads to the southern area where the 2-headed shadow dragon emerges, and the other leads to the east. The situation on the east side is not sure. The only thing that is certain is that there is no reaction there yet. At least, they have not organized any troops to press here. However, Gu Shi didn't think that there would be no enemies in the city opposite. After walking around the area, Gu Shi had an idea in his mind. "Amilcar, take your troops and move towards the area in front of you." In Gu Shi's mind, the best defense is offense. As long as you hit the enemy faster than they can react, it will be useless no matter how powerful their attack power is. This is the situation in the Cavaliers area in front of us. Amilcar's attack power and movement speed are obviously above the horizontal line, which just allows Amilcar to keep attacking forward. After receiving the order, Amilcar acted decisively. The reason why he reacted so quickly was not because Amilcar was belligerent, but the battle had just ended, and Gu Shi had not yet removed the Blue Knight, Pale Knight, and White Robe cavalry from Amilcar's hands. This was a rare opportunity to lead the cavalry in another charge. So how could Amilcar miss it? In Amilcar's mind, he must bring more cavalry to attack. If possible, it would be best to rush to the other side of the city in one fell swoop. In this way, he can make good use of these powerful knights and cavalry units in this short period of time. As soon as Gushi's order came, he led his troops out, even ignoring the infantry troops that had followed him. Seeing this situation, Gushi was speechless. He turned around and gave orders to the gladiator black guards and other troops who were originally following Amilcar. Follow them and occupy wherever they hit. Except for this part of the gladiator black guards. There are actually some skeleton soldiers, ghosts and other troops. But Amilcar didn't take these seriously at all. And these troops were actually just there to make up the numbers. After all, as a leader, he can't just bring some cavalry. Right? The number of troops he brings must always exceed that of other heroes. Right? With no other choice, he naturally led some troops casually. But now that he has cavalry following him, Amilcar doesn't want to take these with him. But just because Amilcar didn't bring it, it didn't mean that Gushi would let Amilcar ride around like this. Whether it was the gladiator black guards or other ghost troops, Gushi packed them all up and sent them out. Even if they couldn't catch up with the cavalry's movement speed, they could still capture the defeated city. After dispatching these troops, Gushi turned to another occupied area, exiting the southern area of the double-headed shadow dragon. This area is the largest of the 4 areas that have just been conquered. In addition to the passages to the north, east, and west areas, there are also 3 passages. Although Gushi had no orders, Gushi's heroes, like Amilcar, were in a situation where they had sufficient troops. Faced with 3 different paths, Gushi's 3 heroes immediately chose to go on their own. Set off. They all understood that this battle was to prove their ability to Gushi. How to prove it? The only way is to fight. The first ones to rush out were Kaga and Diegu. They are 2 heroes combined, and they focus on defensive and counterattack attacks. Even if something happens, he can ensure that his troops return safely. So when he reached the end of this area and saw 3 routes to choose from, he directly chose the one in the middle. Kagia and Diegu are quite smart. They understand that if they choose the route on both sides, they are likely to conflict with other heroes. So choosing the middle route is the best choice, and they can monopolize the greatest credit for this battle. As soon as Kaga and Diegu grabbed the best position, Robbie and Arroyo also became anxious. They all already have their own organizations, but have never had the chance to act. Now that there is such a good opportunity, they don't want to miss it. So they quickly divided an area and rushed over with their troops. Fortunately, they have some brains, knowing a suitable fighting style. Robbie's bone-slashing camp was more suitable for street fighting, so he picked an area with obviously more buildings and rushed in. Arroyo's black gun battalion was more suitable for group battles, so he directly chose an area with fewer buildings to fight. When Gushi came in, only Mito was left in this area. After seeing Gushi, Mito immediately stepped forward and said, "Sir, what are you going to do next? Didn't you just follow and kill him?" Gushi glanced at Mito curiously. He had no objection to the idea of killing his heroes directly. In Gushi's eyes, these heroes have sufficient combat effectiveness, and the troops they bring are also very strong. Such a battle is not difficult for them at all. If he didn't have more heroes at hand, Gushi would simply divide the Aladovi city at this period into different areas of different sizes and let them deal with them directly. He didn't expect that Mito would choose to stay. "It's okay. I can move faster with my troops and can keep up. And I think I still need to ask the adults what to do next. This city is quite large, and the routes are ever-changing. If you don't choose a good target, you may miss some urban areas." The speaker has no intention, but the listener has intention. After hearing what Mito said, Gushi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. "You said you would miss some urban areas?" Chapter 821 Powerful Skills. Random Death of Half. "Yes. I personally feel that there must be hidden areas in the city of Aladovi in front of us." Regarding Gushi's question, Mito said quite seriously, "I'm not talking nonsense. My ability to find paths is very strong. I just took a look here and felt that there must be another one if I go down that route. 4 routes to choose from. But after going down this 4-choice route, the situation will be different. Here, there will be a partition. Normal people will accidentally ignore the past, which will carve out a new area. This area won't be too big. Maybe a large plot, a medium plot, and a small plot. But I personally think that if possible, it's best to go there and take a look. After all, setting up such a separate area is definitely not just for the sake of looking good." Mito's words also aroused Gushi's curiosity. Go over and have a look. As soon as Gushi finished speaking, he heard a chaotic sound coming from the west. Gushi raised his head and looked towards the area to the west. The ghosts on the west side were cleared away by Gushi, but he did not arrange for his men to enter and occupy it. This attracted the attention of the shadows in other areas that were connected to it. So now a group of shadows rushed out. Although the shadow troop numbered only over 10,000 people, they were obviously much stronger than the previous zombie-like troops in the western area. This army looks like a variety of different creatures put together by many people. Among them are a centipede made up of a bunch of people, a scorpion with many human heads, etc. Their levels are all above level 5. And there are quite a lot of them. Upon seeing this situation, Gushi decisively ordered, "Don't worry about what's happening here. Go find the hidden area for me." While giving orders, Gushi raised the magic wand in his hand. Under the command of the phantom magic staff, the ghost dragon, which had just beaten the two-headed shadow dragon, flew over. They swooped down from the sky and jumped directly into the team of Juing. Gushi also took this opportunity to contact Yongdo, who had been staying behind. "Prepare the mage troops and pay attention to the enemies in front of you. Don't let them break into the territory we have already occupied." When Yongdo received the order, most of Gushi's magic troops were temporarily transferred to Yongdo. He immediately understood what Gushi meant. Gushi's request to him was not to attack to the southern area, but to keep the area occupied at the beginning. At the same time, his request is to preserve all legal troops. Among Gushi's men, the most important ones were these legal troops. If something goes wrong with them, Gushi will suffer a huge loss. Yongdo understood what was going on as soon as he heard it, and while directing his men to set up the ritual array and prepare for the magic ritual, he also led the high-level magic troops, such as the corpse wizards behind him, preparing to make adjustments and arrangements. At the same time, Gushi turned to look at the two heroes still following him, Lewis and Dudley. Lewis is a ghost hero, but he is mentally insignificant and does not know his own strength and positioning. Gushi has already given up on him. After all, Lewis's level is not high, and his potential is not as good as Demi. After making a mistake, Gushi doesn't intend to give him another chance. Lewis is now a marginal figure, doing the job of a miscellaneous soldier. As for Dudley, the situation was different. Dudley is a hero with his own methods. He can actually be considered a semi-combat hero. Usually he is mainly responsible for strengthening the skeleton soldiers. He will only be mobilized when necessary. Gushi took one look at the current situation and ordered decisively, "Dolly, bring your troops to support Yongdo and ensure the safety of Yongdo's side." As soon as Dudley heard this, he took away more than half of the skeleton soldiers around Gushi. As for Lewis, Gushi ignored him. And so Lewis also knew his current status. He followed a group of ghosts outside from a distance, and had no intention of stepping forward to attract attention. Unlike the heroes under his command, the troops led by Gushi were all the best among the best. The elite troop plan that Luna planned to arrange for Gushi at the beginning failed to take shape in the end. But Gushi himself raised various troops. The Ghost Dragon with more than 60 Ghost Dragons is the strongest combat force that Gushi can bring out now. Facing the mysterious shadows below, all the Ghost Dragon's attacks were crushing attacks. Their attack methods all fall from the sky, and they are a sweeping attack on the most conspicuous enemy in the shadow. After killing the enemy, fly back into the air and prepare for the next wave of attack. But the real power this time is actually the incarnation of Death, the Bone Dragon. The incarnation of Death, the Bone Dragon, who had not fought for a long time, immediately breathed Death Dragon Breath. This wave of Death Dragon Breath is not only large in scope, but also powerful. After all, the Avatar of Death is now at level 16. In addition, the Death Dragon's breath has also been strengthened many times. With each wave of Death Dragon's breath, at least 2,000 ghosts died in the hands of the Death Dragon's breath. Then a light flashed on Gushi's magic wand, and a curse fell on these ghost shadows. Looking at the black rainbow appearing above the shadows, Gushi understood that it was a curse of luck. Now the luck of these ghosts has dropped to the lowest point, to the point where they might fall and die while walking. This situation surprised Gushi. When the magic wand is in hand, it will use the magic power every 30 minutes. All kinds of blessings fall on his subordinates. Gushi has become accustomed to this kind of thing. But this was the first time Gushi had seen such a curse. And it was also the first time he knew that there were people who could curse other people's luck. Faced with such a curse, Gushi naturally would not let it go. Now that the opponent's luck has become the worst, Gushi can definitely take a gamble with him. So Gushi raised the magic wand and pointed in the direction of the ghost shadow. With this finger, all the strange shadows in the opposite area were locked. Lucky death. It's still a gamble. It's just that this time Gushi was carried out on a large scale. Then it's not just a matter of losing a little blood. Unless Gushi's luck is so bad that he turns out to be immortal. Otherwise, even if 1/10 of them die, 1,000 of these more than 10,000 ghosts will die directly. In fact, on the battlefield, this is the real killing move. Because there is only a 1/5 chance of failure. And the rest is all earned by interest. It's all about making money anyway. At most it's more and less. So why don't you use interest rates? So when he found that the enemy's luck had reached its lowest point, Gushi naturally used this trick. Lucky death. The turntable stops and half of the enemies die randomly. Chapter 822, All-Out Attack. As the turntable stopped, the shadows that were fighting the ghost dragon suddenly paused. Before half of the mysterious shadows stopped, their bodies began to spread outwards, slowly turning into large and small beads of mysterious energy that fell down. Half of the more than 10,000 ghosts were gone on the spot. Under such circumstances, even the dead figures were all stunned. Faced with such an opportunity, how could Gushi's troops miss it? The incarnation of death, the bone dragon, rushed into the group of ghost shadows at the first moment. His body shook. And this time he brought with him the Crystal End Storm and Spark Nightmare. Both of these characteristics have a large-scale impact on the shadows. The incarnation of death rushed into the team of shadows and directly smashed these shadows into pieces. When the ghost dragon following behind saw this, it immediately started to rise and fall in the sky with the ghost dragon. Every time he rushes downward, at least 3 to 40 shadows will be killed on the spot, even though there were not many ghost shadows that survived. Under such an attack, half of them turned into ghost energy beads in the blink of an eye. At this time, Gushi did not take action again. But way behind him, a large number of ghost teams rushed forward. Although Gushi promised to distribute the things to his undead men, Gushi would not give up the Chiju bead that he killed. These strange energy beads belonged to him. While the ghost squad was collecting the spoils, Gushi himself was not idle either. He stared at the enemy in front of him, quickly calculating in his mind. Then Gushi turned his head decisively and spoke to Lewis behind him. Go from Yuto's side and occupy the west area that we just took. Then you stay there. Lewis didn't expect that there was still something to do with him at this time. He was so happy that he quickly went back with his ghosts. With Dudley's help on Yongdo's side, the battle became quite smooth. On their side were gathered all the skeleton mages and skeleton shooters in Gushi's hands, as well as various long-range troops. Before the enemies even rushed in front of them, they had already killed many of them. Then Dudley came over and withstood the enemy's attack, preventing the enemy from getting close to the magic and archer troops. However, their attack power is relatively strong, but they also have a weakness. That is, they cannot capture the city. It was like this when Gushi attacked before, and it's the same now when these shadows want to rush out. They could only kill these shadows, but they had no way to rush into the city ahead and occupy everything in the city. Lewis came over at this time, which surprised Yongdo. During the period when Gushi had no time to pay attention to Aladovi City, all the heroes learned about Lewis's situation. They all understood that Lewis would only be able to do some chores and lead some cannon fodder troops from now on. Gushi sent him here this time. What did it mean? Just when Yongdo didn't understand, Gushi directly conveyed his news through the eye of the mind. Yongdo, when Lewis arrives, let him do the chores of occupying the city. You and Dudley keep attacking forward. After destroying all the enemy shadows, let Lewis occupy it. When Yongdo heard this, he understood the role of Lewis. When there are no heroes, a mixed hero like Lewis should also be used. Although we know that the strength of this kind of hero is not very good, we always need to arrange manpower in every city. It's like heroes of might and magic. Even though the city in the rear is far away from the battlefield, you still have to arrange 1 or 2 rubbish level 1 heroes to guard the city. This is the situation Gushi is encountering now. He knows that Lewis is not very reliable, but in the absence of anyone, he can only use such a waste. After things here were arranged, the battle in front of Gushi was almost over. The ghost dragons are now constantly devouring those strange energy beads in the sky. These strange energy beads are quite useful to them. Every time it is swallowed, you can clearly see some changes in the color of the ghost dragon and ghost dragon. Seeing this situation, Gushi decisively led his men forward and entered the west area, which should have been occupied, because 2 waves of shadow troops came here. All the activities that could move in the area in front of them were cleared away. The ground and buildings were covered with black liquid. When he saw this black liquid, Gushi thought he had encountered the same situation as before when he fought in the night area, which made him happy for a moment. However, after calling the bone locusts and bone-eating mud over, we found that this was not the case. This black liquid does not have as powerful and strange transformation properties as the previous black liquid. Instead, it looks like liquefied energy. Gushi thought about it and simply asked the ghost squad to collect the black liquid. As for whether it has a source, we can go back and take a look after occupying this place. After Gushi entered the Western District, Lewis and the others also attacked from another way. Lewis was obviously stunned for a moment when he saw Gushi, and then he quickly occupied the place with his ghost, and cleared the passage for Yongdo and Dudley, who came from behind. At this time, Gushi also saw the situation in the West District in front of him. At this time, there are also 2 passages in the West area to go to the next area. However, based on Gushi's judgment of the terrain, one of the routes was exactly where the southern area was connected, which was the area where Robbie led his troops to fight. The other one should be that only the west side can enter. I think the mysterious shadows of more than 10,000 figures just now came from here. So Gushi set his target here and let Lewis follow behind. Gushi brought Yongdo, Dolly, and a large number of troops into the next area. Just as Gushi guessed, the thousands of mysterious figures just came out of this area. In order to produce these strange shadows, the houses in this area turned into a strange black color. It was obvious that these houses had no use for them anymore. Looking at the situation in the area in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but shook his head. Titan, you guys handle this. After receiving Gushi's order, Titan, the incarnation of death, took a step forward. Before his lightning could be released, the ground changed first. However, Gushi has become accustomed to the power of the Titan, the incarnation of death. Even if the entire ground turns into the underworld, Gushi will not say anything more. After all, such changes are quite beneficial to Gushi, at least standing on this underworld land. The combat effectiveness of Gushi's undead troops will be correspondingly improved. Under Gushi's command, the incarnation of Death Titan raised his hands. The Thousand Thunder Peachwood sword and the lightning spear intertwined, and a bolt of lightning struck the strange house heavily. Chapter 823 Mana Distortion. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of lightning kept falling. All the houses in this area were destroyed by lightning. The lightning here also attracted the attention of the ghosts in the next area. Looking at the strange shadows that began to gather in the next area, Gushi asked calmly, "What district is this?" Then Gushi decisively gave orders to Yudo. "Prepare ritual magic. Ice storm. Freeze them all for me." Under Gushi's order, Yongdo also prepared ritual magic. But in the area further away, the number of shadow troops was obviously insufficient. This time, there were only more than 8,000 shadows rushing out from other areas, and their strength was not much different from the previous shadows. But it no longer had the momentum it had at the beginning. They were more like a militia put together. When they rushed out, they had a desperate spirit, but their combat effectiveness was really nothing. On the contrary, their rushing action allowed Gushi's men to determine where the enemy came from. So Dudley led the skeleton soldiers to the front immediately, and Yongdo also released Ice Storm under Gushi's order. After Yongdo's treatment, the power of the Ice Storm is obviously 5 or 6 times greater. But the most important thing is not this, but the fact that the Ice Storm now also has the effect of freezing the ground and slowing down the enemy. As soon as this effect was strengthened, the speed of the shadow troops was slowed down a lot on the spot. When the skeleton archer leaders in the rear saw this situation, they no longer needed to wait for orders. They roll well too. As soon as these enemies slowed down, the skeleton shooters started shooting on their own without any orders. Some of them fired arrows directly, some fired accurately, some shot at close range, and some took advantage of long-range shooting. Anyway, these skeleton archers all look like skeleton soldiers, and the bows and arrows in their hands are not much different. However, due to the different circumstances of the skeleton archer leader who guides them, the final shooting effect is also different. Under different shooting effects, some of the ghosts can rush forward a few steps, while others may be killed by fire as soon as they get out. At this time, Gushi was not idle either. The strange shadows in front of him could not satisfy Gushi in terms of quantity or luck. So Gushi simply did not use the lucky death technique again. Instead, he used the skill Firestorm. As the Firestorm started, a large number of white bone fragments with sparks appeared at the location of the mysterious shadow. These ghosts are all of militia level, roughly between level 4 and level 6. Their vitality is long enough. But most of them have been seriously injured by the wave of ice storm and arrow rain just now. This time, as soon as the firestorm fell on their heads, they clearly felt the feeling of the 9 heavens of ice and fire. Under the combined attack of ice storm and firestorm, the bodies of the shadows could not sustain themselves for long, and a large number of them were soon broken into pieces. At this time, Yongdo moved again. After various experiments last time, Yudo also knew that there were some things that were not suitable for his ritual magic, so he naturally immediately changed his research direction in ritual magic. Now Yudo has developed 2 new ritual magics in addition to the 3 already established ritual magics. Now I'm waiting to go to the battlefield to experiment. When Gushi released the firestorm, Yongdo immediately changed direction and thought about how to use the other ice magics except the ice storm. Originally, the magic tower did not have the appropriate magic to perform the ritual, but who allowed Gushi to add a library and a magic academy during this period. Naturally, there were new magics to learn and research in the magic tower. All the new magic here is aimed at heroes and soldiers. And the magic that Yongdo can transform into ritual magic is naturally those magics aimed at soldiers. The one in front of me is the new soldier magic I just learned from Gushi's first magic tower. Mana Twist. This spell is a new spell. It is quite simple, and its effect is somewhat similar to mana extraction. But this is a spell that has already been formed by the enemy. For example, the opposing French army used an ice storm. A magic twist from Yudo's side can prevent the ice storm from taking shape. Or the enemy is preparing to release a fireball, and the fireball has already flown out. Mana Distortion can destroy the effect of the fireball, and detonate the fireball in advance before the fireball hits you. After Yongdo's ritual magic, the effect of Mana Distortion will be stronger. If the previous Mana Distortion only prevented the spell from taking shape, then the Mana Distortion after the magic ritual is the effect of the opponent's magic. As for whether he succeeded in snatching it, and what would happen if he snatched it away, Yongdo didn't even think about it. At this time, Yudo would use this move entirely because of the situation where he saw the mysterious shadow. Yudo felt that this shadow was like a shadow elemental body that was combined together through magic. So when he used this spell, he wanted to magically destroy the shadow. Yongdo's move was really successful, as the mana twisted and fell on these shadows. Those shadows that could still fight exploded on the spot. But then Gushi discovered that due to the distortion of mana this time, the situation seemed to have become weird. These strange images were reassembled together, as if a switch had been turned on. Moreover, their size will become larger and larger, and in the end, they will almost become a huge beast. Gushi immediately ordered to the incarnation of Death. Titan, back off if there's another wave of lightning strikes. The Death Incarnation Titan decisively launched a wave of lightning strikes, and at the same time, the Bone Titan followed behind. After using effects such as lightning strikes to disperse the gathering shadows, Gushi decisively released all the various locusts. White bone locusts, evil bone locusts, and the weird locusts that just appeared all pounced on the scattered shadows immediately. When the locusts rushed out, Gushi turned to look at Yongdo. This magic ritual is very effective, but I will use it carefully next time. Yudo was also a little embarrassed. He didn't expect it to be like this. Fortunately, Gushi had no intention of blaming Yongdo, although Yongdo did something wrong this time. As Gushi said, the effect of the magic ritual was quite good, but it was just used in the wrong place. If used in battles involving spells, Mana Distortion is actually a pretty good move. So Gushi reminded him again, it would be nice if you could find a way to twist the mana into a fixed state. Yudo's eyes lit up. For example, the Forbidden Magic Ball? Chapter 824, Hidden Area in the Back Garden. No, please don't. It hasn't come to that yet. Gushi knew very well what the situation of the Forbidden Magic Ball was, which made all magic within the entire range unusable. It is definitely something that can hurt the enemy and yourself, and its quality ranges from blue to orange. As for the scope of influence, it may be large or small, but no matter what, this kind of mana distortion is not the idea of banning the magic ball. Moreover, only those purely physical players would think of carrying a magic suppressing ball with them. Most players won't go down this path. After all, among the players, no one owns a magic book or something. The magic of the magic forbidden ball is the same for all kinds of magic. On the contrary, the current distortion of mana can also distinguish oneself from the enemy. That's why when Yudo proposed to use ritual magic to simulate the forbidden magic ball, Gushi directly stopped it. If he really wants to fall into the forbidden magic ball, Gushi's many methods will be useless. At least, he couldn't use his spells or anything like that. What I mean is making the mana distortion fixed. Forming a mana distortion field or a defensive shield. This can ensure that when the enemy's spell comes over, it will disappear halfway. Instead of the forbidden magic. You know? Yongdo can study ritual magic. So he is naturally a smart person. He understood the meaning of Gu Shi's words as soon as he heard it. Yudo thought about it, and realized that it was actually not difficult. It meant changing from a short-term ritual to a long-term ritual, and fixing the magic. This kind of thing only requires a few more steps of research at most. And it is not too difficult. So Yongdo agreed. As for the strange shadow here, Yudo really didn't use magic distortion anymore. At this time, the twisted shadows were also bitten to death by various locusts. Especially those weird locusts. Each of them has a combat power equivalent to that of an ordinary soldier above level 6. There are as many as 1,000 strange locusts in a group. And there are more than one group here. All the locusts pounce on the body of the shadow. As long as they bite once, a shadow will disappear immediately. Then, the locusts would pounce on another ghost shadow. After doing this once or twice, these ghost shadows would be bitten into pieces on the spot and disappear in front of Gu Shi. After killing all the ghosts here, Gu Shi immediately pointed forward. The army advances. Louis follows up and takes over the city area in front. After saying that, Gu Shi led his troops forward. When entering the next city, Gu Shi knew that this time he had reached the edge of Aladovi City. There is no new city area further back to the west. A city gate stands there. Going out from the city gate is the outskirts of Aladovi City. It seems that the city of Aradovi during this period was about this big. Now that we have reached the end of the fight here, let's change direction and keep fighting along the other road. After taking a look at the city gate in front of him, Gu Shi thought for a moment, then turned around and gave an order. Dali, please lead the troops to guard the city gate. If there is an invasion by enemies outside the city, you will handle it. After saying that, Gu Shi led the troops in another direction. But at this time, Gu Shi also sighed in his heart that it was really not easy to conquer a city. To occupy a city area, you must allocate part of your troops. If you do not defend it, you may be robbed at any time. After taking a look at the roads leading to other urban areas, Gu Shi thought for a moment, raised his hand, and released an owl. This is Gu Shi making contact with the rear. Gu Shi was involved in this battle. The effect of double death should be there. The shadows who wanted to die in the battle should have transformed into a group of undead troops. There is a shortage of manpower now, so it is just right to transfer these undead troops over. It would be better to arrange for Princess Luna and Princess Anna to do this. After writing down his requirements, Gu Shi quickly headed towards the next urban area. As Gu Shi moved forward, Mito also rushed over. I have to admit that Mito's pathfinding skills are quite good. No matter what kind of maze or the like, it doesn't matter in his eyes. He can always find every point in the maze accurately. It was the same this time. When he noticed something was wrong, he rushed to Gu Shi's side as soon as possible. Grown-ups. Gu Shi, who was directing his troops towards the next city, was stunned for a moment when he saw Mito arriving suddenly. What happened? Did you find the hidden area? We've found it. Here's the map. But sir, you'd better go there and take a look at it yourself. I feel that if we wait until we occupy the Aladovi city in front of us before going back, the buildings there may be gone. Hearing this, Gu Shi also understood what was going on. He took a look at the current situation, pointed at Yudo and said, Yudo, you continue to attack. Mito, you need to cooperate with Yudo here and defeat the shadows. Let Louis do the occupying of the city. Mito looked back at Louis, who was standing far away, and understood the situation a little bit. Sir, don't you need me to accompany you there? No. There are not enough troops on all sides now. And most importantly, there are not enough heroes. I can go there alone. You can defeat other urban areas here first. Gu Shi is actually still concerned about the current occupation situation of Aladovi City. If Mito hadn't discovered a hidden city, in Mito's case, it would have been best for him to patrol the city of Aladovi to see if there was any other city they had missed. But something was wrong with the current situation. Gu Shi didn't have many heroes available. In addition, he planned to go to the hidden city area to take a look and see why there were 3 separate large, medium and small plots cut out here. Now Mito couldn't even accompany Gu Shi to take a look. Gu Shi naturally couldn't order Mito to do anything. After giving the order, Gu Shi got a fairly simple map from Mito, and headed towards the hidden city with his most important subordinates. After Gu Shi walked away, Mito looked at Yongdo. Brother, How are we going to fight next? According to what the adult said, attack one area after another. Our task is very simple. Just clear out all the ghosts. It is Lewis's business to occupy the city. Yongdo has a relatively better relationship with Lewis and speaks more politely. Mito also looked back at Lewis. But because Yongdo was there, he didn't say much. So the two of them followed Gu Shi's plan and quickly headed towards the next urban area. At this time, Gu Shi, riding in the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, also bypassed many detours and quickly arrived near the hidden area found by Mito. Standing at the entrance to this hidden area, Gu Shi finally understood why Mito could say, with such certainty, that only he could discover it. There is really no one talking about this small road in front of me. No one would believe that someone would open the road in someone else's back garden. Chapter 825. The Principality of Lettuce in the Hidden Area. After hesitating for a moment, Gu Shi still followed the path opened by Mito, walked through the small door that had not been closed, and entered the area behind the garden. After entering here, Gu Shi felt that the environment in front of him had changed. The originally gloomy sky lit up. When he took a closer look, he found that the reason why the sky lit up was entirely because there was a big tree growing here. A large amount of black air was sucked away by the big trees and finally disappeared underground. There are a lot of lettuces growing nearby. Looking from a distance, it looks like a vegetable garden. However, at this time, Gu Shi did not think that this place was just for growing vegetables and grass. The changes in the environment before him, as well as some of Gu Shi's arrangements in the middle of the city, made Gu Shi understand that there must be something wrong here. After thinking for a moment, Gu Shi jumped off the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and took 2 steps forward with the magic staff in hand. When he entered this urban area, the lettuce planted on the ground automatically moved around. A voice sounded from under the big tree over there. An outsider? Had those terrifying shadows been eliminated? Looking in the direction where the sound came from, Gu Shi discovered that there were actually spots of golden light falling from the direction of the big tree. A closer look reveals that these are elves the size of a pinky finger. They are different from normal elves. Their whole bodies are glowing with golden light. At the same time, Gu Shi also noticed that with their appearance, the lettuce field in front of him turned into a city. Every lettuce was a small house. And inside the house were some of the same elves poking their heads in the ground and looking out. You are? Elves. Goblins. Goblins. Flower demons. Flower spirits. You can call us whatever you want. We are an alternative in this city. And we have not turned into shadows. One of the elves flew in front of Gu Shi. Gu Shi noticed that there was something different about this little elf. Although he was small, he looked like an archangel. He was wearing heavy plate armor, holding a long sword with golden light in his hand, and a pair of dove wings growing on his back. When he flew in front of Gu Shi discovered that he actually had a big beard. You are an undead. Right? Welcome to the Principality of Lettuce. I am the current king. You can call me Gibbon Lettuce Flower. A principality? There is a principality hidden in the city of Aradovi? Hearing this situation, Gu Shi was also speechless. Although I want to say no, I have to admit that this principality is true. Gibbon himself was a little speechless. These elves seemed to have all types of soldiers. But in fact their combat power was too weak. 3 or 5 elves might not be able to defeat a mouse. At the same time, despite the fact that Yoshimoto is dressed like an archangel, he is actually a low-level guy. If Gu Shi didn't know what was going on here and used a death ripple or mind kill at will, all these elves might die. But now that Gu Shi is here, and the other party is not a shadow, Gu Shi has no intention of killing them all. Well, even if you have a principality, you don't seem to have the ability to protect yourself. My name is Gu Shi, the master of Aladovi City. I am here to attack Aladovi City at this time. Now I have captured more than half of Aradovi City, and the rest can be captured in only 10 to 20 hours at most. As you can see, I am a necromancer. Even though I am still alive, most of my men are undead. If you are in my city, you may be affected. I can sense your strength. Given your current situation, I'm afraid you'll be doomed if you're touched by the aura of the undead. No, Mr. Gu. Our situation is not that bad. Guess how we managed to survive in this city full of ghosts? After hearing what Ji Bin said, Gu Shi looked up at the big tree not far away. Is there something wrong with that tree? This tree has the ability to purify. But now the tree has not grown up and can only cover the area in front of us. But it is enough to guarantee us the Principality of Lettuce. Aren't you afraid of the undead? Gu Shi asked with some curiosity. Why should we be afraid? Life and death are the most normal phenomena in nature. Where there is life, there is death. This is very normal. It is not like this strange shadow, which is extremely corrosive. Why should we be afraid of the dead? Alright. Gushi already understood the theories of the elves in front of him. At the same time, the idea of using these elves flashed in his mind. Then why don't you join me in Aladovi City? I can guarantee that you will have enough land to live in. Although Gushi's diplomacy level is not high, it is still useful. Coupled with Gushi's military strength, and the fact that Gushi was really beneficial to these elves. When Gushi made this request, Gibbon nodded affirmatively. But then Gibbon said with some helplessness, "But what can we do? We can only plant trees, herbs or flowers. If someone else had come, we wouldn't have considered this at all. But you are obviously undead. I have to take the liberty to ask. Do the dead also need to eat? Eat. But the food is different from what normal people eat. Sometimes there is negative energy or energy to replenish it. So there is no need to consume food. That's a pity. Our people are not strong in fighting ability, and may not be able to help you fight." Gushi glanced at Gibbon and wondered how you could compare your lack of fighting ability. You simply have no fighting ability. Fortunately, there was something in what these elves said just now that attracted Gushi's attention. "What did you say just now? Can you plant trees?" "Yes. We know this ourselves. Can you plant some trees with special requirements?" Gushi thought that he still had 5,000 Chaohuan Dan saplings in his hand. If you just dig a hole and bury it, there's nothing wrong with that. But the requirements for cultivating these saplings are not that simple. And Gushi doesn't have a druid or spiritual planter on hand. It doesn't feel very realistic to just rely on a group of undead to plant trees there. So when he heard that these elves could plant trees, Gushi naturally asked one more question. "Of course, we are born to plant trees. But what kind of trees do you want to plant?" When Jibin heard that Gushi wanted to plant trees, he became excited. He had already seen that Gushi had certain needs for them. This is a good thing. What he was afraid of was that Gushi had no demand for them, did not need them, and would eventually drive them away. Then they really don't know where to go. Now Gushi just asked them to plant some trees. What's wrong with this little thing? No problem. No matter how special the tree is, it can be more special than the world tree. I am not bragging. We have all planted the world tree. Chapter 826 Two-Headed Skull Dragon. A group of elves have heard about your reputation, and are willing to join your team. Do you want to accept them to join? Accept. The elf joined successfully. Due to the elf's combat power, this type of elf cannot join the battle system. Due to housing issues for elves, please also arrange a 3x3x3 standard camp. A standard campsite of 3x3x3? Gushi was stunned for a moment, and then reacted immediately. The Principality of Lettuce in front of them is probably the smallest situation. They should have 3 large, 3 medium and 3 small plots to be able to settle down. So Gushi asked quite simply, "Gibbon, do you need the land plots to be gathered together? Or should they be spread out?" "It's definitely better to gather them together." "Sir, what kind of trees should we plant?" "Don't worry. I have only taken over half of the area here. Take a look at the Aladovi city in front of you and decide whether it is suitable for planting trees." Gushi did not divide the territory first, but first checked the situation here. Gibbon didn't say much about Gushi's order. Now that he was Gushi's subordinate, he naturally had to obey Gushi's orders. So Gibbon flew out with a group of elves. When they flew out, Gushi said to them, "Be careful. There is still a part outside that I haven't taken down yet." "Don't worry, sir. We have long been used to it. We are all familiar with the road." After saying this, the large number of elves all flew away. At this time, Gushi took a look at the lettuce principality here. He noticed that in addition to the big tree with no obvious origin, there was also an inconspicuous small pond and a hidden place here. Stone statue in the grass. I guess these two and the big tree are the 3 different buildings in the so-called Principality of Lettuce. Now is not the time to come over and study this. However, Gushi has already made up his mind. If these elves really have the means to plant, then it is not impossible to let these elves come over to help take care of the future magic planting area. After all, there are so many grass elixir trees, as well as various other farmlands and medicinal fields that need to be managed. Gushi can assign these things to his undead subordinates. But if the undead can't handle it, he can't do anything about it. If these elves can take action, then Gushi can naturally let the elves handle it more. After leaving this hidden area, Gushi did not return to Yongdo. That road has come to an end, and it will definitely shrink towards the center. Gushi now simply went down the road from the south area to see how Kajia, Gigu and the others had managed to get through. And this is also the smoothest path for Gushi. After all, the hidden city is hidden in this area to the south. Gushi didn't need to walk for long before he had already caught up with Kajia and Yegu in front of him. On the way over, Gushi drew a map along the way. He discovered that in addition to these urban areas, there are actually certain connections between them. At the beginning, Kaga had enough heroes heading south to handle all the routes. But as the next few urban areas were captured, the number of routes increased, and they finally could not take care of them all. The first person to discover the shortage of troops was Amilcar. But he didn't care about all this. In his mind, he had never considered occupying the urban area. He led his troops, and killed their way down the east side of the road. Kill to the end, and then go back and kill again along the route you haven't killed before. The speed of the cavalry is quite fast. In addition, he masters various cavalry methods, has full impact, and has enough troops. So the enemy does not react at all. Even if Amilcar was left behind, and did not go to occupy the city area, Amilcar did not fail to look back. Anyway, with the cavalry in hand, Amilcar could move back and forth very quickly. Wherever there was a problem, he could always appear in the chaotic place first. Even if Amilcar's location was short of troops, and there was no way to arrange manpower to occupy the defeated area, he didn't care. But the situation is different for Kaga, Diegu, Robbie and Arroyo. They really only have these troops under their command. In the beginning, when there were not many areas, their manpower was enough. But after conquering an area, they always had to leave some people behind to guard it. It was okay once or twice, but the longer the fight continued, the more troops remained to guard. And not to mention the problem of their military strength. The increasing number of problems on different roads is enough to give them a headache. Among these paths, there will always be things that are missed. It's the kind of area where you think I'm going to go there, and I think you're going to go there. So they had to go back and deal with it. So the further back they go, the slower they move forward. This is the situation that Kajia and Diegu are encountering now. The area they just conquered still has 4 roads leading to other areas. There is no need to worry about the roads on the left and right sides. There are troops of Robbie and Arroyo on both sides. But the 2 roads ahead are obviously different. The 2 places correspond to different urban areas. Now Kaga and Diegu are considering whether to divide their troops. For them, it would be best if they could not divide their forces. Kajia and Diegu appear to be 2 heroes, but they are actually one. Together, their fighting power would exceed that of normal people. If they are separated, Kaga might be better. But Diegu may not have the fighting power of Robbie and Arroyo. Just at this time, Gushi also rushed over. After seeing this situation, Gushi said to Kajia and Diegu, "You choose one path, and I will handle the other path. After defeating it, you can switch to my side." Kajia immediately agreed upon hearing this. "Sir, please rest assured that our combat power is strong enough, and we will be able to complete the battle soon." Gushi was about to say something when he heard the sound of wings flapping behind him. Gushi was shocked. Could it be that Aladovi here still has an air force? But when he looked back, he happened to find a bone dragon with 2 heads flying towards this side. Behind this bone dragon, there was also a large group of undead troops. Gushi understood that this was the ghost shadow that was killed during this period before. Through double death, it was transformed into the undead army in the city of Aridov. Princess Anna arranged all the undead troops with levels above level 5. And that 2-headed bone dragon is the reward after killing the 2-headed shadow dragon. Double-headed bone dragon, level 19. Summon troops experience 0/150000. Attack 36. Defense 42. Life 1200. Skills, undead creature. Flying troops. Double curse. Combat bite. Corpse poison attack. Blood-sucking attack. Poisonous dragon breath. Curse of aging. Curse of weakness. Iron claws. Chapter 827. Capture most of the city. 2-headed skull dragon. Bone cavalry. Ghost warrior. Looking at the undead troops transformed by the double death, Gushi was also satisfied. If it were not far away from Amilcar, Gushi would have thought of sending the bone cavalry to Amilcar. At the same time, Gushi calculated the number of these undead, and had some idea of the numbers in his mind. Although the troops and heroes were separated, as long as Gushi was in Aradovi city during this period, all this was considered the result of the battle under Gushi. The judgment of double death is not whether Gushi watched the enemy die, but Gushi's position in this battle. It was obvious that the current battle in Aradovi city was a battle that Gushi could lead. So in the end, all the deaths in battle were blamed on Gushi. For this reason, Gushi's gains this time can be considered quite a lot. The number of undead troops at least level 5, and above exceeds 15,000, of which there are more than 3,000 at level 8 and above. And there will be at least several similar battles in the future. I believe that in such battles, Gushi will have more elite troops. The two-headed bone dragon fell next to Gushi. At this time, the expression of the white bone titan, who had been guarding Gushi, changed involuntarily. Gushi didn't know how a skull could have so many expressions. But it was obvious that the bone titan was quite dissatisfied with the fact that Gushi's undead dragon troops were getting more and more powerful. He seemed to be thinking about where to find some suitable high-level titan corpses to bring back. Not to mention other things. At least the level of a titan must reach level 13 or above. Otherwise it will be outcompeted by those ghost dragons transformed from earth veins. Gushi didn't know that his subordinates would think so much. The army in front of him came at the right time. Although there was no hero to lead the army, there was a new batch of undead leaders in this army. With the appearance of these undead troops, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He allocated part of his troops and assigned them to Kajia and Diegu. The remaining undead troops were quickly stationed until they were occupied. Downtown. Although the combat flexibility of a leader's command is not very high, it can still be used to defend an area. Gushi's requirements were not high, as long as they could defend the area in front of him. As for the rest, it is actually not important to Gushi. Fight forward. Don't we still have heroes under Gushi's command? With these newly added troops, Gushi can completely arrange various urban areas and then go back and consider other things. Thinking of this, Gushi said to Kajia and Diegu, "You go ahead, and I'll arrange the situation here." Kajia and Diegu saw that Gushi had brought so many troops with him, and they knew that Gushi's safety was not a problem. So they immediately led the troops into the next city. At this time, Gushi also immediately wrote a letter to Amilca and Mito, asking them to rush to his current location. After the owl was released, Amilcar rushed over immediately. "Sir, I have reached the end of the city and am fighting back." Gushi stopped Amilca from saying, "Wait a minute. Let's talk about it together when Mito comes over." Amilcar shut his mouth immediately, but his attention soon focused on the more than 800 bone cavalry. The level of these bone cavalry is not very high, but they are still considered cavalry. After this battle, the useful blue knights, the pale knights whose numbers have not yet increased, and the lucky white robe cavalry will all be transferred away by Gushi. The cavalry force under his command will be reduced again. These skeleton cavalrymen in front of us are just the right reinforcement. Should I talk to Gushi and assign these skeleton cavalrymen to his command? At this moment, Mito also rushed over with his men. When he saw Mito, Gushi spoke directly to Mito. "Mito, you're just in time. Amilcar is here too. Please draw a picture to confirm how many areas of the city of Aridov in this era are still unoccupied, and whether there are any gaps in defense along the way." This is not difficult for Middelai. At Gushi's request, he quickly drew out the map en route. It even includes several urban areas that have not yet been captured. "Sir, this is about it. Don't worry. I won't make any mistakes in my drawing. The most I can think of is the size of the city district. But there will be no mistakes in other aspects." On the map drawn by Mito, Aladovi City in this era had a total of 21 districts of various sizes, including the Principality of Lettuce, which had just been occupied by Gushi. Gushi and the others now occupy a total of 16 city districts. And there are still 4 more districts that are currently fighting. There was one place where the fighting hadn't started yet. It looks like the fight is almost over. Gushi felt that his behavior this time seemed a bit redundant. There are only 4 urban areas that are still fighting. So what kind of map do we need to draw? We can just send out the undead troops to fight. At first, Gushi thought that at least half of the territory still needed to be conquered. Now it seems that he really thought too much. As far as the situation in front of him was concerned, he didn't even have to wait for Mito and the others to come over. He could wipe out everything in front of him with his troops. But now that everything has been done, forget it. Mito, have you seen these undead people under my command? You can move fast. Take them to various urban areas to ensure that they won't be robbed in the end. Gushi moved his hand, and all the undead that had just arrived were about to be dispatched. At this moment Amilcar stepped forward. "Sir, can you give me those bone cavalry?" Gushi glanced at Amilcar, and knew that Amilcar wanted to preserve these bone cavalry for a long time. Gushi finally shook his head and said, "I'll select suitable corpses and blood essence for you next time I have the chance. After the battle is over, these bone cavalry can be sent to the Pale Temple and transformed into Pale Knights." Amilcar turned his head to look at the Pale Knights following behind him. and helplessly discovered that these bone cavalrymen were indeed the best material for transforming the Pale Knights. Amilcar feels somewhat regretful now. If he had known better, he wouldn't have been so anxious. You can grab the Scarlet Temple quickly, but the number of soldiers in the Scarlet Temple is relatively small. There are only more than 200 people now, unlike the Yuan Temple, which had more than 1,000 people at the beginning. Now, even the last built Pale Temple has more than 800 soldiers. How could this make him happy? So Amilcar looked at Gu Shi somewhat unwillingly. Sir, Chapter 828, Capture Aradovi City. Seeing Amilcar's helpless look, Gu Shi asked again, Amilcar, when you lead these knights to fight with the cavalry, which cavalry do you think has the best cooperation between them? Although I don't know why Gu Shi asked this. Amilcar is still quite authoritative when it comes to the knowledge and abilities of knights and cavalry. Not to mention that he has taken these cavalry around the city of Aradovi for a long time. He already has a good understanding of the situation of 3 types of knights, and 1 type of cavalry. The white-robed iron cavalry is a separate group. Not because of their level or quantity, but because they directly jumped out of the scope of Death Knights. This thing has no intention of taking the route of a Death Knight, and does not regard itself as a Death Knight. It is precisely for this reason that he can cooperate with the 3 Death Knight substitutes we have, especially the skills of the white-robed cavalry. As long as the white-robed cavalry can continue to win, their combat effectiveness will become stronger and stronger, and the knights who follow them will also benefit. As for the 3 substitutes, the Blue Knight has a relatively high degree of coordination with the other 2 knights, but the Crimson Knight, which was the first one, has a relatively low degree of coordination with the other knights. Speaking of this, Amilcar was also a little helpless. After all, he was the one who chose the Scarlet Knight in the first place. If he had been able to delay for a while, he would not have been in such a situation once the Yuan Temple was obtained. Now he has no other choice. Gu Shi thought for a moment and said, when we go back, you can leave the Crimson Knight behind and lead the Blue Knight. From now on, your army will be called the Blue Knights. However, changing arms can only be done once. No matter how bad the Blue Knight is next time, you have to go to the end. Amilcar's eyes lit up. Although he was not with Gu Shi at the time, he knew where the weak ghost soldiers who transformed into the Blue Knight came from. Demi is still fighting in that world, although there are unlikely to be 800,000 such ghost soldiers. If you look hard enough, you may still be able to find more than 100,000. Even if it doesn't work, it's easier to find other ghost soldiers to transform than to choose the right corpse and blood essence to transform into the Scarlet Knight. My lord, I understand. Just this once. Okay, you can handle it yourself. Gu Shi took a look at Amilcar's current condition. In order to lead the Scarlet Knight, Amilcar put on a full set of Scarlet Knight's armor and weapons. Now he wants to transform into the Blue Knight, which may take some time. The most important thing is that the Blue Knight is mainly transformed from ghosts and ghosts. If Amilcar cannot deal with this, there may be some problems later. Amilcar naturally understood the truth behind this. After thanking Gu Shi, he quickly left with all the cavalry. Although Gu Shi agreed to Amilcar's troop exchange, the task in his hand was not over yet. During this period, there were still 4 districts of Aradovi City that had not been conquered. As the leader of the main force, Amilcar certainly cannot directly transform the troops. After Amilcar retreated, Gu Shi was not idle either. While waiting for Amilcar and the others to arrive, Kaga and Diegu had already headed towards the next city area. Judging from the current situation, he should have reached the end of the southern route and is turning back. At this time, Gu Shi didn't think too much. It was the last few districts. Let's take down these city districts before talking about it. So Gu Shi took a look at the map and led his troops into the next city area from another road. Just as Gu Shi thought, the next city was already at the end of Aradovi City. Apart from the side passages, there was only one passage leading out of the city. When Gu Shi came over, he happened to see Kajia and Diegu, who had already cleared the left side and led their troops to fight in from the connecting route. Seeing that Gu Shi was already fighting the last few shadows here, Kajia and Diegu did not stop. Instead, they immediately took action, killing the shadows here together with Gu Shi. The shadow in this last urban area actually no longer has any powerful presence. The high-level ghost shadows that could sense the situation either rushed to the front area one step ahead or were killed one by Gu Shi's men. Either they sensed something was wrong and had already evacuated when Gu Shi and the others came over. There are probably not even 5,000 of the ghosts here right now. Gu Shi alone is enough to deal with the shadows here. The addition of Kajia and Diegu did not give full play to their advantages. He can only act as cannon fodder from behind, without even a chance to take action. Gushi didn't care about this. Anyway, he had gained enough experience with the undead men this time. Whether he fought by himself or his men fought, it was actually the same. If he had not already started fighting with the enemy when Kaga and Diegu came in, perhaps Gushi would have directly assigned this place to Kaga and Diegu. Let them handle it, and he would go to other areas to check the situation. Now, Gushi glanced at Kaguya and Diegu and asked someone to send the map to them. This is the map I just got. When I took action, there were still 4 urban areas that had not been captured. Take a look and see if you can get through. If you can, go and capture these urban areas. The 4 urban areas mentioned in Gushi's words were actually not that many. Among these 4 urban areas, there is actually the one being attacked in front of us, and the one where Kaga and Diegu came just now. Based on this calculation, even if Kaguya and Diegu move to fight elsewhere, they will only have 2 urban areas to choose from. Moreover, they are still not sure whether there will be a battle round to get them in the past. After all, Gushi still has many heroes waiting for such a battle. Rather than taking a gamble on an uncertain possibility, they might as well fight right here in front of them. At least the battle on Gushi's side has just begun. As long as they take action, they can kill some ghosts. By then, they will be able to gain some of the experience. So Kaguya and Diegu immediately responded after looking at the map. Sir, let's rush over now. The battle over there is probably about to end, so we might as well help you here to clear out the enemies here. Gushi thought that this was also the case, so he stopped arranging for Kaguya, Diegu, and the others to run around. When Gushi killed all the ghosts here, the other 2 city areas were also captured. At this moment, there was a ding in Gushi's ear. You have occupied the city of Iridavi during the York Dynasty. The Death City has gained 100 experience points. The passage to the new era is officially opened. Chapter 829 Arrangements for the New City. Got it. As this message popped up, Gushi knew that the city of Aladovi during the York Dynasty had been captured. Inform Princess Luna and Anna to come over and take over this city. Following Gushi's order, Luna rushed here as soon as possible, and Grand Princess Anna wants to open Aladovita, but she hasn't come yet. But she has promised that she will come over as soon as Aladovita closes. After Luna entered Aladovi City, she did not immediately go to the meeting hall of this period. Instead, he met Yoshimoto. After seeing something like Yoshimoto, Luna was also surprised. She did not expect that such an elf would appear in Aladovi City during this period. Just at this time, Gushi also rushed over. He hadn't had time to take a closer look at the area that had just been occupied. After seeing Luna, Gushi took out the map drawn by Mito. Luna, this is the map of Aladovi City during this period. You can see how to arrange it. When she took the map, Luna also took a look at it. Based on her way of dealing with cities, she quickly divided the city in front of her into 15 districts. In Luna's eyes, there were too many repeated or fragmented locations in the city of Iridavi in front of her. Many houses might as well be broken up and restructured. Putting down the map, Luna raised her head and glanced at Gushi. Sir, what's going on with those elves? Are you planning to move the magic plant area here? Not necessarily. If the land in front of us is suitable for planting, then move the magic plant area over. If the land here is not suitable for planting, then we have other options. Gushi did not consider that Aladovi City must be regarded as a magic plant area at this time. His idea was to knock down Aladovi City first, and see what suitable things to do here before considering other things. When Gushi said this, he looked at Gibbon. As soon as Gibbon heard it, he knew it was related to him, and he quickly flew to Gushi. Sir, we just checked. The ground in the city in front of us is mostly paved with stone slabs. And there are sewers. If we want to plant various trees in this area, then many urban areas will have to be demolished, and we will have to divert river water to bring over. Water source is what we need to ensure. Gibbon quickly drew the situation he had checked on the map. In this city, these are the most suitable places for planting trees. However, each place has certain shortcomings, and the shortcomings need to be made up before trees can be planted. If you make adjustments and I make all the arrangements, how long will it take for you to turn this into an area where a large number of plants can be planted? It depends on the situation. But demolishing the city in front of us is a big project, and we still need to backfill the soil and dig ditches. These can be dealt with quickly using undead. But according to our idea, we need to use spells on every inch of land, which will take a long time. Yoshimoto currently has no way of determining the time it will take to transform the city of Aladovi in front of him. Gushi was also concerned about a problem at this time. What other spells need to be used? Do you want me to arrange for help? It is to clean up the strange power in the land. This power affects the plants that are grown. If you just plant a field, it will be fine. But if you want to plant trees, especially fruit trees with special effects, the impact of this power will be considerable. Big. After Gibbon explained this, Gushi asked another question. Does the land outside the city also need to be treated in the same way? I mean using magic. He asked a new question cautiously. Gibbon shook his head. It doesn't have to be so troublesome outside the city. But there are also difficulties outside the city. The various defense systems outside the city are not very complete. And you may encounter enemy attacks at any time. It would be fine if it was just farmland. But if the orchards were attacked, we would probably have to work in vain for many years. After listening to Gibbon's answer, Gushi glanced at Luna. Luna and Gushi had a great understanding between them. And she understood at a glance what Gushi was thinking. The location he selected can really be converted into farming. There are not many locations for planting trees. It can be said that this is an activity with high investment and low return. If you want to treat this place as a magic plant area, I can arrange it. But I personally don't recommend it. Gushi didn't say anything. He just sat on the ground. He considered the remaining 5 cities of Aladovi City in his mind. Having captured Aradovi from the York dynasty this time, Gushi had some judgments in his mind. Princess Anna has said before that the York dynasty and the Lancaster dynasty are all branches of the Plantagenet dynasty. The most important thing is that the time between these 3 dynasties is not long. Gushi guessed that the layout of Aradovi City in the 3 periods was probably the same. At most, the Plantagenet cities were smaller. But the general layout should not be much different. As for the Normandy dynasty going forward, for Britain, that has come to an end. Going forward is the era of myths and legends such as King Arthur. No matter how much Victoria City brags, they can't brag until that era. Didn't you see that there was a Knight of the Round Table buried in Victoria? Aren't you making such a fuss about it? So this Norman dynasty was almost the peak of Victoria's rule. Apart from the main city of Aradovi, this is probably the only place with the least and most primitive buildings. After all, the kings of this era are conquerors, red-faced kings and so on. Just by hearing this name, you can know what kind of environment they exist in. There is another thing. Originally, the throne of Britain was to be inherited by Harold after Edward's death. It's just that this one was too useless, and was eventually killed and turned into a death knight, which started the tradition of some members of the British royal family taking the undead route. If the city of Aradovi during the York dynasty was not suitable for growing various plants, then pushing it back 2 periods would not be suitable. Only the city of Aladovi in the Normandy dynasty has a little possibility. Gushi thought about it carefully, and then said decisively, Luna of the York dynasty, let's look at the layout, and arrange it to become an industrial area or a market area. After we win the Lancaster dynasty, or the Plantagenet dynasty, we can arrange another one. A district. As for the magic plant area, we have to go to the source, and capture the Normandy dynasty's Aradovi city. Luna nodded. I will take care of it. I want to see first how to arrange it appropriately. That's okay. Don't be in a hurry. We just captured Aladovi City. And there are still many things to deal with. We still have time. Chapter 832 Princes in the Bloody Tower. What Gushi said was correct. They really had quite a long time after taking over the city of Aladovi during the York dynasty. You can't just take over the next Aridov city after you finish conquering one. Gushi and Luna need to sort out the city. After confirming that the Aladovi in front of her had not been changed into a magic plant area, Luna ignored Yoshimoto and began to check the layout of the Aladovi city in front of her. Gushi also called Gibbon and the elves. There are no trees planted in this city. I will arrange for you to go to my current magic plant area. You and your subordinates can stay there first. First, study the method of planting Chaohuan Dan. Once we capture the appropriate city of Aladovi, we will turn the magic plant area over. After hearing Gushi's arrangement, Gibbon immediately agreed. In his mind, all he had to do was ensure that he could survive. As for where they live, he and the elf don't actually care at all. After all, in their heritage, elves are born from vegetation. They can survive as long as there is vegetation nearby. No matter what kind of plants and trees Gushi arranges for them, they can survive. Now it's just a matter of moving them from a land full of shadows to a place with vegetation. This is a good thing for them. Seeing that Gibbon agreed so quickly, Gushi felt relieved. The appearance of Gibbon was an unexpected surprise. But Gushi didn't want this surprise to really become an accident. If these elves were gone, Gushi would have no place to find a group of druids to come back and plant trees. As for the undead planting trees, as an orthodox necromancer, Gushi didn't believe it. Luna, you check the situation in Aladovi City here. I will take them to the magic plant area. Okay. Sir. When you go over, call some architects over and ask them to come here to demolish the house. They are experienced in this matter. Good. Gushi turned to Jibin and said, call all your men. Don't worry about the things in your city. We will find a way to move them away. As soon as Gibbon heard this, he immediately contacted the elf. There are quite a lot of these elves, and some of them don't seem to fly out from the direction of their lettuce principality, but from nearby collapsed houses. Looking at the situation in front of him, Gushi was also shocked. At this time, Gibbon said to Gushi, Sir, don't worry about them. They actually flew out of the moss of the house, and they are also part of our elves. However, its productivity is a bit weaker, and it has no other abilities except flying and glowing. If adults don't mind, you can let them stay in the weeds on the roadside or on the moss outside the house. They can serve as street lights at night. Gushi looked up at the sky and said helplessly, You and the others are very busy. In the city of the undead, it's usually nighttime. Gibbon was stunned for a moment, and then said, It doesn't matter. This city doesn't usually see sunshine. While talking, most of the elves gathered over. Looking at the cloud-like elf, Gushi couldn't help but be stunned. How many are there? I don't know. I'm only responsible for the elves in the lettuce principality. There are more than 700,000 of them now. I'm not sure about the rest. Judging from the current situation, I'm afraid there are nearly 2 million of them. 2 million? Gushi couldn't help but sigh. He really didn't expect that with the addition of the Principality of Lettuce. The population under his command would exceed 1 million. Although Gushi also understood that millions were not a big number. But he really didn't want to believe that he was only at level 8. How could he be responsible for such a large population? Looking at Gushi's sighing expression, Jibin thought that he was complaining that he had too many subordinates and could not afford to support them. So Gibbon quickly said, My lord, you don't have to worry. They usually only need to drink a little dew to survive. And they can do many things. It's okay. I can arrange it for you. You just come with me first. Gushi happened to go back to check how many troops had been replenished for this battle. So he turned over and jumped onto the holy silver evil coffin. As soon as Gibbon heard this, he quickly led his men behind Gushi and followed him towards Aladovita. Arriving at Aladovita, Gushi found that the main door of Aladovita was open at this time. There were only 4 crows left on the guillotine in the square. At the same time, Princess Anna was communicating with 2 children there. When she saw Gushi coming, Princess Anna also smiled at Gushi. Then he said to Gushi, Sir, you are here. I will give them 2 of the things you sent. As soon as Gushi looked at these 2 people, he knew that they were the 2 people inside the Bloody Tower. Edward V and his younger brother, the Duke of York. They originally entered the Bloody Tower, waiting to inherit the throne. But in the blink of an eye, they disappeared. It was not until more than 200 years later that workers found the remains of 2 children among the bricks and stones when renovating the stairs in the tower. It was almost certain that they were the 2 little princes who had disappeared that year. Princess Anna has heard of this matter, but she didn't expect that such a thing would happen in the city of Aladovi during this period of the York dynasty. The 2 little princes had been staying in the Bloody Tower before, usually looking outside and not interacting with others. It's because their bodies were not obtained. After Gushi defeated the 2-headed shadow dragon and sent the corpse over, the 2 walked out of the Bloody Tower and started communicating with Princess Anna. When Gushi came back, the 2 little princes were there discussing some situations in Britain with Princess Anna. What's going on with them? Gushi glanced at the 2 little princes and said. Princess Anna immediately began to explain to the 2 princes. As a British tradition, if the royal family dies unexpectedly, or if they voluntarily practice spiritual practice, they can become undead after death. The uncles of the 2 little princes also knew this. After the murder, they buried the people under the steps in order to use the steps to seal the bloodline of the 2 little princes. At the same time, arrangements were made here in Aladovi City. No one would have thought that the mirror images of the corpses of the 2 little princes were placed in the center of the city. It was the mirror image of this corpse that carried the aura of the British royal family that turned it into a 2-headed shadow dragon. Now that the corpse has been sent back, although it is not the real corpse of the little prince, it is enough for these 2 little princes. Their current strength is constantly improving. Chapter 831 Switching Cities. When they saw Gushi coming, the 2 princes lowered their heads at the same time. giving Gushi some face. Instead, Princess Anna introduced to Gushi, although these two are just mirror images. Their strength is similar to that of the Headless Queen. Their existence can bring some different changes to Aladovita. Gushi thought about it for a moment, and then checked his information. Sure enough, in the City of Death, there is an additional city feature called Traditional City, Undead. Traditional City, Undead cities influenced by some legends have different attitudes towards the undead. The living and the undead can coexist. The living become undead after death, which is as convenient as going home. Gushi knew what was going on in a glance. It is an old British tradition for members of the royal family to become undead. That's why there is such a tradition. And this tradition for the undead reminded Gushi of that ghost town. But in this tradition, the situation may be exactly the opposite. After all, there couldn't be too many living creatures in Gushi's City of Death. While Gushi was still thinking about the impact of Traditional City, Undead, on Aradovi City, the two little princes also came to Gushi. They looked at Gushi with dead white eyes. We have all seen the deal you made with that brainless guy before. I know you want to contact us. But we couldn't communicate with outsiders at that time. They each said one by one. It's okay now. Don't worry. The things you said will be very useful to us. We won't let you run for nothing. The headless guy helped you. We can also help you. Until you take over all of Aladovi City, your every move will not be discovered by the Great Lord. But it's only limited to the Maharaja. We can't do anything about some of his men. Yes. After all, they have entered Aladovi City in other periods. If you meet them in Aradovi City, you will have to fight on your own. Listening to each of them talking, Gushi was a little speechless. He never expected that these two people, who usually look so aloof, would be such talkative people. As soon as they opened their mouths, Gushi didn't even have a chance to talk. Fortunately, after they explained some of the situation clearly, they turned around to communicate with Princess Anna. It can be seen that in their eyes, Princess Anna is more reliable than Gushi. Gushi listened for a few words and discovered that what they were communicating with Princess Anna was actually the undead skills and leadership skills within the British royal family. It can be seen that in the years after their death, the two little princes have been studying these in their free time. So Gushi activated his mind's eye and asked Princess Anna, Princess Anna, what strength do they have now? I'm not sure. They are above level 20. They don't have a halo. I mean, they have never been above level 20. Their abilities are quite weird and powerful. With their presence, they can really cut off the prince's gaze on Aradovi City. Okay. Then you treat them well, and I'll take those little guys back first. After the Yorkist period is cleared up, we will move on to the next period. As Gushi spoke, he took Gibbon and the elves away from Aradovita. These elves never imagined that the scenery. At this time, all the elves, including Gibbon, had speechless expressions on their faces. They really didn't expect that space transformation was so simple. There were even some elves who had just entered Aladoveta through the gate, and came out without seeing Aladoveta's situation clearly. As a result, the situation here told them that they were no longer in the original realm of Aladoveta. How can this be? But Gushi did not explain to them, but took them to the magic plant area. Although there is the idea of moving the magic plant area, the magic plant area is still in its original location before a suitable city area is captured. In order to hurry, Gushi did not enter Aladovi City from the Iron City Gate, but entered the dock area and passed through the river to Shimu Lake. Gushi was moving on the water along the way, and the elf was flying behind Gushi with all his strength. Even though they saw something different, they did not stop and finally arrived near Shimu Lake. As soon as he entered Evilwood Lake, Gibbon said happily, "This is a good place. The trees are growing quite well, and you have a lot of trees here. And this lake water, there should be some powerful plants blended into it. Right?" Gibbon was quite familiar with the smells of various plants. As soon as he entered the place, he screamed quickly. However, the several training camps originally located in the magic plant area have been moved away. However, some of the soldiers who lived here still stayed, and there were also buildings such as which huts left behind. Okay, this is the magic plant area that I plan to use as a separate city to build in the future. My plan is to divert the lake water first, and then remove the trees inside. When moving this tree, you need to take action to ensure that all trees can survive when moved. By the way, 5,000 saplings will be delivered next. These are the conditions for planting trees. Take a look and see if you can do it. If possible, can you plant trees like this? Gushi took out the research materials on grass returning elixirs from Peichin Agricultural University. Also taken out at the same time were the original KO wand and formula, and the last seed. These materials are quite thick, and Yoshimoto worked hard to make them fly to him. Then he read their word for word. Gibbon was quick to make a judgment on the simplified method of planting grass. We can plant these saplings, but we can't grow them quickly, as he said. We can only make sure the trees survive. It blooms in 1 year, bears fruit in 1 year, and matures in 1 year. At the same time, we can guarantee the production of 36 fruits, and there will be no problems with the efficacy of the medicine. That's enough. 5,000 trees are enough. For Gushi, 3 years is actually not a long time, and as long as it is planted, his Aladovi city will have its own specialties. At this time, Gibbon said, as for this special tree, I think it is the fate of all elves, and every elf will be willing to pay everything for this big tree. Chapter 832 The New Plan Brought by Eve. Yoshimoto is worthy of being an elf who is good at planting trees. He just glanced at the instructions for planting grass to return elixirs and understood what this kind of tree was like. Compared with the simplified grass returning elixir, this standard grass returning elixir is the real core. Because after the standard grass return pill is planted, time is not a problem. The most important thing is that the tree planter can take the first round of grass return pill to improve his strength. This is quite attractive to the elves who have no level and are just bastards. If Gibbon hadn't been the leader of the lettuce principality, he might have made the request immediately to plant grass and return elixirs. As for the simplified version of Chao Huan Dan, Gibbon didn't pay much attention to it. As long as you are not in a hurry, you can plant whatever you want, and farming is not a problem at all. Sir, are you in a hurry now? If you are not in a hurry, you need to plant saplings first. You have just said that this magic planting area will eventually be moved, so the trees planted now will definitely be moved later. Although moving trees is not a problem for us. Every time we move a tree, it will damage its roots. This will make these trees grow poorly. I'm afraid the output will be bad by then. At this moment, Gushi suddenly thought of a situation. If the saplings are planted and grow well, can you separate them into second or third generation saplings? This question made it difficult for Gibbon to answer. Sir, we haven't seen the saplings yet, so I can't answer it. Then you can make a temporary home here first. You will take good care of the trees in the magic plant area. I will keep these information with you. You should also think about how to proceed if the magic plant area is to be moved. Regarding the tasks assigned by Gushi, Gibbon immediately agreed. This is the task that suits them the most. And since there are quite a lot of resources in the magic plant zone, they will naturally not object. After arranging things for Gibbon and the others, Gushi turned around and prepared to go back to Aladovita. Having just captured Aladovi city in the new era, Gushi still had many things to deal with. In addition, Gushi still needs to be able to counterattack from Aladovi's side. Although the enemies in the city have been cleared, the enemies outside the city are different. After thinking about it, Gushi rushed towards Aradavita while notifying Shea to return. However, Gushi never expected that before Shea came back, Eve would come to Gushi immediately. Grown-ups. Eve, aren't you dealing with those books? Why are you here at this time? When he saw Eve, Gushi couldn't help but ask. He clearly remembered that there were quite a lot of books. After all, the libraries of the 3 schools had been moved directly, and the newspapers and magazines had not been sorted out yet. According to Gushi's estimation, with Eve's ability, it would take at least 6 months to sort out all the books. This is his busiest time. Why would he suddenly come here? Facing Gushi's question, Eve took out a copy of the guide and several school magazines and placed them in front of Gushi. Sir, when I was sorting out various information, I accidentally discovered this situation. Gushi took it and took a look and found that Eve had highlighted the key points of the strategy on what's hidden under the church. Gushi knew at a glance that this was a guide for a Western-style game. Gushi could also write this kind of strategy paper himself. But Eve will bring this paper over. There must be something different in it. So Gushi opened the essay guide, sat on the holy silver evil coffin, and studied it carefully. After watching for a moment, Gushi's expression changed somewhat. He also understood why Eve came to him with such a paper. After putting down the paper, Gushi looked through the rest of the school magazine and found that the content Eve had selected was similar to this paper. What you're saying now is that you want to bury the body under the library. It's an intelligent corpse. According to the research in this paper, those people stored the corpse under the church in order to suppress the country's destiny. Therefore, the corpses they selected were all kings, knights, and people who had served the country well. Sir, look here. What is recorded is this situation. Then my request is that the corpses of scribes, decipherers, and wise men are buried under the library. Gushi was speechless at Eve's request. Eve, you must have stayed in Aladovi City for a while. You should know what this kind of corpse will eventually transform into. Transform into various legal professions. The best may be to transform into a corpse witch. And the worst may be to transform into a skeleton mage. Eve spoke immediately. She also knew very well what Gushi would do with such a corpse if he had it in his hands. But Eve also understood that this was the only opportunity to improve the library, and even improve the research capabilities of Gushi's subordinates. If she missed this opportunity, she would need to set up another research team, which might take more time and energy. Sir, I know these corpses are precious, but I also have ways to deal with this matter. Look at this information. I also found it from the university library. Gushi took the other paper and took a look on the similarities and differences between on-site soul calling and corpse-raising soul calling. This is a comparative paper, and the other party used a large amount of data to prove one thing. If you don't need the corpse urgently, then bring it back and take care of it. Even if you summon the undead troops later, their attributes will be higher than those summoned on the spot. And it also records some of the most suitable places and times for raising corpses. There are even ways to raise corpses more cost-effectively. For example, burying a corpse under a tree will make the summoned soul more energetic and full of vitality. Another example would be to bury the body in a place like a church, which would make it easier for the leader to appear, etc. And what Eve was pointing to was one of the lines that said that if the body is kept underground in a library or similar for about a year, the attack power of the magic troops can be increased by between 10% and 30%. Looking at this paper, Gushi almost laughed. Eve, it says raising corpses. You are using corpses. No capitalist is as exploitative as you. No. Sir, you see, we are going to build a special magic area soon. Right? Then our magic area must not only have magic towers and magic schools. We must also have other research institutes. We can't always rely on external corpses. We also need to have our own learning and promotion system. My plan is this. All the corpses that are suitable to be mages will be placed in the magic area for 3 years. During these 3 years, I plan to raise the corpses for 1 year, study for 1 year, and research for another year, and then arrange for them to be transferred out and transformed into mages. Chapter 833 Halftime Rest. You really made use of all the scraps of your bones. Regarding Eve's proposal, Gushi was quite speechless. If it were arranged in this way, Gushi was afraid that in 3 years there would be no skeleton mages, but ghost mages. The bones were squeezed out. But Eve believed that her choice was the most correct idea. You can improve the level of the undead from the basic aspects. So why not use it? Moreover, research requires manpower, and the undead also need to learn. If we don't explain this matter clearly in advance now, it will not be so convenient to mobilize similar troops after the other Aladovi cities are captured. You know, the number of corpses related to wisdom is not that large, and many places are watching them. Not only the library is eager to use it, but other places also have such needs. This is what it should be. The undead won't get tired anyway, so why not make good use of it? Eve smiled proudly at Gushi's compliment. As the 4th contracted undead under Gushi, Eve is very clear about her position. Unlike the other 3, she had been with Gushi from the beginning. She was added in later. And it's not like those 3 who gave Gushi the 3 magical skills of death at the beginning. If she wanted to be recognized by Gushi, she had to come up with something. Research in science and technology and magic is the direction she has set for herself. At the same time, research cannot be done by oneself alone, really relying on herself. Even if she studies for 100 years, she may not be able to fully understand what she got back from the 3 university libraries, not to mention innovating on this basis. So Eve knew that she had to have helpers. If Gushi had not already decided on the direction, Eve would have thought of finding a group of djinn or fairy dragons to help her. But now it's clear that's not going to work. So she rummaged through the materials in the library to find these things to ensure that she would have enough manpower available. In Eve's opinion, although she had delayed the growth of Gushi's legal force for 3 years, these 3 years were enough for her to gain more things for Gushi. At least 3 years can allow the magic zone to develop rapidly and ensure that various research is on track. Even if it was just for this, Eve would have to take a gamble. In fact, Gushi was already impressed when Eve came up with all kinds of different papers. But Gushi really wanted to know how far Eve had come. At present, Gushi's reliance on the legal forces is not as strong as expected. After all, Neither the skeleton mage nor the corpse, which has yet formed an independent combat system. Because he didn't care for the time being. This was Gu Shi's current state. This state may not change much until Gu Shi gets the Ghost King's cloak. But Eve didn't notice Gu Shi's attitude. She was still there introducing some of her ideas to Gu Shi. Along the way, Gu Shi had become aware of Eve's plan. In Eve's opinion, the magic zone should be built immediately after occupying the city of Aryov for a certain period of time. The entire magic area must be transformed into a high magic particle area to increase the magic particles on the land. At the same time, at least 5 magic towers must be built. And more than 5 magic academies must be built. If possible, it would be best to move the Soul Calling Tower to the magic area, along with research rooms, alchemy rooms, and other buildings. When talking about this, Eve kept mentioning a concept. That is, the core of the entire magic area should be wisdom and books. In other words, not only must there be a library, but a library city must also be built with the library as the center. All corpses with wisdom will be buried under the book city. Once a year, corpses that have been stored for more than 3 years are unsealed and sent for soul calling. It can be seen that Eve has taken all the subsequent ideas into consideration in this plan. At this time, Gu Shi and the others had also arrived at Eredavita. Gu Shi glanced at Shea, who was already waiting outside the Eredavita, and finally said to Eve, "Eve, do you know how many magic troops we have now?" "Yes. But sir, many of the corpses I planned to use were not originally of legal origin. They may just have some culture, and may not be suitable for transformation into legal troops during their lifetime. If they are left here to raise corpses for 3 years, and study with me for 3 years, their chances of becoming a legal system will be greatly improved. It is even possible that all the corpses kept under the library can be converted into legal systems. By then, the legal systems we have obtained will have increased by more than 10 times. This is our opportunity." Eve understood that this was her last chance. If Gu Shi was unwilling, then she would have to give up the idea and deal with it according to Gu Shi's ideas. So she directly said what Gu Shi wanted to hear most. Hearing this, Gu Shi paused and glanced at Eve one last time. "These are not enough. The magic area has many functions. You can't just focus on the legal combat troops. There are some things you still need to consider." After saying this, Gu Shi stood up and jumped off the holy silver evil coffin. At this time, Shea also quickly came forward. "Shea, how is the situation? Have the saplings from the Agricultural University been sent over?" "It has been delivered, and all the saplings have been brought to Aladovi City. They are currently being stored at the dock warehouse. But these saplings are all hydroponic seedlings and are stored in ice. We need to plant these saplings quickly. Don't plant now. The new period we just conquered is not suitable for transformation into a magic planting area. If you want to plant trees, you have to wait until next time. Right now, we need to stabilize the city of Aladovi we just captured. Shea, if you have nothing to do during this time, go to Xinqiang and help me find out about prices everywhere. Next we need to build a lot. And materials and architectural blueprints are what we lack. Don't worry. Sir, I will find out everything." As soon as Shea heard this, she knew her mission. So she quickly left Aladovita in a flash. At this time, Eve was still following Gu Shi, with various papers and materials floating around her. Gu Shi glanced at Eve and said, "Don't worry. Take care of what I just said. Don't just focus on the French combat troops. Think about other things. I'm afraid that Aladovi City, which will be defeated in the next few battles, won't be able to turn to the magic zone. It's useless for you to rush now. Instead, it will be useful to make a detailed plan." Chapter 834 Summary of Gains from this battle. After hearing what Gu Shi said, Eve immediately understood what to do next. At the same time, she also understood that in the next few periods, there would probably be nothing going on in the magic zone. Maybe the magic area in Aladovi City will be arranged before the hero area. Before that, Eve must do everything carefully and solidly so that as soon as she wins the right city, she can make arrangements immediately. So Eve quickly retreated, preparing to go back to check the information and restudy a more appropriate idea. After Eve left, Gu Shi returned to Aladovi City. At this time, the 2 little princes had returned to the Bloody Tower, where Princess Anna was sorting out the troops that had returned from the York dynasty. Grown-ups. Seeing Gu Shi coming, Princess Anna and several undead heroes who had retreated quickly bowed to Gu Shi. Because the war is over, most of the undead heroes have withdrawn. From the time of the York dynasty, only 2 heroes, Dudley and Amilcar, are still there. The reason why Dudley stayed was because he had certain defensive attributes and could act as a temporary guard. Amilcar is doing it because he doesn't want to return the cavalry for the time being, and is currently fighting outside the city of Aradovi. In Amilcar's words, he wanted to help Luna clear out some enemies near Aladovi city. But everyone knew that he just wanted to charge with the cavalry. I'm afraid he won't come back these days. Gushi also knew about Amilcar's behavior, but Amilcar had been suppressed for a while. Now that he had a rare opportunity, he should let him go out and relax. After all, Amilcar's power will still be needed in the next battle. Well, how are the troops organized? Have all the losses this time been accounted for? We have already counted them. In this battle, we lost about 6,700 undead. Most of these losses were caused by cannon fodder troops without command. Among them, the loss of cannon fodder around level 4 is about 3,400. And the rest are high-level troops above level 5 and below. These troops are mainly composed of ghosts and skeleton soldiers. And the losses of zombie troops will be relatively small. Overall, the losses are not huge. In this battle, due to double deaths, we received a total of nearly 170,000 newly transformed undead. There are about 140,000 undead below level 4, more than 30,000 undead between level 5 and level 7, and more than 6,000 undead troops at level 8 and above. There is also a level 19 two-headed bone dragon among them. We don't count those below level 4. There are also a group of undead who have no level but are above level 5 and can be directly integrated into the team. There are nearly 40,000 of them. Just this alone. Our previous losses have been made up. Where are the bosses and heroes? Are there any new gains? The number of undead leaders has increased by 276. There are no heroes. The number of warriors will be relatively larger, 1,267. And there are 51 elites. Princess Anna has been sorting out combat data. As soon as Gushi asked, she answered quickly, "Then we have made a real profit this time. Let's incorporate the newly joined undead into the various troops." "Sir, the Black Spear Battalion and the Bone Cutting Battalion suffered little loss in this battle. Although the level has been improved, the troops are already at full strength. Although the Demon Sacrifice camp is not full, they only need skeleton mages, and other troops cannot supplement them." Yongdo, that stubborn guy, told him not to keep staring at the skeleton mage. But he just didn't listen. Regarding Yongdo's situation, Gushi was somewhat helpless. But who knew that Yongdo's demon-worshipping camp was not organized by buildings? And they have separate fighting styles. Unlike the Bone-Cutting Battalion and the Black Spear Battalion, troops can be added at any time. So now Gushi has 3 formed battalions. 2 of them are full and 1 is difficult to enter. All of a sudden, he doesn't know how to arrange these extra troops. "Sir, there is a serious shortage of heroes. If we only rely on the boss, our battle will not go smoothly. This battle has already shown it. The situation was fine in the early stage. But in the later stage, Amilcar was almost running back and forth in several urban areas. Several other heroes encountered similar situations. On top of that, we don't have the right heroes to garrison the city of Aladovi at a different time. Yeah, heroes are a serious problem." Gushi also understood that the problem of heroes was quite serious. But now, he was asked to go find a group of heroes. Suddenly Gushi thought of a situation. The last time he checked the situation on Dimi's side. Besides Yagyu, there seemed to be 2 more heroes on her side. That should be the new hero Dimi got during the battle. Do you want to ask Dimi if there are any other heroes under his command? So that we can first mobilize some to respond to emergencies. If so, a new hero can support at least about 3,000 troops. At that time, whether it is direct combat or garrisoning in the city, it can be put to good use. At this moment, Princess Anna said, "My lord, how about we go to Westminster Abbey first? Anyway, it will take a few days for Aridovi city to digest the situation. If we go to Westminster Abbey first, we may be able to get 1 or 2 new heroes." Hearing what Princess Anna said, Gushi couldn't help but ask, "Can you guarantee a hero?" "It depends on your luck. But this is the fastest way to find heroes. After all, your energy during this period will not be spent on opening up new lands or new games. And the chance of a hero appearing in a new game isn't necessarily as high as in Westminster Abbey." Gushi was right to think about it. The last place where he got the hero was where he opened up a new game world last time. There he was the new hero who got several. But among these heroes, he snatched several of them from other players. So this cannot be regarded as a normal case. Even though Dimi also got 2 heroes there, Gushi didn't have time to go back now. On the contrary, at Westminster Abbey, if Princess Anna is there, there will always be a new hero every 4 times. If it really doesn't work, Gushi will really try it to see if the 9 stars link pearl version of Princess Anna is feasible. So Gushi said affirmatively, okay. Then let's go to Westminster Abbey once. Now we have 4 chances to return to Westminster Abbey. I plan to play it once in the forward direction, once in the reverse direction, and once to complete various tasks. And finally try it one last time to see if there is anything hidden. By the way, I remember that the reward at Westminster Abbey was for a purple outfit. Is that always the case? Chapter 835. Target Westminster Abbey copy. Yeah. Every time. Although Princess Anna didn't know why Gushi asked. She still answered seriously. But it must be done by completing the dungeon. And I guess it has something to do with the way of fighting. It may be that one of several pieces of equipment appears randomly. Although Princess Anna died in Westminster Abbey, she really didn't know much about the operation of the copy. After she explained it to Gushi, she said to Gushi, your initial plan was inappropriate. You said you had 4 more chances. So it would be best to complete all the tasks the first time. And type it again according to the progress of the copy. Do it in reverse for the 2nd time. The 3rd time, I will work with you to think of a way to see if there is a chance to get in touch with something deeper. Wait a minute. The deeper things you are talking about don't mean the battle above level 20. Right? Yes. I didn't explain it before because we were not strong enough. But it is different now. We now have a level 20 or above army. Even if we face a boss above level 20, we can still defeat it. So we can also participate in the later battles. But we need the opportunity to try and make mistakes. Just like the first time you play Westminster Abbey. We need at least 1 chance to do it all over again. So we really have to go to the back and get in touch with the deeper copies. And we have to start taking action the 3rd time. Listening to Princess Anna's words, a thoughtful look flashed across Gushi's eyes. If we only count the strength on the books, it is possible for him to participate in the subsequent battles. But Gushi also understood that how much he could participate did not depend on his ability, but on the level he could reach. You must know that behind the big incident in Westminster Abbey, there were 3 big guys above level 20 in Britain. In this way, they still suffered quite serious losses. The strength on the Maharaja's side will only be stronger, not weaker. Even the final king is still at the upper limit level of this mirror underground palace, which is level 45. If you continue to fight all the way, will you eventually reach this great king? If you really get hit, what will you do next? Have you watched the cutscenes to get a plot kill? That is impossible. Since the beginning of this game, there has been no such thing as plot killing. Especially these players, who are far away from the real world. If they die in the game, they really die. Therefore, Gushi generally would not challenge enemies whose levels were much higher than his. As far as Gushi's current ambition is concerned, he can give it a try at levels 20 to 25. If he accidentally encounters a level 35 person, he can find a way to transfer Liu over. If there were really level 45 enemies, Gushi would not take action in a short period of time. Let's complete the mission first and pass the dungeon first. Seeing that the topic was getting further and further away, Gushi immediately brought it back. But at this time, Gushi had already thought about it. And now Luna was dealing with matters in Aladovi City. He can't help now, so he might as well go out and take a look around to see if it's really like Princess Anna said. In the copy of Westminster Abbey, there is a higher chance of getting a few hero. Now for Gushi. Every time there is an additional hero, his subsequent battles will become easier. Okay, but I want to go too. Princess Anna immediately put forward her opinion. Then let's go there together. But Princess Anna, can you go there as you are now? Princess Anna naturally knew what Gushi was asking. She was not sure what would happen if 2 Princesses Anna appeared in the same dungeon. Princess Anna thought seriously for a moment. How about you go over first? Trick the person in the copy out and kill him? Forget it. The British royal family is a bunch of lunatics. And they have done many things like turning themselves into undead. You yourself are Princess Anna. Think about the things you carried with you in Westminster Abbey. It shouldn't be difficult to kill you. But it might not be that easy to take away your soul. I think it's better to forget about luring you out. How about you tell me clearly about the situation inside Westminster Abbey? And I can go in alone. No. There are some details that I can't explain clearly. If you go there alone, you will get nothing in the end. Let me handle it. Don't worry. My current appearance has changed a lot, and they won't recognize me. Hearing this, Gushi looked at Princess Anna. In fact, Princess Anna's appearance has changed a lot since she was transformed into an undead. Later, after Princess Anna took away the purple equipment, Dragon Disarmor, her appearance changed again. When Princess Anna was equipping Dragon Disarmor, she borrowed the Ghost Dragon. The Dragon Unarmored, was replaced with a Ghost Dragon. And the style of the outer armor of Dragon Unarmored was also changed. She is now wearing pale bone armor with dragon heads on her shoulders. Her chest is made of white hard armor made of dragon teeth. And she is also wearing a cloak made of dragon wings. When she stood there, she couldn't see what Princess Anna looked like back then. Now even if this person stands in front of Princess Anna in the dungeon, I'm afraid only her size will be the same. Okay. But do you still need some new equipment? Gushi finally asked. No need. I have this dragon disarming armor. That's enough. Princess Anna said this with certainty. But she immediately changed her tone. But if you encounter a purple piece of equipment in the dungeon, please give it to me. If there is, I will definitely give it to you. The number of purple clothes Gushi has on hand now is much more than that of a normal person. It's just one purple dress. And Gushi really doesn't care. Then it's settled. When will we go there? Now. We can leave at any time. Gushi thought about it carefully and realized that he really had nothing to do at the moment. In addition, there was a portal into the game world behind the newly given manor. He did not need to go to the portal outside to enter the dungeon. So Gushi didn't plan to choose a good time. Okay. Then we will prepare. Princess Anna was about to set off with Gushi. But at this moment, she suddenly raised her head and looked in a certain direction of Aladovita. Gushi also stayed in Aladovita for a relatively long period of time and knew where the direction of Aladovita's wine cellar was. What's wrong? Nothing. I just felt something strange. Like something appeared. It's okay. Let's go. Chapter 836 Same copy. Different treatment. Standing at the game portal behind Tower 1001. Gushi took out the dungeon crystal that he had collected for a long time. As the copy crystal was taken out, a current hit the copy crystal. The next moment, a voice came from Gushi's ear. Player 629 SHD2S0FXC30. You are entering the dungeon, Westminster Abbey Grand Event Portal Range. This range is level 5 to 10. Would you like to enter the dungeon? Looking at the message popping up in front of him, Gushi said decisively, Enter. Copy. The big event in Westminster Abbey is activated. Welcome to enter. Copy. Westminster Abbey Incident. Level requirement. Level 5 to 10. Dungeon missions. External 3, 0/3. Internal 5, February 5th. Exclusive mission 2, 0/2. Dungeon boss, 5, 0/5. Dungeon rewards. Purple equipment, 1 piece must be produced. Blue equipment, 5 pieces must be produced. Green equipment is random. Gushi took a step forward without thinking. And then his eyes brightened. The scene he saw when he came out of Westminster Abbey came back to him. The huge apple tree that enveloped Westminster Abbey. The corpse hanging on the apple tree. The human troops who stepped into the dangerous area without hesitation. And Princess Anna, who led the troops to charge. In front of the gate of Westminster Abbey. Under the apple tree. Inside Westminster Abbey. The cemetery at the back. And the locations of the 5 bosses underground in Westminster Abbey. Finally, the scene shifts to the number 19 bus stop outside Westminster Abbey. At this time, beside Gushi, besides himself, there were 4 other subordinates. Princess Anna is the main guide this time. And she is definitely coming. As the strongest nanny under Gushi, Isabella, the incarnation of blood. Although her presence is not strong, she will appear almost wherever Gushi goes. The remaining 2 are the Bone Titan and the Ghost Dragon. The strength of the 2 of them actually exceeded the level of the dungeon. But they were not actually players. They were the undead subordinates of Gushi who had sneaked in. So they finally followed Gushi in. Of course, this was just the troops Gushi brought with him on the surface. If Gushi needed, he could open various city gates and release a large number of troops at any time. What I have with me now is just for show. After all, when Gushi entered the dungeon for the first time, the treatment he received was not that good. Just as Gushi thought. As soon as he stepped out of the number 19 bus stop outside Westminster Abbey, there were a large number of soldiers pointing at Gushi with weapons. It's just that this time Gushi is not as timid as before. Gushi lowered the magic wand to the ground and said calmly, Palace Baron, Breath of the Dead. Gushi, come to support. As he spoke, Gushi also took out his battle flag and title order. Several soldiers glanced at the title star on Gushi's battle flag. Then at the knighthood order rolled into parchment. And finally hesitated. You wait here. I'll go and notify the great sir. Gushi shrugged and didn't say much. He just led his men to stop somewhere outside the station and observed Westminster Abbey, not far away. Princess Anna, I know that the 5 internal tasks in this dungeon are tasks received after entering the dungeon. So what are the external tasks and exclusive tasks? While waiting, Gushi contacted Princess Anna through the Eye of the Soul. You ask me, I ask who to go to. If you don't calculate according to the time of the dungeon, I would have been dead for a long time. But I estimate that in the past, the external missions were probably to take over missions related to Westminster Abbey in Victoria City. As for the exclusive mission, I am afraid it is a mission related to Westminster Abbey or the Apple Tree. Princess Anna had no way to answer Gushi's question and could only make guesses based on her own judgment. Then we came at the wrong time. If I had known, we would have gone to Victoria City first. At this time, Gushi also regretted that he was too anxious. Even if he knew he was coming to play a copy, he still had to wait for Shea to come back and ask her to find out if there were any related tasks. Just as Gushi was discussing the matter with Princess Anna, the Great Knight also rushed over with his men. When he saw Gushi, a strange look flashed in the Great Knight's eyes. This is impossible. How did your strength suddenly rise to this level? As soon as the Great Lord opened his mouth, he explained. Gushi also understood that to the Great Sir and the others, Gushi had just left the station. But with a turn, he directly increased from level 2 to level 8. This is unreasonable. Then the Great Knight immediately realized that something was not right. And the few people following Gushi were not weak in strength. Especially the Bone Titan and the Ghost Dragon, which are obviously existences above level 10. The Bone Titan just looks a little big, but it's still an understandable undead no matter how you look at it. The Ghost Dragon is a bit too much. This is an undead dragon that is even more powerful than a bone dragon. Although the British royal family also has some undead people, there are not many serious bone dragons. The troops flying in the sky are mainly white bone griffins. Looking at it this way, Gushi's strength exceeded their imagination. Before Gushi could respond to the sir, many thoughts flashed through his mind. In the eyes of the Great Knight, Gushi was probably a descendant of a certain big family. There were only levels 1 and 2 before, so they must have been fake. Now that it is needed, just remove the disguise and get started. Although the previous disguise made the Great Knight a little unhappy, Gushi's strength somewhat reassured the Great Knight. With Gushi, they can do more things. They could let Gushi go ahead and explore the road. They could let Gushi fight the enemy. They could even let Gushi lure the enemy out from the depths of Westminster Abbey. This is a good thing. So the Great Lord, with an idea flashing through his mind, quickly stepped forward. Welcome, Baron Gu. Your arrival gives us hope. Let me now explain to you the current situation of Westminster Abbey. Gushi was just about to say, you don't need to explain. I have a more authoritative person here. But he finally closed his mouth and listened to the Great Knight explaining the situation at hand. It was different from the first time I came to the Westminster Abbey event dungeon, because Gushi had proven his strength and military strength at this time, and because he also had an orthodox title from Britain. He was immediately regarded as one of his own by the Great Knight as soon as he appeared. The content introduced is also different from before. Chapter 837, the first copy mission. Our defense line is right in front of us. When we came over, the enemy had already occupied Westminster Abbey. We could only arrange our defense line in the big square in front of the church. But it was obvious that there were other enemy arrangements in the alleys near the square. We are now preventing the enemy from breaking out of Westminster Abbey. Your current troops are strong enough. How about you move directly to the front line? While the Great Knight introduced the situation at hand to Gushi, he asked Gushi about his needs. Sir, I need an open space to transfer my troops. Then I plan to clear out the enemies in the streets and alleys outside Westminster Abbey. As you can see, the people I carry are all undead. And you understand what the undead do. Is there anything you need my help with? The Great Knight was a close minister of the royal family, so he certainly knew the situation of the British royal family. There should not be too many people in the royal family who take the path of the undead after death. The Great Sir also knew something about various undead situations. As soon as Gushi said it, the Great Sir said, there is really a mission outside Westminster Abbey. When we came over, we directly surrounded Westminster Abbey, blocked the way in and out of Westminster Abbey, and cleared the crowd in the square. But there are still some people who are fighting with those weird enemies in the alleys. I hope you can save them. Ding! You communicated with the Grand Lord in the dungeon and learned of his needs. You activated a dungeon quest. Dungeon mission. New force on the street. Mission description. In the streets and alleys. Some ordinary people are still being attacked by weird cultists. Please take action to save them. Task requirement. Rescue at least 20 civilians. 0/20. Mission reward. Battle flag pattern. The more civilians saved, the stronger the pattern effect. Explanation 1. In the streets and alleys. The cultists are attacking all life around them. Take action now. Time waits for no one. Note 2. Please note that in addition to cultists, there are other dangerous entities in the streets and alleys. Looking at the information that popped up, Gushi knew that this was the second internal mission. Okay. I will handle this matter. I happen to have a unit that is most suitable for street fighting. Sir, please give me a larger position, and I will release my troops. After my troops arrive, you can start to bring back the soldiers who have been scattered in the streets and alleys. As soon as the great sir saw that Gushi had accepted the mission, he said nothing more and immediately took Gushi to an open space near the Westminster Abbey Square. Gushi also came here when he came to the dungeon last time, but because of his identity and status at that time, he couldn't get even half a step closer to this place. I could only watch from a distance as some forces here fought with the cultists who rushed out of Westminster Abbey. This time it was different. Gushi's status was no lower than those of various forces. When the great sir brought him over, he also asked, Baron Gu, that is our main line of defense against Westminster Abbey. Would you like to go and get to know it? Okay. But wait a moment. I'll arrange things first. Gushi nodded to the great knight, then glanced at the open space, and then pointed at the ground. Steel City Gate. Under Gushi's command, the Steel City Gate appeared on the open space. The great knight was stunned when he saw Gushi opening a city gate. Now the great knight is more and more convinced that Gushi is one of the seeds of a certain force. Otherwise no normal person would have such means. However, Gushi's movements did not stop. After releasing the Steel City Gate, Gushi pointed at a position behind the Steel City Gate. Soul Calling Tower. At Gushi's command, the Vermilion Soul Calling Tower rose. After arranging everything, Gushi began to issue orders. Robbie, lead the Bone Slashing Battalion to attack. Under Gushi's order, Robbie led the Bone Slashing Battalion and drove out of the Steel City Gate. After entering the Westminster Abbey event copy, Robbie looked around with some surprise. In fact, Robbie is the hero obtained from the Westminster Abbey incident dungeon. When he appeared at Westminster Abbey, it was as if he had come home. Robbie, take your troops into the nearby streets and alleys. Kill all the cultists, and then rescue the civilians. Please don't worry. Sir, I will take care of it. Robbie became excited when he heard that his mission was street fighting. The bone-cutting camp is suitable for street fighting style. This kind of street fighting is the most convenient for him. After sending Robbie and the bone-cutting camp out, Gushi turned and looked towards the gate of Westminster Abbey. Various cultists kept rushing out from there. Among these cultists, some were wearing black robes and holding daggers, and some whose bodies were obviously affected by the shadow, and had undergone mutations. When they rushed out, they were just as desperate as the undead, and they just kept attacking everything around them. However, their combat effectiveness was not strong. Gushi looked over and found that they were only between level 4 and level 6. Those who command the team are at the highest level 7. None of the guys here have reached level 8. At the same time, Gushi also noticed something. If you stand in a relatively high position, like the Soul Calling Tower, you will find that the enemy is the weakest at the position just behind and to the left of the cultist. If you are determined to break through, you can bring a 5-person team of about level 8 and fight directly from here to the gate of Westminster Abbey. Gushi understood at a glance that this was an opportunity given by the dungeon to players who had conquered the dungeon. After all, most players are above level 5 and below level 10. So a frontal impact is unlikely. What they usually do is attack from sewers, backdoor corners, or other defense vulnerabilities. By moving forward in such a sneaky way, I finally reached the final boss from an angle that normal people wouldn't think of. The soldiers and cultists who were fighting in the square of Westminster Abbey in front of me were just stage figures and backdrops. But for Gushi, this was not the case. These cultists, who are constantly rushing out of the door of Westminster Abbey, have experience and population. Gushi would not miss such an opportunity. So Gushi immediately started to mobilize new troops. Under a burst of black smoke, spearmen with metallic light shining all over their bodies appeared. Chapter 838 Enemy Hero. As the Black Gun Battalion appeared on the battlefield, the human troops fighting the cultists were all stunned. They could all see the situation in the Black Gun Battalion. Not to mention other things. The metallic SHL hidden in the black smoke was beyond the imagination of these soldiers. The most important thing is that due to the long-term battle and the priority selection of the organization, all the spearmen in the Black Gun camp, regardless of whether they were skeletons, zombies or ghosts at the beginning, have all reached level 7. Even among human troops, they are considered an extremely powerful elite force. As soon as they appeared, Gushi pointed at the battlefield in front of him and said, "Arroyo, the Black Gun Battalion attacks." Upon hearing this order, Arroyo, who was standing at the front of the team, his eyes lit up. This is his chance. Black Gun Camp. Stab. In the black smoke, the Black Gun Battalion formed 10 rows, and the spears thrust forward directly. As they stabbed like this, more than 400 spears pierced out from the black smoke, and immediately pierced the cultists, who rushed over. The level of the cultists is also relatively high. Even if they are stabbed to the ground, they will not die immediately. In fact, they still have a chance to hit back. But the fighting style of the Black Gun Battalion has long been formed. They never care whether the enemies they knock down are dead. After they hit the enemy, they will only move forward. And when they move forward, the spears behind them will poke out again, and the enemies who are not dead will be attacked again. Therefore, the fighting style of the Black Gun Battalion is somewhat like a wave harvester. As long as they attack quickly enough, the enemy's counterattack will not be able to hit them. As soon as the Black Spear Battalion took action, it rushed out nearly 30 meters from the defense line. It was only at this point that the cultists reacted. Those mutated beings among them began to rush forward regardless. And some even jumped 7 or 8 meters in one jump, and threw themselves into the black mist in an attempt to break up the battle formation of the Black Spear Battalion. Everyone can see that the biggest advantage of the Black Spear Battalion is the battle formation. As long as they can destroy the Black Spear Battalion's battle formation and turn the rush into a melee, they still have a chance. But Arroyo had been waiting here for a long time. Looking at the jumping enemy, Arroyo roared, "Raise your gun and stab in the air." The Black Gun Battalion has experienced so many battles, and has long been accustomed to facing various enemies. Whether it is an enemy coming from the sky or an enemy emerging from the ground, the Black Gun Battalion has ways to deal with and respond to them. In fact, they didn't need Arroyo's order at all. They knew what to do when the enemy jumped up. The anti-lancer behind can jump upwards and pick the enemy down from the sky. After that, the other spearmen just move forward, and the progress is quite fast. But the cultists reacted quickly. Once they found out that they couldn't stop the Black Gun Battalion and that jumping and slashing didn't work, they immediately changed their tactics. Attack from both sides. The ideas of these cultists are also very accurate. The biggest advantage of the Black Gun Battalion is in the battle formation. But the biggest weakness is also in the battle formation. Their battle formation can only fight in one direction, and it is more difficult to adjust the direction than the cavalry. Therefore, the black smoke and dust are a protective color for the Black Gun Battalion, making it difficult for people to see clearly what is going on inside. This can ensure that the Black Gun Battalion is always in an active state. Now these cultists immediately launched an attack from the side, clearly wanting to use human lives to test the defense methods on both sides of the Black Spear Battalion. Gushi naturally couldn't let their ideas be realized like this. So Gushi, who was standing on the Soul Summoning Tower, held a phantom magic wand and pointed it heavily at the ground. Spiritualism. Under this spiritualism, all the enemies just killed by the Black Spear Battalion got up from the ground. Those mutated cultists immediately turned into zombies of various shapes. Their bodies were extremely hard and blocked the attacks of other cultists head-on. But what surprised Gushi the most was not this, but the cultists wearing black robes and holding daggers. They obviously don't have much mana, and they can't cast a spell or anything. But in the judgment of spiritualism, they are actually considered to be of the legal system. As a corpse of the legal system, no matter how bad it is, it can still summon souls and become a corpse witch. So in the black smoke, a large group of ordinary corpse witches appeared. Although these corpse witches are not led by heroes, they are also led by many leaders. If they cooperate with each other, they can quickly form combat power. Those who wanted to take a detour and attack the cultists from the side were immediately met by zombies rushing out of the black fog. Before they could break through the zombie defense line, the corpse witches' attack methods came from behind. These are the most common corpse witches, not counting advanced troops such as the Corpse Witch King. They use spells such as poison gas bombs and poison cloud. There are single shots and range attacks. under the command of different corps which leaders. They naturally used different techniques. Some used gas bombs directly to hit the cultists who rushed over. Some of them joined together to use the poison cloud technique, directly creating a layer of poisonous gas within the range of the cultists. No matter what, this counterattack made the cultists understand. It turns out that the Black Gun Battalion actually has defenses, and they even have long-range attack capabilities in their team. If we want to take down the Black Gun Battalion, it seems we can't attack from the side. Then someone among the cultists quickly started shouting orders. At this time, Gushi also noticed the situation of this man. The man was wearing the same black robe as an ordinary cultist, and he was holding a dagger that was not too long. Mixed in the crowd of cultists, no one would even notice his presence if he wasn't there directing everything. But with his command, the actions of the cultists obviously became more regular. Gushi could tell at a glance that he was a hero among the cultists. I think he should be regarded as a hidden figure hidden among the cultists. Normal people would almost never encounter him while playing this dungeon, because no smart player would take the initiative to provoke so many enemies. They will only go forward through the secret passage from the house on the left rear. Here there will be a battle between British soldiers and cultists. It is even possible that this cultist hero is the counterpart of the leader of a certain force in Britain. It was released to balance the internal strength of the copy. But when they met Gushi, all this was of no use. Looking at the cultist hero, Gushi ordered decisively, "Bone Titan, give him a lightning bolt." Chapter 839. A new hero is obtained. After receiving Gushi's order, the white Bone Titan was immediately struck with a bolt of lightning. The cultist hero didn't notice Gushi's side at first. After all, it was too far away, and he hadn't considered that far yet. But as the bolt of lightning fell, the cultist hero realized that he was discovered and targeted. So he took a step back immediately, trying to get out of the lightning's attack range. But the strength of the Bone Titan itself was far beyond that of the cultist hero. And under Gushi's order, he had already prepared the next wave of attacks before taking action. After the first wave of lightning struck, the second wave of lightning followed immediately. The cultist hero wanted to retreat. But could he? The second bolt of lightning hit him right between the eyebrows. Then the cult hero's body exploded with a loud bang, and was blown into pieces on the spot. The Bone Titan, summon, hits the cultist controller, level 8. Hero. You get 1 experience point. And the summons gets 22 experience points. So weak. Hearing a ding sound in his ear, Gushi couldn't help but mutter something. This level of experience is given to level 8 heroes. Oh! And his Bone Titan is already level 13. So it will be fine. After the Bone Titan killed Fa Ningxiong, Gushi immediately took action. Spiritualism must have fallen right off the bat. Under the effect of Gushi's necromancy, the body of the cultist controller that had just been blown into pieces was actually pieced together again and was reassembled under the influence of a blood-red thread. It's just that because it was blown too hard at the beginning, half of the body that was pieced together was flesh and blood, and the other half was just bones. After standing up from the cultists, the body immediately shot out some red threads in all directions, killing some nearby cultists. Then he ran towards Gushi. At this time, Gushi also got the news. The summoning of the dead was successful, and the undead hero, the Evil Sin, joined your team. Evil Transformer Forest, level 8. Summon. Undead hero experience, 0/7500. Attack 6. Defense 5. Life 85. Mana 50. Talent. Evil Transformation. Convert zombies above level 4 into evil zombies. Skills. Offensive Technique. Enhanced Mastery. Transformation Technique. Leader. Can command 105 soldiers plus 7 boss troops at the same time. Looking at the attributes of Evil Transformer Sin, Gushi knew that the person in front of him was a type of military transformation hero that he had never seen before. There are actually such heroes, but they are relatively rare. The more famous ones are naturally Gru and Deacon. One can transform human and elven shooters into phantom shooters, and the other can transform priests and mages into phantom magicians. Both of them are relatively famous heroes. In addition, there must be other heroes of the same type, but the units they transform are not as useful as these two, and they may have restrictions of one kind or another, so they are not liked by others. So naturally it does not appear in the hero market. This was the situation in the Evil Transformer Forest in front of him. Gushi had never thought about what kind of transformation it was to turn a zombie into an evil zombie. However, the Evil Sin has already joined Gushi's team and become a hero under Gushi. Gushi naturally would not waste such an existence. So he immediately contacted the Evil Transformer Sin through the Eye of the Mind. Son, all the ordinary zombies in the Black Gun camp are in your hands. Go and transform these zombies first. Before evil Transformer Son could understand what was going on in the Black Spear camp, Arroyo had already killed him. All those zombies without any weapons belong to you. You can do what you want. When evil Transformer Forrest looked at the zombies, although they were all the most common zombies, their level had reached level 8, which was enough for evil Transformer Forrest. What does this mean for such a high-level unit? It shows that Gushi values him. Because of this respect, the evil Son plans to use all his abilities. In fact, he didn't know that Gushi simply didn't have anyone under his command. Now that a hero was in place, he would have to replace him immediately. Even if the dungeon in front of us is not needed, there are still many places in Aradovi City that need heroes. Evil Transformer Son didn't know this. He felt that he was recognized, so he showed off his skills immediately. When the zombies were concentrated in his hands, he didn't think much at all and directly took all the level 8 zombies here and transformed them into evil zombies. Gushi, who was standing on the soul-calling tower, could clearly see the process of his transformation. This transformation is quite simple. During the transformation process, evil Transformer Son is like a huge ball of red thread, with a large number of red threads popping out of his body and piercing the zombie's body. Then the zombies' bodies quickly expanded like blowing up balloons. The muscles of their hands hardened. Their bodies bent forward. And finally their hands were supported on the ground. It felt like the upper body was magnified 7 or 8 times. No matter how blind Gushi was, he could still see that the strength and defense of the zombies in front of him had been greatly improved. As for the appearance becoming uglier. So what if these zombies have improved their combat effectiveness? After turning all the zombies into evil zombies, the evil one Son did not stop there. He pointed to the right side of the gate of Westminster Abbey and said, "Attack over there. That is the weakest part of the entire defense line. If you hit there, the defense line in the square will be broken." Upon hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but look to the right side of the door of Westminster Abbey. At first, Gushi thought the boss would be waiting on the left side of the Westminster Abbey door. Now it seems that I have been tricked by the copy. If we really follow the dungeon's arrangement, I'm afraid we'll have to fight a lot more enemies. At this time, Arroyo also looked back at Gushi, faced with the situation in front of him. Gushi said decisively, "Don't trust the people you employ, and don't use the suspects. Just be careful and launch an attack to the right side of the door of Westminster Abbey." Upon hearing this order, Arroyo didn't think much, and rushed towards the right side of the door of Westminster Abbey with a tomahawk in hand. When evil Transformer Son saw this situation, he couldn't help but shout, "Wait! I discovered that first. Just wait." After saying that, the evil one Son also rushed over there with his zombies that had just completed their evil transformation. As for the cultists on the road, they are no longer in their eyes. Anyone who dares to block the road will be killed. Chapter 840. Provocation from Boss Number 1. The undead forces advance. Gushi, standing on the soul summoning tower, was watching the battle situation in front of him very seriously. Such a smooth battle made a smile appear in Gushi's eyes. It seems that he has not grown up these days. Now he can dominate the battle of a copy. At the same time, Gushi also noticed the gazes of the leaders of various forces in Britain below the soul summoning tower. They also saw that Gushi's current strength had exceeded what they could demonstrate. In fact, they are no longer needed at the moment. Gushi can flatten Westminster Abbey by himself without even having to do anything. He can just send his men. The situation in front of them made the leaders of various forces quite excited. Now Westminster Abbey is saved. At this moment, the evil one Son and Arroyo simultaneously attacked the right side of the gate of Westminster Abbey. At this time, the number of cultists rushing out of the gate of Westminster Abbey more than doubled in an instant. And they all flocked towards the two heroes. Seeing this situation from a distance, Gushi immediately took action. Spiritualism. Under the effect of Gushi's necromancy, all the cultists killed by the two heroes along the way were transformed into new undead. And they immediately rushed towards the cultists, who had just rushed out. At this time, the greatest characteristic of the necromancer was revealed in front of everyone. When fighting necromancers, as long as the opponent is not killed, their numbers will only increase, not decrease. With the help of the newly joined undead, the evil one Son and Arroyo easily rushed to the right side of the gate of Westminster Abbey. Just as evil Transformer Son said at the same beginning, the boss in front of the gate of Westminster Abbey has always stayed here. It's just that, like other cultists, he usually wears a black robe covering his face, holds a small dagger in his hand, and is not very tall. He is not very conspicuous among the crowd. There was no one protecting him. And if it weren't for the guidance of the evil sin, no one would have discovered that he was the boss guarding the gate of Westminster Abbey. Gatekeeper Kaisa. His own situation is not that strong. His level is only level 9. A boss template. If a lot of people come to play the Westminster Abbey incident, they might even give him a nickname. Watchdog or something. But to be honest, his situation is actually the same as Gushi's current situation. He can directly open the door and let people out from inside. It's just that Gushi uses Death City's release ability, while Gatekeeper Kaisa uses his own skills. As long as there is a door behind him, he can continuously release cultists by pushing the door open. Normally, according to the dungeon strategy, Gushi would reach the door of Westminster Abbey from the left and first kill some of the enemies at the steps of the door, clear a field and close the open door, and the Gatekeeper Kaisa will appear because the door is closed. As soon as he appears, he will find a way to open the door again and release the cultists from inside to fight. At this time, a team of 5 people needs to cooperate with each other to fight. 2 of them will go out to fend off the cultists, who are constantly released from the gate, and 3 will fight against the Gatekeeper Kaisa. The busiest person is the nurse who replenishes blood, because she has to keep an eye on the battlefields on both sides, deal with them, etc. Anyway, that's pretty much the guide. As for whether they can beat it, it depends on the overall strength of the team of players who enter the dungeon. Normally, as long as the team is not all level 5, the first boss can usually be defeated. But no one expected that Gushi didn't follow the routine at all. He didn't take the safe path on the left, but came directly from the front. What was even more unexpected was that Gushi could transform the heroes among the cultists into his own heroes, and directly pointed out the location of the Gatekeeper Kaisa. In this way, Gushi was facing the janitor Kaisa head-on even when he was at his strongest. Even Kaisa, the gatekeeper who was targeted, did not expect to encounter such a thing. Looking at the undead troops rushing over, the Gatekeeper Kaisa couldn't help but burst into laughter. He never expected that luck would be on his side. Now is the time when he has the most troops. Isn't it just 3,000 to 5,000 undead? Now the gate he controlled was completely open, and as many high-level cultists as they wanted could come out. You are seeking your own death. The door to the underworld will be open for you. When the evil converter Sun and Arroyo rushed to the Gatekeeper Kaisa with their troops, he yelled. Then a blue light lit up in the door behind him. Gushi heard these words from a distance. He turned his head with some confusion and looked at Princess Anna, who had been following behind him. I didn't understand what he was saying just now. He said that we are seeking death, and the door to the underworld will be open for us. Princess Anna explained in her own words. Could he represent the underworld? Gushi had a look of disbelief. He had reached this level, and he didn't dare to say that he could represent the underworld. The man in front of him only had this little strength. How could he dare to say such a thing? Maybe he thinks so himself. Princess Anna didn't know what the other side was thinking. Princess Anna's words instead aroused some dissatisfaction in Gushi. He pushed the magic wand forward, and the holder of the underworld dragon robe appeared in front of Gushi. Gushi thought about it, quickly switched to the virtual magic power state, and pointed in the direction of the Gatekeeper Kaisa in the distance. Death incarnate. Under Gushi's order, the incarnation of Death Bone Dragon took the incarnation of Death Titan and flew towards the gate. And Huangquan Longbao, who had been prepared for a long time, also took the opportunity to jump on the back of the Bone Dragon, the incarnation of Death. Gushi originally didn't want to use the incarnation of Death so early. After all, in Gushi's eyes, Death incarnation is just a big move. Although it can be used until the end after it is released, it is actually a little too early to release it now. Now I just defeated the number 1 boss, who is guarding the gate, and I haven't reached the back yet. But what the Gatekeeper Kaisa did was too much. Return the gate to the underworld. Gushi has so many lounds on his hands that he dare not say that his city gate is the gate of the underworld. Only a level 9 boss dares to jump out and say this. He is afraid that he will not die quickly enough. Right? While Gushi was complaining in his heart, the incarnations of Death had already crossed the melee battlefield in front of the gate and fell towards the gate from the sky. As soon as they jumped, the man wearing the Huangquan dragon robe stood in front of the gate. At this time, Gushi, who was far away in the soul summoning tower, also said something decisively. Let them see what the real gate to the underworld looks like. Chapter 841 The Gate to the Underworld. Gushi sent the incarnation of Death over. Not for the Gatekeeper Kaisa. It was the words of the Gatekeeper Kaisa that stimulated Gushi. Falling in front of the gate, the incarnation of Death Titan fell to the ground, and the ground began to transform into the underworld. At the same time, the holder of the Huangquan dragon robe walked directly towards the gate, paying no attention to the various cultists pouring out of the gate. Those cultists were quite unhappy when they saw that the man wearing the Huangquan dragon robe dared to come over like this. Such a dark thing, which doesn't even have a level, dares to jump around in front of them. This is seeking death. So before Huangquan dragon robe even got close to the gate, a large number of cultists rushed to Huangquan dragon robe, and the daggers in their hands were about to stab him. But they didn't want to think about it. Huangquan Longpao didn't come alone. The bone dragon, the incarnation of death that sent the underworld dragon robe, is still there. Seeing the cultist trying to cut open the underworld dragon robe with a dagger, the bone dragon, the incarnation of death in the sky, opened its mouth and sprayed out at the position where the person holding the underworld dragon robe was standing. Under the influence of the death dragon's breath, the cultists who surrounded him were killed on the spot. At this moment, the ghost domain battlefield that Gu Shi followed also followed up. A large number of ghost-like things poured out from the body of the death incarnation, the bone dragon. They grabbed the corpse of the cultist and flew upwards, quickly integrating into the body of the death incarnation, the bone dragon. Under the green effect of the incarnation of death, the holder of the Huangquan dragon robe also walked to the door, and he pressed his hand on the door. Edict. Before the man wearing the Huangquan dragon robe spoke, a voice was heard. Later, the color of the door guarded by the gatekeeper Kaisa changed. The door was originally in the style of Westminster Abbey, but now the style has changed, and a large number of skeleton decorations appear on the gate. It was obvious that the door in front of him had become the door to the underworld, just as the gatekeeper Kaisa had boasted just now. At this moment, the gatekeeper Kaisa, who was about to use his ultimate move, felt something was wrong. He looked back and immediately noticed that the door seemed to be closing slowly. Because of his confidence in himself, the gatekeeper Kaisa did not pay attention to the changes in the gate's appearance. In his eyes, as long as it was a door, he could open it. So the gatekeeper Kaisa turned around and pointed at the changed door. The door, that was about to be slowly closed, slowly opened a lot after receiving his finger. But as the door was opened, the gatekeeper Kaisa also felt something was wrong. There was something wrong with the aura coming from behind the gate. But even with the mind of the janitor Kaisa, he couldn't figure out what was wrong here. He could only ignore the situation and continue to open the door. Seeing the reaction of the gatekeeper Kaisa, Gu Shi, who was far away in the soul-calling tower, laughed disdainfully. Trash! Bone Titan! Ghost Dragon! Prepare to fight! Gu Shi has now seen through the true nature of the gatekeeper Kaisa. That is a guy who has mastered the strength, but does not have the corresponding ability. He simply didn't know what he could and couldn't do. Gu Shi thought he was a relatively powerful boss at first. I didn't expect it to be like this. If I had known this, I would have just let this guy talk a little bit. There is no need to use some of my own methods. Just go to Bone Titan and Ghost Dragon. But it's the same now. While Gu Shi was thinking, he waved towards the Huangquan dragon robe in front of him, ready to take them back. But at this moment, the Huangquan dragon robe and the incarnation of Death Titan did something that made Gu Shi speechless. Death Incarnate Titan protected the underworld dragon robe and entered the open door. This time Gu Shi was shocked. Why did they go in like this? Fortunately, Gu Shi sensed through the six-ray lantern that the holder of the underworld dragon robe had not been scattered and could be retrieved at any time. So he was half relieved. As for the incarnation of death, it is dead now. You can just spend some mana to summon it again later. Gu Shi has never worried about the safety of the incarnation of death. So Gu Shi immediately turned his attention to the gatekeeper Kaisa. At this time, Gu Shi's undead troops were already approaching the direction of the gatekeeper Kaisa. At the same time, the ghost dragon, which had been ordered by Gu Shi, had also rushed over the gatekeeper Kaisa. He rushed towards the gatekeeper Kaisa. When the ghost dragon rushed downwards, the corpse witches, who had just climbed up from the corpses of the cultists, also released poison gas bombs and poison cloud spells at the gatekeeper Kaisa. The gatekeeper Kaisa himself did not expect that there would be so many attacks directed at him. But the gatekeeper Kaisa doesn't care about these. In addition to opening the door, he also has other ways of fighting. Otherwise, how could the proper way of fighting be that 2 people would deal with the cultist who came out of the door, and 3 people would deal with him? This shows that the strength of the gatekeeper Kaisa is greater than that of the cultists coming out of the gate. Facing the ghost dragon that rushed towards him, the gatekeeper Kaisa didn't take it seriously. In his mind, this was a ghost dragon that was around level 8. Before coming to Westminster Abbey, they had studied all the forces that Britain could bring to bear. There will be undead. But the higher level undead will all be attracted by the big guys at the back. Those above level 10 will not appear here. Then what does he have to be afraid of? But the gatekeeper Kaisa never expected that Gushi was not at all normal. The ghost dragon that flew over not only passed level 10, but even reached level 15. With one bite, the right hand of the gatekeeper Kaisa was torn off. Then the corpse witch's poisonous gas bombs and poisonous cloud technique hit the position where the gatekeeper Kaisa was standing. For a moment, everything here was filled with green poisonous gas. Although the gatekeeper Kaisa is the boss, he is still a human being, and the poisonous gas can also harm him. Not to mention that the attack from the ghost dragon just now had already cost him half of his life. The current gatekeeper Kaisa could only keep retreating, while various thoughts flashed through his mind, wanting to make a temporary comeback. In the eyes of the gatekeeper Kaisa, he still has a chance to turn the tables. In addition to opening the door to release the dogs and not opening the door to release the cultists, the gatekeeper Kaisa can also open the door to hide himself in. As long as he hides for a moment and regains his life, he will be a good man again. As for the battle outside, as the door is opened, a large number of cultists will rush out. At that time, these cultists will drag them until the gatekeeper Kaisa regains his fighting strength. In the terms of the game, this is the second stage of combat for gatekeeper Kaisa. If you don't check it for a while, the player may suffer a big loss here. This is what the current gatekeeper Kaisa did. He immediately went to the gate behind him. Chapter 842 Killing and New Target. As the gatekeeper Kaisa retreated, the ghost dragon in the sky rushed downwards again. This time, the gatekeeper Kaisa didn't dare to be careless anymore. He also understood that his body could not withstand another blow. If he was hit by the ghost dragon again, he would probably be dead. So the gatekeeper Kaisa rushed into the gate with a single stride. When he rushed in, he also glanced at the ghost dragon in the sky. And that look was clearly a provocation to the ghost dragon. If Gushi could hear his thoughts, he could even hear thoughts like come and hit me if you have the ability. But the moment he entered the gate, the face of the gatekeeper Kaisa suddenly changed. He found that something was not right behind the gate. This is how the same thing. Before the gatekeeper Kaisa realized what was going on, he found that his body became stiff as he entered the door. As soon as he lowered his head, he discovered that his legs had turned into corpses, and the flesh and blood on his legs had even begun to rot, exposing the bones underneath. The gatekeeper Kaisa just screamed and wanted to run out. But it was too late. If he hadn't rushed through the door, he wouldn't have encountered this situation at all. But he thought he could use the gate to hide himself away and recover. This made him suffer a big loss. The incarnation of Death Titan and the holder of the underworld dragon robe, who had just entered the gate, had joined forces to turn the gate in front of them into a real gate to the underworld. In fact, this can be seen from the slower speed at which cultists come out. As a result, the gatekeeper Kaisa was so stupid that he didn't know anything. He thought there was a safe area behind the gate and rushed in. He responded to what he said before. You are seeking your own death, and the door to the underworld will be open for you. The gatekeeper Kaisa never thought that he just said a line, which would become his final outcome. Just as he was about to rush out of the door, his last bit of strength was used up. His fingers reached out to the door panel, but failed to push the door open. Finally, the janitor Kaisa fell heavily to the ground. Later, the door of Westminster Abbey also changed from marble to a grayish white. It felt like all the color had been taken away. And Gushi, who was far behind, also heard a ding sound. In the copy of the major event in Westminster Abbey, the number 1 boss gatekeeper Kaisa was killed, and the road leading to the interior of Westminster Abbey has been opened. As the sound sounded, Gushi noticed that the door did not open, but was closed tightly. The gray-white gate was like a dam, blocking everyone's view. On the door panel of the gate, you can also see the gatekeeper Kaisa, who was trying to squeeze out of the gate, but was stuck in the gate. At this moment, the voice of Princess Anna in the copy came from below the soul-calling tower. She still looked the same as when Gushi first saw her, and the various equipment she was wearing emitted different colors of light in Gushi's eyes. Baron Gu, you are very strong. Gushi moved the phantom magic wand a little higher up the soul-calling tower, and then it fell from the top of the soul-calling tower in front of Anna. Meet the princess. Gushi lowered his head, but Princess Anna, who had been following Gushi, did not react at all. She just stared behind Gushi at the person in front of her, who would always live in the copy. No need to be polite. Your arrival has solved many things for us. But the occupied door is just the most inconspicuous situation in Westminster Abbey. There are many things we need to deal with now. And the royal family needs your strength. I fight for you. Hearing Gushi's words, Anna smiled happily. Very good. Very energetic. The royal family needs a cornerstone like you. After this battle in Westminster Abbey, I will report your deeds. The royal family will definitely give you enough rewards. Gushi was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Anna to say such words. But for him, it was just a matter of listening. Those things concerning the royal family are outside of the copy. Now, even if Gushi sent another body of Princess Anna back, he would not be able to get anything good from the British royal family. Seeing that Gushi just smiled and said nothing, Anna was also a little surprised. However, as the eldest princess of Britain, she has political and military wisdom. Gushi didn't respond, so she quickly tried to smooth things over and immediately changed the topic. Baron Gu, how about you be the vanguard in the next battle? Can. It was also the first time for Gushi that the copy of the major incident in Westminster Abbey was played here. He didn't know what the normal process was. But one thing was for sure. This copy would definitely not be as difficult as the first time he came here. With Gushi leading a large army, there is no need to worry about whether to be the vanguard or not. If Anna hadn't made this suggestion, Gushi could have just fought his way in. But now that Anna had made this request in advance, Gushi was willing to comply with it. That's good. I'll talk to them. As soon as Anna saw Gushi agreeing, she quickly issued an order, asking all the forces here to advance the defense line to the gate of Westminster Abbey. After Anna left, Princess Anna, who had been following Gushi, spoke. I was really like this. Gushi understood the meaning of Princess Anna's words, and he smiled and said, yes. Anna did quite well at that time. But it can't be compared with you. You died for Britain at least 3 times. But is your plan really feasible? It's feasible. The poisoning counts as your action. There won't be any problem with this. Moreover, I have calculated everything clearly. The time will definitely be launched after killing the spore cultist Charlie. This ensures that we have enough time to complete this copy. As for the copy being completed, everything in the copy will disappear. At that time, everything in the copy will be restarted. I think we all know what restart means. That means everything that survives in the copy will die. You have been poisoned from the beginning. And the effect of double death can also be activated. At that time, a new Anna will appear in the city of Aladovi. Of course, this is the least ideal situation. In fact, I didn't go very far in Westminster Abbey when I ran into trouble under the apple tree. If you loosen your grip, maybe the me in the dungeon will die under the apple tree. And you can take the opportunity to take the body away. Princess Anna's plan can be said to have taken everything into consideration. Chapter 843 Unboxing Harvest. While discussing with Princess Anna how to deal with Anna in the copy, he came to the door of Westminster Abbey. Although it was his first time to experience a dungeon, Gushi was still very clear that after completing the dungeon, he had to touch the corpses. Although nothing good can be found in the dungeon at the moment, Gushi can't work in vain. Soon Gushi arrived at the gate of Westminster Abbey. At this time, the evil one Sen and Arroyo were standing on both sides of the gate, waiting for Gushi's arrival. The British soldiers who came one step ahead of Gushi had also begun to take over Gushi's defense line and clean up the battlefield. Fortunately, they all knew what kind of profession Gushi was. When cleaning the battlefield, they just cleared away the corpses on the battlefield and used the cleared area to build their own defense line. He had no intention of swallowing up Gushi's loot. Therefore, Gushi's men did not conflict with him, but instead gave up some positions. When Gushi saw the situation here, he thought for a moment and ordered, Arroyo, retreat to the rear first and call out Yongdo. Gushi had already figured out that after fighting in the large square in front of the gate of Westminster Abbey, the next step was the battle inside Westminster Abbey. Arroyo also knew the situation of the Black Spear Battalion very well, and he also knew where he was suitable to fight. As soon as Gushi's order was given, he led his men to retreat to the rear. At this time, Gushi also reached out and touched the door of Westminster Abbey. The moment he pressed on the door of Westminster Abbey, Gushi heard a ding in his ear. You got the Hades portal, Blue. Netherworld portal, Blue. It was originally a special ability of a certain boss, but due to the influence of the power of the underworld, it has become a portal that can lead to the underworld. If it is placed in the city, a portal can be built inside the city. Gate to the underworld, small. Gate to the underworld, small. A small city gate. In addition to being a city gate, it can also serve as a gate to the underworld. This reminder shocked Gushi. Gushi didn't expect that such a large door would be equipped. But Gushi also understood why the gatekeeper Kaisa was so arrogant. He provoked Gushi to transform the city gate and then pushed himself in. For the door in front of him, Gushi could tell that it had multiple functions without even going to Aladovi City. For example, the base of the gate comes from the power of the dead earth of the incarnation of Death Titan. And now it has become the most real underworld. On the door is the Huangquan Edict arranged by Huangquan Dragon Robe. It is the most orthodox Huangquan order. Even if the Lord of Taishan Prefecture comes, he has to admit the purity of the door. Coupled with the fact that the gatekeeper Kaisa died inside the door when he wanted to come out. It was clearly a staking pillar unique to the construction of large buildings. Add it all up. And this gate to the underworld is no longer a simple city gate. This thing should be placed in Aladovi City. And its height is also the position of the main city gate. After thinking about it, Gushi put away the underworld portal in front of him. The moment the netherworld portal was taken away, Gushi noticed that behind the gate, there was a treasure chest half as tall as a man. This is the reward for killing the gatekeeper Kaisa. Netherworld portal, it's just that some of the things he left behind were not counted among the gatekeeper Kaisa. This is the treasure chest in front of me. Gushi stepped forward curiously and opened the treasure box. Then a large amount of green light flashed in front of Gushi. Looking at this green light, Gushi lost interest. Before entering the dungeon, everything has been explained. 1 piece of purple equipment will be released. 5 pieces of blue equipment will be released. And the green equipment will be random. Normally, each of the 5 bosses has the possibility of wearing a purple outfit. But Gushi's personal feeling is that the one who is most likely to wear a purple outfit is definitely the King Spore cultist Charlie. It would be good if Kaisa, the janitor in front of us, can wear a blue outfit. Gushi searched in the green light and finally saw a little blue light. At the same time, he also noticed that it was not that there was no white garbage, but these things did not emit light. So everything was blocked by the green light. You opened the copy treasure chest. You got 339 gold coins. You got weapon fragments white, *45. You got stone or *19. You get soldier recruitment coupons, level 3, *5. You get building stone, level 2, *1. You get the teleportation scroll, green *1. You get the cultist book, green *1. You get the dagger of evil, blue *1. Teleportation scroll, green, a scroll that records teleportation. It can teleport everything within a diameter of 500 meters to a random location of 5 kilometers, and is not restricted by any obstacles. This scroll can be used for 10 times 10 out of 10. Book of Cultists, green, a book that records how ordinary civilians are twisted and brainwashed into cultists through some special means. This book is a book for demon players to advance after their souls have been strengthened to level 10. Dagger of Evil, blue, a dagger that contains some special evil power. If you can activate this evil power, you can get an excellent weapon. If you can't do that, then you'd better use this thing as a sacrificial vessel. Looking at the various information in front of him, Gushi knew that his luck had finally declined at this time. Among the green equipment, one has a usage limit, and the other cannot be used at all. The blue equipment was obviously the dagger used by the gatekeeper Kaisa before, but judging from the gatekeeper Kaisa's fighting style and situation, this dagger has no lethality. This is clearly a sacrificial vessel used for killing people and offering sacrifices. However, Princess Anna on the side said to Gushi, "Put away that evil dagger. You will need it later." Gushi glanced at Princess Anna in surprise. "Wait, is there something I don't know about?" "Oh, this evil dagger is made from some spikes on the Great Lord's body. If you can collect 16 of these evil daggers in 4 dungeons, I will be able to open the subsequent dungeons," Princess Anna said with certainty. 16 pieces were collected from 4 copies, which means that each copy must have at least 4 pieces. Judging from the current situation, if you kill a boss, you will get a blue item. Let's not talk about whether we can fully activate this evil dagger. Even if we fully activate this, we still need 4 copies. This is too much. 16 daggers are the safest way to open subsequent dungeons. In fact, 4 identical daggers of evil can be used. But do you dare to bet on opening subsequent group dungeons in that way? When asked this by Princess Anna, Gushi hesitated. At this moment, Princess Anna added, "There are orange-equipped missions in the group book." Chapter 844, The Stone of Destiny in Westminster Abbey. What did you say? After hearing what Princess Anna said, Gushi suddenly became interested in the follow-up group book. Of course, Gushi didn't do it for some orange equipment. He just wanted to see a more advanced dungeon and help Princess Anna. He had no other intentions. More than 60% of subsequent dungeons will have missions related to orange equipment. Princess Anna said affirmatively. I want the orange dress. Listening to Princess Anna's words, Gushi felt a little uneasy. How can you be sure that there will be people in orange clothes? When I fought with my aunt and the enemy before, my aunt sighed several times. If the opponent had not had an orange suit, he would have died in the hands of my aunt and the others, and the battle would not have been delayed to the later stage. I won't die 3 times. So if we can open the follow-up copy of the Westminster Abbey major incident, we can face the enemy that my great-aunt faced back then. On him. Even if he does not have orange equipment, there will be tasks related to orange equipment. After hearing Princess Anna's explanation, Gushi lowered his head and glanced at the evil dagger in his hand. I know. I will do it. But I'm afraid I won't be able to gather enough daggers by myself. I suddenly had an idea, and I didn't know if it would work. Gushi expressed his thoughts to Princess Anna. Princess Anna thought about it seriously, and finally said with certainty, This is feasible. Your Majesty has a deep connection with us in Britain because of the matter of the Mirror Underground Palace. Everyone has the possibility of being connected with the Grand Lord. If you really want to find 1 or 2 of the Grand Lord's followers among the leaders of those forces, it is not a difficult task. Sir, please leave this matter to me. I will handle it before we defeat the final boss. But my lord, you cannot stop now. The other me in the copy is quite anxious. You will definitely arouse his suspicion if you stop. Gushi also understood what Princess Anna meant. Okay, I'll leave this to you. I'll take a look at the boss under the apple tree. As Gushi spoke, he closed his mind's eye and cut off contact with Princess Anna. At this time, Princess Anna took a step back and quickly disappeared in front of Gushi. After Princess Anna left, Gushi collected everything here and led his men into Westminster Abbey. Westminster Abbey is the place where the British royal family was born, enthroned, and buried. The decoration style is naturally in the style favored by the British royal family. The tall ceiling is inlaid with a large amount of gold, and the murals on the ceiling depict the Norman conqueror William's invasion of Britain. But the situation inside Westminster Abbey is completely different now. A thick apple tree root came from a short distance and shattered half of the ceiling of Westminster Abbey. The roots of the tree weighed heavily on the pointed chair in front of the altar, where the kings of Britain had sat during their coronations. Under this pointed-back chair, there is a huge stone, which was looted by King Edward I of Scotland from a village called Scone. It is also what Britain calls the Destiny Stone. Therefore, the King or Queen of Britain will always choose this place when he ascends the throne to prove the legitimacy of his control over Scotland. But now, in this copy, the pointed-back chair has been knocked to the ground by the roots of the apple tree, and the Destiny Stone has been dug out. A man with half of his body turned to wood was standing on the Destiny Stone, looking up at the sky calmly, as if he were a king. In fact, Gushi understood that he really was nothing. He was just affected by the Destiny Stone and received some strength enhancement. In front of him were groups of 3 or 5 soldiers, numbering about 2,000. They were clearly the people who had entered Westminster Abbey before, the guards guarding Westminster Abbey, and the priests working inside Westminster Abbey. However, at this time, they had been affected by the roots of the apple tree, and their bodies had become semi-vegetative, with their skin and clothes turning into wood grain, or their hair covered with leaves and apple blossoms. Their team often consists of 3 ordinary people and 2 guards, or 3 ordinary people and a guard and a priest. Judging from the current situation, the changes in those ordinary people are even greater, and they are also the ones who are most affected by the roots of the apple tree. Seeing the scene in front of him, Gushi's face became serious. The enemy's strength is actually not that large. If it is a 5-man team, they can fight separately and always clear a path leading to the pointed-back chair. But that's not what Gushi saw. He noticed that the shadow of the apple tree could be seen at the zenith, where the roots of the apple tree pressed against it. It's clear that the apple tree's influence has arrived. Gushi was not like the 5-man team that normally enter the dungeon, fighting their way out of a path to reach the throne under the roots of the apple tree, finally kill the boss on the throne. But Gushi didn't think so. His plan was to wipe out all the enemies in the dungeon. If he kills one more enemy here, there will be one more undead in Aladovi. These are all the population. So Gushi looks at things in different directions. When he looked at the shade of the tree where the ceiling was broken, Gushi understood that the area hidden by the shade was actually the attack range of the apple tree. Carving a path around will cause a different reaction than killing all enemies. Gushi must regard the apple tree above as his main enemy. Thinking of this, the shadow of a city gate began to appear behind Gushi. This time Gushi released the garrison city gate. As soon as the city gate appeared, the scarecrow above the city gate and the undead tree pit in front of the city gate appeared on the battlefield. Gushi knew very well that plant versus plant was the most appropriate way to fight. As the garrison gate was released, Gushi released the soul-calling tower. After arranging everything, Gushi gave the order. Army attack. The demonized zombie, who entered Westminster Abbey one step ahead, immediately rushed forward with his demonized zombies. His move immediately caused a chain reaction. The semi-vegetable creature wandering inside Westminster Abbey immediately raised its head and faced the evil Transformer Sin and his troops head-on. Chapter 845 Poison Wave Attack. Roar! The evil zombie troops rushed forward and fought with the wooden enemies. As the battle began, Gushi also noticed that the enemies in front of him were obviously stronger than the cultists at the gate. Their average level is level 8. But the guards and priests have obviously reached level 9. Almost breaking through the second level. The guards and priests have all undergone professional training. Even if they are turned into wood, their weapons and equipment will not be affected. On the contrary, due to the mutation of their bodies, their combat effectiveness has improved a lot. The zombies in the evil Transformer Forest are all zombies transformed by Gushi through spiritualism after entering the dungeon. Although they have also been strengthened by the evil Transformer Forest, the weapons in their hands and the equipment on their bodies have not been changed. Get new ones. When they rushed over, most of them were unarmed. Even if a small number of them had weapons, they were only holding daggers or something like that. On the other hand, the weapons they hold in their hands are relatively good weapons. Especially the guards. The British royal family likes to wear everything. For the guards are the most important property of the royal family. The weapons and equipment provided are naturally the best. Okay. When the two sides fought, the evil zombies actually won a one-to-one battle with the wooden people. This situation made evil Transformer Son quite unhappy. He thought he couldn't go on like this. If this continues, even if all the evil zombies are defeated, we may not be able to reach the enemy boss location. So the evil Transformer Son raised his hand. Go back. Form a defensive formation. And drag them into the formation to fight. Gushi, who was standing further behind, naturally heard Xiaojisen's order. Gushi was somewhat surprised by Xiaojisen's reaction. It seems that the evilized Sin is a relatively decisive hero. When he finds that the situation is unfavorable to the battle, he can immediately give up some of his advantages and adopt a more suitable fighting method. It seems that this is a hero with potential that can be cultivated in the future. While Gushi was thinking about this situation, Yudo, who had been replaced by Arroyo, also rushed over with his troops. Once Yondo arrived, those corpse wizards, who were neglected by everyone, finally had a backbone. Some of them were directly selected to join the demon sacrifice camp. The other part, led by the leader of the corpse witch, followed behind the demon sacrifice camp. Even if they don't join the demon sacrifice camp, they can still do more things with Yondo's command. At this time, Yudo is performing a new magic ritual. Slowness. This part of the magic ritual can be performed by ordinary skeleton mages in the demon sacrifice camp. Yudo saw the situation here as soon as he came over. He directly understood the gap between evil Transformer Son and the enemy. In terms of weapons and equipment, Yudo can't help strengthen the evil Transformer Son. So in terms of weakening the enemy, he can directly take action. Therefore, after a slowing spell is applied, the speed of the enemy that was originally slowed down due to wood transformation and other reasons will drop a lot again. It has even been weakened to only about 1/5 of the speed of zombies. In other words, if you hit the zombies 5 times at the same speed, they can only counterattack with one backhand. If the zombies can run 50 meters, they may only be able to run 10 meters. After completing the slowing technique, Yudo did not sit idle. In his free time, Yudo studied 2 new magic rituals. One of them is the Last Mana Twist. The other type was developed for corpse witches. The corpse witch is best at the poison cloud technique. No matter what kind of corpse witch they are, whether they were recruited by Gushi through spiritualism or trained in several training camps by Gushi, they all have similar abilities. So Yondo simply developed a new ritual magic based on the poison cloud technique. Poison Wave. Under Yondo's command, all the corpse shamans gathered the poison gas bombs, poison cloud techniques, and poisonous mist techniques together. And Yondo needed them together. Finally it turned green. And I saw huge air masses like clouds. This air mass was rotating slowly clockwise with Yudo's position as the center. Even Gushi, who was standing in front, could feel everything contained in this huge ball of air. Yudo, are you okay? Don't worry. Sir, it's still under control. After listening to Yongdo's words, Gushi did not feel relieved. Instead, he carefully controlled his magic power. As long as there was any problem with the poisonous gas, Gushi would release a field of flame centered on the poisonous gas. Although he didn't know how to cure the poison gas, Gushi knew very well that the poison gas was actually afraid of fire. As long as the temperature is high enough, all the poisonous gas will melt away. Fortunately, Yongdo did not disappoint Gushi. After concentrating the poisonous gas to a certain extent, he reached out and pushed forward. The poisonous gas quickly moved forward and pushed towards the roots of the apple tree. Wherever the poisonous gas passed along the way, everything was affected. Even the evil zombies under evil Transformer Sun were poisoned. If they weren't zombies, maybe this wave of poison could kill them all. Fortunately, Isabella, who had been following Gushi, took action immediately, raining blood and bringing back the vitality of the evil zombie. Otherwise, just like that, the evil Transformer Sun would have jumped there. The zombies on their side suffered such a great loss. So the petrified people on the opposite side naturally suffered an even greater loss. When the poisonous gas fell on the wooden person, it happened to be the moment when the poisonous gas completely exploded. These poisonous gases are advancing like waves, getting faster and faster, and their momentum is getting stronger and stronger. By the time the person standing at the Destiny Stone reacted, it was already too late. Driven by the poisonous waves, nearly 2/3 of the wooden people were poisoned by the poisonous waves. When they were poisoned, their skin immediately turned green. Even so, they were still thinking of using their wood transforming ability to absorb the poison. They didn't even think about what kind of poison they encountered. This is a variety of poison gas attacks caused by a large number of corpse witches gathering together. Zombies can't stand it. These are just wooden people who rely on wood transformation to strengthen themselves. How can they block the poisonous gas? Under the influence of the poison gas, the wooden person has no chance at all. As long as he is stained with poison, he will fall to the ground in 1 second and lose blood in 3 seconds. Even the strongest can't survive for half a minute. After the green poisonous gas completely dissipated, only about 300 of the thousands of wooden people were left. Even the one who had been looking up at the broken position on the ceiling was poisoned and was looking away. On Yongdo, Gushi also looked back at Yudo. At this time, Yongdo also said with some embarrassment, "I didn't expect it to be so strong. I just included the corpse which I brought with me before." Chapter 846, The Suddenly Destroyed Vestibule of Westminster Abbey. Yongdo's move also changed Gushi's attack plan. Looking back and glaring at Yongdo, Gushi decisively gave the order, "Son, go forward and clear out all the enemies." Yongdo prepares the slowness technique. The target is directly the boss. Afterwards, Gushi himself was not idle either. He jumped onto the soul summoning tower immediately, and used the soul summoning technique on the wooden man, who had just been killed by the poisonous wave. This time the soul summoning turned out to be quite successful. Although everyone was turned into wood, their bodies were still alive. Under the influence of the necromancy, the poisoned enemy quickly got up again. Ordinary people became skeleton soldiers. But what was different from normal skeleton soldiers was that they still had some branches hanging on their bodies. The guards turned into zombies, and they quickly added to the ranks of the evil converter. The priest turned into a corpse, and immediately retreated in the direction of Yudo. In an instant, the strength of Gushi's troops increased rapidly. In the hall in front of him, Gushi's strength immediately exceeded 6,000. At this time, Gushi clearly felt something was wrong. Although because of the copy, the hall of Westminster Abbey has obviously been enlarged a lot. But it is obviously unreasonable to squeeze 5,000 to 6,000 troops into this hall, because not many people from both sides entered, and the venue was relatively large. Gushi didn't notice much. Now, as the poison wave attack killed a large number of enemies, Gushi suddenly realized that something was obviously wrong with the situation in front of him. The space in Westminster Abbey was getting smaller, and it felt as if Gushi had led his troops into the interior of the pitcher plant. And everyone was squeezing toward Gushi. "No. Yudo retreats back." Gushi immediately issued the order, and at the same time, he jumped onto the holy silver evil coffin and rushed out with his men. Although Gushi's order was issued relatively quickly, the reaction speed of the undead troops was still a bit slow, especially for the zombies, who have already rushed in for a certain distance. It is not an easy task for them to rush out. When Gushi led some of his men back outside the gate of Westminster Abbey, there was a bang behind him. Hearing this sound, Gushi couldn't help but look back. He found that just as he was exiting, the vestibule of Westminster Abbey in front of him was crushed into pieces by the roots of the apple tree. All the soldiers who did not retreat were crushed to death by bricks. And none of them survived. Naturally. This also includes some of the undead souls that have just been summoned by Gushi, as well as the evil Transformer son who has rushed inside with his men. If Gushi hadn't withdrawn quickly, he might have been killed by the bricks and stones by now. But even so, Gushi's losses this time were quite large. Half of the more than 6,000 undead troops were wiped out. The only ones who could escape were the undead, who were closer to the door of Westminster Abbey. Looking at the situation in front of him, Gushi had decided that the copy in front of him was not as simple as he imagined. If it had been any slower, he would have died inside just now. Looking at the completely collapsed lobby of Westminster Abbey and the tree roots rising from the ground, Gushi now understood why the second boss would point to the apple tree. It turns out that it was not a mistake, but that the location of the boss was under the apple tree. What happened in the front hall of Westminster Abbey just now was just a prelude to the boss's battle. Gushi would know if he had a professional dungeon explorer or if he kept Princess Anna at hand. This number 2 boss is actually not the one standing on the Destiny Stone just now and looking up at the sky. It's just a bait hanging on a fishhook to lure players into the vestibule of Westminster Abbey. The wooden man in the front hall is the motivation to attract players to move forward step by step. When players kill these wooden people, they are being led into a trap. By the time they had killed more than 2/3 of the lumbered men, the vestibule of Westminster Abbey would be squeezed by apple tree roots. Finally, the entire vestibule of Westminster Abbey was crushed to pieces. If the player doesn't react, he will definitely die here. If they can escape safely, then they will encounter the real boss of this level, a true presence under the apple tree. But Gushi was quite unhappy. How could the dungeon have such a deceptive layout? In one fell swoop, more than 3,000 soldiers were sent in. This was a big blow to him. At this time, Gushi became angry on the spot. Fire field. A ball of flame was thrown out by Gushi. The flame domain landed on the roots of the apple tree with various flaming tentacles and flame traps. Boom, boom, boom. Gushi immediately set fire to the roots of the apple tree. At this time, boss number 2, who was preparing to make a grand appearance through the collapse of the vestibule of Westminster Abbey, was also hit. There are players who can escape. He recognizes this. But he never expected that the players would set fire directly after escaping. And it's still a flame with an explosive effect. Such flames are also a disaster for the number 2 boss. Under the flames, half of the roots of the apple tree that popped out of the ground were burned on the spot. Gushi took this opportunity to cast a spiritualist spell on the enemy, who was smashed to death by the bricks and stones in the vestibule of Westminster Abbey. Under this wave of spiritualism, more than 400 zombies and corpse witches climbed up from the ground. They didn't have a hero to lead them, so they just ran towards the number 2 boss under the apple tree. At the same time, Gushi also ordered decisively, "Son, you are ready. HL, Luna, go to the altar of eternal slavery and arrange for the resurrection of the heroes who just died in the battle." When Gushi gave the order, the forces from Britain also gathered around. When they saw the situation in the vestibule of Westminster Abbey, they also had expressions of surprise and fear on their faces. At that moment, they all saw it. At the same time, they all compared their own situations. He realized that if he led his troops to charge in, the final result would probably be total annihilation. Fortunately, Gushi was one step ahead and stood up for them. Otherwise, they would have really suffered a huge loss this time. Just when the leaders of these forces turned to Gushi and were about to express their gratitude to Gushi, another batch of undead troops poured out from the steel city gate that Gushi had placed at the rear of the defense line. When this group of undead came out, the team was quite neatly lined up. It was obvious that this team was led by a strong leader. Gushi turned his eyes and saw a hero in this undead army. A hero that Gushi had never seen before. Commander Lin. Chapter 847 Command Hero. Commander Lin, Level 8. Summoner. Undead Hero Experience, 0/7500. Attack 5. Defense 5. Health 95. Mana 60. Talent, Tactics. Skills, Offense. Defense, Tactics. Leader, can command 127 soldiers plus 7 leaders troops at the same time. Seeing the hero rushing out with his troops, Gushi was somewhat puzzled. What is this person's background? Fortunately, this zombie-type commander named Lin explained his situation immediately. He and evil Transformer Sin are one and the same. They both come from the cultist hero, who was killed by the Bone Titan. It's just that the evil converter Sin got the ability of this cultist hero to evilize his subordinates. Commander Lin gained the ability to command cultist heroes. Although the two of them took different paths, their levels were surprisingly similar. After bringing the undead to Gushi, Commander Lin immediately stared at the boss behind the flames. Sir, the zombies you sent over are dead. Without the leadership of a hero. Just relying on a few undead leaders. The combat effectiveness of those undead has not been used at all. While Commander Lin was speaking, the zombies that had just crawled out of the ruins thanks to Gushi's necromancy had already rushed to the front of boss number 2. After destroying the vestibule of Westminster Abbey, the boss standing on the Stone of Destiny changed his appearance. Before, he was still dressed like an ordinary person, with at most half of his body turned into wood. And he was looking up at the sky. But the situation in front of him completely overturned everything. The person in front of him is no longer an ordinary mortal, but a giant tree rising from the ground and reaching into the sky. His body seemed to be skillfully woven from countless branches, each one full of strength and vitality, with clear muscle lines, but with a hint of weirdness. The only thing that retained human characteristics was his human face. That face, now poking out from his strong chest, was gently surrounded by circles of green leaves, as if it was the guardian of nature. What is even more surprising is that the mysterious Destiny Stone that was once hidden under the throne of Britain is now embedded in his abdomen, as if it is the source of the soul of this giant tree, emitting a faint golden light. For arms made of thick tree trunks are holding 4 completely different weapons. These weapons are long or short, melee or long range, and have physical attacks and magic attacks. It is obvious that the weapons on each arm represent a different attack method. Gushi's zombies only rushed to a position less than 30 meters in front of this man, when they encountered a full-force attack from him. Compared to the gatekeeper, Kaisa can only open and close the door and hide inside the door. The fighting style of the one in front of me is obviously different. The weapon in his left hand in front of him is a long wooden stick as thick as a normal human waist. When it hits the ground hard, the ground will shake. At the same time, 2 to 5 tree roots will pop out from the ground to attack the charging enemies. In his right hand, on his forearm, he held a long wooden sword. Putting this wooden sword in the hands of the knights outside, they looked at it as a 2-handed heavy sword. But in his hand, it was like a 1-handed sword. And any enemy within 2 meters of him would be cut in half by it. On his arms are ranged weapons. One of the hands held a staff used by normal people, but this staff looked like a magic wand in his hand. He also used this staff as a magic wand. It was different from his forearm. He stretched out his hand and waved it constantly. Every 3 seconds, a stream of green leaves would fly out and kill a random zombie. The last arm holds a dagger. But for this person, this dagger is still too small. He held the dagger with 2 fingers, and he didn't know what use it would have in battle. Anyway, the previous 3 attacks are enough for this person. No one can get closer than 1 meter away from him. All zombies approaching will be destroyed immediately. Looking at the situation in front of him, Gushi stared closely at the dagger held in the other person's back arm. My lord, have you also noticed the dagger? At this time, Commander Lin immediately said, there is something wrong with that dagger. All 3 of his weapons were used, but the dagger was kept pinched and would not be used. It was obvious that the dagger was the key. As long as this dagger is destroyed, the enemy will have no advantage. My lord, let me give it a try. I am sure I can take him down. Can. Gushi glanced at Commander Lin and finally agreed. After hearing Gushi's words, Commander Lin immediately rushed out with his troops. Unlike the evil Transformer Sin, Commander Lin stayed in Aladovi City for a while. He has enough time to choose leaders and soldiers that suit him. Luna and the others also have more trust in the heroes. As long as they are not robbing some elite troops or core troops above level 10, the other soldiers will be handled by the heroes themselves. So when Commander Lin came out, he really brought the most suitable troops with him. Among them are 2 teams of level 8 skeleton soldiers, 1 team of skeleton shooters, 2 teams of ghosts, plus 1 team each of blind swordsmen and black sandalwood spiders. Naturally, he has his own reasons for choosing such a unit. In his opinion, such troops can cooperate with each other better, and no matter what situation he encounters, he can deal with it calmly. After receiving Gushi's order, Commander Lin immediately released his men. Seeing the blind swordsman and the black sandalwood spider troops passing by, Gushi couldn't help but ask, are there undead leaders of these 2 armies in the city of Aradovi? Yes, there are sometimes soldiers awakening during battle missions in the barracks. These 2 arms produce relatively large quantities. Although there are not many bosses, it is actually not difficult to find them if you look carefully. Commander Lin explained while arranging the troops. Gu Shi noticed that under Commander Lin, the skeleton soldiers were not cannon fodder. Instead, the ghosts of the two teams played the role of cannon fodder. When Commander Lin attacked, Gu Shi himself was not idle either. The destruction of the vestibule of Westminster Abbey just now was nothing more than an accident. Although Gu Shi came out a little embarrassed, his fighting spirit had not been dampened. On the contrary, he still had a spirit in his heart. He must pay back the loss he suffered this time. After Commander Lin attacked, Gu Shi turned around and glanced at the people following behind him, raised his left hand decisively, and gave orders to the special mirror. Luna, help me release the bone centipede, the red dragon, the black dragon, the bone dragon, and the ghost dragon. If they dare to hit me in the face, I want them to know how powerful I am. Chapter 848 New Hero's Ability. Under Gu Shi's order, various powerful troops began to rush out of the Steel City Gate. When they saw the bone dragon, the various forces in Britain were not very surprised. From the battle just now, they had already seen that Gu Shi was a very powerful necromancer. It is normal to have some bone dragons under your command. As for the level of the bone dragon, these leaders didn't know much about it. They only felt that the bone dragon was very strong. In fact, it is not surprising that these leaders did this. The upper limit of this copy is level 10. Most of the bone dragons released by Gu Shi were level 13 ghost dragons. For the leaders of each force, they are all above level 10. Is there any difference between level 11 and level 19? After taking a look at the troops released by Gu Shi, they didn't look at them anymore and just talked together in private. It seems that that person was also irritated. So he took out what was at the bottom of the box. Yeah. If it were me, I'd take it too. That's right. I almost died in there. I was killed by a surprise attack. If I don't lose my temper, I will be looked down upon. Even the Great Sir also murmured a few words in his heart. Anna in the dungeon even walked close to Gu Shi. As long as Gu Shi had any needs, she could handle them immediately. But Gu Shi didn't look at Anna at all. After sending out such a group of men, Gu Shi jumped onto the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and entered the collapsed Westminster with the men who had just been released. The location of the church vestibule. At this time, Commander Lin had already rushed in front of the enemy. The humanoid boss of the Destiny Tree raised 4 arms at the same time and roared at the sky. Free! Then various thorny tree roots began to appear on the ground, preventing Commander Lin's troops from approaching. But Commander Lin had already arranged everything. This kind of tree root looks very strong, but it is actually the effect of physical attacks. The 2 teams of ghost troops under Commander Lin, led by the ghost leader, are surrounding the enemy from all directions. These ghosts only need to dodge the magical attacks from the Destiny Tree in the air. Under such circumstances, they kept approaching the Destiny Tree and pulling the Destiny Tree's attention. At the same time, 2 elite ghosts had already approached the Destiny Treeman. In fact, the elite level is equivalent to the heroic level. It's just that elites cannot command troops, nor can they distribute their abilities to other companions. They can only be strong alone. In addition, the number of elites exceeds that of heroes by a large amount. Therefore, the status of elites in Aradovi City is really inferior to that of heroes. At most, they appear in battle missions in the barracks, and exist as base numbers corresponding to certain enemies. But Commander Lin is considered a hero with unique ideas. He believes that the existence of elites also has its own reason and significance. Before other heroes noticed this special group of elite soldiers, Commander Lin was the first to make an appointment with this group of soldiers. This is how the 2 ghost elites in front of them were obtained. On the surface, they look nothing special from ordinary ghosts. At most, their colors are different. One of them is a standard pink translucent color, and the other is a ghost wearing a black robe. But his black robe, there are golden lines on it. At the same time, the weapons in their hands are obviously better. This is actually understandable. After all, as elites, although they are just ordinary soldiers, their priority will still be higher than that of warriors and bosses. Whether they are completing the battle mission in the barracks or queuing up to change weapons at the blacksmith shop, they can always be one step ahead. You can even customize your own weapons. The same is true for the 2 people in front of me. The pink one is holding a long whip. When moving, the long whip will emit pink light. The other one was holding a sterling silver spear upside down. When he moved, he seemed to be riding a horse. The gun was behind him, and he had the intention of taking action at any time. The 2 of them surrounded the Destiny Treeman, one on the left and the other on the right. The Destiny Treeman also noticed these 2 elite ghosts. He immediately felt that these two elite ghosts were threatening him. So he directly shifted his focus to these two ghosts. And the wand on his back arm kept throwing out green leaves. But the attack speed of the wand is just like that. These two ghosts are relatively powerful. They don't need to stare at the trajectory of the flying leaves. They only need to stare at the movement of the wand to dodge and advance. So under their impact, the two of them quickly came to the side of the Destiny Tree Man. The one holding the spear dodged in the air, and pierced the Tree Man's body with the spear. However, as soon as he pricked like this, he felt that something was wrong. And he felt as if he had been hit on a piece of wood. If it's just ordinary wood, the ghost can pierce it with confidence. But when he stabbed down, he could clearly feel a suction force coming from his spear, trying to suck his spear. This situation made Ghost a little uneasy. He immediately put down the spear in his hand, pulled back his left hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. When the long sword was slashed out, a whip shadow had already been struck, and it hit the Destiny Tree from another angle. At the same time, the men led by Commander Lin also rushed to a position about 10 meters away from the Destiny Tree. From the skeleton soldiers and skeleton archers, 3 elites and more than 10 warriors also rushed out. They pounced on the Destiny Tree from different angles at the same time and launched an attack on the Destiny Tree. Because of Commander Lin, the coordination between them was quite good. Although they attacked at the same time, there was no feeling of crowding. On the contrary, they are obviously different from before and after. At the same time, they also know very well what their abilities are, and know what to do at this time. They have never done anything unnecessary. This is the advantage of Commander Lin. For some soldiers, the hero who can arrange everything clearly is the best hero. Other heroes are, at best, nothing more than tools used to improve stats. At this time, Commander Lin did not know that this was what his men thought of him. At this time, he was adjusting everything in front of him and observing the reaction of the Destiny Tree Man. He naturally noticed that the elite ghost simply gave up his weapons. Regarding this situation, he also thought more about it in his mind, and made targeted okay arrangements when he took action. Arrange all the questions you can think of in advance. Chapter 849 The Black Dragon shows its power. As Commander Lin's men were suppressing the Destiny Tree Man and fighting there, the troops brought by Gu Shi had also rushed to the vicinity of the Destiny Tree Man. The ones who came fastest were not the bone dragons and ghost dragons under Gu Shi, but the red dragons and black dragons that had never been born. When they were first placed on Eridavita's side, they all thought they were the most powerful force under Gu Shi. But as the Dragon Nest portal was built and the Earthline Ghost Dragon was put in place, Black Dragon status plummeted. Now the role of these black dragons and red dragons is to go to Dragon Valley once a week, trick some underage dragons back from there, and replenish the strength of Gu Shi's dragons. Other times, they just flew near Aladovita and did not participate in any battle. This situation makes the confident dragon very unhappy, now that Gu Shi had rarely released them. Of course they pounced on the Destiny Trayer's position as soon as possible. When the black dragon and the red dragon were about to approach the Destiny Tree, they suddenly felt something was wrong above their heads. The apple branches above their heads seemed to come alive, and kept hitting the black and red dragons. Under the whipping of apple tree branches, half of the flying black dragons and red dragons were knocked down from the sky, although they immediately turned over and flew into the air again. This attack also brought a serious warning to the black dragon and the red dragon. The sky is not their home ground. This situation makes the black dragons quite unhappy. They are the most powerful dragon clan. They are usually suppressed by bone dragons and ghost dragons. After all, their level is higher than mine. Now that such a tree dares to hit me, this is not justified. So the black dragons and red dragons that flew up again did not rush towards the Destiny Tree Man, but rushed towards the branch that had just hit them. And a burst of dragon breath spurted out against the branch. Whether it is a black dragon or a red dragon, their dragon breath all has the effect of fire. This kind of flame is extremely lethal to trees. They sprayed randomly in the sky, and the dragon flames directly lit the branches. The apple tree branches also reacted quickly. When it found that it could not put out the fire, it was quite humane, and used the burning branches as weapons. With the flames, it hit the black dragon and the red dragon directly. At this time, the ghost dragons also flew here. Although the black dragons and red dragons have been carrying out tasks to improve themselves, the experience required for upgrading is relatively high. Currently, only half of the red dragons have reached level 8, and only about 1/3 of the black dragons have reached level 9. They will be beaten by apple trees. That is because their strength has not reached a relatively high level. and their various statistics have not improved yet. The situation of those ghost dragons is different. After reaching level 10, not to mention other attributes, their attributes have improved a lot. As soon as they saw the apple tree in this state, the ghost dragons immediately changed their targets and directly attacked the apple tree before the Destiny Tree Man was defeated. The ghost dragons didn't know that by doing so, they cut off the Destiny Tree people's escape route. The power of this Destiny Tree Man actually comes from 3 parts, among which the one that represents the fighting will is the one that originally stood on the Destiny Stone. The Destiny Stone represents the fighting power, and the apple tree behind provides sufficient defense and vitality for the Destiny Tree people. In other words, as long as they fight under the apple tree, the Destiny Treant will not die easily. Therefore, less than half of Commander Lin's men's attacks were effective, and the rest did not actually affect the Destiny Tree. As a result, the burning of the Black Dragon's and Red Dragon's breath disrupted the apple tree's support for the Destiny Tree. This time, the Ghost Dragons rushed forward and dealt the final blow to the apple tree. Most of these Ghost Dragons are Earthline Ghost Dragons, and they have the ability to rust or age. Rusting can reduce the enemy's defense, and aging can reduce the enemy's vitality. As soon as the 2 abilities came out, they immediately beat the apple tree to death. The apple tree is also smart. It destroyed the branches here quite simply, allowing the branches still carrying flames to fly up on their own, attack the rushing Ghost Dragon. But apple tree's thinking is still too simple. In apple tree's mind, even Black Dragons can be defeated, but some Ghost Dragons cannot be defeated. But it never expected that the Ghost Dragon was much stronger than the Black Dragon. The branches that cut off the fundamental connection with the big tree were unable to catch up with the Ghost Dragon. Instead, they were guided by the Ghost Dragon and collided in the sky. In the end, the shade of the apple tree near this half was directly burned away. Without the help of the apple tree, the Destiny Tree Man also lost his due defense and super vitality. In addition, the movement speed of tree people is really much slower than that of normal people. So Commander Lin seized this opportunity and ordered his men to pour all their attacks on the Destiny Tree Man. The Destiny Tree Man also wanted to take the opportunity to counterattack, but was blocked by several elite undead who had already attacked him. At this time, the Destiny Tree Man finally remembered the dagger in his hand. He raised his arm holding the dagger and was about to take action. But at this moment, Commander Lin, who had been staring at this side, decisively waved his hand, and a skeleton archer aimed an arrow at that arm. When the skeleton archer shot the arrow, everyone could see a flash of golden light. The arm holding the dagger exploded on the spot, and the small dagger fell to the ground before it was thrown. Then other elite undead attacked from all directions, some hacking at the legs, some hitting the face, launching the final attack on the Destiny Tree Man from different positions. Also rushing over were the bone-armored centipedes under Gu Shi. It just happened to catch up with the good time. When it rushed over, the Destiny Tree Man had no time to pay attention to itself. So the bone-armored centipede seized the opportunity, climbed up from behind the Destiny Tree Man, and bit the Destiny Tree Man's back heavily. With this bite, the bone-armored centipede directly tore off a piece of the Destiny Tree's skin, and then with a strong force, most of the Destiny Tree's bark was torn off. The Destiny Tree Man had not expected that there could be such a way of attack. He swung the spear in his hand and wanted to hit the bone-armored centipede behind him. But at this moment, an elite skeleton holding a sword and shield pounced forward. The long sword in his hand pierced the abdomen of the Destiny Tree Man and cut downwards with force. At this moment, the life force of the Destiny Tree Man was reduced by more than half, and he no longer had the strength to attack the bone armor centipede. At this time, other undead pounced on him from all directions, pushing the Destiny Tree Man to the ground, and kept slashing at the Destiny Tree Man's body with the weapons in their hands. Chapter 850 New Dungeon Mission. Elite Skeleton Shooter, Summon, kills Destiny Tree Arrows, Level 9. Boss. You get 1 experience point. Commander Lin gets 1 experience point. The killer gets 119 experience points. And other participants get experience 51 points. In the Westminster Abbey event instance, the second boss, the Destiny Tree Man Ariels, was killed, and the passage to the Westminster Cemetery has been opened. With a ding, new information popped up, and Gu Shi also understood that the second boss, Ariels, the Tree of Destiny, had died in the battle. Before Gu Shi could step forward to check on Ariels, the Destiny Tree who fell to the ground. The leaders of the major forces in Britain rushed over with their troops. They quickly moved the defense line originally located at the station to this side, and helped Gu Shi clean up the fallen battlefield. Anna in the dungeon also brought the great knight to Gushi. Your men are very strong. When Anna spoke, she looked up at the black dragon and the red dragon still circling in the sky. Although only part of the apple tree was burned, the sun was already falling where the apple tree's shade had been burned. The area is now back under the control of Victoria's city. At the same time, because the controlled part of the apple tree was burned, this gave the part of the apple tree that had not yet been controlled a chance to fight back. Now the apple trees here can no longer provide much help to the cultists. This was an advance for the British troops. After discovering such a situation, Anna would naturally be very happy. At this time, Anna said to Gushi, Baron Gu, I know it's very hard now, but there is one thing I want to ask you for a favor. Princess, please speak. Gushi, who was about to touch the body, stopped when he heard this. He knew this was the follow-up mission coming. Sure enough, Anna added, look, just past here is the royal cemetery. Most of the British royal family, no matter which dynasty they belong to, were born here, ascended the throne here, and were finally buried in that location. As Anna spoke, she pointed to the vestibule of Westminster Abbey, which had become ruins. This is where the King of Britain ascended the throne. Gushi could understand. He had heard a lot from Princess Anna. It's just that he doesn't quite understand what the Anna in front of him means by saying this. Baron Gu, the coffins of the past kings are buried over there, as well as the personal belongings of the past kings. This time, the enemy will definitely attack the past kings. But you also know what's going on with our British royal family. Most kings have the possibility of transforming the undead. So no matter how powerful the cultist is, he can only transform one of the kings at most. And he will most likely start with the weak one. After hearing what Anna said, Gushi seemed to understand something. What do you mean? You want me to be careful not to hit the king's body when I hit the cemetery? Gushi asked curiously. No, there is no need for that. I just hope that the king's burial objects will not be touched by others. Anna glanced at Gushi and stated her request. At this moment, there was a ding in Gushi's ear. Ding! You communicate with the eldest princess in the dungeon. And after receiving the order from the eldest princess, you activate a dungeon mission. Dungeon mission, Treasure of the King. Task description, from inside the Westminster Abbey Cemetery. Find and recover the funerary objects that originally belonged to the kings of the past generations. Task requirement, retrieve at least 2 funerary objects 0/2. Task reward, King's weapon set, transformation item. Note 1, there are some things that, as long as you take them out, you will be like a king. Explanation 2, the one who can be buried beside the king must be the king's favorite. Looking at the dungeon mission that popped up in front of him, Gushi rolled his eyes. He thought that the rewards given by the tasks in the dungeon were as good as last time. So he just raised a skill level by 1 level. As a result, the tasks are obviously getting more and more difficult now. And the things given are becoming more and more abstract. The king's weapon set. What is this? Is it used to transform weapons? It depends on whether Gushi wants it or not. As far as Britain can have kings, their weapons can be transformed. Could it be some kind of snake-slaying sword or heaven-splitting axe? If you really want to have such an illusion, you can just let Gushi show it off for a while. After all, Bai Wuchang's skin is really useful for Gushi. The problem is that you don't have it. Just this thing. But also need to find 2 funerary objects. Gushi wanted to open all the tombs of the British kings and take out everything inside. But Gushi didn't do it in the end. This dungeon is very important to Gushi. His goal is to complete all the dungeon tasks. Even if he cannot complete them all, he must complete most of the tasks that appear in the dungeon. Before receiving the quest, it was impossible for Gushi to offend the NPC who issued the quest in the dungeon. After accepting the task, Gushi didn't pay much attention to it. He just walked silently to the body of the fallen Destiny Tree Ariels, stretched out his hand, and pulled out the guy hard. The body of Ariels, the destined treeman, was hard enough at the beginning. When Commander Lin's men attacked, they didn't have any strength left at all. This move directly chopped the Destiny Tree Man Ariels into pieces. When Gushi passed by, the destined treeman Ariels, who originally looked like a big tree with 4 arms, had now turned into a pile of wood fragments. Even his weapons were turned into pieces and scattered all over the ground, leaving nothing behind. When Gushi came over, there was a pile of broken wood on the ground. Looking at the situation in front of him, Gushi walked forward and flipped it over. After pushing the wood away, he just happened to see the Destiny Stone that was previously embedded in the abdomen of the Destiny Tree Man Ariels. It was actually just a large, unremarkable stone. From a distance, it looked like a large cement block. But after Gushi took it out, it had a distinctly different aura. Gushi thought for a moment, raised his left hand, and the effect of the 6 flaming lamps was activated. The man wearing the yellow spring dragon robe stood behind Gushi. Gushi closed his eyes, and through the perspective of the person holding the suit, Gushi saw that this destiny stone contained a strong aura of national destiny. Although Gushi could clearly feel that the aura of national destiny in front of him was fake, it didn't matter. Thinking of this, Gushi turned his head and glanced at Anna, then raised his hand. Bury the dragon vein. As the skills of Huangquan dragon robe were activated, the national destiny on the destiny stone was activated by Gushi. Chapter 851 Conflict over the Destiny Stone. As the aura of national destiny on the destiny stone was activated by the Huangquan dragon robe, a fierce dragon roar came to everyone's ears. Gushi could even hear the sound of the ocean waves from the dragon's roar. Before Gushi could see clearly what was going on, a fishy smell of the sea hit his face. Gushi's movements also attracted the attention of Anna and others. When Gushi pushed away the pieces of wood, the leaders of the major forces knew what they were. After all, they are all British forces, and they all have more or less titles from Britain. They also have the right to visit when the British king ascends the throne. Of course, they understood what the stone represented. Now that Gushi was about to attack the Destiny Stone, they couldn't help but rush up to stop Gushi. But it was already too late. As soon as the ability to bury the dragon veins was activated, the Destiny Stone exploded on the spot, and a virtual dragon shadow flew into the sky. After this dragon shadow flew out of the Destiny Stone, its level continued to increase. When it first started flying, the level of this dragon shadow was only level 7. But as soon as it turned around, its level exceeded level 10, and it was even improving continuously. But at this moment, the man wearing the Huangquan dragon robe suddenly retreated in front of Gushi, opened the Huangquan dragon robe, and blocked Gushi behind him. Then a bang was heard. There was a thunder in the sky, and the dragon shadow that was about to surpass level 20 was hit by a bolt of lightning. Even the dragon hit the ground and rolled several times on the ground. Only then did Gushi clearly see the situation of longing in front of him. The dragon in front of me already looked like a ghost dragon, but its color was not the color of a serious ghost dragon, but a strange red color. At the same time, there are still traces of bones, like lions, on the ghost dragon's body. It is obvious that this ghost dragon has brought the national destiny from Britain. Ghost Dragon, level 10. Summoned object experience, 0/5500. Attack 20. Defense 18. Life 150. Skills, undead creature. Flying creature. Powerful dragon breath. Dragon breath attack can ignore enemy defense. Aging curse. Note, this ghost dragon originally had the strength to hit level 20, or even level 25 or above. But due to certain restrictions, its level has now been suppressed to level 10. After looking at the explanation of the ghost dragon's information, Gushi understood what the lightning strike just now was about. At the same time, he also guessed why this ghost dragon was said to have the potential to hit level 25 or above. This Destiny Stone was originally the proof of the King of Britain's accession to the throne. It contained the dragon energy of Britain's national destiny. It was precisely because of this that the Destiny Stone was activated by Huangquan Lungpa's burial dragon veins. However, it is precisely because of this reason that in the dungeon, the level of the ghost dragon that could originally reach level 25 has dropped directly. Coupled with the fact that the level limit of the current dungeon was 10. The original level was suppressed again. And finally it became the current situation. But for Gushi, none of this was a problem. As long as the dungeon is left, the level of the ghost dragon can be increased again. At least the ghost dragon in front of him will not reach level 20. As long as he has gained experience, he can reach level 20 directly. Unlike the other 2 level 19 subordinates under Gushi, after gaining full experience, they still have to complete legendary tasks before they can reach level 20. The gap here is huge. The ghost dragon in front of him might be the first soldier under Gushi to reach level 20 on his own. This possibility made Gushi take a higher look at the ghost dragon. Otherwise, he really hasn't paid much attention to this level 10. You must know that Gushi currently has a group of level 20 or above lounds. Just when Gushi was about to let Guilong get up, Anna and the Great Lord also walked up to Gushi. Baron Gu, can you keep this ghost dragon for me? Gushi looked back at Anna and shook his head decisively. Impossible. Baron Gu, I just saw that your ghost dragon was transformed from the Destiny Stone. although I don't know how you operate it. The Destiny Stone belongs to Britain. Gushi was so angry that he laughed at Anna's words. The guilt that Princess Anna had when she wanted to assassinate this person was wiped away. Gushi directly pulled Anna to the pile of wood fragments. You should tell him that I snatched the Destiny Stone from him. If you don't accept it, I can help resurrect him. And you can challenge it yourself. You? When Gushi said this, Anna felt a little unhappy. However, he did not say anything else. After all, the strength that Gushi had displayed now exceeded the level of the current copy. Not to mention other things. The level of the dozens of ghost dragons flying in the sky has exceeded the upper limit of level 10. If it weren't for the fact that they were released from the city gate by Gushi, they might have been ostracized by the dungeon as soon as they entered it. It is precisely for this reason, and because Gushi has already killed 2 bosses, Anna is unwilling to have any conflict with Gushi. After all, what Gushi showed in front of him already had the power to bulldoze the entire copy. If Anna pushed Gushi too far, Gushi might turn around and kill them all at once. After glaring at Gushi, Anna said nothing more. Affected by Anna, the attitudes of the leaders of various forces in Britain towards Gushi also rapidly changed. Although there was no conflict with Gushi's team, he didn't dare to get too close to Gushi's team like before. Gushi didn't pay much attention to this situation. He is very aware of his current strength. If it were not for taking on some tasks, he would have wiped out these damn forces in one fell swoop. Why should we keep them like now? So Gushi gave them a loud snort, and moved the Steel City Gate that had been placed at the previous location of the square. With the suppression of the Steel City Gate, Gushi went to the side of Ariel's, the slain tree of destiny. The destiny tree Ariel's destiny stone was transformed into a ghost dragon by Gushi, but the other parts were still in place. Gushi needed to deal with this place, at least touching the corpse to retrieve the treasure. These were all shot down by Gushi, and he didn't want to just leave them here. So Gushi reached out and touched the pile of wood. And then a voice sounded in Gushi's ears. You received 318 gold coins. You got spear fragments, white, *11. You got wood, *33. You get soldier recruitment coupons, level 3, *4. You get building stone, level 2, *1. You get a wooden sword, green, *1. You get the applewood staff, green, *1. You get the dagger of evil, blue, *1. Chapter 852 Dungeon Mission completed. Wooden longsword, green. Two-handed weapon. Attack 9. After equipped, strength +1. Constitution +1. Equipment requirements, strength 10. Special, bone crusher. Has a chance to crush the enemy's bones when attacking. Explanation: you see? This is a sword, but it is definitely more powerful than your mace. Applewood staff, green. Two-handed weapon. Attack 6. After equipped, intelligence +1. Perception +1. Equipment requirements, intelligence 10. Special, flying leaves can release leaves to attack the enemy, causing about 15 points of damage to the enemy. Explanation: in addition to being used for burning, applewood actually has some uses. Except for the blue evil dagger. Gushi only found 2 pieces of equipment that didn't look very good. If these 2 weapons appeared before Gushi's level 4, they would definitely be considered good weapons. But for Gushi now, it's really of no use. After thinking about it, Gushi was about to put away the 2 weapons. At this time, Robbie, who had been working outside Westminster Abbey, came over with the bone-cutting battalion. Behind him were more than 300 civilians who were still alive. These civilians looked weird. They looked at the targets of the Bonjanang camp soldiers with gratitude, but they did not dare to get too close to the Bonjanang camp. Gushi knew what they were thinking just by looking at them. These civilians were rescued by having their bones chopped off, so they would naturally be grateful. But the attitude towards the undead was the same for all living beings, and fear and caution were definitely there. But Gushi understood it. But he didn't want to pay attention to this kind of thing at all. He glanced at these civilians, and then said to Robbie, "Robbie, you did a good job. You completed the mission very well. This wooden sword will be rewarded to you." After saying this, Gushi handed the wooden sword he had just obtained to Robbie. Robbie's eyes lit up when he took the wooden sword. As the hero of the Bonjanang battalion, he holds the same ordinary 2-handed long sword as the Bonjanang battalion. Although this weapon has been strengthened many times by Aladovi City, and its quality is already good, it is still not as good as some serious weapons. After taking over the wooden long sword, Robbie was also quite happy. This long sword was a pretty good weapon for him. After handing the wooden sword to Robbie, Gushi looked at the civilians behind the bone-cutting camp. Sir, these civilians were rescued. It's appropriate for them to stay here. Do you think it's better to send them now? After hearing Gushi's words, the Great Knight who was standing next to Anna had to stand up. Leave the matter here to me. To express my gratitude. This is a reward for you. As the Great Knight spoke, he walked towards the civilians. At this time, a voice came from Gushi's ear. You have completed the copy mission. The new force on the street. Mission description. In the streets and alleys, some ordinary people are still being attacked by weird cultists. Please take action to save them. Mission requirements. Rescue 337 civilians, 337/20. Task reward. Light of civilians, purple. Light of the civilians, purple. You can draw a torch on the battle flag to represent the civilians' recognition of you. Under the influence of the battle flag, the lives of all your soldiers will increase by 30. Flame light. Under the influence of the battle flag, all soldiers under your command will attack with 2 points of fire damage. Civilian blessing. Under the influence of the battle flag, all soldiers under your command will automatically recover 6 health points every 5 seconds. Looking at a torch-like pattern appearing in his hand, Gushi knew that his harvest this time was pretty good. Then find someone to redraw his battle flag and incorporate this pattern into it. After putting away the light of the common people, Gushi took another look at the applewood staff in his hand, wanting to find someone to send the staff away, but found that there was no target. Finally, Gushi just gave up, put away the applewood staff, and said to Robbie and Commander Lin, you go first and go to the cemetery. I still need to sort it out again. After hearing Gushi's order, Commander Lin quickly set off. While Robbie glanced at Gushi, Gushi waved to him. Go ahead. I'll be fine here. Gushi knew that Robbie was worried about his safety, but he didn't even look up at the black dragon, red dragon, etc. in the sky. With their presence, how could there be any problem with Gushi's safety? After arranging Robbie and the others out, Gushi did not rush to take action, but focused his attention on the pile of wood again. The previous gatekeeper Kaisa was locked in the gate of the underworld, and his body could not be used. Therefore, Gushi had no idea of summoning souls and transforming corpses. Now this Destiny Tree Man Ariel's is different. Although her body was smashed into pieces, it is still there, especially the head. It still looks quite complete now. Although this guy's level is not very high, he can still be regarded as a boss template. And Gushi doesn't want to miss it just like that. So Gushi raised his magic wand and pointed it at the body of Ariel's, the Tree Man of Destiny. Spiritualism. As a ray of white light fell, the large amount of wood flew up on its own, constantly joining together in front of Gushi. Anna on the side saw this situation and understood what Gushi wanted to do. But it was Gushi who took the initiative along the way, and no one could snatch Gushi's trophies. They could only watch like this, waiting for Gushi to take everything that belonged to him before coming over to clean up the battlefield. In Anna's mind, the most Gushi could do was take away the enemy's corpse and the enemy's weapons and equipment. There was no way Gushi could take away the land at Westminster Abbey. After Gushi has dealt with all the enemies here, Britain can go back to rebuilding Westminster Abbey. There is no need to fight with Gushi at this time for something they don't want. So no matter what Gushi planned to do, Anna and the others had no intention of stopping it. Under Gushi's spiritualism, the wood fragments were finally pieced together into a wooden figure a little more than 2 meters high. The wooden figure's body was thicker than that of a normal human being, and the wooden boards on the surface of the body were almost rotten. He looked like a puppet made of rotten wood. The only thing that wasn't wood was a stone embedded in his chest. Rotten Woodman, Level 9. Summoned Object Experience, 0/4500. Attack 20. Defense 28. Life 150. Skills, Undead Creature. Rod Attack. Life Absorption. Destiny Defense, not affected by the effect of instant death attack. Chapter 853 The Provocative Enemy. After recruiting the new undead, Gushi's men finally cleaned up the battlefield, and all the things originally piled on the battlefield were transported back to Aladovi City. At the same time, the newly resurrected evil Transformer Sin also walked out of the Steel City gate with his men. This time, the evil Sin suffered a great loss. Not only was he resurrected, but his original subordinates were also gone. The zombies he has now are all ordinary zombies trained in the cemetery, and their level is only level 7. Although he transformed it into an evil zombie in the first place, and equipped it with various weapons and equipment, it was definitely not as useful as the previous evil zombies. As soon as he came out, he came to Gushi. Sir, I hope to participate in the next battle. Sure. But Lin has already killed his way to the cemetery. There are many troops there. If you go over there now, you won't be able to kill anyone at your speed. I have other tasks for you to do. When Gu Shi heard the evil zombie's request, he immediately thought of the dungeon mission he had accepted during his last dungeon trip. Bloody strange fruit. This is a mission that requires killing strange creatures within the confines of Westminster Abbey and taking a bloody fruit from them. Along the way, Gu Shi defeated 2 bosses, and none of their subordinates were such weird creatures. On the first gatekeeper's side, the men released were cultists. On the side of the second destiny treeman, his subordinates at the beginning were wooden transformers. Along the way, Gu Shi and his men killed many enemies, but there were not many truly weird enemies. Now that evil Transformerson had made a request to join the war, Gu Shi happened to think of his task, and he handed over the task to evil Transformerson. After listening to the request and task proposed by Gu Shi, the evil one-son immediately agreed. 100 bloody fruits? At least 100 enemies must be killed. Moreover, all the bloody fruits come from Wei's body. Judging from the current situation, it will take some time to find these weirdness. Gu Shi couldn't waste time on this, so the evil converter-son who came with his troops could just arrange it. After handing over this task, Gu Shi took the phantom magic wand and led his men towards the cemetery. When Gu Shi left, Anna and the great knights looked a little ugly. The great lord whispered to Anna in the copy, "Grand Princess, this person is going too far. This is normal. It's because we haven't shown enough strength now. If we had participated in the previous battle, he wouldn't have reacted like this. Sir, let's forget this matter. We'd better reserve enough troops to deal with what comes next. I'm worried that things in Westminster Abbey this time are not as simple as we see. I always feel that there is the shadow of that great king behind this." After hearing this, the great knight shook his head. "Princess, it's not that I want to raise any objections, but the situation in front of me became a little weird. I always had the feeling that the situation was not in our plans." At this time, Anna thought about it and said, "Sir, go and talk to the man under the apple tree and ask him to pay more attention to the situation here. Princess, he is now trying his best to suppress the apple tree's mutation. You saw what happened before. The apple tree was almost controlled by the prince's men. Can he spare his attention and energy now? It should be possible. You haven't noticed that the speed of the apple tree's deformation has slowed down significantly after it was burned by fire. This is an opportunity for that knight. Now that he still has some energy, just say it was me and ask him to help more." "Okay," Sir said helplessly. "I'll go talk to Sir right now." While Anna and the others were discussing this matter, the leaders of other British forces were also discussing it in groups of 3 or 4. In this battle, they felt that they were having a hard time. When Gu Shi came out at first, they felt that with the addition of a new force, the next battle would go more smoothly. But they never expected that the final outcome would be like this. The battle in front of them had nothing to do with them at all. It seemed like they were here for an armed parade. Then what are they doing here? As background, the leaders of various forces were quite dissatisfied with this situation. The reason why they came here was to show themselves well in front of the British royal family and earn some good fortune for their power. As a result, they came to act as the background. So what benefits could they get from the British royal family? And time was wasted. Several leaders were considering whether to leave early. Anyway, looking at the troops Gu Shi has at his disposal, not to mention other things, it shouldn't be difficult to compare Westminster Abbey. I'm afraid nothing will happen to them next. While they were secretly discussing this matter, a roar suddenly came from the direction of the cemetery. It seemed like something exploded. For a moment, everyone's attention was focused there. At this moment, they saw a faint blue light shield appear in the direction of the cemetery, covering the entire cemetery upside down like a huge bowl. As soon as she saw this situation, Anna immediately felt something was wrong. Impossible. How could this thing be activated? At this time, Gu Shi happened to be within this light barrier. He raised his head and glanced at the changed color of the sky, then glanced at the message that popped up in front of him, and sighed speechlessly. He just came to make a copy. How could he encounter such a thing? Death Arena, blue. Treasure is activated, and you are affected by the effect of the treasure. Within the area of influence of the arena, you cannot surrender, escape, retreat, exit the game, or pretend to be dead. Only one force can do this between you and your enemy. Survive. Looking at this information, Gu Shi knew that this death arena was a treasure prop similar to war shackles. It is a means to prevent players from escaping. It's just that Gu Shi is a little confused. Where does the opponent have the confidence to think that he can win against him? Thinking of this, Gushi pointed his magic wand at the ground, and the main city gate appeared behind Gushi, and a large number of undead troops stepped out of the main city gate. Also coming out with them were Gushi's most powerful troops, the Wangxiang militia and the Hellhounds. After releasing them, Gushi had only one idea: kill all those who provoke him. Chapter 854, the number 3 boss, who committed a major death. To make a big death. I am talking about the third boss of the Westminster Abbey Incident Dungeon, the mind controller Xiao Song. He is a half-necromancer and a brainwasher for the cultists. Unlike the previous gatekeepers and destiny trees, his abilities are relatively diverse. He himself has the ability to control the minds of others and make them fight as undead. And he also has the means of a necromancer, which allows him to resurrect corpses to fight for him. But his real ability is not here, but to deceive and intimidate the enemy through undead and psychic spells, in order to weaken the enemy's will, and finally achieve the effect of killing the enemy. It can be said that his method is unique among cultists. Normal people don't know his abilities, and they think he is a kind of being who can practice both magic and martial arts. No one even thought that he was taking the route of bluffing, in order to ensure that his fighting style would not be discovered by others. He always acted with the attitude that everyone who saw him take action would die. So when the enemy appears, he will release his treasure, the Death Arena, to trap the enemy in a range. The outside support could not come in, and his methods could not be seen. The enemies inside cannot escape. Even if he died in battle, his body would be left behind and become part of the undead in his hands. No one wants to expose his secret, but he never expected that the first people to come were Gushi's 2 heroes. When they came over, they did not go directly to fight the boss, but to clean up the minions near the cemetery. These soldiers are all half-undead troops brought by the mind controller Xiao Song. They are all considered cultists, who have been brainwashed by the mind controller Xiao Song and think they have gained powerful strength. In fact, this is not the case at all. Their bodies are slowly turning into undead. At the same time, their brains will also become the base of the mind controller Xiao Song, which allows the mind controller Xiao Song to quickly control everything nearby, make different arrangements, and even influence other people through the brains of these subordinates. The enemies that came in before were often not in large numbers. Even if they could kill the soldiers, they could only kill some. They would soon be surrounded by these soldiers, and finally fall into a mental illusion. But Gushi said 2 heroes this time. The bone-cutting battalion itself is already a large force, and Commander Lin has micromanaged his soldiers to the extreme. What they like most is to fight against such large numbers of enemies. In their eyes, this is an opportunity for their men to upgrade. So these 2 men immediately led their men to kill the miscellaneous soldiers. They brought enough troops, and they came with the intention of clearing the troops. So a lot of miscellaneous soldiers were killed immediately. This forced the mind controller Xiao Song, who was originally waiting for the enemy to come to his door, to launch his own death arena in advance. At this time, Gushi happened to lead some of his men into the attack range of the death arena. Seeing the color change in the sky, Gushi couldn't help but muttered, "The enemy is strong." He launched an attack right after I came over. He was staring at me the whole time. This situation made Gushi even more cautious. He did not immediately go to the inside of the cemetery, but stopped right in front of him. At the same time, Gushi released the garrison gate, along with the soul summoning tower. After releasing all his belongings, Gushi looked in the direction of the enemy. As soon as he looked over there, he felt his eyes blur, and the holder of the soul lamp appeared in front of Gushi. Gushi was just a little confused, but then he understood what was going on. The enemy used the power of the mind. However, Gushi's usual flame hard body protection effects are all based on immunity to the effects of psychic spells. Therefore, even if the enemy uses the power of his mind, he himself cannot feel it. But the holder of the spiritual lamp is different. He is the most sensitive to spiritual power. As soon as he discovers that someone is using spiritual power, he will jump out to protect Gushi. Gushi couldn't help but smile when he discovered that someone had used the power of his mind. Who is this person? Is he just rushing up here on his own? Isn't this trying to commit suicide? Thinking of this, Gushi first rolled his eyes, and then took action quickly. Although he discovered the enemy's weakness, Gushi didn't have any careless thoughts. At this time, Gushi immediately released all the bone dragons, ghost dragons and ghost dragons. When dealing with mental enemies, powerful undead are the best choice. The undead itself is not very affected by psychic spells. In addition, if the undead is much stronger than the enemy, the opponent's psychic abilities will continue to weaken. You can even just ignore it. Inside the bone dragon Gushi released, there was a level 19 two-headed bone dragon. This is simply the biggest nemesis of enemies who use psychic powers. Undead not only have high levels, but also have two heads. Even if one head is controlled by the mind, there is still another head that can obey the orders. There is no need to worry about being affected at all. Just as Gushi thought, the double-headed bone dragon flew out, hovered in the sky for a small half-circle, and immediately rushed to the depths of the cemetery. Behind the two-headed bone dragon were the ghost dragon and the ghost dragon. They didn't need Gushi to give any orders at all. They just stared at the enemy. Xiao Song, the mind controller over there, didn't expect that the enemy would rush over before he even started. So he shot forward immediately. He pressed his hands on the ground, as if pulling out something, and roared loudly, "I am the Hammer of Scotland." As he roared, a corpse stood up from the ground. He wore a golden crown on his head, and directly under the golden crown was a hood made of chain mail. He wore a red cloak, and his body exuded the smell of pickled spices. When he stood up, he still held a long sword in his hand. It is obvious that the golden crown on his head and the sword in his hand were burial objects of this corpse. Listening to the words of the mind controller Xiao Song, Gushi was suddenly stunned. Hammer of Scotland? Who is that? In fact, Gushi didn't know that this Hammer of Scotland was actually Edward Longlegs. He was the one who brought the Stone of Destiny from Scotland to Victoria. The cultists have thought everything through. The Destiny Tree Man took possession of the Destiny Stone, while the mind controller Xiao Song controlled the body of Longlegs Edward. Later, a member of the bloodline of Edward Longlegs will be arranged to ascend the throne in Westminster Abbey, and the British throne will be passed down. At that time, the British king will have the authority to perform a blood sacrifice. Open the Mirror Underground Palace, and let the king out. It's all that simple. As a result, Gushi came and the copy quickly slipped in another direction. Chapter 855, Easy Kill. Who the mind controller Xiao Song turned himself into has no direct connection with Gushi. Even though Edward the Longshanks was a relatively famous king in Britain, he was so famous that there were 3 Edwards before him. But he could still occupy the title of Edward I. The upper level limit for this copy is level 10. No matter how powerful Edward was when he was alive, he could only be a level 10 undead now. When he faced off against Gushi's men, he couldn't even beat the head dog. There was a loud roar over there, which only scared Gushi. Then a large number of bone dragons fell from the sky and pounced on Xiao Song, the mind controller behind him. It was the first time that the mind controller Xiao Song faced such a situation, and he was also shocked. At this time, the mind controller Xiao Song said loudly, "I am now Edward Longlegs in his strongest state, and behind me are Britain's strongest heavy armored cavalry and longbowmen. On the battlefield, I am invincible." When the mind controller Xiao Song said these words, the scene changed rapidly, and his eyes moved directly from the Westminster Abbey Cemetery to a hillside covered with grass. Behind him appeared 3,000 heavy armored cavalry, and nearly 10,000 longbowmen carrying bows and arrows taller than them. Among the heavy armored cavalry and long archers, you can see some halos flashing from time to time, which is a sign that the strength of the soldiers exceeds level 20. But Gushi couldn't see this scene, because all of this is an illusion created by the mind controller Xiao Song using the memory and mental power of Longlegs Edward. Everyone who is affected by the power of the mind will think that they are leading the troops when they face the real Edward Longlegs and the strongest one. It's just that Gushi is immune to the influence of the mind. In his eyes, the mind controller Xiao Song is like a madman, dancing around. After taking a look, Gushi said, "The soul lamp? Use the soul flame." Under Gushi's order, the wielder of the mind lantern immediately took action and struck a blow at the heart controller Xiao Song, who was still beating wildly. At this time, the bone dragons in the sky also flew above the head of the mind controller Xiao Song. It sprayed rusty dragon breath towards the location where the mind controller Xiao Song was. The mind controller Xiao Song never expected that Gushi's men would be so strong. He also didn't expect that Gushi could be immune to his own spiritual power. In his mind, these bone dragons flying over were just carrying out a decapitation operation. He had encountered this kind of thing many times before. He didn't have to worry at all. So he dodged, staggered some positions, and prepared to move some distance back. As long as he doesn't get sprayed by the ghost dragon's breath, he'll be fine. In the subsequent battle, Gushi's men would beat him, and eventually beat him to death. Even if they are not completely wiped out, the undead under him can still take action. And if that doesn't work, he can still take action But he really didn't expect that Gu Shi was staring at him. Seeing the mind controller Xiao Song retreating like a master, Gu Shi ordered, "Psychic lamp, mark the guy's location." In fact, there was no need for Gu Shi's order. The spiritual flame thrown up by the spiritual lamp just now had already played a guiding role. After being ignited by the soul flame, a dark blue flame appeared on the body of the mind controller Xiao Song. This is the effect of the mind flame. This flame will use the body and soul of the mind controller Xiao Song as fuel, and will continue to burn the mind controller Xiao Song completely. Gu Shi seldom uses this ability, not because burning enemies cannot transform them into undead, but because most enemies cannot burn anything. Most of the enemy's souls are not too powerful, and they often disappear immediately after getting angry. The final gain is not much. Instead, it's a bit of a waste of your own skills. The situation of the mind controller Xiao Song in front of him is different. For him who practices spiritual power, that spiritual power is the best fuel. Like now, the spiritual flame is constantly burning on the mind controller Xiao Song. I believe that when the mind controller Xiao Song is burned to death, Gu Shi will get something good. And now the existence of the soul flame has become a good mark to locate the mind controller Xiao Song. The unique situation of the soul flame cannot be hidden even by illusions affected by the power of the soul. As soon as the bone dragons, ghost dragons, and ghost dragons in the sky see this dark blue flame, they know where the enemy they want to fight is. Some of them were affected by psychic power and saw Edward Longlegs' army, while others did not see any army. But no matter what, they had no idea of attacking others, and all attacks were directed at the mind controller Xiao Song. Every attack they made was quite precise. By the time the mind controller Xiao Song reacted, it was too late. Half of his mental power had been burned, and the legion under long-legged Edward was unable to kill a single ghost dragon. Instead, his life had dropped to the lowest point under the attack of the ghost dragon. Looking at the situation in front of him, the mind controller Xiao Song naturally knew what was wrong. Edward Longlegs, all the strength of the army is concentrated within me. When the mind controller Xiao Song roared like this, all the troops transformed by his mental power rushed towards him. This army poured into the body of the mind controller Xiao Song. His complexion quickly improved. His body muscles became significantly thicker, and his legs also became much longer. This is another use of mind power, using the power of mind to hypnotize yourself. After hypnosis, he will believe that he is possessed by tens of thousands of troops, and can borrow the power of tens of thousands of troops. Of course, this method is very harmful to the mind controller Xiao Song. Under normal circumstances, he would not use this method. But there is nothing he can do. The bone dragons in the sky are about to be defeated. He must find a way to deal with the situation in front of him. That's why he used this forbidden move to fight the ghost dragons in the sky. But he never expected that in addition to being immune to psychic attacks, Gu Shi also had a psychic lamp in his hand. Before the war started, the psychic lamp had already ignited the mind controller Xiao Song with the psychic flame. Along the way, the mind controller Xiao Song's mental power has been almost burned out. If he didn't take back long-legged Edward's legion, he might be able to hold on for a while. Now after taking back all these imaginary things, the mind controller Xiao Song had not been affected by the hypnotic effect for a long time, and his mind was dizzy. Then blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. There seemed to be some white tofu-like things in the blood. At this time, all the ghost dragons and bone dragons in the sky had already pounced down, striking at the location of the mind controller Xiao Song. Chapter 856 Obtain the Blue Treasure. The ghost dragon, summoned object, kills the mind controller Xiao Song, level 9. Boss, you get 1 experience point. The killer gets 6 experience points, and other participants get 5 experience points. Copy of the major event in Westminster Abbey. The third boss mind controller Xiao Song was killed, and the passage to the Westminster back courtyard has been opened. Please note that due to the different opening order of the Westminster Abbey Cemetery and the Westminster Abbey back courtyard, there are some changes in the dungeon boss. Looking at the pop-up message, Gu Shi was stunned for a moment. He knew that there were many ways to play the dungeon, but he never expected that it could be played like this. Obviously, after passing the second boss, the Destiny Treeman, the next road should be divided into 2 lines. There must be a difference in whether to attack the cemetery first or the backyard first. When you win the number 3 boss, it will also affect the existence of the number 4 boss. If Gu Shi had just gone to fight in the back courtyard of Westminster Abbey, maybe the situation would have been different. It's just that Gu Shi hasn't studied yet how to choose the cemetery and the backyard. He didn't see any options at first. After killing the Destiny Tree, The passage to the cemetery opened directly. At this moment, because one party in the death arena died in battle, the defensive shield covering the cemetery disappeared, and the British teams behind them also moved towards this side immediately. After all, they saw the big commotion just now, and now they want to see what happened. Westminster Abbey is the focus of their attention now, and nothing can happen now. But when they rushed over, they happened to see Gu Shi touching the body. The corpse in front of Gu Shi was not that of the mind controller Xiao Song, but that of the original king of Britain, Edward Longlegs. For Gu Shi, Longlegs Edward had already crawled out of his own grave. That would mean he was involved in the fight. If he participated in the battle, he would leave behind the spoils. It was impossible for him to come out in vain and leave nothing behind. So Gu Shi immediately started rummaging around on Long-Legged Edward. Gu Shi's rummaging movements may have been a little too much, but the fallen king's body actually opened his eyes and opened his mouth to say something to Gu Shi. Can you leave the crown and the sword for me? I don't have many suitable burial objects now. Why are you still getting up when there are only a few burial objects? Shouldn't you hide yourself? Don't worry. I will put them back for you. But not now. You can lend me to complete a task first. Gu Shi asked while rummaging around. I was thinking if I could get some of it back. But you ruined it. By the way, throw away the leg bone for me. It's not my bone. It's so short. So it's not my leg. Gu Shi was speechless about this familiar corpse, but he still helped Edward Longlegs remove the leg bone. As for finding a longer leg bone, Gu Shi would not do it because there was nothing longer than this thing nearby. Bloody leg bone, green a leg bone that was found nowhere. Covered in blood. For some undead, this thing is useless. But for ordinary undead, it can increase the level of the undead by 1, up to level 10. I almost fed it to the dog. Gu Shi muttered to himself as he put away the leg bones. Long-Legged Edward's eyes widened, and he was about to say something. How to speak. Unexpectedly, Gu Shi moved faster than him. With a flip of his hand, he threw Long-Legged Edward's body into a nearby pit. As for whether the trap was set for Longlegs Edward in the first place, Gu Shi didn't know and didn't intend to ask. Anyway, I have helped you bury it. What else do you want? A special tomb for you. Don't joke. The reason we didn't bring your body back to be turned into a ghost is because of your status and position. You must know that there are only a few untouched bodies by Gu Shi, mainly the knights who carried Princess Anna's body back from the monarch. At that time, Gu Shi gave them a chance to bury themselves underground for a long time because of their willingness to fight to the death for their beliefs. This Long-Legged Edward was an enemy before, so it was pretty good that he could be completely buried underground. What else does he want for a bike? After pressing down the stone slab covering the burial ground, Gu Shi specially filled it with 2 handfuls of soil, and then clapped his hands and came to the body of the mind controller Xiao Song. Compared to the 2 previous bosses whose bodies were not even intact left behind, the situation of the mind controller Xiao Song is relatively better. At least, he has a complete body. When Gu Shi stood in front of the body of the mind controller Xiao Song, several bone dragons wanted to lift up his body to take a look, but they stepped aside only when they saw Gu Shi coming. Gu Shi lifted up the mind controller Xiao Song. This time, no evil dagger came out. Under a ray of blue light, something that looked like a small sun-purple bowl fell to the ground. You got the Death Arena, blue. Treasure, *1. Death Arena, blue. Treasure. It can be activated within a range. After activation, neither the enemy nor we can surrender, escape, retreat, or exit the game within this range. Although I knew the situation of the Death Arena from the beginning, knowing and obtaining it are 2 different things. After Gu Shi got this thing, a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. The harvest this time is considered normal. At least the blue equipment produced this time is no longer the kind of dagger that is almost useless. In addition to the Death Arena, Gu Shi also found other things in the mind controller Xiao Song. You got 559 gold coins. You got the mind fragment, white, *32. You got stone, *34. You get soldier recruitment coupons, level 3, *4. You get building stone, level 2, *1. You get heart of hosts, green, *1. You get the death heart arrow, green, *1. Psychic fragments, white fragments condensed by psychic power, which can be used to enhance the effects of psychic spells or to defend against psychic attacks. Heart of all arms, green, a special prop that can use the power of the mind to hypnotize nearby enemies on a large scale, making the enemy think that they have entered a battlefield with tens of thousands of people, allowing the enemy to fight against the enemy in hypnosis. Fight on your own. Unable to wake up again. Death Heart Arrow, Green, a special prop that can communicate with the undead through spiritual power. Even if you are not a necromancer, you can still contact the undead. However, Gushi just took a look at these things and didn't pay any more attention to them. At this moment, all his attention was focused on a bottle of potion. Chapter 857, Transformation Suit. The potion Gushi was holding suddenly appeared in his hand. The potion bottle is about the size of a fist and contains a purple potion. Bubbles like skulls will rise from time to time in the potion. Heart of Death, blue, a special potion. Transformed by a powerful psychic or necromancer. All of their abilities are transformed into this potion. After taking this potion, there is a 30% chance of randomly gaining a skill, psychic or necromancy. A 40% chance of permanently increasing intelligence and perception by 3 points. And a 30% chance of permanently increasing mana by 30 points. Regarding the properties of the potion in front of him, Gushi didn't know what to say. A random skill attracted Gushi's attention. Other effects are not as strong. But after looking at the description of Death Heart, Gushi knew how it was formed. If the first bottle works well, Gushi will come again next time. If it doesn't work well, then maybe forget it. While thinking, Gushi opened the bottle cap and poured the purple potion into his mouth. The moment he drank the bottle of potion, Gushi felt as if he had been soaked in formalin for too long. And his mouth was full of that weird taste. No wonder it was transformed from the necromancer. With this smell, I won't believe it if it has nothing to do with the necromancer. You drink the Heart of Death, blue. The effect of the Heart of Death is activated. And you master the skill Telekinesis. Telekinesis, level 1, use 1 point of mana to send an object to a designated location within a range of 30 meters. The weight of the object cannot exceed 30 kilograms. Ugh! A necromancer has a psychic skill. What the hell is this? It's really boring. Such a good medicine is wasted. Gushi murmured and stood up. While he was speaking, the British troops rushed over quickly. The leader is no longer Anna in the dungeon. This time, only the Great Knight arrived here on behalf of the royal family. As soon as he entered the Westminster Abbey cemetery, he glanced around, seeming to judge how many of the tombs of previous kings had been affected by the battle just now. As for other forces, not many came over. They seemed to have gone in other directions. Gushi didn't know what they were doing, but he didn't care much. In Gushi's eyes, he had no rivals in this dungeon, and there was no need to hide anything he was doing. Even if they fall out at this time, Gushi doesn't care. At this time, Gushi was facing the body of the mind controller Xiao Song. Spiritualism. Gushi directly transformed the enemy boss into his undead men in front of Sir and others. But in the next moment, Gushi's body sat up straight, and he realized that he had won the jackpot. You use spiritualism successfully, and get a Corpse Shaman Warrior, level 8, with 1 point of spiritualism experience. Corpse Warrior, level 8. Summoned object experience, 0 out of 1500. Attack 13. Defense 11. Life 55. Skills, Death Cloud. Mind Shock. Spellcaster, can learn spells used by heroes. Where is the brave man? This is the pinnacle of the warrior route, which is equivalent to the leader on the boss side. It's just that Gushi has only heard of it before, but has never seen it before. On the contrary, there are already 2 leaders among his heroes. This is now considered open. Such a Corpse Witch Warrior was good news for Gushi. And Gushi waved to him. Just stay with me from now on. When the Corpse Witch hero heard this, he grinned. Of course, he understood that following Gushi was different from following some heroes. Especially for such brave men. Their level should be at the same level as the leader according to normal circumstances. However, the status of brave men in the team is often inferior to that of the leader. This also creates a situation where no leader wants the brave, but they themselves are unhappy if the brave is asked to follow the hero. So the brave man was simply ignored. Now that Gushi asked him to follow him, this was tantamount to finding a way out for the Corpse Witch Warrior. At least the Corpse Shaman hero will have face when speaking out. However, Gushi didn't think so much. In his eyes, he was just lucky this time. He got a brave level Corpse Witch, and he was in position directly. Gushi saw that he had no place to arrange it, so he took it with him. After transforming the ordinary soldiers killed by his men into undead soldiers, Gushi turned around and led his troops towards the back courtyard of Westminster Abbey. When passing by the Great Knight, Gushi turned over his hand. By the way, sir, this time the enemy destroyed Edward Longlegs' tomb and took out the burial objects inside. These are his crown and sword. I have put them here. Take a look. They are for sir. Where is the princess? Should you bury it yourself? After listening to Gushi's words, the great knight's heart tightened, and he secretly shouted that something was wrong. The great sir is not Gushi, but he is very aware of Edward Longleg's status among the kings of the past. If something happened to Edward Longleg's body, it would be a big deal for Britain. He quickly accepted the 2 burial objects of Edward Longlegs, and quickly ran to Edward Longleg's grave. As for Gushi, just after he handed over the task, the reward came with him. You have completed the copy mission, Treasure of the King. Dungeon mission, Treasure of the King. Task description, from inside the Westminster Abbey Cemetery. Find and recover the funerary objects that originally belonged to the kings of the past generations. Task requirements, recover at least 2 burial objects 2 halves. Mission reward, longbow suit, transformation. Explanation, Edward Longlegs is most famous for his creation of longbowmen and participating in a crusade. But you look more like the longbowman he usually uses. As the task completion prompt appeared, something like a card appeared in Gushi's hand. On the card was a picture of a longbowman holding a longbow that was taller than a normal person, wearing a green cloak, a green hood covering his head, and green and black paint on his face. Gushi turned over the card. I found that there is a place for transmutation in the back. This time, the longbow suit can transform into 4 positions: weapons, cloaks, breastplates, and helmets. If all 4 pieces of equipment are transformed, the transmogrifier will also use the transformed combat effects when fighting. For example, Gushi is a dead wizard lord, and his weapon is a magic wand. But after he completes the full set of transformations, he looks like a longbow soldier to others. And when he uses magic, his movements are like a longbowman's bow and arrow. Such an attack is quite deceptive. Looking at the cards in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but laugh. Phantom Shooter Gushi is here. Chapter 858 Crazy Boss. After transforming himself, Gushi proudly stood on the holy silver evil coffin and quickly headed towards the back courtyard of Westminster Abbey. At this time, Gushi finally understood why there were 2 lines in the first place. The rear courtyard of Westminster Abbey is not located behind the narthex, but on the east side of the church. It happens to be on both sides of Westminster Abbey and the Westminster Abbey Cemetery. No matter where Gushi goes, he can always go to the passage leading underground at the end. Of course, you can't just go underground if you want to. If you don't find a suitable passage, you must kill the 4 bosses in front before you can go down. Gushi's goal this time was to capture the Westminster Abbey event dungeon. Therefore, Gushi had no intention of using the channel that he had discovered before. After taking a look at the open road, Gushi quickly headed towards the back garden of Westminster Abbey. As the back courtyard of Westminster Abbey, it is actually a chapel. The walls around the chapel are covered with niches, and there are 95 statues in the niches. These statues are of the kings and heroes of Britain. At the same time, outside the chapel, there are many monuments to musicians and scientists. When Gushi walked through here, he always felt like he was walking underwater. Every step forward would be repelled by a huge force. This feeling made Gushi quite uncomfortable. If boss number 4 was not necessary to be defeated, I would not even want to get close to this place. Fortunately, the distance was not long, and Gushi soon stepped into the back garden of Westminster Abbey. After entering this building, which was about the same size as the front hall, the uncomfortable atmosphere faded away. At this time, Gushi also discovered a situation. That is, the back courtyard of Westminster Abbey was not like the front hall, and there were a large number of affected soldiers inside. In the deepest part of the chapel, a cultist wearing a stone gray robe was sitting on the ground, wiping the statue closest to him with a colorless rag. When he saw Gushi coming in, the cultist stood up. You smell like corpses. It seems that you have just come from the cemetery. I asked you why you are so slow. I have been waiting here since the Destiny Stone was broken. As a result, you dragged it out for so long, and you missed the chance to kill me. When the cultist spoke, his voice sounded like mountain wind blowing over stones. If you can come here when the Destiny Stone is destroyed, and I have just absorbed the will left by the artists and scientists outside, you still have a certain chance of winning. Now that I have absorbed the stories left by the kings and heroes of the past here, you have no chance. After you die, you must remember that the person who killed you is the sculptor, artist, scientist, historian Alexander George Constantine Doney. Listening to the words of the person in front of him, Gushi's eyes did not change at all. He could see that the person in front of him was a level 10 boss. If converted into combat power, he could defeat up to 3 level 13 enemies in a one-on-one battle. If Gushi came in with a normal 5-man team, the fight might be more difficult, because he wasted too much time along the way. But Gushi is not a 5-man team at all. He can attack with a large number of troops at any time. And these troops even include a large number of people above level 15. Such a level 10 boss. Gushi really doesn't take it seriously. Inside, however, although Gushi did not take the enemy seriously, he did not take it too seriously. This guy who claimed to be Alexander George Constantine Doni would smile so confidently. There must be something wrong with this. So Gushi just waved his hand and asked his men to rush forward quickly. At this time, following Gushi into the back courtyard of Westminster Abbey were Commanders Lin and Robbie's troops, as well as various high-level troops brought by Gushi. But given the current situation, it would be useless for Commander Lin and Robbie to go in. So Gushi just waved his hand. And all his bone dragons, ghost dragons, plus the bone titan, Isabella and others took a step forward. Commanders Lin and Robbie retreated outside the back courtyard of Westminster Abbey and made defensive preparations. In their opinion, it would be easy for Gushi to defeat the boss in front of him. What they had to do now was to prevent Gushi from being disturbed in the process of killing the enemy. But Alexander on the opposite side didn't think so. When Commander Lin and Robbie retreated, he immediately understood that Gushi was preparing a suitable battlefield for him. If Gushi could do this, he was either a fool, or he was confident enough that he could kill him. Just by looking at those flying ghost dragons, Alexander understood that the enemy had enough confidence. But he was also confident. Alexander took a step forward and punched directly. When Alexander punched, a large number of shadows of statues appeared behind him. And these statues made the same action as him, punching out. Seeing this attack, Gushi pointed his magic wand at the ground. Firestorm! When Gushi released the firestorm, in Alexander's eyes, Gushi opened his bow and pointed the arrow at himself. Such an action made Alexander quite disdainful. It turns out it's a longbowman, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Such a longbowman's attack can be dodged in a flash, and it won't be very lethal at all. After he defeated all the bone dragons in front of him, he could then turn around and deal with the longbowman who couldn't fight in close combat. So Alexander didn't think much about it and just rushed out a few steps. Just when he was about to punch a ghost dragon on the head, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. What were the sparks flashing across his skin? And why did he seem to be wrapped in countless flames? At this moment, a black man who was all black except for the normal colored sword in his hand rushed out. His movements were as if the heavy rider had reached the most appropriate speed, and he knocked Alexander out head-on. Then a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and hit Alexander, followed by the dragon's breath from the ghost dragon behind. Because of the size of the backyard of Westminster Abbey, the ghost dragons couldn't rush to Alexander together. They could only roll their heads out and breathe dragon breath at Alexander. These dragon breaths were mixed into the firestorm, constantly tearing at Alexander's lime-gray skin, and eventually tore the skin on his body into different colors. Chapter 859 Useful Telekinesis. That's it. Looking at Alexander who was struck, Gushi said with a smile. He has already seen that Alexander's ability is to transfer the power of statues and monuments to himself. Because he exerted too much power, his body turned into stone. Now the color on his body has been returned to its normal color. That means that the power he got from the statues and monuments has been consumed. And now it is his own power. Although he understood what the situation was, Gushi had no intention of allowing Alexander to regain his fighting power. The man in front of me was too arrogant. Not only did he not have any subordinates, he even dared to jump out and fight on his own. To Gushi, this was a fool provoking him. So after the first move was successful, Gushi did not sit idle. He immediately launched the second move, telekinesis. This was the first time Gushi used this trick. However, Gushi possessed the mind lamp and the fox eye ring, and had already trained his mental abilities. He was very skilled in operating the trick he had just learned. Under Gushi's operation, the arm of a statue disappeared from the statue and appeared directly in Alexander's belly. If Gushi hadn't been far away, he would have even wanted to send some steel needles into the enemy's heart. The current blow directly beat Alexander half to death. He glanced down at his belly, where something in the shape of an arm appeared directly. Alexander, who originally wanted to fight back, paused on the spot. Then the arm seemed to come alive, constantly swimming inside Alexander's body, trying to tear Alexander's belly open. This situation also surprised Gushi. He was a little unsure about what was going on. In fact, Gushi hit Alexander's biggest weakness by mistake. Alexander became what he is today by absorbing all the power stored inside and outside the back courtyard of Westminster Abbey. He only absorbed the power, not digested it. These powers did not actually belong to him, but belonged to the monuments of outside artists and scientists, and to the statues of kings and heroes of the past. These forces actually do not recognize Alexander's body. It's just that he integrated this power through special means. Now that Gushi had inserted an arm belonging to the statue into Alexander's body, the unwilling power had a place to go and was continuously injected into this arm. This time the arm became active and tore Alexander's internal organs apart inside his body. Alexander himself was not that strong. All his strength and confidence came from these statues. When encountering such a situation, Alexander panicked. He reached out and hit his abdomen hard, trying to smash the arm inside him. In his mind, as long as the arm is smashed, he can digest the power concentrated on the arm through his own method. At that time, the power that was originally dissatisfied with him will be completely absorbed by him. At that time, he will have mastered all the powers beyond his control. But Alexander never expected that after Gushi made a move, he felt a little interesting. So he started playing tricks. The forward foreshadowing formation, which had just rushed out and knocked Alexander away, returned to Gushi again. At this time, Gushi pointed at the long sword. The long sword disappeared in front of Gushi on the spot. This time Gushi used the power of telekinesis. It's just that he sent the striker's power shattered formation into Alexander's body. At the same time, the holder of the forward foreshadowed array also activated the third skill of the forward foreshadowed array, a blow from the shattering knife. This blow directly turns the striker's force the shattered array into fragments, and shoots them out in a fan-shaped direction, attacking all enemies in front of them. But now that the striker's force the broken formation has been sent to Alexander's body, the impact of the fragments has all fallen into Alexander's internal organs. Gushi only heard a puff, and a large number of sword fragments flew out from Alexander's back. If you stand behind Alexander and look at him at this time, you will find that a huge hole was directly blown out of his body. Taking advantage of the hole that was blown out, the arm that was sent into Alexander's body also took this opportunity to crawl out of Alexander's body, crawled up his back, and hit Alexander on the head with a heavy punch. When this blow was struck, Alexander was actually seriously injured and had no strength to defend himself. After being hit by this punch, Alexander's head exploded like a watermelon and fell heavily to the ground. Then a bolt of lightning struck the arm that was trying to escape. The Bone Titan reached out and grabbed the arm and dragged it to Gushi. Kill Alexander George Constantine Doni, level 10. Boss, you will get 179 experience points, and other participants will get 96 experience points. Copy of the major event in Westminster Abbey. The fourth boss Alexander George Constantine Dorney was killed, and the underground passage to Westminster has been opened. Please note that as other bosses are killed, the apple tree begins to mutate. Every hour, the apple tree will increase part of the strength of the Tail King. After completing the killing here, Gushi also showed a smile on his face. Finally it's over. But it seems there are still a few missions that I haven't received. Do I have to do it again later? Just when Gushi was muttering about this matter, the White Bone Titan brought his arm that had been knocked down by lightning to Gushi. Gushi took the arm and took a look and found that it was a left hand with lightning. Although the arm was made of stone, the arm was quite flexible. Obviously this thing can be used to complete Gushi's temporary tasks. Sealed power. It's a pity that what Gushi is missing now is not the arm part, but the waist and right leg part. Such a relatively good arm part is somewhat of a waste for Gushi. Gushi sighed and wanted to put his arm away with his backhand. But Gushi never expected that such an arm would still want to fight with him. When he was about to put the arm away, the arm actually tried to grab Gushi's arm with a backhand. Gushi exerted force with his hand and smashed the arm to the ground. Seeing the arm trying to escape, Gushi stepped forward and kicked it. Then he took out the arm that activated temporary mission, sealed power, and pressed it hard on the stone arm. The next moment, all the power in this arm was taken away by the black arm with a red star on the deltoid muscle, and finally turned into stone. Chapter 860. Purple Suit appears early, looking at the broken stones in front of him and his right hand that turned into pure silver. Gushi finally felt that this time was not wasted. It's just a pity that the right hand looked more active just now. Putting away his silver right hand again, Gushi walked to Alexander's side. Compared with the previous three bosses, Alexander is a different case. His back muscles were gone, revealing his broken spine, and his head was beaten into a bloody paste. As for other parts of his body, they were also affected to some extent. Some bodies were petrified on the spot, while others were cut into pieces. Gushi didn't even expect to find anything good from him. It would be nice to have a dagger and a few green equipment. But Gushi never expected that as soon as he turned over the bloody corpse, a large amount of green light would bounce out of the corpse. Among the green light, there is also a blue light and a purple light. There's actually a purple outfit here? Gushi was somewhat surprised, as he thought the purple suit would appear at the end. Thinking of what Princess Anna said before entering the dungeon, Gushi decisively contacted Princess Anna, who had disappeared. Princess Anna, you've got a purple costume. Come over here and see if it's what you want. At this time, Princess Anna is planning to target Anna in the dungeon. Hearing the news from Gushi through the mind's eye, he was a little surprised. She and Gushi had the same idea. They both thought that only the Tailed King would wear purple clothes. Unexpectedly, Alexander would wear purple clothes. I'll go over now. Princess Anna still had a need for the purple outfit in the Westminster Abbey incident dungeon, and she responded immediately. At this time, Gushi also dealt with other things first. On Alexander's body, what glows blue is a dagger stuck in his heart. That was the evil dagger. But the usage of this dagger was different from the others. In addition to this evil dagger, the remaining green items are also different from the output of other boss, and their quantity and function have been significantly improved. You got 1099 gold coins. You got Monument Fragment, white, asterisk 55. You got the statue asterisk 19. You get Soldier Recruitment Ticket, level 5, asterisk 3. You get Building Stone, level 3, asterisk 1. You get the Light of Art, green asterisk 1. You get Science Thread, green asterisk 1. You get Hero Record, green asterisk 1. Monument Fragments, white fragments obtained from some well-known monuments. After adding a unit of stone, a monument, auxiliary building, random effect, can be built in the city. Statue, a statue of random quality that can be placed in the city as a decoration, equivalent to an auxiliary building. The quality of green or above will have 1 to 3 special attributes. Light of Art, green, a special prop that can be used on ordinary paintings or statues. It can turn paintings or statues into works of art and be used to decorate the city. Technology Thread, green, a special prop that can be used on various research materials. After being placed for 3 to 5 days, the research materials will have a variety of different research ideas. Hero Record, green, special props that can be used on boss-level subordinates. After use, the boss will have a 1% chance of becoming a hero. Each conversion time is 3 days. As soon as Gushi looked at the properties of these things, he knew that all the things here were obtained from the monuments outside and various statues inside. It seems that the most important thing in Westminster Abbey is not the boss inside, but the heritage stored in Westminster Abbey over the years. If possible, he would want to walk back to see if he missed anything along the way. At this time, Princess Anna also rushed to Gushi's side. Sir, where is the purple suit? Gushi pointed at the body that had not yet been dealt with. It's on the corpse. Can you see if it's what you need? Princess Anna took a look at Alexander's condition and muttered something. The reason why I want a piece of purple equipment in the dungeon is actually because I want the weapon condensed from the apple tree. This kind of weapon equipment is of special help to me. At present, I don't have much contact with apple trees, so the purple equipment is not what I want. As Princess Anna spoke, she reached out and took off the purple dress from Alexander's body. That was most of Alexander's spine. When it was held in Princess Anna's hands, Princess Anna's face became much uglier. What's wrong? Gushi was also a little curious. Princess Anna was usually very calm. So what was going on in front of her? Princess Anna handed most of the spine into Gushi's hands. Gushi heard the properties of this half of the spine. Alexander's spine, purple. Main hand weapon. Attack, 17 to 25. After equipped, strength plus 5. Agility plus 5. Equipment requirements, strength 10. Constitution 8. Special 1, Lock of Petrification. Every attack has a 45% chance of petrifying the enemy. The petrification time is based on the enemy's strength. At least 15 seconds. Special Effect 1, after wearing the equipment and activating the petrification lock effect once, the user will be affected. When not fighting, the limbs will become stiff and unable to be used normally. Special 2, Chinti on Bone. Every time you kill an enemy, it can absorb a segment of the enemy's spine and a metal weapon, making this spine's attack plus 1, no upper limit for upgrades. Special Effect 2, After wearing the equipment and activating the Skybone effect once, the user will feel a tingling sensation in his spine when not in combat, and may even be affected in his movement due to the spine being broken. Special 3. Art and Science. When waving the spine to attack, the sound produced when waving the spine will confuse the enemy, causing the enemy to fall into confusion and other negative effects. Special Effect 3. After wearing the equipment and activating the Art and Science effect once, the user's intelligence will decrease. Each time it is used, the intelligence will decrease by 1 point, and it will not stop until the intelligence returns to 0. Explanation. Although this is just a section of spine, in the eyes of some people, this is a superior weapon. This is not what I want. This trip is in vain. It's okay. Next time we will fight directly from the Tail King. We will get it from the Tail King first. The purple suit should be easy to get. As for this one, I will see if it is given to the incarnation of death or given to others. Use. Chapter 861. Take a 2-hour break. Looking at Princess Anna's reaction, Gushi knew that this piece of equipment wouldn't catch Princess Anna's eyes. As for Gushi, he has no idea of using this purple outfit for the time being. It's not that he can't afford it, but it's not cost-effective. This spine is obviously a late-stage weapon. It was of little use when you first got it, but after going through many battles and adding other people's spines, its attack power will slowly increase. But Gushi himself is not good at melee combat, and he will go back after being hit by the incarnation of death under his subordinates. His contracted undead may not be able to withstand such negative effects. So this thing was left behind in the end, and no one could use it. Gushi thought about whether he could find someone to change into a purple outfit if he had the chance, or if he could find another way to arrange it. After retracting his spine, Gushi did not forget to summon the Alexander in front of him into an undead spirit. It's just that this time, he didn't have the same good luck as before. Alexander's body was not complete, and in the end the ghost he summoned could only be a level 8 ghost. It looks no different from an ordinary ghost. Gushi just glanced at him and sent him to the team at the rear. At this time, Commander Lin and Robbie, who were outside, had also received the news and headed towards the newly opened underground passage one step ahead. As they moved, Gushi also turned to look at Princess Anna. There is still one internal mission that has not been received, and there are no clues for external missions and exclusive missions. Princess Anna understood what Gushi meant. I'm ready here. When we enter the underground passage later, there will be a few people rushing in. Sir, please slow down a little, and don't worry about them. Gushi understood what Princess Anna meant as soon as he heard it. This is preparing to kill with a borrowed knife. But in this way, can the dagger of evil be produced? Don't worry. Sir, this thing is so important. I won't mess with it. As for the task, we can do what we can do now. If it doesn't work, we will come back next time. Next time we will start from the Tail King. Then we can find someone to take over the task before entering the dungeon. After hearing this, Gushi also nodded. Gushi actually already knew the situation of the Tail King. In his eyes, the Tail King was already a corpse. Now Gushi has already started planning the next copy in advance. Regarding Gushi's advanced plan, Princess Anna not only did not think that Gushi was inappropriate, but also communicated with him in agreement and checked to see if there were any dungeon missions. After all, they fought all the way through the dungeon. There are definitely many details that have been missed. If Gushi hadn't been so anxious to call in before, he might have been able to find clues to the mission. But under the current circumstances, I'm afraid there's no way to achieve this. Gushi walked out of the back courtyard of Westminster Abbey, took a look at the changing apple tree, and couldn't help but shake his head. There isn't enough time now. Gushi had only taken a few steps when Princess Anna behind him stepped back and disappeared into the shadows. Gushi's heart moved, and he raised his head and looked towards the front hall. He noticed that the troops of various forces in Britain were quickly moving towards the rear of Westminster Abbey. The leader is none other than Anna in this copy. At this time, Anna had a confident smile on her face. It can be seen that she is in a very good mood now. Come to think of it, they originally thought that they would have to fight a major war, lose at least half of their troops, and there was even a possibility of failure. As a result, in less than a day, all the previous 4 bosses were killed by Gushi. Next, as long as he faces the Tail King, the matter in front of him can be dealt with. Although they didn't know that they were facing a copy, the leaders of various forces were naturally very pleased with such a smooth battle result. Now they are all smiling, thinking that the battle here will be over soon and everything in Westminster Abbey can be safely handled. Even the great Sir and Anna in the dungeon had this mentality. When they saw Gushi, they even nodded to Gushi, looking at the troops coming over. Gushi also smiled at them, and pointed at the newly opened passage behind them. My forward troops have passed. The remaining troops need to rest here, and set off in about 2 hours. Over there is the passage leading to the underground. If you are willing, you can go first. If not, you can stay nearby to prevent the cultists from doing anything else. Gushi told the situation on his side. 2 hours was the time Gushi had estimated by himself. At this time, the strength of the Tail King will be improved a bit, but it should not be raised to a too strong level. At the same time, 2 hours would also allow Gushi to find more clues about the dungeon mission, not to mention anything else. He must at least give the dungeon mission first, and then talk about it. Just like his dungeon mission, the Scarlet Strange Fruit, which was not completed in the last dungeon. Shouldn't he just let Evil Transformerson deal with it now? If you still can't get enough weird fruits this time, you can bring the mission in next time you enter the dungeon and arrange for people to handle it. Gushi now has this idea in mind, and will give the task first and then talk about it later. As for why it took 2 hours, Gushi actually focused more on the exclusive task. After all, he had completed 3 internal tasks, and now there was only 1 left to complete, and 1 that was not activated. It doesn't take 2 hours to activate a task. Just find the right person and say a few words. Instead, it was an exclusive mission, and Gushi had no clue yet. And Princess Anna is not sure what is within the exclusive scope of the Westminster Abbey incident. Anna and the other leaders in the dungeon didn't say much about Gushi's request to rest. Not just 2 hours. When Anna entered Westminster Abbey, she was determined to delay the enemy for 3 days at all costs. Now the enemy is about to be killed, and less than a day has passed. For Anna and the others, 2 hours was not much time at all. Anna would not stop Gushi in this regard. Instead, he nodded to Gushi and led the British leaders into the passage leading to the underground Westminster Abbey. Anna's idea at this time was that she must deal with the Tail King before Gushi. Otherwise they would have nothing to do with this dungeon. After completing the Westminster Abbey incident, their faces would all be blue. Chapter 862: A Logistics Officer with a Mobile Warehouse. In the copy, when Anna led the British troops into the underground passage behind Westminster Abbey, Gushi also led his men outside. Although Westminster Abbey is large, Gushi moved quite fast, and soon he arrived at the lobby of Westminster Abbey. At this time, the defense lines of various British forces are still here, and the soldiers guarding here are packing up the defense lines that have just been laid out. Needless to say, they had already received the news, and were preparing to move their defense line to the underground passage of Westminster Abbey. When they saw Gushi approaching, these soldiers quickly gave up their position. They all knew who was responsible for the smooth resolution of this major incident at Westminster Abbey. There was even a logistics officer who came to Gushi. Sir, do you need to add some logistical equipment? I see that you haven't replenished your weapons and equipment all this way. The weapons are fine. Why don't you replenish some consumables? Gushi glanced at the logistics officer, then asked with a smile, Is there anything you can add? I mainly need some potions or something. After listening to Gushi's words, the logistics officer also smiled. Of course there is. We came here from behind, but the royal family has allocated a lot of supplies. You see, this is the potion specially prepared for this battle. As the logistics officer spoke, he dragged a small cart out from behind him. Gushi noticed that the small cart was filled with a purple potion. Active potion, green, a special potion with super powerful effects. After drinking, it can instantly restore 50% of life and 50% of mana. This is the best potion we can provide. The logistics officer pushed all the potions in this small cart in front of Gushi. Looking at the small cart of potions, Gushi was also a little surprised. So generous. At this time, the logistics officer seemed to see what Gushi was thinking about. He explained to Gushi, Sir, you can take them without worry. These are for ordinary soldiers. There are a lot of them. Only then did Gushi realize that he had really thought too much. So he waved his hand behind him, and the undead following him collected all the potions in the small cart. At this time, the logistics officer also began to introduce to Gushi some of the supplies he was selling. There are consumables such as bandages, herbs, arrows, etc. of various qualities, as well as soldiers' weapons such as swords, spears, and magic wands of relatively good quality. The quality of these weapons is almost the same as the various weapons in Aladovi City. These can be purchased in large quantities, and the logistics officer can sell any quantity as long as he can afford it. After hearing this, Gushi felt happier. It was not that he lacked the supplies of these weapons and equipment, but from the logistics officer, Gushi saw the possibility of saving time. After all, the blacksmith shop in Aradovi City is too small, and there are not many well-known blacksmiths in it. Every time the troops in Aradovi City change their equipment, the time drags on longer and longer. This forced some of the undead, who had just summoned souls or transformed into Aradovi City, to use the replaced weapons and equipment. This greatly affected the combat effectiveness of Gushi's troops. You must know that Gushi's current undead enhancement level is level 8. When he uses ordinary soul summoning methods, the undead he summons are all at level 8. Can you imagine a level 8 undead charging out to fight with bare hands? They are even worse than some weak skeleton soldiers. The logistics officer in front of him could sell weapons and equipment in large quantities, which gave Gushi an opportunity. If I buy in large quantities, are there any discounts? By the way, I remember that Britain also has a tradition of using the undead. I wonder if you have weapons and equipment suitable for the undead. There don't seem to be any suitable for use by the undead. But I have some bone weapons here. I don't know if you need them. If so, I can sell these bone weapons to you cheaper. That's a good thing. I want all the equipment. See how much you have, and how much money you need. I have gold coins and various materials. See what's the most suitable way to trade. Sir, anything is fine. Don't worry. I will give you the best things. The logistics officer became happy when he heard this, and asked his men behind him to take out the inappropriate equipment, such as long swords and barrels, gun heads and boxes, armor divided into several parts, etc. Whatever he had, he took out, and his price is not high either. The longsword is of +2 quality, which means that all soldiers using this longsword can increase their upper and lower limits of attack power by 2 points. This is already considered a good weapon in Aradovi City. According to the speed of equipment changes in the blacksmith shop, it will take almost the third time for the entire city to change equipment before all the undead soldiers can be equipped with equipment of this level. And Gushi has not yet completed his third citywide costume change. In other words, these weapons and equipment are just enough for Gushi's current level. As long as Gushi spends a little gold coins or something, he can change into the most suitable equipment. For Gushi, that was a good thing. Gushi just took a look at the quality of the weapon and waved it. I want them all. So don't be polite to me. Just pay as much as you want. How could that be possible? I'm not that ignorant. Don't worry. Sir, I will take care of everything. The logistics officer spoke while quickly quoting the price. Just as Gushi said, he wants all these weapons and equipment. If there is a need, he will directly replace it with his subordinates. Those who were no longer needed, Gushi sent them to Aradovi City, where there were many people waiting to change their clothes. Boxes of gold coins were also transported out of Aradovi City. If the gold coins were insufficient, they would be replaced with other items. No matter what. As long as the logistics officer still has something, Gushi can continuously come up with materials that can be used for trading. The transaction didn't stop until Gushi bought out all the items in the logistics officer's hands in one go. Looking at his short-sold logistics vehicle, the logistics officer had a smile on his face. He didn't expect this business to be so easy to do. When Gushi's men were transporting the last batch of weapons and equipment away, the logistics officer pulled Gushi aside. Sir, do you want anything else? Gushi knew there was something going on here as soon as he heard it. Of course. What's the matter? Do you have it? Of course. Not only are there, but there are many. The logistics officer looked around and whispered. Sir, I have a batch of obsolete weapons and equipment. These are relatively cheap. Do you want them? Chapter 863, taking on a large number of tasks. Ding! You are communicating with the logistics officer in the dungeon and accidentally receive a message. You activate a dungeon mission. Dungeon mission, obsolete weapons. Mission description, in Victoria City. There are some expired military equipment warehouses, which are filled with a large number of obsolete or unused equipment. There are always some people in the warehouse who have various ideas. These weapons and equipment will be the best social materials for them. Task requirements. Provide the military warehouse logistics officer with more than 10 types of materials that they are interested in. 0/10. Mission reward. Victoria City Military Gang Channel. Note 1. Sometimes transactions are not conducted on the upper level, but on the lower level. Note 2. Logistics is the most fertile place, where you can get everything. Looking at the message that popped up in front of him, Gushi was surprised to discover something. This time the copy task is not an internal task. but an external task. That is to say, Gushi's guess was wrong from the beginning. Some external tasks were received within the dungeon, but they could be contacted outside the dungeon. This situation made Gushi understand new mission ideas and clues. So he started communicating with the logistics officer in front of him. The logistics officer can generate tasks. And naturally other people can also generate tasks. Just as Gushi guessed, Gushi quickly completed and found several clues for external tasks. At the same time, he also took on the last internal task. The internal mission came from a man claiming to be a senior member of the Royal Scientific Society, who was responsible for the planting of apple trees at Westminster Abbey. In the Royal Society of Science, the cultivation of apple trees has risen from agricultural work to the height of science. This time something happened at Westminster Abbey, and the apple trees were the most affected. This man was a little scared that the apple tree had fallen down, and he hoped that Gushi could help him find a suitable apple as the seed for a new apple tree. If Gushi can find better quality apple trees, then he can help Gushi conduct a druid experiment, or use the power of a druid to fight for Gushi. Copy mission, apple tree in the future. Task description, in order to prevent any problems with the core apple tree, the druid of the Royal Science Society hopes to obtain a special apple for apple tree cultivation. Task requirement, a special apple 0/1. Task reward, level 10 druid comes to help once. Note 1, apple is apple. But sometimes apple also has other different meanings. Explanation 2, apples with mysterious powers sometimes cause some special changes. Regarding this task, Gushi knew the answer without even thinking about it. There are several different apples stored in the tomb of the Flower of the North. If Gushi is shameless, he can just take one out and use it for business. Of course, Gushi doesn't have to do this. He now has a good relationship with Paiksanching Agricultural University. Gushi can still get a few special apples from there, no matter what he chooses. Gushi's mission is half completed. As for what he wanted the druid to do, of course he would plant trees. Gushi wants to build a magic planting area. If he doesn't ask the druid for help, and only relies on those elves, there is no telling how long it will take. In addition to this internal mission, there are several external missions related to various forces in Britain. Among them, the Black Robe Force holding a small wooden stick and thinking that he was a mage had an external mission. Their external tasks are similar to those of the logistics officer, except that they need various herbs, and what they can give are magic potions with different effects. It can be said that they are in the business of processing magic potions. But they saw that Gushi was relatively wealthy and needed the magic potion, so they started a business like this. Under such circumstances, it was naturally impossible to conduct business in the Westminster Abbey event copy. They gave Gushi an address, and as long as Gushi arranged for someone to go there, the transaction could be conducted. In addition, there is one last external mission, which is unique. Gushi feels that the external mission in front of him is like a long-term mission that connects several dungeons. The external mission here is just the beginning, and it is not the previous two transaction missions. The task at hand was given by a soldier who came to participate in the battle. When Gushi came over, he just communicated with the soldier. The soldier told Gushi that he was a retired soldier, but when he was about to leave, he happened to be involved in the big incident in Westminster Abbey. He happened to be in the square near Westminster Abbey when this happened. When Anna recruited soldiers, he signed up immediately and was assigned to the Royal Army, serving as a laborer and cannon fodder. There are many such beings in the teams around here. He was just one of them. But he had an idea. Master Gu, I'm not bragging. I'm very capable. When I retire from the army this time, I plan to go back to the countryside, buy a piece of farmland, and build a farm, marry another wife, and raise a dozen children. Hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Is it really possible to raise a dozen children with your size? Then the soldier said, but at the beginning of the battle, I suddenly found that the whistle I usually carry with me was missing. Can you help me find this whistle? Is this whistle important to you? It's very important. If you find it, and I'm not here, can you please send it to me? Ding! You communicate with an interesting soldier in the dungeon, and learned that something happened to him. Being helpful, you seem to want to help him. So you activate a dungeon mission. Dungeon mission, mysterious whistle. Mission description. A retired soldier has lost the whistle that has been following him for many years. He hopes that someone can help find the whistle. Task requirement, mysterious copper whistle, 0/1. Task reward, 5,000 experience points, 300 copper coins. Note 1, just whistle and you will earn experience. Just smile. Note 2. Don't blow this whistle when there is nothing wrong. There must be some problems behind this whistle. There are only 3 such external tasks in total, and Gu Shi has taken on all of them now. As for the exclusive mission that Gu Shi is most concerned about, there has been no clue until now. For this matter, Gu Shi asked many people, and used the last time to communicate with them in all aspects. But in the end, he did not get any response. It's as if the exclusive mission is not picked up in this copy. Seeing that the 2-hour time was almost up, Gu Shi felt like giving up. Chapter 8: 64 Problems in the Underground Passage. It's almost time. Let's get ready to go. After walking around the outside of Westminster Abbey, Gu Shi finally found that there was no clue to the exclusive mission. Seeing that the agreed 2 hours had passed, Gu Shi temporarily put aside other thoughts and led his troops towards the underground passage of Westminster Abbey. When Gu Shi came over with his troops, he found that the progress of the troops from various forces in Britain was still too slow. When he opened the underground passage of Westminster Abbey, the road ahead was actually completely opened. As a result, 2 hours later, the British soldiers set up a new line of defense at the entrance of the underground passage, and only 1/10 of the troops entered the underground passage along the opened entrance. It can be seen that the main force exploring the underground passage are Gu Shi's 2 heroes, Robbie and Commander Lin. At this time, among the troops led by Commander Lin, the blind swordsman and the black sandalwood spider played a big role. These 2 arms are most suitable for the battle in the underground passage like this. After the blind swordsman entered the underground passage, they were not blind at all. They held their swords in one hand and rushed forward with their heads lowered. After taking a few steps, the sword light in their hands flashed. After the sword light flashes, an enemy will fall down immediately around the passage. No matter where the enemy is hiding at the beginning, they cannot hide in front of the blind swordsman. But this is quite natural for a blind swordsman. Their training camp is built under the sewer, and they usually kill small animals such as rats and cockroaches in the sewer during training. So they never look at where the enemy is. If they feel something is wrong, they just take action and kill the enemy. In such an underground passage, no matter how the enemy hides, the blind swordsman can kill them with one sword. The ebony spiders at the back are different from the blind swordsman. They are undead spider-type soldiers. The level of this kind of unit is not very high at the beginning. Those who can be upgraded to level 8 are the more powerful beings among the ebony spiders. They have already maxed out the spider's abilities. Spider silk, spider web, spider sense. Many abilities that level 1 ebony spiders cannot master. They can all use them. No one can hide from them. They cooperate with the blind swordsman. The blind swordsman deals with the enemies on the ground, and they deal with the enemies on the ceiling. Along the way, they have achieved quite a high record. The British soldiers were following behind them, and they were not idle. They would also take action to deal with the enemies beaten out by the blind swordsman. Sometimes there are too many enemies, and they can even attack them. But the role ends here. The situation in the underground passage is quite complicated, and these forces are unwilling to devote their troops to exploring the path, just relying on Gu Shi's 2 heroes. How far could they achieve? Finally, when Gu Shi arrived, he realized that they had only explored a distance of more than 1,000 meters. Seeing this situation, Gu Shi didn't know what to say. The road has been cleared. It took 2 hours. Even if you crawl, you should have climbed to the Tail King in 2 hours. But I didn't expect that the result of Gu Shi rushing over would be like this. Didn't they agree that they would face the final boss in person? What a situation now. Although he was complaining about the incompetence of the British troops, Gu Shi did not stop. He quickly crossed over the troops at the rear and came to the front of the underground passage. What's the situation? Why is the progress so slow? As soon as Gu Shi saw his 2 heroes, he immediately asked. At this time, Commander Lin immediately said, "There are those who are holding back. They are cherishing their lives and want to take advantage. They are afraid that we will rob them of their achievements." In the end it became what it is now. Seeing Commander Lin's disdainful look, Robbie nodded affirmatively. I have suggested several times that I take the bone-cutting battalion to rush in. But every time I want to rush out, they will come over and say that they also want to participate. But the troops have not been mobilized yet. I hope we can wait one time. As a result, you have also seen it. My lord, you have covered such a small distance in 2 hours. Gu Shi understood immediately upon hearing this that these guys were sheeping. But Gu Shi couldn't help but shook his head. How can a person who does great things cherish his troops? If you want to ensure 0 casualties, you will get nothing in the end. Forget it. Ignore them. Let's move forward on our own. Lin, you explore the way in front. Robbie, you keep an eye on it here. If those guys jump out again, don't give them face. Just fight them back. Who are these people? Gushi muttered something and walked forward with the magic wand in hand. After receiving the order, Commanders Lin and Robbie took action quickly. Commander Lin's troops immediately sped up. When the British soldiers following behind saw this, they also wanted to speed up and catch up. However, the bone-cutting battalion led by Robbie did not move forward, but instead got stuck in the underground passage. They didn't move forward or take action. They just pretended to organize their equipment and polish their weapons. But the problem is that the number of undead in the bone-cutting camp is relatively large. Thousands of undead are all gathered together, and normal people cannot squeeze through them. So the British soldiers were stuck here, and even blocked the road behind. At this time, Anna in the dungeon came over with Sir and others. They were quite satisfied at first. There is no danger at all in the cleared underground passage, and even the corpses on the ground have been cleared away. At the same time, on both sides of the passage, there were torches that had just been prepared serving as streetlights, making it easier for Anna and the others to move forward. This way Anna and the others can easily go deep underground. But they had only gone more than 1,000 meters when the team stopped. Many British soldiers were stuck behind. What happened ahead? Anna in the copy asked with some dissatisfaction. Why stop? If Gushi were here, he would find that something was not quite right about Anna in the dungeon, because the position she was standing in was not the C position, but beside an ordinary-looking brown-haired man. This brown-haired man has a relatively high-nose bridge, a somewhat square face, and messy long hair that looks like a lion's mane. He was wearing a small dress and a red cloak. When Anna asked the question, he also raised his head, revealing his dead gray eyes. Chapter 865 The Battle of the Tail King. Meet again! Gushi, who didn't care about the situation behind him, soon came to the depths of the underground and met the Tail King Spore Cultist Charlie again. But this time when Gushi faced the Spore Cultist Charlie, he no longer felt as overwhelmed as before. The enemy in front of him was no longer invincible in Gushi's eyes. After entering deep underground and occupying a relatively good position, Gushi immediately released the Steel City Gate and the Garrison City Gate. Start mobilizing your main force. At the same time, the Soul Calling Tower had also been lowered, and Gushi stood up directly. Charlie, the Spore Cultist who was surrounded by tree roots, had also noticed Gushi's movements. But at this time, he had no intention of taking action. He was absorbing the information from the apple trees on the ground. The last time Gushi came to fight the Spore Cultist Charlie, he already knew the opponent's fighting methods. His level is quite high, reaching level 12, with very strong defense and 10,000 points of vitality. Normal people only deduct 1 point when attacking him. At the same time, he can use roots to attack. The apple tree growing on the apple roots can turn into a mob and fall down to fight. For this reason, if you want to kill this person, you must either focus your fire on the Spore Cultist Charlie like Anna and the British leader did, causing great damage to the enemy in an instant, or open a dual battlefield, blocking the Spore Cultist Charlie while dealing with the mobs, slowly killing the opponent. For Gushi, he can do both fighting methods. But for Gushi, the most suitable one is actually double open. After all, Gushi had enough troops at hand, as long as he released a few core strong men to suppress the formation, and the various mobs that kept falling were, to Gushi, a large number of people and soldiers. Gushi didn't come here to clear the dungeon. He simply came to replenish his troops. That's why Gushi immediately set up 2 city gates and put down the Soul Summoning Tower. Then Gushi's main core troops, the Black Spear Battalion and the Demon Sacrifice Tower, quickly appeared. Also coming out of the city gate were Gushi's batch of Ghost Dragons, Bone Dragons, Ghost Dragons, etc. Even Gushi's 2 level 19 subordinates, the 2-headed Skull Dragon and the Zombie, appeared on the battlefield. Hellhounds above level 20 are waiting at the Steel City Gate. If there is any problem, they can rush out as soon as possible. At the same time, all the skeleton shooters under Gushi were mobilized. These skeleton shooters are not targeting the monsters that may appear later, but the Spore Cultist Charlie on top. There are more than 10,000 skeleton shooters here in Gushi. As long as they can hit once, the Spore Cultist Charlie will be killed instantly. Standing in front are the troops of Kaga and Yegu, as Gushi's strongest defensive counterattack troops. They will become the main force against the enemy mobs this time. The Black Gun Battalion followed behind them, and they were mainly responsible for killing monsters. In addition, There are a lot of skeletons, zombies, and ghosts here. They are led by their respective undead leaders, and are responsible for causing chaos on the battlefield. Even the ghost team was released by Gu Shi, ready to snatch everything they could from the battlefield at any time. Looking back at Yongdo in the demon sacrifice camp, Gu Shi asked decisively, "Are you ready?" "Ready. Everyone, get moving. Prepare for mana draw. And queue up for slow spell." On the way here, Yongdo had already communicated everything with Gu Shi. "When you come, first drain all the mana from Charlie, the Spore Cultist." Although it was obvious that Charlie, the Spore Cultist, was not a legal boss, Gu Shi just couldn't get used to the enemy having too much magic power. The last time he found out the attributes of the Spore Cultist Charlie was because he had drained some of the enemy's mana. Now what Gu Shi has to do is even simpler. Let Yongdo drain all the mana from the Spore Cultist Charlie. Regarding this matter, Yongdo naturally responded immediately. In Yongdo's eyes, the ritual of extracting mana is already quite mature. There is no need for him to take action personally, as long as a group of skeleton mages take action. Seeing that Yongdo agreed, Gu Shi still mentioned one more thing. Be careful when extracting. You need to replenish the magic later. Don't let the enemy recover the magic. "Sir, don't worry. There won't be any problems with me here," Yongdo said with certainty. Gu Shi felt relieved after hearing this. At the same time, he turned his head and glanced at his men. At present, except for Robbie who was still blocking the outside, and Almika, who was not suitable for fighting here, almost all of his idle heroes had come over. Even Lewis, who was not used much, stood aside, patrolling there with a group of troops, ready to join the battle at any time. Seeing that everything was prepared, Gu Shi nodded. "Yongdo, let's start." Following Gu Shi's order, Yongdo quickly directed the demon sacrifice camp to release a mana extraction. The next moment, Charlie, the Spore Cultist who was still wrapped in the roots of the tree, opened his eyes wide on the spot. Yongdo and the skeleton mages from the demon sacrifice camp directly drained the Spore Cultist Charlie's mana. Charlie, the Spore Cultist, originally wanted to show off. As a result, once his vision was gone, he couldn't care about anything else. Tree roots and red threads popped out quickly, and at the same time, a large number of apple buds bloomed, and various fruits fell from them. These fruits fell into the mud underground and quickly turned pink. Small monsters with white bone fragments on their bodies appeared in the mud. If Gu Shi saw these little monsters last time, he thought they were a little weird. When he looked back at them now, Gu Shi couldn't help but shook his head. These little monsters must be in quantity, but not in quantity, and in strength, but not in strength. Even the defense line of Kaga and Diego in front may not be able to break through, let alone the pocket formation that has been arranged behind. Gu Shi kept staring at everything in front of him, holding the magic wand, and from time to time, he would automatically cast some enhancement spells. Now Gu Shi is no longer willing to see what spells are being blessed. In his eyes, his troops easily entered the mud and kept killing the monsters that had just climbed up. Every time he kills a batch of mobs, Gu Shi will summon the souls immediately, turning the killed mobs into his own troops, allowing them to join the battle. As for whether they had weapons or not, Gu Shi really didn't care. After completing the summoning of souls, these newly emerged undead immediately pounced on the saplings and other things that crawled out of the mud again. For a while, the battlefield became more and more chaotic. At this time, Spore Cultist Charlie's tree root attacks also began to fall from the sky. Chapter 866, Breaking the Tactics. The attack power of Spore Cultist Charlie's roots is actually not very strong. What is more difficult to deal with is actually not the roots falling from the sky, but the red thread mixed in the roots. These red lines are the more troublesome ones. This thing is not mind control. It is a special means of operation. It also works on the undead. There were quite a lot of red threads flying down from above, and Gu Shi didn't want his men to turn around and become his enemies. So Gu Shi immediately thought of wearing a disguise. The ghost team that had been serving as the background took off at this time. They still looked like Bai Wuchang, and looked sinister and eerie. Although the cultists in this dungeon don't know what kind of existence Bai Wuchang is, they will feel scared by the aura of the ghost team rising up. Gu Shi had only one request: to use the ghost team to attract the attack of the red line on the root of the Spore Cultist Charlie's tree. Although there are many red lines on the tree roots, they do not reach more than 60,000. Moreover, in Gu Shi's opinion, even if there were so many red lines, he wouldn't be able to chase every enemy. Micromanaging is not an ability of Spore Cultist Charlie. and the battle below was no longer under his control. He couldn't allocate a part of his energy to carry out micro-control of each enemy. All he can do is to redline a large area. Control the people first. And initially control the people entangled in the red line to attack. Anyway, in the eyes of Spore Cultist Charlie, as long as the enemy is in chaos, everything is worth it. But he never expected that the ghost team looked like thousands. But in fact there was only one. They don't move by ghosts, but by placing a ghost wherever they want. When the ghost team flew up, the most basic ghosts did not go up to the sky. They control the ghosts that have turned into Bai Wuchang. Like an illusion, appearing where the red line can hit. The red thread quickly divided into many routes, each chasing a Bai Wuchang. But every time he was about to catch up, Bai Wuchang's body flashed past and disappeared in front of the red line. No matter how hard Hong Xian chased, there was no way to control Bai Wuchang's body. In the end, it wasted a lot of energy of Spore Cultist Charlie. By the time he reacted, the situation had changed again. The monsters that transformed from apple trees were once again destroyed by Gu Shi. Their corpses were once again successfully summoned. Gu Shi didn't even know what to say in this situation. If you leave the corpse behind, you can successfully summon the soul. This is the rule of the necromancer. After the mobs die, they are absorbed by the swamp and grow new tree men. This is the rule of the Spore Cultist Charlie. The two rules obviously conflict, but surprisingly they are applicable to each other. Normally speaking, a corpse cannot be used for any other purpose after being summoned. But the changes of the mobs are not actually transformed by corpses, but by parts of the monsters that automatically turn into the swamp after death and grow out of the swamp. It can be said that they leave seeds behind, and new soldiers will grow. It is for this reason that Charlie, the Spore Cultist, is able to bypass the rules regarding the use of corpses and level up his minions again and again. It's a pity that no matter how hard the Spore Cultist Charlie is strengthened, it's useless. The mobs under him can't compare to Gu Shi's men in terms of quantity and level. They climbed up from the ground again and again, just to bring Gu Shi soul-calling materials again and again. It was the same this time. The monsters in the swamp had turned into tree monsters more than a meter tall. This was a level that Gu Shi had not reached when he first fought the Spore Cultist Charlie. However, the number of undead surrounding these monsters is obviously greater. There are at least 30 undead surrounding each monster, and some even don't even need to wait for the monster to crawl up from the ground. As long as they stretched out their hands from the swamp, the nearby undead would drag them out of the swamp and beat them up. Under such circumstances, the speed of these mobs dying in battle is getting higher and higher. At the same time, these monsters under Charlie, the Spore Cultist, do not become infinitely stronger. Their upper limit is only up to level 8, and as the level of the mobs increases, their number will decrease. Just like the mobs that appeared at the beginning. They were almost level 3. But there were more than 5,000 of them. The total number of mobs that have now reached level 8 is only over 100. From this, we can see the difference between level and quantity. Charlie, the Spore Cultist hanging at the root of the tree, actually didn't expect that this would be the case in the end. You must know that for this dungeon, more than 5,000 level 3 mobs are already quite fatal. For the 5-person team, if they don't follow the plot and have low relations with various forces in Britain, they may not be able to withstand such a wave of impact. But for Gu Shi, such an attack was too weak. He was so weak that Gu Shi was mumbling why there were only so few people. If there are more than 10,000 enemies at a time, he can make a fortune just by summoning these small monsters. There are fewer and fewer monsters in front of me. Gu Shi also understood that Charlie, the Spore Cultist, had no more tricks. These little monsters in front of him are already the limit of the Spore Cultist Charlie. Gu Shi raised his hand at this moment, and the skeleton archer who had been standing behind him without taking any action raised his bow and arrow at the same time. There are more than 10,000 skeleton shooters, and they can hit tree roots as big as the ones above. No matter where they hit, Gu Shi didn't need these skeleton archers to do anything. As long as they could force a break through the defense and make the Spore Cultist Charlie lose 1 point of blood. 10,000 skeleton shooters are 10,000 lives. As long as this blow continues, the Spore Cultist Charlie will die. When Gu Shi raised his hand, the leaders of the skeleton shooters following him also understood that the critical moment was now reached. Then they all gave orders quickly. Be prepared. Follow me. See clearly. For such a big enemy, just shoot with all your strength. Don't be afraid of missing the target. How can such a big thing miss the target? Concentrated fire. Do you know what concentrated fire means? It means just follow me and shoot together. Under their orders, All the skeleton archers forgot what accuracy was. They just pulled the longbows in their hands with all their strength and aimed at the spore cultist Charlie on the ceiling. At this time, Anna and the British troops also arrived here. The moment they stepped into the underground space in front of them, they heard a buzzing sound, and countless long arrows flew towards the spore cultist Charlie above. Go out. Chapter 867. I'll handle it. Don't. Seeing the long arrow flying out, Anna in the copy couldn't help but scream. Hearing this voice, Gushi realized that Anna was coming with Britain's troops. At the same time, Gushi also understood why Anna in the copy was called that. The roots that the spore cultist Charlie is attached to are the roots of the apple tree above. This apple tree is the foundation of Britain and a treasure of Britain. It cannot be destroyed like this. Anna wanted to kill the spore cultist Charlie, but what she wanted more was to lure the spore cultist Charlie down to fight him. If you can avoid damaging the roots of the tree, do so. But Gushi's attack clearly included the tree roots as well. When Gushi attacked the destiny tree before, he burned about a quarter of the tree's shade. In addition to the part affected by the strange power of the Maharaja, the apple tree itself was almost damaged. If there is another problem with the roots of the tree, I'm afraid the apple tree will be destroyed. But they came a step too late. When they came, it happened to be the time when the skeleton archer shot the arrow. For them, there is no chance. If it is other physical attacks, they can also stop people, and even stop charging. But they had no way of calling back the arrows that had been shot. All the arrows were stuck in the tree roots on the ceiling. The moment the arrow was inserted, Gushi and others heard the spore cultist Charlie roar and fall from the root of the tree. At this moment, a voice came from Anna's side. Save the tree quickly. Gushi looked back and found a brown-haired man with a breath of death commanding Anna. Gushi was not surprised at all by this man. The British royal family has the possibility of transforming into undead after death. Although the person in front of me is not wearing a royal robe, it is obvious that he has a title. But what surprised Gushi was that it was obvious that this man only had his body, and his soul seemed to be somewhere else. At the same time, Gushi also discovered something wrong. He was suppressing his own strength. A possibility instantly flashed through Gushi's mind. The dungeon in front of you has a maximum level of 10. Those who exceed a certain level will be suppressed here. It seems that this person is obviously a master who has reached level 20. But Gushi was a little confused. Could a level 20 corpse be considered level 20? Before Gushi could speak, Anna, with the help of others, jumped up quickly and climbed up along the roots of the tree. After glancing at Anna, Gushi stopped paying attention there. At this time, all Gushi's attention was focused on the spore cultist Charlie, who had smashed it from the root of the tree. At this time, he had been cut off from the tree roots and fell heavily to the ground from a high place. Although he was considered dead, for some reason, he still had the energy to crawl forward and say a few words. Gushi thought for a moment. Maybe this was the last cutscene of the Tail King. But this is more beneficial than him suddenly activating his ability to sacrifice himself. Gushi didn't take a step forward or anything. He just watched from a distance. At this time, Charlie, the spore cultist, raised his head. You are late. I have injected everything into the apple tree. And now the apple tree has become strange. And Charlie, the spore cultist, pointed his finger in Gushi's direction. And he killed quite a few of my apple tree species. It has been 5 or 6 rounds of killing now. And all the apple tree species have become strange. Their death is the beginning of the sacrifice. This apple tree is finished. You can't save the apple tree. Gushi, who was standing on the soul-calling tower, was speechless when he heard this. How could this still be blamed on him? If he didn't come in, wouldn't the apple tree die? Before Gushi finished muttering in his mind, the brown-haired man beside him turned his head and looked at Gushi with eyes like dead fish. Gushi's eyes lit up, and a green light flashed above his head. If he is an undead, he is a friend. Sure enough, the brown-haired man ignored the words of the spore cultist Charlie and just raised his hand. The spore cultist Charlie floated up from the ground as if he had lost gravity. The spore cultist Charlie still wanted to struggle, but his hands seemed to be out of control and stuck tightly to his sides. This situation surprised Gushi. What ability is this? Telekinesis? Before Gushi could react, Charlie, the spore cultist, was knocked back into the ceiling. Then the man raised his hand, and the tree roots quickly wrapped around him and forcefully swallowed the spore cultist Charlie. Sir, you? Before the man stopped, the great knight on the side asked with a puzzled look on his face. Apple trees need nutrients, And this is the best kind of nutrients. But, no buts, the man said calmly. I have always been guarding this apple tree. I have the final say on everything under the apple tree. Looking at the scene in front of him, Gushi understood that this was really a cut scene. It seems that Charlie, the spore cultist, is now dead. So Gushi breathed a sigh of relief, waved to his men, and asked them to retreat into the city gate. After the cut scene is over, Gushi will get his gains and prepare to leave the copy, restart it, and start over again. But Gushi never expected that the Anna in this copy was obviously not as good-tempered as Princess Anna. Hearing the man's words, Anna, who had climbed to the root of the tree, jumped up and reached out to grab the spore cultist Charlie, who was about to merge into the root of the tree. With one movement, she used her strength to remove the spore cultist Charlie. No. Everything in Westminster Abbey is now up to me. Sir, please pull out all the arrows and save the apple tree. After Anna finished speaking, she glared at Gushi hard. Gushi was not a psychic, so how could he know what she wanted to express with this glance? But Charlie, the spore cultist who was thrown off, laughed at this time. Gushi felt something was wrong as soon as he saw it. What the hell? Gushi immediately yelled, Get out of my way! While roaring, Gushi pointed in the direction of Charlie, the spore cultist. Deep freeze. The next moment, spore cultist Charlie's body was frozen by ice. Outsiders could not hit him, and he could not hurt others. After doing all this, Gushi glared at Anna and raised the magic wand. Everyone retreat. Under Gushi's command, everyone quickly evacuated through the city gates. The man known as Sir also looked at Gushi with an ugly expression. How about you leave this to me? Chapter 868 The Final Blow from the Copy. Gushi raised his head and glanced at the man. He also knew in his heart that the man's strength must be above level 20. But the problem is that the timing is not right. Of course Gushi saw what this man wanted to do. Charlie, the spore cultist who is not yet dead, is stimulated by Anna in the copy, and has the idea of launching self-sacrifice. Only then did Gushi use deep freeze to freeze the person. At the same time, Gushi had another idea. Is there an error in the probability of spore cultist Charlie initiating self-sacrifice? It should not be a 20% probability. But if Anna in the dungeon takes action, he will explode. The last time was when he met Anna, which resulted in Gushi ending the copy early. This time it was obvious that they had all been knocked out, and it was all just going through the motions. However, Anna ran over and did this, triggering Charlie, the spore cultist, to amplify his move. Gushi would not believe it even if he killed him. There was no direct connection between them. But the situation in front of me was clearly wrong. Sir, it's not that I don't want to, but my deep freeze can only last for about a minute. Once the time is up, it will be useless no matter what he does, unless I follow along and add more before the deep freeze ends. But at my current level of deep freeze, I can only use it 5 times at most before he becomes immune. So where can you take this, sir, in about 5 minutes? Gushi said calmly, without the group of people in front of him. It would be useless even if Charlie, the spore cultist, prepared to sacrifice himself. 5 minutes was enough for Gushi to touch the corpse, take back all his men, and happily exit the dungeon. It's really speechless to encounter such a thing. Gushi looked at Anna and his eyes became a little uncomfortable. At this moment, the man said with a smile, This is the reason why I took action. I can send this guy to other places. If he wants to explode, then let him explode elsewhere. Hearing this, Gushi just hesitated for a moment. Okay. Do you need me to add another deep freeze? No need. I'll do it quickly. Seeing Gushi give up control of the spore cultist Charlie, the man also laughed. Then he stretched out his hand, and the spore cultist Charlie, who was frozen in the ice, disappeared in front of everyone. After doing all this, the man raised his hand and threw something like a bag in front of Gushi. This is your reward for killing the enemy. You take it first. Gushi took the bag and was about to take a look, when suddenly he felt extremely uneasy. Gushi thought, no way. Would the NPCs in the dungeon also use this trick? Before he could react, the 2 city gates he placed nearby shook at the same time. The vibration frequency was as if it had experienced a major earthquake. This was something Gushi had never encountered before. Could it be that something happened to Aladovi? Feeling a little uneasy, Gushi quickly raised his left hand and contacted Luna through the special mirror. Luna, what happened? At this time, Luna's image in the mirror also looked slightly panicked. When she saw Gushi, Luna suppressed the uneasiness in her eyes and said firmly, My lord, Everything is fine. It's just that someone sent an explosive to the mirror of Westminster Abbey, causing a big explosion. As a result, the explosion affected our side. But we are relatively far away, so even if it is affected, it will not have much impact. Our side can withstand it. After hearing this, Gushi turned around and glared at the man not far away. Well, you said Charlie the spore cultist away, and the guy exploded somewhere else. Now there is no problem with the copy. But my city of Aladovi was almost destroyed by the earthquake. Next time I encounter something like this, I will listen to you and say I am a dog. Gushi kept cursing in his heart. Of course, he saw what was going on. It was obviously a matter of the dungeon being bombed. But in the end, it was Aladovi city that suffered the loss. This matter cannot be tolerated. But thinking about it, Gushi didn't reveal everything. He simply quickly ordered his men to retreat back to the city of Aridov, and did not take any other action. Seeing that everything in front of him was over, the man nodded to Anna. The incident just now was all Anna's fault. And the man's attitude towards Anna also changed somewhat. However, as the eldest princess of Britain, no matter how big trouble Anna gets into, men can't blame Anna. The most that can be done is to ignore Anna. Thinking of this, the man turned around and quickly left the underground. In the man's mind, as long as he didn't see it, the matter had nothing to do with him. After the man left, Gushi turned to look at Anna. Princess, the matter at Westminster Abbey is over, and I'm almost leaving. Although Anna could feel a change in Gushi's attitude, she didn't know where this change came from. After hearing what Gushi said, Anna quickly regained the demeanor of a British princess. Baron Gu, on behalf of Britain, I would like to thank you for your contribution. This is the certificate I issue to you. You can take this certificate and report it to the House of Lords, and you will get a record of your achievements. Britain will not forget those who have made contributions. The requirements for being promoted from a court baron to a formal baron are to have a city and territory of one's own, and 3 formal achievements. This is your chance to become an official baron, Anna said openly. In addition, there are these. This is the knight training list. You can arrange 30 ordinary soldiers to come to Victoria City and go to the knight arena. Someone will train them to be knights. By the way, it must be alive. After all, you also know the situation of the Death Knight. Dead men cannot be trained as knights. This is a Griffin transfer list. You can go to the Griffin Tower in Victoria City to transfer 60 ordinary Griffins as your subordinates. This is the church's prayer ticket. After taking it, you can go to the cathedrals in Victoria City and ask them to perform a comprehensive mass. And this, as Anna spoke, she took out various rewards. The leaders of the various forces standing at the back had their eyes straightened. They all want these rewards very much. But they didn't expect that after Gushi put these things away, he put them back into Anna's hands. Princess, I would like to exchange these for something? What? Anna actually understood that what she did just now was wrong. So she gave out a reward several times the normal standard in order to suppress this matter. But Gushi's reaction in front of her made her feel uneasy. Your body. Chapter 869 Exit and Settlement. Exit and restart the instance. Holding Anna's hand tightly in the copy, Gushi said these words decisively. Anna didn't understand what Gushi wanted to do yet, and everything in front of her was just a flash. Then Anna's face quickly turned pale, and everything nearby seemed to be affected by some powerful force, moving against the river of time toward a certain origin. But Anna did not move back, because she was held tightly by Gushi. What are you up to? Anna also clearly felt the changes in everything around her. She was in the dungeon, and had no idea about the situation in the dungeon. She really thought that she was the eldest princess of Britain. Hearing Anna ask this, Gushi laughed instead. Didn't I tell you that I would use what you gave me in exchange for a chance to take your body away? When Gushi spoke, Anna's face became ugly. She lowered her head slightly, looking at the place where Gushi was holding her arm tightly, and found that her skin was becoming more and more transparent as time went backwards. At the same time, she could see that the blood vessels on the back of her hand were changing from blue to green. Poison? When did I get poisoned? After the second boss, Gushi said calmly. Then he raised his head and looked around. When he found that everything had returned to the starting point of the copy, he said calmly, we have been standing on the opposite side since you wanted to take back the Destiny Stone. But Anna could no longer hear these words. In the opening animation of the dungeon, another princess, Anna, walked into Westminster Abbey with her men without hesitation. And the person in front of him, just as Gushi said, had turned into a corpse. The Westminster Abbey event dungeon has been successfully restarted. This dungeon is level 5 to 10. Would you like to enter the dungeon? Don't enter. As soon as Gushi finished speaking, he appeared in his own manner in Xinqiang. In front of him, the portal dedicated to him in the manor was slowly closing, and the crystal copy of the major event in Westminster Abbey was falling into Gushi's hands. At this time, Princess Anna was standing not far behind Gushi, looking at the body that Gushi was dragging. It seems that the plan is successful. When the dungeon is restarted, those who survive will be brainwashed and put back to the time when the dungeon started. If someone is injured or poisoned, the dungeon system will give up immediately, and there will be no possibility of treatment at all. After all, there are other possibilities for treatment. If you have that kind of time to consider various variables, it is better to just go to the new NPC. As for the original ones, just destroy them all. Those who are poisoned by us and caught by adults are naturally considered trophies of being killed by adults, and can be taken out of the dungeon. As soon as Gushi let go of his hand, Anna's body, which was still in his hand, fell to the ground. How are you doing over there? Did you get the dagger of evil? We've got 4 already, plus the 2 we had at the beginning. We now have 6. Princess Anna responded immediately. And this time, I got the dagger of evil things quite smoothly. I caught the weaknesses of a few guys. It will be much easier when I go to them next time. That's good. It was a pity when we beat the Tail King this time. The Tail King's body was not disposed of, Gushi said with some annoyance. That's what I was given in the end. Gushi lifted the pocket in his hand, opened the bag and poured out the contents. You open a mystery pocket and take out the following items. You receive 3,500 gold coins. You got gems *30. You get the core building exotic stone, level 2, *3. Medal of the Royal British Society, green *1. You get alienated applewood branches, green *1. You get the power apple manual, green *1. You get the golden apple seed, blue *1. Core building alienated stone, level 2. You can copy a core building and upgrade this core building to level 2. Because it is a replica, the resources required to be invested will be twice that of the actual construction. At the same time, the copied core building will likely produce variations in different situations and affect the building environment. Medal of the Royal Society of Britain, green as a certificate of membership of the Royal Society of Britain. Through this medal, you can obtain the latest British Royal Society journals at any time and communicate directly with the journal editors. Alienated apple tree branch, green an apple tree branch that was cut off due to alienation. This branch has special power and can be used to make a staff or strengthen the staff. Power apple manual, green alchemy formula can be used in the alchemy laboratory, as long as there are enough materials. An alchemical potion called power apple can be prepared. Power apple, green alchemy potion. After taking it, you can move at a speed close to the speed of sound within an hour, and ensure that the body can resist the damage and physical exertion caused by close to the speed of sound. Golden apple seed, blue can be used to plant a golden apple tree. This tree will grow in 3 years. After growth, it can produce a total of 3,000 golden apples per year, which can be melted into 6,000 kilograms of gold. Looking at what was poured out, Gushi understood what it was, not to mention anything else. Just the 30 gems inside can tell that this is a purse used to buy lives. It's just that the knight threw away the things he used to save his life in order to exchange for the body of the Tail King. And this time's harvest can be regarded as a small supplement to Gushi, especially the formula of the power apple, which can be used to make alchemical potions for a long time. The seeds of the golden apple are equivalent to opening an extra gold mine in your city, although you have to wait for 3 years. As long as they grow, they can produce 6,000 kilograms of gold every year. This gold can be converted into almost 600,000 gold coins, which is considered a lot of income in the current Aladovi city. Moreover, Gushi believes that this kind of golden apple tree does not have a mining limit like a gold mine. Instead, it will produce more and more as time goes by. So for ordinary people, this thing is a blue quality seed. For players who control their own cities, this thing is more useful than purple quality. It can be said that Gushi quite agrees with the things in front of him, at least when he knows that the Tail King cannot wear purple equipment. What he sees in front of him is enough. Chapter 870, Chaos in Aridov City. How are you doing, my lord? Princess Anna glanced at the various supplies that Gushi had dumped on the ground, and couldn't help but ask. It's okay. The harvest is pretty good. By the way, what do you think of how to deal with this corpse? Should it directly summon the soul, Or use the undead transformation technique? Gushi quickly changed the topic and asked, pointing to Anna's body on the ground. Transform the undead. I have been observing her during this trip to the dungeon. Her level is adequate, but she has not experienced some things, and she is still inferior in some aspects. There is no problem in transforming into undead, but I am worried that the corpse brought out from the copy will be naturally missing some things. So I still take it back for inspection. Even if it cannot be completed, there cannot be any mistakes. Okay. Take this body with you, and we'll go back now. Gushi was also thinking about the shot that happened to Aladovi not long ago. Although he understood that it was Charlie, the spore cultist, who exploded in the Mirror Underground Palace. But after all, he had not seen the last condition of Aladovi, and he did not know how much trouble the explosion caused. So Gushi was somewhat anxious. So Princess Anna dragged Anna's body and followed Gushi, while Gushi packed up the supplies that had just been poured out, holding the magic wand, and entered the city of Aradovi. They entered Aradovi city through the horizontally opening and closing school gate. So when we came out, we were at the giant garden. As soon as he entered Aladovi city, Gushi saw cracks appearing on the ground in the city, and a large number of undead were cleaning up the houses that had collapsed due to the city's anti-corruption campaign. At the same time, Gushi also discovered something. There seemed to be tree roots moving under the crack. Where's Luna? What's going on now? As soon as Gushi entered Aladovi city, he immediately released the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and headed towards the council hall. At the same time, he also contacted Luna through a special mirror. Before the Holy Silver Evil Coffin had moved a certain distance, Shaya appeared next to Gushi. Although the moving speed of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin has increased a lot now, Shaya can still easily follow Gushi and talk while moving. Sir, Luna is over at the Aladovi city that she just captured. What happened there? As soon as Gushi heard this, he changed his direction and headed towards Aladovi. Just now, a huge explosion occurred near the mirror image of Westminster Abbey. The apple tree that was mirrored also underwent some changes. There were also some strange things like sieges over there. The newly occupied city of Aradovi had no gates or walls, so Luna rushed over to repair it. Is the situation serious now? When Gushi heard this situation, he couldn't help but ask. It's okay. Amilcar is still there, and Luna has mobilized a large number of troops there. That's good. Let's go there now. In addition, Princess Anna, you go to Aladovi Tower first and prepare for battle to ensure that there will be no problems in Aladovi City in the other two periods. Shea, you are quite familiar with Aladovi information. Now I have a task for you. I was in the copy of the Westminster Abbey incident and killed Anna there, and now I have brought back her body. According to the effect of double death, she must have had another undead entity enter Aladovi City. Go find her and bring her to Princess Anna. Let Princess Anna see what the situation is like after being transformed by double death, and see if she can be used as a contracted undead under Gushi. Shea also knew what Gushi's main goal was in going to the dungeon this time. Upon hearing Gushi's order, Shea said, "Don't worry, sir. Princess Anna and I are most familiar with each other, and we will find the transformed undead soon." After arranging things, Gushi changed direction again and headed towards the magic plant area. At the same time, Gushi began to release various owls, sending messages to the two warehouses under Gushi's command, asking them to send the various materials collected during this period to the magic plant area. These materials are mainly used for the transformation of undead. When Gushi rushed to the magic plant area, Eve, who had received the news, also rushed over. Unlike Shea, Eve, as a legal being, does not move very fast. When she came over, Gushi lifted her onto the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. You come just in time. Come and help me take a look. Which of these materials are useful? Sir, are you planning to strengthen something during your undead transformation this time? As soon as Eve looked at the list of supplies Gushi sent over, she knew what Gushi wanted to do. So she asked about the most critical situation immediately. The body is here. Princess Anna went to Aradavita. But from what I saw from my previous interactions with this girl in the dungeon, she doesn't seem to be very calm and has an overly arrogant personality. Compared with our Princess Anna, she is really far behind. I brought the body back just because I wanted to arrange some helpers for Princess Anna, instead of finding someone to make the final decision for Princess Anna. So I plan to make her calm down. Then I understand. Let me see what's there first. When Gushi finished explaining his plan, Eve immediately looked through the list in her hand. Gushi also took out the secret scroll of Lord Taishan and started searching through it quickly. This time Gushi had the idea of changing part of the corpse's consciousness and personality. This aspect is not within the scope of undead transformation techniques and rituals, and Gushi has never done it before. After all, the undead were not about personality before, but about obeying orders. In addition, this time it is not the transformation of contracted undead, and there are two undead with the same status in Aladovi City. The relationship between them still needs to be clarified by Gushi. Therefore, Gushi must consider the matters involved. For this reason, Gushi kept flipping through the secret volume of Taishan Mansion in his hand, hoping to find some successful cases in the past. Soon Gushi found something different here. So he handed the movement to the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and started reading and checking it carefully. During the reading process, Gushi also communicated with Eve, asking whether some materials existed and whether there were any substitute items. And Eve still has some ability in this area. Gushi can get a response immediately as long as he asks. When they entered the magic plant area, Gushi had already found a corresponding plan, and various materials were also sent to the vicinity of the magic plant area, just waiting for Gushi to arrive. Chapter 871 Collection of Fairy Dragons. After entering the magic plant area, Gushi did not go to Shiamu Lake immediately, but stopped at the witch hut. At this time, the decorative witch on the window of the witch's hut was still there. After being exposed to the weather for so long, the movements of the witch's upper body became more abundant. When Gushi came over, she would squeeze her hand in the middle and then scream, "Guest, you are here. We have medicine here today. Would you like a bottle? I guarantee you will be satisfied. Guest, don't leave. Come here and let's chat. Don't rush in every time you see me. It's so boring. You don't chat for a while before doing anything. Hey, guest. Gushi was a little speechless. The witch's hut was obviously in good condition when it was first built. But why did it become like this after not seeing it for a while? The city of Aladovi is full of undead. Where did you learn this saying? Gushi opened the door of the witch's hut and was about to walk inside when he heard a bang from inside. As if something had fallen, Gushi paused, looked inside, and found a small purple-skinned dragon about the size of a puppy hiding in the cabinet, with a large pink butterfly knot wrapped around its tail. What is this situation? Is there an outsider coming in here? However, at this time, Eve took a look at the situation in the room and whispered to Gushi, "Sir, this is the little dragon that was tricked from Dragon Valley. When they have nothing to do, they usually stay here in the magic plant area. So that's what happened." Only then did Gushi react. But why would they stay in the magic plant area? Don't they know that blood maple trees are planted here? This is something that will turn them into undead unknowingly. What a mess. Gushi muttered as he walked into the witch's hut. At this time, because of the little dragon's chaos, all the cabinets in the cabin fell down. Gushi saw herbs and eyeballs scattered on the ground, as well as some dried spider legs. What left Gushi speechless the most was that there was a book thrown on the ground. Gushi picked up the book, shook it in his hand, and opened it for the first time. Girl Bing didn't get into high school? What kind of a mess is this book? Gushi threw the book aside and dragged the little dragon out by its tail. Gushi discovered that the little dragon in front of him was actually an underage fairy dragon. The rest of its body was the same as that of a normal dragon, except that her eyes had long eyelashes. When Gushi lifted her up, her eyes were still blinking, and the look in her eyes clearly represented the characteristics of this dragon. Well, Gushi already knew where the witch outside learned so many messy things. Gushi held the fairy dragon's tail and walked to the door of the witch's cabin. He raised his hand and was about to throw the fairy dragon out. At this time, the fairy dragon shook her body quickly and kept saying, "Sir, put me down. I am the lady looking after the store here. It is good for me to stay in the store. What is the benefit?" Gushi also paused when he heard the movement of his hands. "When I'm in the store, the charges for all items can be increased by 50%. Gushi listened to the black line at one end. What's there to be proud of? Get out of here. Seeing that Gushi was about to throw her out again, Fairy Dragon said quickly, "But the probability of producing dragon and magic items in the witch's cabin will increase by 200%. And the quality will also be greatly improved." Only then did Gushi loosen his hand and put down the fairy dragon. Dragon scales can be considered dragon items, and herbs can be considered magic items. So don't brag about useless things. Just show us something practical. Otherwise, I will kill you directly and use your body to become a Dracolic. When Gushi was talking, the Book of Life boxes and Book of Ghost Dragons quickly appeared next to him. As a magical dragon, even if it is still a small dragon, the fairy dragon knows what needs to be done after the necromancer's necromancy reaches level 10. The Book of Life boxes and the Book of Ghost Dragons can really be used to create a Dracolic. No, I'm still a 108-year-old child. I'm really useful. I've been staying in the witch's hut and haven't even eaten a bite of the fish outside. Okay, shut up. What do you have today? Take it out and let me see. Sir, there is no more today. All the things in the witch's hut will be collected on time at 12 o'clock every day. No matter how much the price is. Everything will be collected. Seeing Gushi's eyes getting bigger and bigger, Fairy Dragon said quickly, I do. I have some things of my own, and they are my own collection. But sir, you must pay for them. I know. Take your things out. Unexpectedly, the Fairy Dragon said again, you can only choose one. You can't take them all. Okay. If you don't take it out, I'll take it to make soup for you. Gushi was extremely annoyed by this Fairy Dragon. After being yelled by Gushi, the Fairy Dragon did not dare to drag her down. She quickly dug out various materials from every corner of the witch's cabin. It is obvious that this Fairy Dragon knows how to guard and steal. When the items are refreshed every day, she first hides what she likes. It has only been a few days, and there are 7 or 8 good things hidden here. Although the Fairy Dragon kept shaking her head and saying that there was no more, Gushi believed that if she pressed harder, something else might appear. But Gushi can't care about that much now. At this time, Gushi noticed 2 things inside. One is a battle flag with a black dragon painted on it. Black Dragon Camp Battle Flag. Blue. The Black Dragon Camp's organizational battle flag can give a hero the right to organize troops. But the organization must be named Black Dragon Camp. After the establishment, the troops are equivalent to a level 7 or above garrison. Note, the Black Dragon Camp does not necessarily have to have a black dragon. Just like there is no wife in the wife cake. The other item was a cane made of peach wood with something carved on it. Tranquility Scepter. Blue. A scepter that can calm your mood. Even if you rot in the sun, you will not feel hot, but will have a sense of tranquility. Note, this is only part of the stick. The other parts appear to have been burned away. Gushi also liked a few other things, but the Fairy Dragon guarded these things tightly. When Gushi wanted them, the Fairy Dragon was right there screaming, you can cook it for me if you can. Anyway, it's just these 2 pieces. I won't give you any more. In the end, Gushi had no choice but to pay the money and left the witch cabin with these 2 items. Chapter 872. The undead were transformed successfully. On the edge of Evilwood Lake, Yoshimoto, who had been staying in the magic plant area, was flying non-stop. When he saw Gushi coming, he quickly flew to Gushi. Sir, you are finally here. Did something happen in the magic plant area? You guys look very busy. Upon hearing Gushi's question, Ji-Ben nodded repeatedly. My lord, the plants in the demonic plant area almost rioted just now. Although we suppressed it, some of the plants here are affected by a special force and are undergoing mutation. Sir, how should we deal with these alienations? Block or retain? Are these alienations good or bad? Gushi had also seen some changes in the magic plant area just now, but his understanding of plants was not comprehensive. Although his botany has reached level 4 and herbalism has reached level 5. These were all studied by others, and Gushi learned them hard. He may know how to grow some plants and where to collect herbs, but Gushi has no idea how to cultivate them or how to mutate them. If the situation at hand were seen by a player who has reached level 10 or above in botany and herbalism, he might be able to tell 1, 2, 3, and even guide the mutation himself. But for Gushi, all he can do is take a gamble. The plants in the magic plant area are all useful to Gushi. Even if the alienation direction is a good direction, Gushi has to consider whether he wants to accept such alienation. Not to mention that alienation may fail or alienate in a bad direction. Regarding Gushi's question, Gibbon also hesitated. He wanted to say that it would change for the better, but he really couldn't say such a thing. Looking at Gibbon's situation, Gushi also understood what was going on here. In the end, he could only say, forget it. Let's maintain the original status. By the way, I wrote a letter before. Have you done what I asked for? It has been arranged. The altar of the blood maple tree has been built on the edge of the Evilwood Lake. The lake has already covered the altar. In addition, the life drawn from some trees has also been prepared and is waiting for the adults to come. Okay, let's get started. By the way, during this period of time, Tree roots will appear in other places in Aridity City. My men will cut off those tree roots. You and your men will drag these tree roots to the magic planting area to serve as fertilizer here. Gushi thought of the tree roots he saw in the city of Aridovii. He understood that there must be more such situations in the new Aridovii city area that Luna was dealing with. These tree roots must be dealt with. It would be somewhat wasteful to throw away the disposed tree roots directly. Instead, using it as fertilizer is the best choice right now. Ji-bin immediately agreed to Gushi's request. At this time, Gushi didn't say anything more. He carried Anna's body to the altar that had just been built. The altar in front of me was built by elves. There is not much undead style in it, but it is full of natural wind. Gushi didn't care much about this. In Gushi's opinion, as long as it was an altar that allowed him to transform into the undead, it would be fine. When Gushi came forward carrying Anna's body, Eve was also there to help. On the way here, Eve had already seen Gushi's plan, and as she was a master of magic, she could handle many magic rituals. Under the control of Gushi and Eve, the altar was quickly decorated, and various main materials were placed around the altar. 49 white candles unique to the White Candle Factory were lit, and Anna's body was placed in the center of the altar, along with the Scepter of Tranquility that had just been obtained. In addition, Gushi also poured a large amount of mercury on the head of Anna's corpse, preparing to make the corpse calmer. Eve was not idle either. She boiled 7 or 8 different magic potions at the same time. Eve was quite used to doing these things. But what surprised her was the formula Gushi brought out. Each formula has some strengthening or purifying effect on the corpse. Many are targeted. After these potions were prepared, some were poured directly on Anna's body, and some were poured into Anna's body. Some was poured onto the altar. Because there were 2 people working together, Gushi's side was able to arrange the arrangements very quickly. After just over 3 hours, everything was ready. The next step was Gushi's responsibility, while Eve continued to boil different magic potions. After all, she got more materials this time. If she boiled more now, she wouldn't have to boil them specially next time when she needed them. Gushi stood in front of the altar holding the phantom magic wand that turned into a long bow, and recited the incantation for the transformation of the undead. After this battle, the level of Gushi's necromancy increased by 1 level. Combined with the various equipment and blessings on his body, his current necromancy level has reached 11 plus 5, plus 11 plus 2 knowledge of the undead, level 8 undead enhancement, level 7 undead research, level 8 undead control, and level 7 magic ritual. Gushi was now confident that he could complete a formal undead transformation. It is even possible for him to skip the success rate and guide the transformation of the undead in the direction he needs. As the Gushi spell was recited word by word, the vitality stored in the altar by Gibern and others began to merge into Anna's body. Then all the white candle flames were extinguished at the same time, and Gushi also recited the last spell. Under this spell, all the large amounts of materials prepared by Gushi flew up and continued to penetrate into Anna's body. But compared to the last time Gushi dealt with Princess Anna, the situation before him was actually a trivial matter. Gushi did not make any changes to Anna's body, but poured a large amount of mercury into her brain. These mercury, combined with the previous potion, are the main means to ensure that the personality of the Anna in front of him will become calm. Under Gushi's operation, the blood vessels on the surface of Anna's skin also changed from turquoise to mercury. At the same time, she moved her hands and reached out to grab the Serenity Scepter placed on her chest. The moment she grabbed the scepter, her clothes quickly changed, turning into a black and silver court-style riding outfit, coupled with the scepter in her hand. She looked not like an undead who could participate in the battle, but rather like someone who was preparing to participate in the House of Lords. As Anna's eyes opened, Gushi noticed that her eyes had turned mercury silver. At the same time, there was a ding in Gushi's ear. The transformation of the undead is successful. You have mastered the skill of transformation of the undead. The undead are transformed successfully, and the new undead Lord Mercury, Anna, joined your team. Chapter 873 Lord Mercury Anna. Undead Transformation Level 1. The passive ability of the Necromancer can be strengthened through a series of methods with suitable corpses, and finally transformed into undead with self-awareness and growth potential. The current undead transformation success rate is 35%, no transformation circle, to 55%, with transformation circle. Note 1. Although the transformation of the undead is related to skills such as knowledge of the undead, magic rituals, strengthening of the undead, and research on the undead, The level of the transformed soul and the strength of the undead are not related to each other. Instead, they are related to the corpse itself and the input materials. Definitely get in touch. Note 2. Unlike necromancy, undead transformation cannot be performed on a large scale, but the success rate can be enhanced by using necromancy towers and the necromancer's special equipment. Note 3. Undead transformation can be divided into different routes, such as Undead Self-Strengthening Route, Hero Transformation Route, and Elite Transformation Route. The materials and transformation arrays invested in each route are somewhat different. With the emergence of the Undead Transformation skill, Gushi understood more about the undead transformation in addition to the information that popped up in front of him. For example, the success rate of undead transformation does not refer to the success rate of transforming a corpse into an undead, but the success rate of completing the transformation of the undead. This may sound a bit convoluted, but it is actually easy to understand. For example, the corpse of King Yaksha that Gushi still has is level 19. Gushi has never used it because his spiritualism can only reach level 8. However, when using undead transformation, the transformed undead will be around level 17 to 20. The success rate of undead transformation refers to the success rate of this part. If it fails, then I'm sorry, but after investing a lot of materials into the corpse of King Yaksha at level 19, you can only get an ordinary undead at level 8. So this is a reminder to Gushi to think carefully whether to win in one go or to win all at once. Compared with the transformation of the undead, the return of Mercury Lord Anna is not that important. After this transformation into an undead, she can be considered an undead with self-awareness. At the same time, she also met Gushi's requirements in terms of consciousness. At least, she was quite calm. In addition, she is not an undead soldier, nor a hero or elite, nor is she a contracted undead under Gushi. Her template is quite interesting, and it looks full of Princess Anna's style. Name, Anna, Lord Mercury. One of the members of the Grand Princess Council. Race, zombie. Level 7, 0/5000. Talent, calmness, naturally calm. The chance of finding detailed problems increases by 30%. Status, life, for 10/410. Magic power, 340/340. Attributes, strength 3.6. Agility 3.7. Constitution 3.1. Intelligence 2.4. Perception 2.7. Charisma 2.6. Skills, Tranquility Armor level 3. Eye of Wisdom level 2. Mercury Breath level 4. After glancing at Lord Mercury and his attributes, Gushi understood that Princess Anna still had a certain connection with the corpse in the copy. So the undead transformed from Anna's corpse would automatically become members of the Princess Council. Member. As for the race of the undead, it depends on the condition of the corpse and the method of handling the corpse. The corpse that Gushi brought back this time was quite complete, coupled with the various materials, the Scepter of Tranquility, and the most important Mercury that Gushi invested. The corpse was turned into a zombie. As for the title of Lord Mercury, it can be regarded as a response to Princess Anna. After all, the original body is a princess, and the bodies transformed from these copies must have a title. When Gushi looked at Lord Mercury Anna, she was taking out a pile of something similar to sheepskin silk, sorting it out, rolling it into a ball, and holding it on her left hand. This makes her look more like a member of parliament preparing to attend a meeting in the House of Lords. However, Gushi noticed that what Lord Mercury Anna was holding in her hand should be the documents that were prepared to be handed over to her in the previous copy. As a result, in order to catch Anna in the copy, Gushi sent the documents back when he got these things. It is now obvious that these have become the symbols of Mercury Lord Anna. Now even if Gushi wants to, he has no way to get these documents back. Regarding this situation, Gushi just sighed and said to Anna, "Lord Mercury, get ready. Let's move to a new era." After saying this, Gushi jumped onto the holy silver evil coffin. At the same time, Eve also nodded to Gushi. She had no intention of leaving with him. Instead, she had to boil the last magic potion here. After doing all this, she will not directly participate in the frontline battles. As a researcher at the rear, she had other things to do. After taking Lord Mercury Anna to jump onto the holy silver evil coffin, the holy silver evil coffin automatically entered the Evilwood Lake and moved along the Evilwood Lake towards the nearby river. In other periods, after the city of Aridov was taken, the first thing Gushi dealt with was the traffic problem. The carriage stage was built immediately. At the same time, rivers and sewers were also opened up at the first opportunity. In other words, In addition to Aradovi Tower, Gushi can also travel to and from Aradovi City in different periods through sewers or rivers. In order to deal with Anna's body, Gushi himself was slower than Princess Anna to set off. If we were to transfer through Aladovita now, we would be somewhat behind the times. So Gushi simply started from the waterway and followed the river into the new era of Aradov City. After receiving Gushi's order, Holy Silver Evil Coffin immediately activated its abilities. Gushi, who was sitting in the main seat of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, felt his surroundings darken rapidly, and he jumped into the shadows. However, this could increase the moving speed of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and reduce the oncoming strong wind. So Gushi didn't care, as long as the Holy Silver Evil Coffin can ensure that it quickly sends him to the designated location. It will be fine. As for Lord Mercury Anna, she stood beside Gushi, affected by the Mercury and the Scepter of Tranquility. She will not be surprised by anything now, not to mention just rushing into the darkness now. Even if she rushed into the fire, she would not change at all. She just looked at the situation outside. As one of Princess Anna's subordinates, she also had enough strategic vision, at least in the previous dungeon. Other than her performance being a bit arrogant and mentally unstable, there were no negative comments. Now that she had calmed down, Mercury Lord Anna began to think about how to deal with the possible battle next. At this moment, the darkness in front of Gushi dissipated, and the Holy Silver Evil Coffin rushed out of the darkness and entered the Aladovi City in the new era. Chapter 874: The Battle Situation in the City. In the new era, Aladovi has just been taken over and is ready to be turned into an industrial area. When Gushi went to Westminster Abbey, Luna had been demolishing the original building here and leaving various building materials behind. And the areas are divided. And new areas are prepared to be divided according to the location of the meeting hall, warehouse, dock, enchantment table, etc. But suddenly this happened. The buildings that had not yet been demolished were directly blown up by the tree roots that came out from the ground. At the same time, the strange shadows outside the city and the strange trees turned into the city. The undead working here have suffered a lot of losses. Fortunately, Luna mobilized her troops immediately and suppressed the enemy by controlling the city. In addition, most of the city was dismantled, and Aladovi City became a plain. Although no other soldiers came, Amilcar, who also brought a strong cavalry unit, was just in time to join the battle. Taking this opportunity, Amilcar carried out 3 or 4 sweeps of New Aladovi City. When Gushi came out of the river, he happened to see Amilcar rushing towards a group of enemies with his cavalry. Seeing this scene in front of him, Gushi was also shocked. He never thought that Amilcar would go to such an extent. The enemies in front of him were less than 30 weird ones, who were not too high in level. As a result, Amilcar, who was leading thousands of cavalry, actually chose to charge. I don't know what the point of such a charge is. The cavalry behind might not even have seen what the enemy looked like. But after Amilcar killed all 30 weirdos, Gushi understood that Amilcar was training the coordination between cavalry and cavalry. Strangely enough, Amilcar was clearly at the front of the team, but he knew clearly the changes of every cavalryman behind. Every sentence hits the point. And the cavalry, no matter what kind of soldiers they were, kept nodding their heads when they heard Amilcar's words, as if they understood a lot of things. Looking at the situation in front of him, Gushijin didn't know what to say. Is this using weirdness to train troops? Amilcar only explained for a few minutes before getting ready to leave for the next place. At this moment, Amilcar happened to see Gushi appear on the river. At this time, Amilcar ran over quickly. Sir, why are you here? Such a big thing happened here, so I naturally wanted to come over and take a look. Gushi jumped down from the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. When he landed on the ground, Gushi asked casually, how is the situation here now? How many enemies are there in the city? The enemies in the city have almost been eliminated, but an army of shadows is gathering outside the city, and they will arrive in about a day or so. Lady Luna means that we should first clean up everything in the city, so that when the enemy attacks, we won't have to deal with the city's affairs. Having said this, Amilcar said with certainty, Sir, please let me take part in the battle outside the city. Gushi understood that outside the city of Aradovi in the New Earth period, there was a huge plain. It is more suitable for cavalry fighting there. This Amilcar really seizes every opportunity. The battle outside the city is really suitable for him. After hearing Amilcar's words, Gushi immediately had an idea in his mind. Amilcar, you are no longer needed in the battle in the city. You must leave the city now, and stop the enemy from approaching. During this period, The city of Aradovi had no gates, walls, or any other defenses. It would be quite disadvantageous for the city to let the enemy get closer. You can use the mobility of the cavalry to lead them to other places. Hearing this, Amilcar immediately became excited. This is exactly what he thought. Going out of the city to fight. Isn't this what he should do the most? Sir, please rest assured. I will definitely keep all enemies outside the city. By the way, if the enemy is weak, you can launch an attack on your own. But one thing is, don't explore deep. The enemy came from the direction of Westminster Abbey. And this change was caused by the explosion there. It's definitely going to be chaos over there now. Just clear out the enemies outside. Don't touch other things. And let the barracks deal with it through conquests and other methods. Gushi was afraid that Amilcar might get carried away and do something reckless. So he explained the situation to him. Amilcar nodded. And at the same time, he said to Gushi, please rest assured. Sir, I won't mess around. But what I rely on for the knights is my bravery and diligence when charging. If something happens, I won't back down. Okay, you have to take care of yourself. By the way, where is Luna now? In the heart of the city. Lady Luna has placed a huge mirror there. As long as we go there, we can see her there. Upon hearing this, Gushi knew that as the number of cities increased, Luna also began to use some small tricks. After all, cities from 3 periods now exist at the same time. If she spends half a day on the road every day, then she really doesn't have much time to do anything. In addition, sometimes Gushi would come over, so there would be even less time. That's why Luna came up with this method. A huge mirror is placed in the center of each Aradovi city, and movement or communication can be achieved through the mirror. There are only 3 Aradovi cities now, and the effect cannot be seen yet. This arrangement will be quite useful after all 7 Aradovi cities have been captured. This arrangement is the same as Princess Anna's Grand Princess Council. They all use various means to deal with the affairs of Aradovi City in all aspects. At this time, Gushi was also thinking about whether he should arrange something. How about making arrangements for the Incarnation of Death? Gushi immediately came up with an idea. He could arrange the Incarnation of Death to guard in different cities. Just like the Incarnation of Death Bone Dragon. When he has nothing to do, he will definitely stay in the Dragon Bone Laboratory. So can the remaining 2 incarnations of death do the same? You must know that Gushi currently has 3 death incarnations. He usually releases 2 of them during normal battles. But when the incarnation of death is active in the City of Death, the 3 of them can appear together. It's just that Gushi only has a building like the Dragon Bone Laboratory, the incarnation of Death God of Death, and the incarnation of Death Titan. And Gushi has no other place to arrange it for the time being. But Gushi had already kept this matter in mind. After waiting for this matter to be resolved, he planned to see if there was any other way to get some buildings related to the incarnation of death. Chapter 875 The Situation at Hand. While Gushi was thinking about this, Amilcar had already led his troops towards the outside of the city. At this time, Gushi immediately rushed to the center of Aradovi City in the new era. This is not the place where they first entered the city, but the real center of the city after occupying Aradovi City. This location is still some distance from the river, but closer to the former territory of the Lettuce Principality. Because all the buildings have been demolished, this place looks empty. Only a life-size mirror with a gold wire edge that was as tall as a person stood in the open space. When Gushi came over, all the undead people who were busy here paused, but they got back to work immediately. The levels of these undead were only about level 1 to 3, including skeletons, zombies and ghosts. What they do is hard work, but the speed is not slow at all. And although no one is directing them, they are quite regular. So many undead come and go here, but they do not block the road because of their busyness. Superior. It's like they all know what speed they want to use, and what kind of things they want to do. When Gushi jumped down from the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, Luna also noticed Gushi's arrival. She greeted him immediately. Grown-ups, how is the situation now? Gushi didn't bother to be polite with Luna and asked a question right away. Luna stretched out her hand, and a mirror appeared in front of Gushi. Gushi discovered that this mirror could actually clearly show the situation of the entire Aridov city. This is not the situation of a certain Aradovi, but a picture of all locations of Aradovi in 3 periods. The weird mirror space, Aradovi Tower, and Sleeping Beauty Castle. Even this picture will change due to Gushi's line of sight. It can be said that with this ability, it becomes much easier for Luna to control the entire Aradovi city. Turning the screen to the top of Aradovi city in this era, Luna explained to Gushi, I have arranged many mirrors in the city. and even some in the sky. These mirrors allow me to see everything in the city of Aladovi. There are not many weird things in the city now. But because of this explosion, there is a problem with the underground sewers here. There are also a group of powerful shadows and strange things in the sewers, which may not be something that can be dealt with during the battle mission in the barracks. Gushi thought for a while and said, Lewis will take care of the sewer matter. Let him clean the sewer here and use it as waste. Also, transfer the blind swordsmen and other troops who are used to fighting in the sewers to block the entrances and exits of the sewers to prevent anyone from escaping. Okay, I'll make arrangements for this. There are obvious enemies outside the city. Our scouts haven't come back yet. But based on the intelligence we've collected so far, Aladovi City is not the only mirror underground palace. I know that the explosion just now came from the mirror of Westminster Abbey. Gushi naturally also knew the situation in the mirror underground palace. In fact, Gushi already knew about this. Those paladins carried Princess Anna's body back from the mirror image of Westminster Abbey. Since that time, Gushi has been strengthening Aladovi's defense. Even if he discovered Aladovi City from other eras, Gushi did not mess around. What he was prepared for was someone suddenly coming in from the outside. The barracks are tasked with fighting abroad every day. On the one hand, they are used to train the soldiers in the city. And on the other hand, they are used to prevent large armies from appearing outside the city. At this time, Aladovi City is like this. So Gushi naturally wants to say a few more words. As for other places, Gushi doesn't have time to go there yet. And he doesn't know what else is nearby. So we have to build the city walls and gates first. The city walls are simple. There are enough bricks, stones, and wood here. Several architects are also quite capable. They will have no problem building the city walls. But there is no way to deal with the city gate. As a city of death, all the gates of Aladovi City have the effect of dropping. I have tried it before. The other architectural design drawings we have can be used twice or even multiple times. But there is no way to do it for the city gate. Although there is no restriction, all of them are affected. I just got something here. The gate to the underworld. Originally, I wanted to place it on the main city side. But judging from the current situation, this side also needs to be defended. I will build the city gate later. Gushi thought for a moment, and thought of the underworld portal he had just obtained. But at this time, an idea flashed through Gushi's mind. He still has a few items on hand that can upgrade blue equipment to purple equipment. Should he upgrade this underworld portal, and see what the gate to the underworld will look like after the upgrade? If the upgraded gate of the underworld is of a high enough level, he will place some of the H-Lounds here to act as gatekeepers. Thinking of this, Gushi quickly started searching. But after searching for a long time, he only found the ice crystal. Gushi felt a little embarrassed this time. As Gushi's first contracted undead, Luna didn't know what Gushi was thinking. She smiled and said, Sir, this may be relatively close to Westminster Abbey. If possible, I think it is best to arrange a gate here that is not very effective in actual combat. In this way, this city gate will not be dragged to the battlefield. It can be used specifically to defend against enemies here. Okay. Then I will build a gate of the underworld here first. And then, I will find some suitable city gate architectural designs. By the way, the city gate cannot be built repeatedly. But what about the soul calling tower? The soul summoning tower is a core building, so there is no restriction on this. However, the properties of our core soul summoning tower are not that good. If we can find the architectural design drawings of other soul summoning towers, it will be more beneficial for us. At this time, Gushi suddenly thought of what he had gained in the copy this time. And he took out various building stones. There are core building exotic stones here, which are used for core buildings. Gushi took out all these things. Anyway, Aladovi City is left to Luna to deal with. In the end, these things will still be in Luna's hands. So let's take this opportunity to take out all these things and see if there is anything that can be used now. Worthy. Luna also stepped forward to pick at this time. At this moment, Anna, the Mercury Lord who had been following Gushi, raised her head. Chapter 876 The Great Princess Council. Gushi also felt what Lord Mercury Anna did. He looked over there, and found a vampire dressed in tattered clothes walking out from not far away. This vampire has a face like Princess Anna, with a pair of fangs hanging from his mouth, red eyes, and a pair of brown bat wings spread out behind his back. In her hands, she held a pair of poisonous daggers. It was obvious that she was taking the melee and fast attack route. When he saw Gushi, the vampire quickly lowered his head to Gushi. Grown-ups. Member of the Princess Council? Gushi wanted to laugh when he thought of the names of Princess Anna's subordinates. Yes, I am Anna, Lord Bloodwing, a member of the Grand Princess Council. I am mainly responsible for combat logistics. She was also stunned by the situation of Bloodwing Lord Anna. What does your position as Lord mean? And who arranged your job? My work is arranged by Princess Anna. All those related to Princess Anna can join the Princess Council. After joining, they will all become lords. And Princess Anna can promote our title based on what we do. Up to a duke. I came here mainly to transport various strategic materials. In addition, new troops have also been mobilized, and will arrive in about 15 minutes. Bloodwing Lord Anna explained the situation here. She understood it as soon as he heard it. This Princess Council was probably planned by Princess Anna from the beginning. She even planned to recruit a few Annas. And she should have already planned what each of them would do. Okay. I get it. Put your things down. She smiled and said, by the way, when you go back later, take Lord Mercury Anna back, and let Princess Anna take a look at how to arrange it appropriately. Also, tell Princess Anna that we have to wait a little while before entering the dungeon. We can go there after Aridov City is done. At this time, Bloodwing Lord Anna said, my lord, just speak directly. These bodies are mine. I can hear you. Although it was still Lord Bloodwing who was speaking. She could feel that the person standing in front of him was Princess Anna. When do you still have such ability? When I found Bloodwing Lord Anna. Even though she came from a copy, she was still me. You can still play like this? She was speechless. But just now, he was thinking about the connection between the incarnation of death and the city of death. So he asked again, then do you want to build a parliament hall for you? If necessary, I can help you look for it on the way to see if there are any suitable architectural plans. This is really needed. I originally wanted to find an architectural design drawing myself and let Luna help with it. If your lord is willing, then let your lord do it. Okay. She smiled at Princess Anna. And the next moment, the feeling of the person in front of him changed again. From Princess Anna to Lord Anna of Blood Wings. She was somewhat envious of the ability to switch between clones like this. However, as a player, it is impossible for a clone to have a clone. Even if it exists, it cannot be used like this. It seems that we need to change our thinking. However, because of the appearance of Princess Anna just now, she really handed over Anna. Lord Mercury beside him. Then he took out the underworld portal and handed it to Luna. As soon as she got the underworld portal, Luna checked it out. Unlike the architectural design drawings, the netherworld portal can only be used once. Now she is taking it out mainly to ensure that the city of Aridovia at this period can have a city gate to hold up for a period of time. As an elf from Aridovia City, Luna quickly flipped through the netherworld portal, then pulled the mirror in front of her, looking for a suitable location to place the netherworld gate. She didn't stay long. The soldiers and logistics supplies sent by Lord Bloodwing also arrived. She just organized these soldiers and led them to carry out the final cleanup of Aridovia City. By the time all the strange shadows on the ground of Aridovia City were cleared, the gate of the underworld had also been lowered. She saw this gate to the underworld at the end of the south side of Aridovia City. The gate to the underworld in front of you does not look like a battle gate. This city gate is 30 meters wide and a full 60 meters high. Unlike the other city gates in Gushi, the city gate in front of you has a door that can be closed, and there is a body hanging on the door. When Gushi came over, the body turned its head and glared at Gushi. Gushi could tell at a glance that this was clearly the former gatekeeper Kaisa. And now, he was part of the gate of the underworld. Usually he is hung on top of the door to the underworld, feeling the wind of the underworld blowing from the crack in the door. Only when the gate to the underworld is opened will the wind stop. It was different from the normal city gates in Gushi's hands. The biggest feature of the gate of the underworld is actually its three-sided nature. It can be used as an ordinary gate at ordinary times. But if there is an enemy attack, so I'm sorry, but the door you forced open does not lead to Aridovia City, but to the underworld of an unknown boss. Anyway, the gate is here. You can fight as you like. If you can get out after getting in, you will be considered powerful. Of course, there is a third way to use the gate to the underworld, and that is to actively open the gate to the underworld. In this way, even if the gate to the underworld is open from the back, there is still an unknown underworld behind it. But the undead inside can be freed. Whether Gushi wants to borrow the power of these undead souls to fight, or he hopes to subdue these undead souls to replenish his troops or sources of soldiers, he can do it easily. Don't forget, among Gushi's abilities, there is a Death Lord ability. As long as he is there, neutral undead will have a half chance of joining Gushi's team voluntarily. As for the undead souls with owners, Gushi can also communicate with them and let them contact the owners in the underworld behind them. If they are lucky, they can even make friends. It is said that more friends mean more paths. Gushi might be sure that this gate to the underworld will eventually become the point of contact between Gushi and other underworlds. After seeing the gate of the underworld, an idea suddenly flashed in Gushi's mind. He turned towards Luna again. Luna, have you arranged the area divisions here? Not yet. We have only taken it down for a few days, and we have been cleaning up various buildings here. Sir, is there something wrong? I just walked around the gate of the underworld and found that the characteristics of the gate of the underworld have some advantages. I want to turn this area from an industrial area into a market area. Chapter 877 Modify the construction direction. When Gushi said this, Luna was also stunned for a moment. She lowered her head and glanced at the layout plan in front of her, hesitated for a moment, put the layout plan away, and responded, "Good." Then Luna took out a map of Aladovi City from this period and drew it on the spot. If you want to build a market area, in addition to the magic market, several key things must be done well. The first is the road, whether it is a carriage station or a dock via the river, as well as the regular route through Aladovita, and the routes that may be hidden in the sewers. All must be laid out. After all, if we want the market to liven up, the most important thing is the traffic problem. If traffic is not solved, it will be useless no matter how well arranged our market is. The next step is that we need to have enough warehouses. There cannot be only one warehouse in a market. If a market is to be arranged, then there must be a warehouse at every traffic point to temporarily store materials. There is also a need for a general warehouse and a classified warehouse to ensure that materials can be used at any time. After that, if we build a market area, there will not be only one magic market. Other markets, including black markets, treasure markets, shopping streets, etc. will also be established. Without these, we cannot build a market area with just one market. And if we want to build a black market or something, then these places need to be rearranged. Finally, the adult said that the gate to the underworld should be included. This is a good idea. I have also seen the situation of the gate to the underworld. When reversed, it is really good for us. But there is a problem here. That is, we have no way of determining which underworld we drive to. So for the gate of the underworld, we need to make more preparations. Then, there are the auxiliary buildings. The market must also have a market style. And this part also needs to be adjusted. While Luna was talking, she kept drawing layout plans. At this time, Gushi was actually able to keep up with Luna's thoughts. And when she had her own opinions, she could quickly put them forward. 3 architectural designers played a considerable role at this time. Although they usually can only play some role in drawing architectural design drawings and demolishing houses, Gu Shijin did not expect that they can also play some role in urban layout. When Luna made some comments, they always responded quickly. Of course, the most important thing here is what large plots of land were used to build in Aladovi City during this period. The magic market only needs to occupy a large plot of land, while the ordinary market occupies the core area. Therefore, no matter how many markets Gu Cici builds, it will not have much impact on large land parcels. As for the training camps for the arms, they do occupy large plots of land. But Gushi now has a special training area. All the training camps for the arms, especially the undead training camps, will be arranged here, even if there are special circumstances, such as some training camps that must be built in the woods. Some will follow the magic plant area. Some training camps must be built underwater, and they will follow the rivers, etc. But there won't be too many. This will leave many large plots of land vacant in the area. And Gushi couldn't move these large plots of land to the training area. He simply didn't have the ability. Therefore, what should be used to build large plots of land has become the most important thing for Gushi to consider now. Of course, Luna was also considering this, along with several architectural designers. They kept discussing and soon came up with some new ideas. Sir, you said something similar to the Dragon Bone Laboratory. That's really awesome. Sir, do you still remember the architectural design drawings we copied from the Downward World? That is a complete set of design drawings for the tower. In addition to the architectural design drawings for the Cloud Palace, there are also architectural design drawings used to strengthen Titan. The idea is actually the same. The Titan, the incarnation of death, strengthens the lightning path, so we can find a way to transform a lightning laboratory. This is actually possible. After hearing this, Gushi nodded. But he immediately said, Titan is not suitable to be placed here. Once the door to the underworld is opened, all kinds of weird things will come. It is better to put the god of death here to control it. Safety. The Titan strengthening plan is fine, but it doesn't necessarily have to be placed in this place. Gushi had previously talked about placing one death incarnation at a time. So these architects also knew this. But they were not sure yet how to arrange Gushi's death incarnation. After hearing what Gushi said, they all thought that what Gushi was thinking made sense. So another architect immediately said, then invite the incarnation of Death Titan to the training area. We are planning to build all 7 cloud palaces together there to form a lightning zone. His lightning laboratory can be placed there. All 7 cloud palaces put together? Are there so many large plots in the training area? Gushi was also frightened when he heard this plan. Gushi had been to the training area before. The training area is actually not that big. How could there be so many large plots available? At this time, Luna explained, since the training area was decided, it has been expanding outwards. And the area under the sewer has also been expanding. Part of the relocation work has now been completed, and new land is being added. If the plots are different, I will build the buildings in other cities of Aria first, and then move them when new plots are available. Luna said as she looked at Gushi. Gushi understood that this was a reminder to himself that he should get some land deeds when he had time so as to increase the land he had. What areas are there in the training area now? Now in the training area, the ghost area and the puppet area have been determined. The ghost area is because we have a full set of ghost architectural design drawings. So we directly use ghosts to occupy the entire city area. The puppet area is mainly a training camp for gargoyles, golems, and puppet dragons from the tower. Although other areas have been divided into areas, the amount of construction is still not enough. For example, in the originally planned White Bones district, there were only the White Bones Evil Temple, the Evil Bones Temple, and the Evil Church, which could not occupy an area at all. The same is true for the Zombie Zone and the Night Zone. There are not enough buildings to occupy one zone, so they can only arrange them temporarily. Where's the Skeleton Mage? Hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but ask. The training camps for Skeleton Mage, Corpse Witch, Lich, and other units will be arranged together with the Mage Tower and arranged in the magic area. This part was discussed with Eve from the beginning. Gushi couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. This Eve is really fast. Chapter 878 Sanctuary Plan. Is this common? Gushi finally asked. He didn't want the training camp to be built in another district. As a result, it would be difficult to mobilize the troops when they finally gather them. Not much. On the one hand, the mage had Eve's suggestion, and on the other hand, he requested that all the corpses of all magic systems be buried in the magic area. He worked in vain for 3 years. Even the corpses were being used. So how could they let these wizards go? That's why Eve made plans in advance. Didn't you see that in the building over there? We didn't even build the mage tower. The mage will also put it in a good place in the future. As for other aspects, there are only a few. I will find a way to coordinate everything and ensure that all training camps are connected to the maximum extent. Will there be more large-scale plots in other cities? Should we remove the large-scale plots? After hearing this, Luna was silent for a moment. She really didn't have the ability to move large plots of land. At this moment, an architect suddenly said, Sir, actually I have heard that when architecture reaches a certain level, the entire environment will be affected. Even similar buildings in other places will be affected by this kind of influence. As the main controller of Aradovi City, Luna naturally understood what the architect was talking about. You are referring to the sanctuary plan, right? The current Aradovi City has not yet reached such conditions. Although Gushi was confused, it was obvious that Luna understood this technique. Although he didn't know what was missing here, Gushi still said, Luna, if this sanctuary plan is feasible, then go ahead and do it. If there is anything missing, we will find a way to make up for it. If there is no land, we will fight it. If there is no architectural design drawing, we will grab it. If it doesn't work, we still have a way to the real world. I don't believe it. There are no professional schools to study architecture. After Gushi said this, Luna explained to Gushi what the so-called sanctuary plan was. This sanctuary project is actually a bit like an assembly line. Other things can be built in different places and finally assembled at the main factory. This is a method that architects accidentally discovered from the architectural design drawings of the tower. In that descending world, they succeeded once and formed a diamond sanctuary. According to the instructions in the design drawing, They made different parts of the Diamond Man in 6 places in total, and finally sent them all to the manufacturing factory for assembly. These 6 places are not in the same city, but they are in different positions. It is for this reason that the 6 different parts have been strengthened in terms of specialization. The strength of the produced Diamond Man will be stronger than the normal Diamond Man, and the speed of producing the Diamond Man will be the same. It has also been significantly improved. Of course, the tower actually has plans to use this method to make titans and puppet dragons. But in the end, they failed to take shape. The titan they created was a thing that looked like a titan, but was lime-colored, had no lightning, and moved slower than a normal titan. Of no use. This is especially true for the puppet dragon. The combination of the puppet dragon requires at least more than 300 different parts. In the downward world at that time, where could we find more than 300 cities? So their final plan was to stop as soon as they reached the Diamond Man. But their plan was recorded. Eve also knew this. But Gucci couldn't use it now. After all, the plan here is for puppets and dolls that can be assembled. It was impossible for Luna to dismantle the corpse of the undead into pieces. So she didn't think about this matter at the beginning. Instead, the architect took this matter to heart. When both Gucci and Luna were at a loss for ideas, he suddenly said this. After listening to Luna's explanation, Gucci thought about it seriously, and finally said, "Are some of Eve's actions related to the sanctuary plan?" Luna nodded. Eve planned to bury the corpse for 3 years to strengthen the corpse. Afterwards, the corpse would be allowed to learn and participate in research, which would also enhance the possibility of the corpse transforming into a skeleton mage or corpse witch. This kind of thinking is indeed some of the ideas of the Holy Land. It was precisely because this idea was feasible that Luna agreed to place various training camps for the legal system in the magic zone. Luna, who understood, also asked Gucci, "What do you mean, sir? We can turn this idea into a topic and let Eve do the research. We just need to provide what we have, and the results we want to see if Eve has any solution. If the sanctuary plan is feasible, we will move the magic training camp back to the training area. We have carefully divided the areas, so we should handle them according to the areas and not make any special arrangements." Hearing this, Luna also laughed. It seems that in the next period of time, the person who needs the clone method most is not Shea, but Eve. No, Eve knows how to use her subordinates, and she uses her brain to do things. Gucci laughed when he heard this. Luna could only suppress the matter. Of course, this was just an episode. After Luna and the others cleared out the enemies in Aradovi City and determined the development direction of Aradovi City, Gucci turned his attention to the enemies in the wild who were preparing to attack the city. This batch of enemies was caused by the explosion of the Tail King in the copy. The enemies that attack are all caused by the strange shadows caused by the apple trees. There will be relatively few of the strange shadows common in this world among them. Most of them are half-human, half-tree monsters similar to the one released by the spore cultist Charlie when he started the war. It is precisely for this reason that Gucci's men can detect the enemy in advance and estimate the time when the enemy will arrive. Now all these weird monsters are stopped by Amilcar some distance away from Aladovi City. The time they can get here has changed from the original 8 or 9 hours to more than 10 hours. Now, in less than 2 or 3 days, it is impossible for them to reach the city wall of Aladovi. This also gave Gucci a chance. After confirming the construction plan of Aradovi City during this period, Gucci kept everything he had and personally led his troops out of Aradovi City and into the wilderness outside Aradovi City. Although this is not the first time Gucci has entered the mirror space, but the situation before him still scared Gucci. When I left Aladovi City, I was surrounded by all kinds of fog, and the ground was mostly gray-white wasteland, with not even a root of grass growing on the ground. But the situation in front of me was different. A large number of vines grew on the ground. When Gucci led his troops past, these vines twisted automatically, as if they wanted to drag Gucci's undead men to the ground. Chapter 879: A difficult enemy to deal with. Looking at the vine ground that was almost connected to Aladovi City, Gucci's eyes flashed with light. The ghost team goes out and digs out all the vines and roots here. Under Gucci's order, a large number of Bai Wuchang poured out from the gate of the underworld. They simply couldn't bear the aura of Bai Wuchang and pulled up the vines on the ground on the spot. When they came into contact with these vines and tree roots, the vines and tree roots obviously resisted. It's just that these vines and roots have no level. They had the ability to drag people underground before, but that was not because there were a large number of these vines and roots. As soon as a normal person comes over, the vines and tree roots will come from all directions and drag the person down in one go. But now it's different after meeting the Ghost team. After the dungeon battle, the apparent number of Ghost team members increased again, although the number of Ghost teams did not increase much. When they gathered together, their number seemed to reach 70,000. These more than 70,000 by Wu Chang all have their own consciousness. After hearing Gu Shi's order, they quickly spread out and kept pulling up the vines in front of them. These vines and tree roots are trying to prevent the Bai Wu Chang from getting closer. But this thing cannot move and has no lethality. Before, there were many of them, and 4 or 5 of them dragging an enemy would naturally be powerful. It's different now. With so many Bai Wu Changs coming forward, one Bai Wu Chang often drags a vine, and pulls the vine or tree root out of the ground by its own means. Soon, they found a clearing. However, Gu Shi was not idle. He immediately released the Ghost team, and asked them to spread outward, and pull out all the vines they could find. After 7 or 8 hours of walking like this, Gu Shi and the others finally cleared away all the vines on the south side, revealing the originally gray land. At the same time, Gu Shi noticed that as the vines were pulled out, the vines seemed to be dried on the ground, and quickly turned into withered vines. After these dead vines were dried, they were not as big as before. They looked like they had shrunk by about 100 times. Gu Shi thought for a while, and finally asked the Ghost team to put the withered vine on the side of the road, waiting for him to deal with it when he came back after defeating the enemy. So these vines piled up more than 30 small hills on the roadside. It can be seen even from relatively far away. While Gu Shi was dealing with these vines, Amilcar had been fighting with the enemy for more than 10 hours. This battle was also quite difficult for Amilcar. When he went to battle, Amilcar thought that with the cavalry unit he brought, he could quickly kill all the enemies as long as he launched a charge. But he never expected that all the enemies in front of him were half-human and half-tree beings. Although their movement speed is slow, their defense and vitality are quite high. The most important thing is that when the cavalry launches a charge, they can put their feet into the ground, and even the impact of the cavalry cannot kill them instantly. As for the cavalry whose charge was interrupted, their combat effectiveness was actually only slightly better than that of ordinary soldiers when faced with such a strange situation. Faced with such a strange enemy, normally a large number of undead troops should be used to attack. The cavalry is still somewhat valuable, and cannot be wasted here. Therefore, Amilcar could only carry out constant harassing attacks on the enemy, preventing the enemy from advancing, and consuming the enemy's strength bit by bit. Of course, it was also because of Amilcar's existence that the enemy kept pulling up the ground and taking root, which delayed the enemy's footsteps. Otherwise, at their speed, they would have already arrived under the Aladovi city wall at this time. Such troops may not be of much use in the wild, but they often play a very important role in siege and defense. So Amilcar still has some use. At least now, they are not blocking the gate of Aladovi city. When he led his troops to the battlefield, Gu Shi also discovered that the cavalry troops were circling around the enemy. Seeing the scene in front of him, Gu Shi was speechless. Amilcar, what are you doing? Things like the eye of the mind were played out by Gu Shi. Before, he could only contact his men through his mind's eye. But since Gu Shi began to master some psychic powers, he could accurately find everyone on the battlefield. Even though Gu Shi is so far away from Amilcar now, and Amilcar is still moving at high speed, as long as Gu Shi wants, he can find Amilcar's position quite accurately and contact him. That was the case now. After Gu Shi arrived here, he naturally wanted to know what was going on. As soon as Amilcar heard Gu Shi's question, he responded immediately, "Sir, these guys are just a bunch of wooden people. Not only do they have strong vitality and high defense, but they can also disperse damage after taking root. Most importantly, they recover quickly. I can only kill 10 to 15 monsters at a time." When Amilcar answered, the cavalry troops quickly moved towards Gu Shi. At this time, Gu Shi also saw the enemy's arrangement. Just as Amilcar said, once these strange tree men took root, they were like a forest, and the cavalry could not rush in at all. Such a defensive unit is not that easy to fight. "It's okay. I brought enough troops here." Gu Shi said quite calmly that this time he attacked. In addition to the troops who usually followed him, there were also a large number of troops under the newly joined undead leader. These troops were originally arranged to deal with the shadows and weirdness in Aladovi city. It's different now. Gu Shi brought them all over. Gu Shi was just planning to use a battle to make these undead see blood. Looking back at the undead following behind him, Gu Shi decisively gave the order, "Amilcar, take your troops and step aside. Prepare to charge." Ghost troops move forward, preparing for the first wave of attacks. The shooter unit is ready to shoot. The zombie troops retreated and set up the first line of defense. As Gu Shi issued one order after another, the undead he brought quickly took their positions. At this time, Gu Shi had also taken the opportunity to arrange the undead, released a group of necromancers, pointed the phantom magic wand at the strange trees, and released the first magic, Fire Field. Chapter 880, Sea of Undead Tactics. The flame field was immediately thrown towards the gathered trees. A large number of flaming tentacles stretched out from the ground and entangled with the strange roots of the trees. After releasing the flame field, Gu Shi did not stop the attack. He released another firestorm, and the flaming bone fragments hit the strange trees. At this time, Gu Shi realized that what Amilca said was true. After these trees strangely took root in the ground, they possessed extremely strong defense and vitality. These two moves of my own are considered to be aimed at the effects of trees. Judging from the current situation, this effect is actually quite good. But after the fire, only a dozen of the other side were burned to death. In the flames, Gu Shio noticed that these strange trees were obviously organized, and they would drag those that could still be saved behind, push the corpses on the ground to the front to act as shields to resist attacks. They even directed all the flames to the dead trees and threw the bodies of their companions out. With such a fighting style and such numbers, it is no wonder that Amilcar was unable to kill the enemy after fighting with him for several hours. But now that Gu Shi is here, everything will be fine. Gu Shi brought over a large number of troops. Although he didn't bring those heroes with him, various undead leaders were helping Gu Shi command, so he didn't need to worry about anything at all. Now Gu Shi wanted to make these trees weird, and see what the Sea of Skeletons and the Sea of the Undead were. Gu Shi proved this point last time when he fought the spore cultist Charlie. 10,000 skeleton shooters gathered together. No matter how strong the defense is or how strong the vitality is, the boss can be killed in one hit. But now that Gu Shi had enough troops, and he was on his own territory, Gu Shi naturally wanted to take advantage of this. So he waved his hand, and the skeleton archers who were ready shot arrows at the trees at the same time. 5,000 or 6,000 bone arrows flew out instantly, and landed heavily on the strange bodies of the trees in front of them. This time it's not Charlie, the spore cultist. The strange defense of these trees is relatively high, but they don't have the same perverted effects as Charlie, the spore cultist. When these arrows fell, they were not reduced to the level where they could only forcibly deduct 1 point of life. Each bone arrow can take away 5 to 10 points of health from each tree monster. More than 6,000 bone arrows fell, which cost nearly 60,000 lives. No matter how much weird vitality these trees have, they are only level 8 existences, with a lifespan of between 250 and 400 points. In just an instant, nearly 200 trees fell down. This is directly 10% of the weirdness of the trees. And the remaining weirdness of the trees is directly confusing. They never expected that in just one face-to-face meeting, they would lose all their men. You must know that they relied on this small force to withstand the attacks of various cavalry. What's going on right now? It's impossible. At this moment, Gu Shi's ghost troops had also rushed in front of the strange trees. They rushed over very quickly, and the ghosts themselves were of a very high level and could ignore most physical attacks. So these ghosts did not consider anything else and immediately pounced into the strange battle formation of trees and attacked towards the back. The number of ghosts Gu Shi brought was about 4,000. And with this blow, they killed about 200 tree weirds on the spot. It even tore a hole in the strange defense line of the trees. The skeleton soldiers who came behind also rushed over at this time. Unlike the ghosts, the number of skeleton soldiers brought by Gu Shi was quite large. He brought at least 30,000 skeleton soldiers with levels ranging from level 4 to level 8. Those around level 8 are the main force of skeleton soldiers, while those below level 8 are brought out to see the world and improve their combat effectiveness. After all, there are more and more undead in Aradovi at around level 4. It is still slow to gain experience by relying only on the battle missions in the barracks. Gu Shi still has to take them out for a walk sometimes. These more than 30,000 skeleton soldiers were all crowded together, so it was naturally impossible for them to attack at the same time like the skeleton archers. But there were enough of them to surround the trees strangely. The skeleton soldiers held weapons and kept cutting down the trees. Each attack will take away a strange 10 to 15 points of life from the trees. If it were normal times, this kind of life consumption would be nothing at all. But there are too many skeleton soldiers here to stand up to. They were really weird surrounding the trees. No matter whether your body can support it or not, you just rush to the enemy and chop him with all your strength. This kind of attack method is actually somewhat similar to the attack method of the Black Spear Battalion. But with so many skeleton soldiers, the attack power is obviously stronger. There was no way for the tree weirds to resist. They also wanted to use some means from the rear to replenish their lives. As a result, the skeleton soldier slashed down, and 400 tree weirds were chopped down to the ground. Then the skeleton shooter behind fired again. And this time another 200 enemies fell. Such a record in front of him shocked Amilca. It's unreasonable for trees to die so quickly. But Gushi was quite calm. This is already considered relatively slow. He turned to look in Amilca's direction. Amilcar, do you understand? Your choice is actually not wrong. But even the cavalry should cooperate. If you can't increase the number of cavalry, then you have to find a way to arrange other troops. As an undead, you must not forget your greatest advantage. Amilcar looked back helplessly. The production of various Death Knight substitutes was only 1 to 2 per week. Where could he find a large number of troops? Isn't this making things difficult for him? However, Amilcar also understood that there was no way for him to gather a large number of cavalry in a short period of time. Moreover, in the next period of time, the number of cavalry he can control will become smaller and smaller. After all, Gushi only agreed to put the Blue Knights under his command, and the other knight troops would be taken away, now that he can command so many cavalry. That's basically the reason why Amilcar hasn't gone back yet. But then it was no longer okay. Gushi also wanted to call on these cavalry troops. Amilcar could not hold on to them forever. Chapter 881 Tree Man Direction Hero. While Gushi was talking to Amilca, a group of trees strangely fell down again. This batch was killed by skeleton shooters. As these trees fell strangely, Gushi's undead men took another step forward. They broke through the strange defenses of the trees quite simply, and a large number of people rushed in, because a large number of trees have fallen down again. As a result, the trees are no longer able to form the forest-like defensive wall they had before. The skeleton soldiers under Gushi played a very important role at this time. After they rushed in, they directly cut the trees apart and fenced off these things separately. Every Shui was surrounded by dozens of skeleton soldiers, who kept chopping them down. Almost every second a tree falls strangely. After a while, out of the trees that originally numbered hundreds and nearly 1,000, only 30 or 40 were left, and they are scattered in different locations. There is no way to connect them together. At this time, Gushi had already seen their commander among the strange trees. That was also a tree weirdo. But his situation seemed to be different from other tree weirdos. The tree's strange skin is gray-black, and there are many faces crowded together on the surface of the bark. After taking root on the ground, he would swing his body from time to knock out all the skeleton soldiers who rushed to him. At this time, Gushi raised his hand, and the skeleton shooter leaders immediately understood what it meant. They immediately focused their fire on the strange tree. In fact, Gushi didn't need to be like this at all. The strange tree in front of me actually doesn't have much defense or vitality, and he doesn't have any special boss template. Under a wave of arrows, the tree weirdo was knocked to the ground on the spot, his body covered with bone arrows. Even if this is the case, this person still wants to roll on the ground. But once he rolled, he really had no other chance. After this strange tree fell down, all the remaining trees also fell down. Some skeleton soldiers who didn't hit anyone even rushed forward, trying to rush into the distance still in the mist. Fortunately, Gushi called them all down at this time. Otherwise, they would have kept rushing out and finally disappeared into the mist. After leaving all his men behind, Gushi immediately asked them to clean up the battlefield. At the same time, a group of necromancers who had just been summoned followed Gushi and performed spiritualism on the corpses here. Just as Gushi guessed, the rather special Tree Strange just now was the hero in this team. Gushi's spiritualism spell immediately summoned a new hero. This new hero is still half tree and half human, with at least 7 or 8 faces on the surface of his body. When he climbed up from the ground, Gushi could still see 7 or 8 arms like roots growing in front of the tree. This weird existence puzzled Gushi. It didn't look like a tree pit of the undead. At this moment, Gushi also saw the information of this hero. Lloyd, level 8. Summon object. Undead hero experience, 0/7500. Attack 4. Defense 7. Life 145. Mana 10. Talent, Deadwood, after level 5. All tree human soldiers have attack and defense plus 4 each level 1. Skills, defense. Luck. Leadership. Leader, can command 885 soldiers plus 7 boss troops at the same time. Judging from the situation of Lloyd, it is obvious that he is a commander of the Treeman type of troops. Gushi couldn't help but look at the corpses on the ground in front of him. This is the undead arm of the tree humans. Gushi raised his hand and began to summon the spirits on the spot. At this time, Amilcar was not idle. He knew that when Gushi was free, he would deal with his affairs next. By then, he would no longer be able to control so many cavalry troops. So he immediately rushed out with the cavalry troops. Amilcar's idea was quite simple. Since no one cared about him now, he would travel to more places. Even if Gushi asked him, he could say that he went there as a scout. Seeing Amilcar leading the team out, Gushi was also speechless. He didn't expect Amilcar's obsession to be so deep. But at least he knows how to work hard. So let him act like this. At this time, Gushi turned his attention to the strangeness of the trees. There are a large number of corpses here. Without the help of the soul summoning tower, it will still take a certain amount of time for Gushi to complete the soul summoning of the corpses here. By that time, Amilcar would have run back. He will definitely bring back some new information by then, which will at least let Gushi know what it's like to go a little further out. This was exactly what Gushi wanted to know. So Gushi didn't stop him. He just raised his head and summoned his soul again. This time, it was much easier for Gushi to recruit souls. All the souls that came out were tree human undead souls, such as the undead tree pit. After they were recruited, they were immediately taken away by Lloyd and stationed where they were. Gushi understood Lloyd's thoughts at a glance. He didn't want to go back to the city and just wanted to guard here. It seems that he already knows that this road is the only way to lead to other forces. As long as he guards here, a large number of enemies will come every day. When the time comes, as long as he blocks the intersection here, he can defeat a large number of enemies and gain a lot of experience. They can even get enough corpses and flesh here. And then their strength will be able to grow even more. This is a good thing for Lloyd. At the same time, this is also a good thing for Gushi, because now he doesn't have to worry about anyone attacking Aladovi City during this period. Therefore, the speed of Gushi's soul summoning has also increased a lot. Less than half an hour later, Gushi transformed nearly 3,000 corpses here into tree pits of the dead. At this moment, Amilcar also rushed back with the cavalry. He said loudly, "Sir, it's right in front." What happened? Looking at Amilcar's appearance, Gushi raised his head and looked at Amilcar. "I discovered where the enemy in front is coming from," Amilcar said loudly. After hearing the news, Gushi jumped onto the holy silver evil coffin without even thinking of giving orders to Lloyd. The ghost team moves forward to clear the road. The others will follow me. Amilcar, you lead the way. Let's go and take a look. Chapter 882 Cracks in the Earth. Under the leadership of Amilcar, Gushi came to the place where Amilcar said. At this time, Gushi saw a huge crack appearing on the ground. This crack is at least 60 meters wide. Looking from the left and right, you can't see the edge at all. Standing at the edge of the crack, Gushi could see that both sides of the crack were as if cut by a knife. Looking from top to bottom, it was at least 600 or 700 meters deep. When looking down, Gushi could see a large number of vines and tree roots twisting under the crack. What's going on? I'm not sure, but I sent people to both sides to check how long the crack is, and they haven't come back yet. Listening to this, Gushi also knew that there was no need to ask more about this matter. This crack was also caused by the self-sacrifice of Charlie, the spore cultist. Don't let him play like this next time. No wonder Lloyd chose to stay here. It seems that the strange tree-like thing before came from here, and there will be more such things below. Someone must keep an eye on it all the time. Gushi just glanced down and made a judgment in his mind. But he wasn't quite sure whether it was the mirror space cutting itself, or whether the previous self-sacrifice explosion was too powerful. While Gushi was checking the situation here, his undead men also happened to rush over. At this time, Gushi waved his hand and released 30 ghost teams to let them fall from the crack. These ghosts are led by the ghost leader. There is only one after going down. Check out what is going on below. At the same time, other undead were digging rocks and soil nearby to build a bridgehead here. My lord, what are you doing? After listening to Gushi's words before, Amir thought that Gushi planned to go back directly. But judging from the current situation, it doesn't seem right. Something different may appear down here, and I always have to be on guard. After all, it is impossible for us to put all our troops in Aladovi during this period. You can't patrol outside the city all the time. Right? This time, the weird ones are tree-shaped, so it's okay that they move slower. We also discovered some in advance. But what if you encounter something weird that moves faster? If they can rush to the city wall of Aridov within one day, we won't even have time to react. So I plan to build some beacon towers here. It doesn't take too many. There is a row all the way from here. One every 5 miles. No matter where the enemy comes from. We can always see it. It just so happens that these dead vines can be used to burn. Although I don't know if the fire will be high enough when it rises. It will be fine as long as it can be seen. As for the manpower arrangement, just arrange 1 skeleton soldier, 1 zombie, and 1 ghost at each location. As an undead, normally there is no consumption. And there is no need for them to fight. Just let them keep an eye on this place. Sir, that's what I say. But do you really think we have gathered a large number of troops here? Amilcar asked worriedly. What? Gushi answered quite affirmatively. The Aradovi city on this level has no city gates or walls, let alone a moat. And all kinds of defense lines have not been built. If there is a fight there, it will be taken down. Most importantly, I have just decided that this level of Aradov city will be built into a market area. In this way, most of the supplies in Aradovi city will be placed here. At the same time, the channels leading to various cities and satellite cities will also be concentrated here. If we didn't take good defense, it would be fine. If our home is robbed like this time, our losses will be huge. Therefore, before the defense line is built, we must ensure the safety of Aradovi city. Only then did Amilcar understand Gushi's thoughts. At the same time, he also took a look at the beacon tower that had not been built yet. This kind of beacon tower is actually a high platform about 10 meters high, with a pile of dead vines piled on it. A zombie stood there holding a torch. Normally, he would not move no matter what happened, unless there was a problem under the crack. Then he would throw fire on the dead vines, instantly igniting the flames and issuing a warning to the rear. As for why a zombie is placed here, it is entirely because the zombie has high defense and thick life. Even if it is attacked, it will not die immediately. He still had time to light a fire. In addition to this zombie, there is also a skeleton soldier and a ghost. Skeleton soldiers usually move back and forth in front of the beacon tower to ensure that no messy things approach the beacon tower from the ground. Every once in a while, the ghost will enter the crack to check the situation below. Prevent someone from having your home stolen due to a moment of carelessness. After sending all his men out, Gushi's ghost team also expanded the range of harvesting vines. They slowly approached the crack. At this time, Gushi noticed another situation. That is, new vines would grow out of the cracks. Although it doesn't grow fast, it keeps growing. Therefore, the skeleton soldiers still have one more task, which is to keep dealing with the growing vines, so as not to let the vines reoccupy the land that Gushi just cleared. Gushi didn't stay here for long. After he planned everything, he arranged for Amilcar to go out. Amilcar was quite happy to see that he could lead the cavalry for a while longer. Even if Gushi asked him to do the work of a supervisor, he happily took it. Gushi explained his plan in detail. Beacon towers are arranged every 5 miles on this side of the crack. Make sure you can see the enemies coming out of the cracks as soon as possible. After that, there are the vertical beacon towers. There is a beacon tower every 5 miles, from the crack to where Lloyd is. When it comes to Lloyd, it's almost enough for Aradovi. Lloyd can block the enemy for at least a period of time, ensuring that Aradovi city has enough reaction time. Just doing this step is enough. When Gushi walked back, of course he also told Lloyd about this matter. Roy didn't have any objections to Gushi's arrangement, but was rather excited. He initially chose to take root here because of possible enemies. Now that Gushi had considered everything clearly, Lloyd naturally would not object, but said it seriously. Please rest assured, sir, I will definitely guard this passage. Gushi nodded with satisfaction and was about to leave when Lloyd said something else. Sir, it will not be a problem for us to protect the passage here, but I still have to make it clear to you, sir, that there is not only our way to Aradovi city. Chapter 883 The first wave of merchants from the gate of the underworld. After promising that Lloyd and the other undead who built the beacon tower would retreat and leave 1/3 of them for Lloyd to mobilize, Gushi quickly headed towards Aradovi city. This time Gushi spent more than 10 hours traveling and fighting outside, and he was already extremely hungry. At this time, Gushi discovered that although there was a kitchen in the hut of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, there was no food stored there. So the kitchen is just a decoration. Gushi didn't think of this before, so he rushed out without any preparation. After all, for Gushi, he could open the door to Aradovi city at any time, no matter where he couldn't find food. As a result, I suffered a loss in this regard as soon as I turned around. Now I have to let the holy silver evil coffin hurry up and prepare to go back to the city to eat something. Fortunately, if the holy silver evil coffin ignored the undead troops behind it and rushed forward at full speed, its speed would be beyond the imagination of normal people. It took Gushi 7 or 8 hours to come here before, but it only took him an hour and a half to get back. When Gushi returned to Aradovi City, he noticed that some changes seemed to have taken place in Aradovi City at this time. The door to the underworld that Gushi had just placed there had been opened, and some undead souls that looked like mummies were walking out of the door to the underworld. The lounge that Gushi had left at the gate of the underworld did not do anything to stop these mummies, as if they had no intention of caring about them at all. Luna stood in front of the gate to the underworld, communicating with some mummies. When she saw Gushi coming, Luna immediately came to greet him. "Sir, you should find a contracted undead to manage finances in the future. I really can't do this kind of work. What's the matter with them?" Gushi glanced at these mummies and asked. As Gushi appeared, some green light appeared above the heads of these mummies. This was the activation of the Death Lord's ability. Although these mummies already have owners, this does not prevent Gushi from having friendly exchanges with the undead. Seeing the flash of green light, Gushi immediately stepped forward to greet them and said to the mummies, "Hello. Which underworld are you from?" Upon hearing this, the mummy immediately responded. But Gushi could tell that they were speaking the language of the soul. So Gushi quickly switched languages and started communicating with these mummies. At this time, Gushi also understood that these mummies were the undead that were affected by the gate of the underworld and accidentally entered Aradovi City. But the reason why they are attracted to the gate of the underworld is entirely because there is something they want here. Hearing this, Gushi was a little surprised. The city of Aradovi on this level hasn't been built yet. So what could they want? At this time, Luna said from the side, "I communicated with them, and they said they wanted some plants that were full of life but dried out. They said it was because they wanted these plants over there." "Plants? Our magic plant area hasn't been built yet. How can we have what they want?" "Wait. I seem to understand. Just wait for me. Ghost team, go and move those dead vines on the road." Gushi immediately understood what these mummies wanted. He decisively turned around and ordered the ghost team to pull out the dried vines along the way and bring them over. After giving this order, Gushi turned to look at Luna. "Luna, do you have anything to eat? I'm so hungry." "Yes, sir. Please wait." As soon as Luna heard this, she quickly went to prepare food for Gushi. At this time, Gushi also communicated with the mummies. Of course, at this time it was Gushi who was asking, and the mummies were answering. As the only undead that cannot be controlled by the necromancer, the situation of mummies is actually different from that of Death Knights. Death Knight is because there is a Death Knight profession among players, and Death Knights are never slaves. The situation with mummies is different. All mummies have owners. Their masters range from gods to pharaohs. Anyway, every mummy has a legacy behind it. So it's not just a corpse wrapped in bandages that you see on the road. It's called a mummy. In the words of the mummies, each mummy has been treated in many different ways and carries a divine presence. And there was even a rumor for a while that the mummy's ashes could be used to enhance certain functions. Therefore, no matter how powerful the necromancer is, he cannot make them bow their heads. Of course, if Gushi becomes the god of the underworld or something, then they can introduce some mummy substitutes to Gushi. Don't think that this kind of thing is rare. Just like the Death Knight has crimson, blue and pale knights to replace it, mummies also have substitutes. It's just that there are very few mummies themselves, and no one is willing to find a replacement for them. So very few people know this. While they were chatting, the ghost team had also sent over a part of the withered vines. After taking over the withered vine, a mummy tore it apart along the roots, revealing a large number of tough fibers underneath. After seeing these things, the mummy nodded with satisfaction and said to Gushi, "It's all these things. No matter how much you have, we will take them all. There are many." Gushi didn't know how to explain it when he thought about the withered vine that he almost used as a beacon fire. "What price are you going to give me? And if I provide it for a long time? Would you like to arrange a special business route for me?" After listening to Gushi's words, several leading mummies were also stunned. They hesitated for a while and discussed with each other. One of the mummies said, "We produce some special things. See if there is anything you want. As for the special business route, we need to go back and discuss this with our superiors." As the mummy spoke, he took out a red feather and placed it in front of Gushi. When he took out this feather, Gushi felt that it was beating like a heart and emitting a strong smell of blood. This is the feather of the soul that has been measured by the balance. It is the essence and blood from the heart of the sinful soul. This kind of thing can be used to replenish the blood of the undead, and can also be used to strengthen the undead that need blood. Gushi took the feather, and the corresponding message popped up in front of his eyes. Essence and blood of sin, greeny essence and blood from the hearts of those who are judged to be evil can be used to summon undead troops for your use, and can also be used to strengthen undead troops that need blood. Looking at this kind of feathers, Gushi couldn't help but think of Amilcar. He was really unlucky. However, this thought flashed through Gushi's mind. He looked up at the mummy and asked firmly, "How do you deal? Is there anything else?" Chapter 884, Long-Term Deal with the Mummy. When Gushi asked, the mummy really came up with some good things. Death sunlight, green sunlight from the underworld is collected and compressed into special materials. This sunlight contains enough negative energy, and is a relatively special negative energy existence. Yellow sandstone, green stones found in the desert and impacted by wind and sand for many years are a very special building material. Oasis seed, blue. You can arrange an oasis in a deserted wilderness. There will be trees, grass and water sources in the oasis, as well as large, medium and small plots of land. Golden eagle egg, white golden eagle eggs can hatch into golden eagles, which can be used as messengers or surveillance. Gushi's eyes widened as he looked at the items the mummies brought out. These goods were all good things he had never seen before. The most important thing is that these things are exactly what Gushi is using now. This made Gushi quite satisfied. So when he asked his men to transport all the dead vines back, Gushi started a long-term deal with the mummy. "My lord, this is really not possible. Long-term transactions are not something I can decide. We must discuss it with the superiors." Gushi nodded. "I understand too. But you should ask first. My door to the underworld cannot stay open like this. It must be opened and closed. If you have long-term trading ideas, you must find a way to keep a fixed trading channel. Otherwise, once the door to the underworld is closed, it will not be that easy to find if you want to come in again." Although Gushi was not quite sure about the characteristics of the gate to the underworld at this time, the mummy in front of him was even less sure whether he came here by luck and encountered it by accident, or was able to point to this place specifically. The leading mummies discussed with each other, and one of them said, "Okay. It just so happens that it will take a while for you to transport these dead vines back. So I will go back and ask the superiors for their thoughts. Whether it succeeds or not, wait until I come back to talk about it." After saying this, the mummy nodded to the other mummy leaders, and led some of his men to the gate of the underworld carrying the withered vine sample they had just obtained. After the mummy left, Gushi was not in a hurry to deal with the matter between Withered Vine and Beacon Tower. After he asked the ghost team to transport the withered vines back, he sat down on the holy silver-toothed coffin. At this time, Luna also placed the food that had just been transported in front of Gushi. Looking at the life-saving food, Gushi touched his belly. Ever since he embarked on the path of becoming a necromancer, he has never had a good time. It's no wonder that all the necromancers are as thin as bones. They look like this. They are probably hungry. While Gushi was eating the food that was served, he was complaining about the situation of the necromancer. The food Luna brought this time was much better than before. After all, there was already a special kitchen in Gushi's territory. Although the recipes are difficult to find, the dishes produced are always much better than those in the pub. Gushi finally no longer had to choose between grilled owl and dried rat. The food that was served now included at least 4 dishes and 1 soup, and even came with a small glass of wine and a large number of noodles. Although it does not have various attributes, for Gushi, it has the effect of filling his stomach halfway through the meal. After dispelling the hunger in his stomach, Gushi looked up at the mummies. "Would you like some?" "No. We don't eat much." "No. We are not used to eating these things. It's just that there are no beetles." "What's so delicious about it?" Seeing that these mummies rejected him, Gushi did not force them to eat some together. Just finish eating everything quietly. Gushi put the dishes aside, and then jumped in front of the mummy. Gushi, who had just eaten, asked about the mummy. From previous interactions with mummies, Gushi already knew that there were some taboos that were not allowed to be discussed, so he avoided communicating in this direction. Soon Gushi asked if players could take up roles as mummies. In Gushi's opinion, players can take up positions as Death Knights, so mummies similar to Death Knights may also be able to take up posts. Regarding this question, a mummy thought for a while before speaking. There have been players who have worked as mummies before, but they were not necromancers. Mummies are not the first profession. Players must reach a certain level in a certain occupation, and then choose to die and rebuild before they have the opportunity to choose a mummy. However, if you choose to rebuild after death, there are many other options. And there is no need to go the mummy route. The most important thing is that there is a higher level of existence above the mummy. Unless you really want to use some power to exact revenge, few players will choose the mummy route. Have you ever encountered this? Gushi asked curiously. I encountered a player who wanted revenge and completed the task of transforming a mummy. But to be honest, his choice is not to directly switch to Death Knight or Lich. Because that way, there will be more places to operate. Because this mummy talked about what she knew. She talked a little more. As the Death Witch Lord, Gushi's ideas are quite different from those of necromancers and necromancers. On the contrary, he can follow the mummy's thoughts. While communicating with this mummy, Gushi's knowledge of the undead and other passive skills continue to improve. At the same time, a new skill, the knowledge of the underworld, was slowly emerging in Gushi's passive knowledge skill. This was something Gushi had never thought of before. You must know that Gushi has experienced a lot along the way. Gushi has been to various underworlds and the netherworld. But he has not been able to learn any knowledge about the underworld. When communicating with these mummies in front of him, these things suddenly appeared. How could this not surprise Gushi? Gushi thought about it seriously. And finally his eyes fell on the gate of the underworld. Maybe you should find time to take the initiative to enter the gate of the underworld and see if there is anything different there. After all, Gushi's profession is the Death Witch Lord. And in the end, he has to walk the path of the Lord of the Underworld. Or even the King of Hades. Although the knowledge of the underworld is unpopular, it is definitely what Gushi needs to learn. Gushi didn't know that before. But it was different now. Gushi clearly understood what he needed to learn next. At this moment, the mummy who had left earlier also rushed back. He had good news for Gushi. Sir, our superiors are willing to reach a long-term deal with you. Chapter 885 Trade Point. The mummy leader went back once, and had everything settled. As the mummy's superiors, they encountered the same situation as Gushi. They always had some good things in their hands. But they were not necessarily what they wanted. Regardless of the variety of undead types. Almost all living creatures can be transformed into undead. But it is precisely because of this that after the undead grow to a certain level, they will have special requirements for some things. Therefore, the undead always need to find some suitable sources of materials for themselves. Just like this time. The reason why the mummy was attracted here was because of the dead vines produced here. These things are especially needed by mummies. As mummies, all the bandages on their bodies are made of linen. But for higher level mummies, the linen they need is different. They needed strips of cloth made of more resilient material. The withered vines on Gushi's side just met their requirements. At the same time, as mummies, they need to fill their internal organs with various spices. The ratio of various spices is naturally a secret. But some new, undead-style spices are also what they need. It can be said that if Gushi can always provide a large amount of dead vines, then the mummy will naturally be willing to communicate with Gushi for a long time. As for the things Gushi needs, they are all garbage that is the same as sand in our desert. They can find a lot of things by just fishing out a handful in the desert. And it will not be troublesome to send a batch here. That's why the mummy agreed so quickly and began to think about how to make the transaction. Regarding this issue, Gushi also communicated with Luna and the others during dinner. In Luna's words, there is a building called a trade point. This kind of building looks like a piece of flat land. As long as it is placed on the roadside, the dispatched caravan can automatically deliver the required supplies here and transport away the various supplies stored here. Gushi's plan is the same. He plans to build a trade point near the gate of the underworld. Each trade point corresponds to an alliance or friendly force. At that time, as long as the price is marked and the things are put away, someone will naturally take care of it. And the mummy also knows this. They may have traded with other undead before. It's just that I haven't encountered someone of low level like Gushi very often. This time, in addition to bringing news, the mummy also brought an architectural design drawing of the trading point. It is a little different from other architectural plans. There is no distinction between large and small architectural plans for a trading point. If you think this force is important, put it on a large plot. If you think this force has average output, put it on a small plot. Normally, the transaction volume of large land plots is 30,000 pieces. The transaction volume of medium-sized plots is 10,000 pieces. And the transaction volume of small plots is 5,000 pieces. Even if they were all placed on small plots, at most they would just require a few more runs, which would not make any difference. The other party will not refuse to trade with you just because the trade point you arranged is relatively small. Nor will they give you something for free just because your trading point is relatively large. It can be said that this kind of trading point is the fairest one. After taking the architectural design drawing in front of him, Gushi handed it to Luna. Let's record it for those architects. How long did it take for the trade point to be built? Judging from the labor force at hand, we only need 6 hours to build a new trade point. Sir, how big should we build this time? Let's take a medium-sized plot of land to build a trading point, and arrange some undead to serve as laborers. Then ask the mummy what spices he wants. We are not very good at growing food here, but growing spices should not be a problem. Gushi made a plan. We will set aside a piece of land to grow spices. We can grow as many spices as we want. Regarding Gushi's thoughts, Luna could only respond with a smile. But she really felt that Gushi made the right choice this time. It was a good choice to designate Aradovi City as a market area during this period. Not to mention anything else. The gate to the underworld and the trade zone in front of us are enough to make the city of Aridov become a suitable market area at this period. If Gushi had not been more decisive at that time, he would have made arrangements and adjustments to the use of this area one step ahead of time. If we make changes now, it will take more time and energy. Thinking of this, Luna couldn't help but look at Gushi. She always felt that Gushi was a very lucky person. At this time, Gushi also felt Luna's gaze. Luna, take a look. Is there anything else we need here? We also need a contracted undead who masters financial management skills. Even if there is no contracted undead, a hero needs one no matter what. Yes, hero. Upon hearing this, Gushi said with certainty. Now the situation on Aladovi's side is obviously that we need to arrange for a few more heroes to come over. I went to refresh the dungeon again, and this time I got 2 new heroes in the dungeon. There may be the same opportunity next time, so I'll brush a few more. And Princess Anna's Princess Council can also brush some more. Luna muttered. Gushi couldn't continue with these words. After all, what Luna said was true. It is still unclear whether there will be any heroes after the current copy is passed. But we will definitely get 2 new Annas. As for what kind of lord the new Anna will be when she comes, it depends on each situation. Anyway, Princess Anna can always arrange some new positions. Don't complain there. This dungeon will definitely be beaten. If I don't fight again, my experience will be overflowing. I plan to finish the dungeon and directly upgrade to level 10. Before that, I must finish the dungeon. By the way, I'll leave you with the hero record I brought back last time. Take it out and see if any of the undead leaders are willing to transform into heroes. Although the success rate of transformation is not too high, the hero is always better than the boss. Okay, I will arrange it. By the way, another hero appeared in Oliover just now. Sir, do you want to call him over to meet him? Just now. As soon as Gushi thought about it, he understood that it must have been transformed through double death when his men killed the strange heroes in the trees. Also arrange it here, and arrange the undead trees that are transformed by the trees strangely. After the magic plant area is built, let them move to the magic plant area to guard it. Now it is better to make use of them first. Chapter 886 New Heroes and the Chaotic Market. After deciding on the plan, Gushi moved very quickly. It took almost only a few hours for another new hero, who had just appeared to arrive here, with the undead souls transformed from the trees. Gushi was somewhat surprised by the situation of this new hero and the undead. Their size is obviously much larger than the undead tree pits stationed outside the city of Aladovi. Judging from their appearance, they clearly looked like dead ancient war trees. Ozer, level 8. Summon object. Undead hero experience, 0/7500. Attack 5. Defense 6. Life 125. Mana 20. Talent, War Support, after level 5. The attack and defense of friendly forces within 3 kilometers nearby +1. Skills, Defense. Offense. Leadership. Leader, can command 885 soldiers plus 7 leader troops at the same time. Ancient Tree of Death, level 6. Summon troops experience, 0/550. Attack 8. Defense 12. Life 38. Skills, Ground Stabbing. Boulder Throwing. Root Entanglement. It can be seen that the situation of this Ancient Tree of Death is almost the same as that of the Undead Tree Pit. Both are good at close combat and long-range combat. But it is obvious that the Ancient Trees of Death are larger. And most importantly, they move faster. Unlike the Death Tree Pit, it takes more than half a day to move a small distance. These ancient death trees are very suitable for defending the city. They can fight outside the city, and can be mobilized at any time inside the city. After seeing Gushi, the new hero Orsur lowered his head deeply. He bowed his head, and lowered his head directly in front of Gushi. When he spoke, his voice was small, and he did not dare to speak loudly. Even so, the wind he brought up when he opened his mouth still messed up Gushi's hair. My lord, the ancient tree of death fights for you. Very good. Very energetic. You came at the right time. Ozer, this city needs defense heroes now. You move fast, so you will be stationed near here first. If there is a beacon lighted ahead, it is up to you to decide whether to attack or defend. Gushi quickly arranged Orsur's work. In Gushi's mind, the two heroes guarding this place should be able to withstand different changes. After Gushi has more heroes under his command, he can arrange for some new heroes to come over. But for now, Gushi should use these two first. After arranging the heroes, Gushi and Luna return to the center of Aradovi on this level. At this time, the construction of the Mall 1 market has begun, and a large amount of materials are being transported from all directions. At the same time, Gushi noticed that the demonic market in front of him had occupied 5 large plots, and 7 medium-sized plots in the central area of the city. It can be said that this magical market has directly changed the style of the city center in front of you. As soon as he entered the center of the city, Gushi felt as if the surrounding area was exploding, and there was chaos. There are many large and small doors on the streets here, and in front of each door, there is a corresponding shop sign. From time to time, some strange noises came from behind the door. At the same time, Gushi noticed that some sewage began to appear on the ground in the city center. This is completely different from the previous style of Aladovi city. You know, although it is a city of the undead, Aridov has always been kept clean. In addition, the undead don't like to talk, so sometimes there is no sound on the streets. The situation in front of me was clearly that of streets and alleys crowded with people, full of fireworks. After entering here, Gushi immediately took a step back. Have I come to the wrong place? No. When I first built the magic market here, I thought there was something wrong. But later I found out that this is what the chaotic market is like. Demon is one aspect. Chaos is another aspect. Chaos is directly manifested on the ground, and we have dealt with this. But there is simply no way to deal with the situation on the ground. Luna was also there, complaining non-stop. For Luna, as a city elf, the chaos she saw was really uncomfortable. Why don't we put the bone locusts and the bone-eating sludge here? Don't they like to eat things? Let them eat everything here. That's a good idea. Why didn't I think of it? That's not because you haven't put your mind on this. Since Princess Anna came, your understanding and control of the soldiers have relaxed a lot. But that's fine. If everyone specializes in doing their own thing, our city can develop well. Gushi could also understand Luna's current state. After all, the territory of Aladovi city is getting bigger and bigger now. There are more and more things to deal with. Although this is a game, it is not the kind of game where you can just build a building and forget about anything. Each building needs to be staffed to work, and each building has upgrade standards and task requirements. These things need to be arranged carefully, especially since the standard of Gushi's regular troops has been raised. There have been more undead below level 4. Some undead are not suitable for fighting, but they have good talents in other aspects. Luna must consider these undead and arrange them into appropriate locations. So slowly, Luna let go of the battle command, and she didn't even participate much in the battle herself. It was normal that she didn't think of those high-level undead troops for a while when encountering some things. But Gushi was not like that. He really kept what he had in mind. When encountering something, Gushi will always consider it from multiple aspects. There was nothing wrong with the chaotic neighborhood in front of him. But the garbage and filth on the ground was what Gushi didn't like. Release the bone locusts and bone-eating sludge under his hands. This was Gushi's first thought as soon as he entered this place. Okay, I will mobilize these undead souls here. But do I have to keep them here forever? Gushi thought for a while, and finally said, let's make long-term arrangements. Let's deal with the chaotic market situation first, and then consider other things after our side stabilizes. While talking to Luna, Gushi had already passed through some doors. At this time, Gushi noticed that the chaotic market in front of him was actually not simple. There were many things sold here that Gushi had not thought of. In these stores, some sell various formulas, some sell various materials, some sell semi-finished props, and some sell food and corpses. Gushi even saw a purple clothing store here, saying that it sold all kinds of purple clothing. but he didn't know whether it was true or not. Chapter 887, Rerunning the Dungeon. How about it? After accompanying Gushi on a tour of the existing demonic chaos market, Luna asked. Chaos. Gushi shook his head helplessly. Although I don't want to say it, this market is really chaotic. I can't tell what is sold in the store behind the store. Yeah. It's uncomfortable to look at here. Luna was also speechless. After following Gushi for so long, Luna's style has gradually integrated into Gushi's preferences. When it comes to the layout of the city of Aridov, the principle of centralized distribution is always taken into consideration. I always want to put similar buildings together. The chaotic architectural style in front of her really made Luna feel uncomfortable. But this is the style of Mulwan Market. Every door here can actually be connected to a store in Mulwan Market. The Mulwan Market in front of you is a projection of the market in Mulwan City. Unless there are changes in the market in Magic City, the layout of all the doors here will not change. However, in order to prevent Luna from constantly complaining about this matter, Gushi still said, Okay, let's arrange this in advance. And you should take care of the nearby urban areas. Otherwise, this chaotic market will occupy more territory, and it will be difficult to adjust it. Luna reacted as soon as she heard this. She smiled and said, Don't worry, sir. I will handle everything in the surrounding city. After Luna agreed, Gushi stopped paying attention to the matter here. With the placement of the demonic market, this means that Aradovi in this period has begun to build towards the market area. No matter how many ideas Gushi and the others have, the layout here will hardly change much. The next thing Gushi needs to do is to capture the Aladovi city from other eras. Prepare for subsequent urban relocation. At the same time, he still needs to complete the remaining dungeons and complete the tasks in the dungeons. Where do you have so much time to worry about the chaotic layout of the market? When Luna left, Gushi was not idle either. He immediately went to Aladovita. At this time, Princess Anna was still staying in Aladovita. At this time, Lord Bloodwing and Lord Mercury were following Princess Anna. When they stood together, although they obviously looked exactly the same, Gushi could tell who was who among them at a glance. Princess Anna, what is the situation of the troops now? Is there any way for us to support 3 fronts of operations at the same time? As soon as he saw Princess Anna, Gushi asked this question. Sir, judging from our current military strength, it is not a problem to support multi-front operations. But we also have a serious shortcoming. We do not have enough heroes right now. This time we went to the Westminster Abbey event instance, and originally planned to have 4 to 8 heroes at a time. As a result, we took 2 people back this time. I already knew about the battle in Aladovi City just now, so I summoned the spirits and transformed them into 2 heroes. But our heroes are still woefully inadequate. Not to mention anything else. Heroes are needed to defeat New Aradovi City. And heroes are also needed to defend New Aradovi City. If we fight on 3 fronts, should we be surrounded by heroes? This time, the Battle of Aladovi City was handled by Your Excellency personally. There must have been a lot of heroes in this battle. But Your Excellency still felt the pressure. If there really aren't many heroes, you should know what will happen in the end. So my lords, how about we have another Westminster Abbey incident? After hearing this, Gushi fell silent. He bit his lower lip and thought seriously. Seeing Gushi like this, Princess Anna did not try to persuade him any further, but let Gushi think about it himself. Finally, Gushi decisively ordered another big incident at Westminster Abbey, and let Amilka go to Demi's side. Demi has been beaten out now, and Amilka can't continue to mess around like this. Let him go to the most dangerous place to fight for a circle, and then call them back after we have enough heroes and troops. Listening to Gushi's words, Princess Anna said decisively, Okay, then I will accompany you to the Westminster Abbey event again. Gushi also nodded. He still had enough time now. And Gushi's goal this time was very simple. Enter the underground through the passage he discovered. Start from the Tail King, and work his way up in a circle. Gushi still remembered that Amilcar and the other 2 heroes were obtained from the Tomb of the Warriors in Flower of the North. Maybe this time, Gushi will have better luck. Of course, Princess Anna's plan is not limited to this. Her goals are also Anna in the dungeon, and the Dagger of Evil Things that will open the subsequent group copies. These are what Princess Anna needs. Princess Anna has actually been waiting for Gushi's arrangement. Now when Gushi said it, Princess Anna would naturally respond quickly. I'm going to prepare the troops now. Don't worry, sir. We have already fought the Westminster Abbey incident twice. Both pros and cons. We also know where the thunder was. Charlie, the spore cultist, obviously started self-sacrifice after coming into contact with Anna in the dungeon. This time we went directly without any strong troops, and went directly to the spore cultist Charlie, using it as a base without having to consider the thoughts of those in Britain. If they are more honest, we can go over and conduct some transactions with them, and complete some tasks. If they were dishonest, there would be no problem in bringing a large army to charge them directly. Among those people, some are quite strong, and there are even heroes among them. Killing them is the best way to get heroes. Listening to Princess Anna's words, Gushi couldn't help but laugh. This is Princess Anna. Only in this way is the most correct choice. Only Princess Anna like this can calm down and treat everything as an ordinary plan. Thinking of this, Gushi stood up. Okay. You mobilize the troops and prepare for battle. This time we will conduct a quick attack to get all the skeleton shooters ready. As soon as spore cultist Charlie comes out, we will kill him immediately. By the way, who is the knight who suddenly appeared next to Anna last time? Isn't Anna followed by the great sir? He is one of several powerful men buried in Westminster Abbey, and his name must not be spoken randomly. Why? Gushi was somewhat curious. Isn't it just a name? Princess Anna even plots against herself in the dungeon. What does a knight have to be afraid of? At this time, Princess Anna said with some helplessness, what we saw was just the body of Sir left in Westminster Abbey, and he himself is in the Mirror Underground Palace. Are you referring to the self-sacrifice of the spore cultist Charlie? Gushi reacted immediately, and looked at Princess Anna in surprise. Chapter 888. The copy ends. In Sky Garden Building 1001. At the private portal at the rear, a flash of electricity passed by, and Gushi, covered in wounds and dust, staggered out. Although his body was covered with injuries, it could not hide the smile on Gushi's face. This time, the big incident at Westminster Abbey was really blown out of proportion by Gushi. This time around the big incident in Westminster Abbey, Gushi didn't follow the plot of the dungeon at all. Even after leaving the station, he ignored the great sir. As soon as the holder of the mind lamp was released, and the mind shielding effect was turned on, no one knew that Gushi had entered. Gushi took Princess Anna through the underground tomb of the Flower of the North, with ease, and entered the attack range of the Tail King, the spore cultist Charlie. At this time, the British troops were still resisting the attack of the gatekeeper Kaisa on the ground. Gushi didn't give Charlie, the cultist of the Tail King Spore, any chance to react this time. He came up with 15,000 skeleton archers, under a wave of arrows. Charlie, the spore cultist who hadn't woken up, and didn't even say his lines, was nailed to the roots of the apple tree on the spot. Along with the spore cultist Charlie was killed. The situation changed instantly, and Gushi understood at this moment why there was an achievement, you and me under the apple tree, here for killing the spore cultist Charlie in advance. With the death of the spore cultist Charlie, the roots of the apple tree quickly changed, and the color instantly turned black. At the same time, the entire apple tree shook. It was obvious that after losing the control of the spore cultist Charlie, the power of the king attracted by the cultist had polluted the apple tree in front of him. Princess Anna, who was following Gushi, immediately determined that it would only take 5 hours for this evil force to contaminate the entire apple tree. In other words, to complete this achievement, Gushi needs to kill the remaining 4 bosses within 5 hours. Gushi just hesitated for a moment, and immediately prepared to try for this achievement. Anyway, Gushi has released all the troops now. He needs heroes and troops. So no matter how he fights, he will be able to fight smoothly. It is easy to kill all the bosses in 5 hours. But Gushi never expected that the death of spore cultist Charlie would cause changes in the apple tree, and also attract the attention of Anna in the copy. In the last dungeon, Gushi snatched a destiny stone, and Anna was there secretly plotting with the great knight. Now that something is happening against the apple tree, how can Anna in the copy sit still? As a result, the final situation became that the cultists and British forces joined forces to attack Gushi's location from all directions. This time Gushi was stunned. He didn't expect the copy to turn out like this. So Gushi changed his initial plan and turned the dungeon into an offensive and defensive battle. Gushi didn't check for a while and continued fighting in the same way as before. As a result, Anna in the dungeon showed a very high level. At the same time, the major forces that were looked down upon by Gushi also showed considerable fighting power at this time. There were several times when Gushi was almost suppressed to the ground. If Gushi had not had sufficient troops, quick replenishment, and a large number of elite troops exceeding level 10, Gushi might have suffered a big loss in this battle. But at the end of the fight, Gushi himself came on stage. Even in order to deal with the knight, who was finally invited over, Gushi had to raise his level by 1 level and arrange 2 death incarnations, plus level 19 zombies and 2-headed dragons, plus other levels over 15. The level of undead finally killed that knight. Only when the knight died in battle did Gushi understand that it was just as Princess Anna said. This knight's situation is quite unique. He only exists to guard the apple tree. If the apple tree is not moved, he will usually not appear. But Gushi killed the spore cultist Charlie, causing the apple tree to change. So he had a reason to take action. But his move was different from what Gushi thought. It doesn't mean that because his body reaches level 20 or above, he can exert super strong combat effectiveness. In this battle, he only showed the combat power of level 10. But what he showed in combat skills was beyond many people. He was obviously a level 10 man with no discernible profession. It was not enough for Gushi to send out the incarnation of death. He also had to send out level 19 undead. Gushi even used HL dogs a few times, but was banned directly by this man. Lost. The level 20 Cerberus that had just been released was sent away by the knight without even seeing the situation around Gushi clearly. Never came back. It can be said that this battle gave Gushi quite a headache. But Gushi was not stupid. He was also capable. While resisting the enemy's attacks, he led his men to besiege the knight. At the same time, he did not forget that there was a copy in front of him. The real key point of this copy is to defeat all 5 bosses. It can be said that in this battle, Gushi is fighting on 3 fronts. Use your own troops to defeat the boss and the British forces. They even burned down the apple tree. But Gushi could only drag and beat him, but failed to kill him. At the end of the battle, when Gushi killed Anna in the copy, this knight still planned to come over and snatch Anna's body from Gushi. In the end, it was Princess Anna who dragged the body aside and frightened the knight away. After that, the knight seemed to understand something. Although he still wanted to take action, he did not go to any lengths to save the apple tree without causing any problems. And his kindness was felt by Gushi. Otherwise he really thought that Gushi could defeat this knight with his little strength. You must know that when the knight retreated to protect the apple tree, the number of soldiers killed by Gushi dropped rapidly, and even continued to rise later. In the end, Gushi simply let go and took out all the undead troops he could. Taking advantage of the fact that the Jazz ignored the matter, he attacked all the creatures he could see with all his might. Even the civilians who were rescued by Gushi to complete the mission last time in the dungeon died at Gushi's hands this time. After this battle, there was no living creature left in the entire Westminster Abbey event dungeon, except for the apple tree that had been half transformed into a monster. The achievement of you and me under the apple tree that Gushi had longed for was gone. But he got another achievement. Why is there no living person in this copy? Why is there no living person in this dungeon? Blue. Achievement. This achievement can be completed by killing all living beings in a dungeon, including hostile forces and friendly NPCs, through reasonable reasons. Achievement reward. Unlock the bloody red color of the battle flag. Chapter 889 War Review. After getting out of the dungeon, Gushi immediately sat down on the ground, recalling this battle, and reviewing the things that failed in this battle. But after recalling it over and over again, Gushi discovered that in addition to the great loss he suffered at the hands of that knight, most of the losses actually occurred at the hands of Anna in the copy. Thinking back to the fact that Anna could make a decision in the first place, Gushi knew that she was a person with good judgment. Princess Anna? It seems that the person in front of me has quite good qualities. At least she has a brain. Yeah. I didn't expect that her reaction would be faster than mine. It seems that she is decisive. In this case, it would be best if you don't change her personality, but just strengthen her body. After hearing this, Gushi also nodded. Well, we will make this one then, and let her focus on the development of the new area. That's okay. But after this time, we can't be so anxious to enter the dungeon again. Princess Anna made her proposal. On the one hand, we have collected enough evil daggers. Next time we go there, the raid will be activated whether we want it or not. The enemies that appear in the group book then will not be the enemies we face this time. On the other hand, the Jazz have noticed us. Next time we go there, I'm afraid we will get special attention. Jazz is easier to talk to. I came forward and said that as long as we don't damage the apple tree too much, he won't take action against us. But if the knight has his eye on us, that means my great-aunt will also notice us. If she wakes up, we'll be in trouble. You don't know my great-aunt. She never considered family ties or anything like that. In her eyes, There was only the handover of the British royal power. Anyone who is bad for Britain is her enemy. This time you upgraded to a higher level in order to deal with the Jazz. But the Jazz actually let you win. But if I meet my great-aunt, I'm afraid it won't be that simple. If she doesn't like it, she will deal with it directly. Although we can be more careful. As long as we start the group dungeon, it will definitely attract the attention of the great-aunt. At that time, it will be fine if we follow Britain's core interests. If we don't follow Britain's core interests, she will even attack us. I suspect that the Anna we killed in the dungeon had an entry in her past historical background about being raised by her great-aunt. Sir, if you want to enter the dungeon, please reach level 10 first. Or maybe we take down all of Aladovi City, and wait until we have a complete grasp of the heroes and troops. Regarding Princess Anna's proposal, Gushi also understood that it was the right thing to do. This time, he will enter the Westminster Abbey event twice in a row before the city of Aradovi is completely defeated. Isn't it just to get some undead troops and heroes to prepare for the Battle of Aradovi City? Now that there are enough heroes, the focus will naturally be on Aladovi City. This time, because Gushi killed everyone in the Westminster Abbey incident dungeon, it was enough for Gushi to get enough corpses. When he first entered the dungeon, Gushi summoned 3 heroes through spiritualism. Coupled with the double death transformation, the number of heroes still in Aladovi City reached a total of 6. In the end, Gushi killed everyone in the Westminster Abbey incident dungeon, leaving a pile of corpses undisposed of. Now all these bodies have been returned. As long as 2 more heroes appear here, it means that Gushi has gained 10 heroes in this dungeon trip. This greatly made up for the weakness of Gushi's lack of heroes. If the operation is good, Gushi can even be sure to open 2 periods of Aladovi City at the same time, accelerating the progress of the capture of Aladovi City. Now that Gushi had just relaxed, his men came back to report to Gushi that they had sent all the corpses in the copy to the bottom of the Soul Summoning Tower in the main city of Aladovi, waiting for Gushi to go back and deal with them. Upon hearing this, Gushi, who was resting, quickly stood up. We will go over now, Princess Anna, and you will come with us. After this time of soul summoning is over, you can quickly organize the troops, and we will immediately launch the next action. Just when Princess Anna agreed to this matter, Shea suddenly ran in. Sir, something has happened in Victoria's City. Gushi widened his eyes and turned to look at Princess Anna. Princess Anna was also confused. What happened? Finally, it was Gushi who asked. I don't know, but it seems that Victoria's City got some news and lowered your title to the position of Palace Lord. Hearing this, Gushi rolled his eyes. It seems that this is a big incident in Westminster Abbey, and the copy is affecting the real world. Ignore him. You just need to take advantage of our interests in Victoria's City. This time it was just an accident. Next time we will just go with it. Princess Anna said something at this time. I'm afraid the next copy won't go smoothly. If possible, sir, please let Shea go over and hide the forces in Victoria's City. After listening to Princess Anna's words, Gushi looked over with some confusion. Did you know something? The last fire in Victoria almost burned the city of Victoria. And I've heard you talk about the cinders. This is probably a change for Victoria's City. The burned-down city of Victoria needed to be rebuilt. Having said that, there is no need to say any more. Gushi already understood the meaning of Princess Anna's words. At this time, Gushi's face changed slightly. Princess Anna, let's go back now. We must occupy all the existing Aladovi cities before the new Aladovi cities appear. Yes. Princess Anna's unintentional words represented the situation in front of Gushi. Victoria is being rebuilt. In the Mirror Underground Palace, there will be a new Aradovi city. Gushi came to this Mirror Underground Palace not long ago, and he only occupied Aradovi City for 3 periods. Gushi was not sure what happened when the city of Kairadov appeared in the other few times. But one thing is certain. When the city of Aladovi is built, there will definitely be a certain connection between the Mirror Underground Palace and the city of Victoria. As a mirror image of Victoria's City, Aladovi City will definitely be affected. This was an opportunity for Gushi and also a challenge for him. Regardless of whether Gushi wants to tear the Aradovi City out of the Mirror Underground Palace or to occupy a monopoly in the Mirror Underground Palace, the Aradovi City of the current 3 periods is definitely not enough. Gushi needs more territory. Chapter 890, Changes during Soul Summoning. After quickly returning to Aridov City, Gushi immediately saw Luna, who had arrived early. Grown-ups. Luna, there may be some unusual movements in Aladovi City during this period. You have to keep a close eye on this place. We don't know how we squeezed into New Aladovi City. But the emergence of new cities will definitely cause a reaction from the Mirror Underground Palace. We must be prepared. And if possible, I must ensure our control and dominance over Aladovi City. When he saw Luna, Gushi immediately expressed his request. Everything at the moment was just their speculation. And Gushi couldn't be sure how the new Aladovi City would be connected to the Mirror Underground Palace. But Gushi had only one attitude. He wanted to ensure the integrity of Aladovi. Even if he is an enemy of the Mirror Underground Palace, he will not hesitate. To Gushi, the prince was actually not scary. Enemies at level 45 were the upper limit for the Maharaja. But not Gushi's upper limit. In the real world outside, there are many beings who have reached level 60. Gushi believed that he could definitely reach this point. Therefore, escaping with Aladovi City was not an option for Gushi. Gushi's goal is to take Aladovi City to monopolize one side of the Mirror Underground Palace, and slowly devour the entire Mirror Underground Palace. Luna understood what Gushi was thinking. She just hesitated for a moment, and then agreed. At this time, Gushi also arrived in front of the Soul Calling Tower accompanied by everyone. As soon as he approached the Soul Calling Tower, Gushi saw 4 undead, who looked like heroes standing under the Soul Calling Tower, staring at the corpses piled there. Gushi was stunned for a moment, and realized that the 4 of them were the undead heroes, who appeared in Aladovi City due to double deaths. It's just that their corpses haven't been disposed of yet. And they are still piled in this pile of corpses, mixed with ordinary corpses. Gushi glanced at them, and somewhat understood what they meant. It seems that they came here to see what can be turned into by their corpses. See if the summoned undead hero is the same as them, or completely different from them. This affects the subsequent routes of these 4 undead heroes. After all, there are already quite a few examples in Gushi's team. For example, the pair of Kaga and Diegu are heroes with a complete system. The combined combat power of the 2 of them far exceeds the level of other heroes. In addition, Evil Transformer Sen and Commander Lin are on different routes. And each of their heroes has different abilities. Therefore, Kajia and Diegu can command a unit together, while Evil Transformer Sen and Commander Lin will have their own units. These 4 undead souls are just waiting for the appearance of their companions in the same body, wanting to see what their next development path will be. When Gushi came over, the 4 heroes also turned to look at Gushi, because they appeared directly in Aladovi City. They had not yet met Gushi. But when Gushi walked over, they all understood that the person in front of them was their superior. Grown-ups. Several heroes lowered their heads. Gushi nodded to them, and walked up to the Soul Calling Tower in a flash. As Gushi went up, more and more undead heroes came from all directions. They include Gushi's original heroes, as well as new heroes who have just been recruited through various means. Some of them already have a large number of troops, and some of them don't even have anyone following them. Some of them stood far away from the pile of corpses, while others gathered directly together to discuss something. Gushi also saw beside Princess Anna, besides Lord Bloodwing and Lord Mercury, there was a skeleton like Anna. He didn't know what kind of lord this was. Gushi walked slowly towards the Soul Calling Tower. After walking for more than 3 minutes, Gushi finally stepped onto the top of the Soul Calling Tower. Standing at the highest point of the Soul Calling Tower, Gushi raised his phantom magic wand and struck the top of the tower hard. Spiritualism. As Gushi used this spiritual summoning technique, the entire spiritual summoning tower lit up. A large number of red souls poured out from the Soul Evocation Tower, rushing towards the mountain of corpses not far away like a tide. At the same time, the ground shook slightly. At this time, Gushi raised his head in surprise. Then blood-colored raindrops fell from the sky. This was a situation Gushi had never encountered before. What's going on? Could it be that I'm summoning too many souls at once? This is impossible. No matter how many souls are summoned, the current situation is obviously not like this. Just when Gushi was wondering, the ground shook again, and something seemed to break out of the ground. At the same time, bloody thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. Gushi's eyes were fixed on the position where he was about to break out of the ground. At this time, Princess Anna reacted immediately. Hell, someone stole the apples. Before Gushi could react, he found Princess Anna rushing towards this side. Sir! Stop! Stop summoning spirits immediately. Although Gushi didn't know what was going on, he still stopped the soul calling action in front of him. However, if the soul calling is stopped in the middle, all the corpses in front of you will be useless. Their flesh and blood are mixed together, and the souls are entangled with each other. After stopping, there is no possibility of soul calling anymore. As Gushi stopped, The flesh and blood of the corpses kept exploding, and the blood rain dripping from the sky tore open the sky. And every eye was staring at the things under the pile of corpses. Quickly! Send the things out quickly. At this time, Princess Anna was also anxious. She didn't bother to explain and ordered to Gushi quite simply. Gushi was not angry. He immediately said something to the sky. Ghost team, enter! At the same time, the holder of the Huangquan dragon robe appeared next to Gushi. Edict. The effects of the underworld edict are activated. All the white impermanents that appeared were shrouded in the thick orthodox aura of the underworld. This time the eyes in the sky were blinded. At this time, all the corpses piled under the summoning tower were sent out of the city of Aridov and sent to the open space outside Sky Garden Building 1001. Princess Anna did not breathe a sigh of relief when the last body was sent away. She quickly ran to Gushi's side and said to Gushi, "Let's go quickly. If we don't handle that thing well, Aladovi City will be destroyed." Gushi rolled over directly from the Soul Evocation Tower. When he fell, the Holy Silver Evil Coffin appeared at his feet and took him outside the city of Aladovi. At this time, Luna was not idle either. She quickly dealt with the chaotic scene and used the power of Aladovi City to resist the eyes hidden in the thunder and lightning in the sky. Chapter 891: The Stolen Apple. What happened? What happened when someone stole apples? On the way out of Aladovi City, Gushi still asked. Princess Anna also had an anxious look on her face at this time. We were a little careless and never thought that someone stole the apple, which represents Britain's luck, from my great-aunt's tomb. Those apples had been kept in my great-aunt's tomb for many years. Even though they had great power, they were already contaminated with the aura of death of my great-aunt, and they were considered part of the corpse. So when they were summoned, these apples were also affected. And finally they were summoned. At this point, Princess Anna's expression became a little speechless. One of the great lord's men is specifically looking for apples for him. Apples are the foundation of Britain, and they are also the king's method of dealing with the kings of Britain. At that moment, there was definitely no way to hide the fact that there were apples in Aladovi City. Princess Anna gave a brief explanation, and Gushi understood what was going on here. How strong is that subordinate? Level 20 or above. Those who can be sent out to do things alone by the monarch. Level 20 is the starting standard. What's the big deal? There are still a bunch of Lounds in our city. Cerberus were not allowed to be released in the previous dungeon. Let's release the Cerberus headquarters in our own city. If he dares to come over, he will just let the dogs kill them. Hearing that the enemy was only above level 20, Gushi breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, he still felt a little regretful, and stopped halfway through his spiritualism. Not only were so many corpses wasted, but 4 potential undead heroes were wasted. No, sir, it is not appropriate for us to do this now. Seeing Gushi's nonchalant look, Princess Anna also advised, level 20 is nothing. But we can't provoke the Grand Lord now. If we provoke the Grand Lord, we won't be able to defend this place at all. Only then did Gushi think of the situation at Shiamu Lake. The Evilwood Lake at that time was what was left after a tree-shaped tentacle that came from nowhere was cut off. If I insist on talking about it, I am afraid that these are the subordinates of the Maharaja. Thinking of this, Gushi's face became serious. So what should we do next? Find the stolen apples, and find another place to plant them. If possible, it is best to destroy the apples or integrate them into the equipment to improve the quality of the equipment. As for the changes that have occurred in Aradovi, we don't have to worry. If the apple is not found, the opponent will just fight for a while, and then retreat. They don't have that much time and energy to keep an eye on us. If we were stronger, we could even gain some benefits from them. After hearing this, Gushi understood the meaning of Princess Anna's words. When Aladovi City is attacked, many enemies will naturally come over. Gushi can get a lot of corpses, and even get many corpses above level 10 or 15. For Gushi, this can be considered a small supplement. I understand. I'll take care of it here. You go and strengthen the defense of Aladovi City. I'll come back to find you when I've taken care of it. Upon hearing this, Princess Anna nodded to Gushi and jumped off the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. At this time, Gushi also rushed out of the horizontally opening and closing school gate and entered 1001. Building 1. Sky Garden. At this time, Sky Garden 1001, which was originally full of the style of the human paradise, has turned into a flesh and blood factory. A large number of flesh and blood corpses were thrown on the grass, and the bones and corpse skin were mixed together, turning the place into a mountain of corpses. Sea of blood. Looking at the situation in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but frown. Although he is a necromancer, Gushi still doesn't like this style. He quickly switched the virtual information, raised his magic wand and pointed at the mountain of corpses and sea of blood in front of him. Death incarnate. Under Gushi's command, the incarnation of Death, the god of death, and the incarnation of Death Titan appeared in the black mist. Because of Gushi's arrangement, these two incarnations of Death also have their own areas where they usually stay. In particular, the incarnation of Death Titan was assigned to the Union area of the training area. When he stood up now, lightning of different colors was beating around him. It was obvious that he learned a lot in the Cloud Palace, which had not yet been built. As soon as they were released, they looked at the mountain of corpses and sea of blood in front of him. As the subordinates released by Gushi's spell, their tacit understanding with Gushi is far greater than that of the contracted undead. Death incarnate, the Titan took a step forward, and the ground quickly dried up and turned to death. These mountains of corpses and seas of blood quickly merged into the ground, transformed by the incarnation of Death the Titan, leaving only some white broken bones remaining in place. At the same time, the incarnation of Death, the god of death, is there to absorb and guide the mixed souls, cleaning them up with every blow. After Gushi repaired the ghost battlefield for them, he stopped paying attention to what was going on here and quickly headed towards the center of the corpse mountain. Princess Anna has made it very clear just now that there was an apple that was escaped just now. Although Gushi had not gone to the Tomb of Flower of the North for 2 consecutive dungeons, he still clearly remembered the 4 apples he saw in the secret room hidden under the tomb. Those 4 apples came from different stories, and were all legendary good things. I don't know which one the person who stole the apple got, because Princess Anna didn't explain the matter clearly. Gushi didn't know the use of these apples, nor did she know what would happen to these apples after they sprouted. But once you get the apple, everything is not a problem. No matter how special this kind of thing is, some people will recognize it, even if Gushi doesn't know him. Outside of 1001, Tower 1, Sky Garden, Gushi still has some friends from Xinjiang Agricultural University. They would definitely be happy to help Gushi check the situation of this apple. Soon Gushi found the apple. At this time, Gushi discovered that due to his spiritualism, the apple had sprouted. However, he could see that the original apple was half red and half green. Apple. When Gushi got closer, he could even see that the newly sprouted sprouts had 2 sides, red and green. The red side was full of vitality, but on the green side Gushi did not feel the breath of death, but instead felt a strong poisonous gas. Gushi hesitated for a moment, but finally reached out and picked up the sprouted apple. At this moment, a message popped up in front of him. Chapter 892, Poison Apple. The Queen's Poison Apple, purple and ordinary poisonous apple. Because it was placed at the core of the national destiny of the powerful empire, it was assimilated by the national destiny, but it was also contaminated with the breath of death. It was affected by some kind of influence and took root. Some changes in grade and quality occurred. Variety. The Queen's Poison Apple? Looking at the information popping up in front of him, for some reason, Gushi's first thought was of the Black Queen who had given him a drop of the true Queen's blood. Maybe when he didn't know what the Queen's Poison Apple did, he could contact the Black Queen and ask her if she wanted it. With this thought in mind, when Gushi was about to put away the poisonous apple, the movement of his hand suddenly stopped. Gushi remembered how much chaos the poisonous apple had caused in Aladovi City just now, and he would not take the poisonous apple back now. At least Gushi couldn't take the poisonous apple back until the monarch's attention was resolved. After thinking for a while, Gushi carried the poisoned apple and entered the small building at the back of the manor. Although I haven't lived here for a few days, I already understood the layout of Tower 1. 1001. Sky Garden in front of me quite clearly when I checked in here. In addition to providing accommodation for Gushi, the small building in the manor also has a special secret warehouse that can be used to store various weapons, equipment and props. Various purple quality equipment and props can be stored here. For the players accompanying the new city, almost everyone has one piece of purple equipment. If the negative effects of purple equipment were not too great, it might be possible for each person to have several pieces. Generally speaking, no one would grab someone else's purple outfit. Storing and use purple equipment at home is also the choice of most players. The poison apple in front of me looks special, but no matter how special it is only of purple quality. Generally speaking, no one will steal it if you put it here. After hiding the poisonous apple, Gushi took another look at the security situation around him, then took the magic wand and entered the horizontally opening and closing school gate. When he returned to Aladovi City, Gushi saw a strange light curtain covering the sky above Aladovi. It is this layer of light curtain that blocks most eyes from outside. However, Gushi could clearly notice that a large amount of lightning was gathering near his eyes. They could not see the location of the city of Aradovii, but they could determine the location of Aradovii through this large-scale attack. It seems that it was the previous apple that attracted their attention. Next time you bring things in, it seems that you need to be more careful, so as not to bring some things in and attract unnecessary enemies. Luna! Gushi raised his left hand, and the special mirror lit up in Gushi's hand. Luna quickly contacted Gushi. What is the current situation? Has the number of enemies been determined? Shea has already gone to determine the enemy's situation. Judging from the current situation, the enemy only discovered the existence of the main city, and did not discover the existence of Aladovi City in other periods. After determining the enemy's location, we can take the initiative and kill the enemy outside Aladovi City. Among Gushi's men, Luna was actually the most worried about Aradovi's safety. After all, as an elf of Aradovi City, if Aradovi City was gone, she might be gone too. Hasn't Anna's Grand Princess Council already started running by mobilizing troops from other periods? What about the new undead? They started reorganizing, no. Gushi also thought about sending the enemy outside the city to fight. But he had to look at the specific situation. If the enemy is too strong, Gushi doesn't mind dragging the enemy to the city gate to fight. After all, in Gushi's main city, the city walls and moats have actually been laid out. Luna had no way to answer Gushi's question for the time being. Just blocking those eyes in the sky took up most of Luna's energy. Princess Anna, who did not follow Gushi to accompany Xinqing, was also sorting out the troops. Eve simply did not participate in the battle. Now Luna wished she could be divided into two people. It's pretty good to have a response now. Reorganization has begun. But this time the troops who came out of the double death in the dungeon are of high and low levels. They are almost all between level 6 and 8. They do not have suitable weapons and equipment. This part is being finalized. Fortunately, Lord Bloodlord took over this matter. Otherwise, I would have had a headache for a long time because of their weapons and equipment. When Luna was talking, Gushi finally remembered that he had brought back Anna's body, because he encountered such a thing as soon as he returned to the city of Aridov. And he has not yet dealt with the body. Compared to Lord Mercury, who was transformed by Gushi's undead before, the Anna in front of him could be said to be more decisive in killing. Gushi naturally did not want to destroy her characteristics, but wanted to protect them. In this way, Gushi had an idea of how to deal with it. The best way to preserve the undead's personality during life is to simply give up the body, and use everything to strengthen the soul of the other party. Gushi has handled this kind of operation before. Just give up the corpse in front of you and turn the corpse into a ghost. Gushi thought for a moment, and then began to mobilize the various materials he wanted. But this time Eve didn't have time to help Gushi research the materials. At the same time, Gushi's order also slowed down a lot when it was issued. It's not because Gushi's authority has decreased, but because there are simply not enough people to handle Gushi's orders. Fortunately, this time Gushi didn't need to send all the things to the magic plant area. He already knew how to deal with the corpse, and what he needed. For this reason, even if the order is transmitted slower, it will be slower. In the end, it was completed with quality and quantity. When Gushi arrived at the magic plant area, several things he needed were delivered. These things are exactly what Eve analyzed when Gushi's undead transformed Anna's body last time. This is the accumulation of Aradovi City, and Gushi during this period of time. The pea-like thing placed on the top is one of several peas produced by the library every week. Because the characteristics of peas are quite weird, Gushi just asked people to record the characteristics of each pea, and had no intention of bringing these peas out, but prepared to use the peas where they should be used. Just like this time, the pea Gushi took out was exactly what Gushi wanted. Chapter 893 Lord Three Lions and Lord Dry Bones. Copy pea, green, place it on the designated item, and the copy pea will automatically copy the items it touches. Depending on the size of the item, 2 to 3 identical items can be copied. By the Evilwood Lake in the magic plant area, Gushi dragged Anna's body out and placed it on the undead transformation altar that had been prepared long ago. Gushi raised his hand and released 30 necromancers, asking them to move around the undead transformation altar. At the same time, the replica pea just now was placed between the eyebrows of Anna's body. Then Gushi placed several different items in various locations on Anna's body. Most importantly, he pulled out a black jar. This black jar is filled with a special potion. This was specially prepared by Eve for the transformation of the undead last time. Now in Aladovili, only Gushi can use this thing. Now Gushi directly asked people to bring everything over. It was different from the previous handling of Anna's body, because the target of the corpse in front of him had already been determined to be transformed into a ghost. Gushi did not apply the potions on the corpse. Instead, it was placed on the altar. After putting everything away, Gushi also acted quickly. Gushi, who has mastered the skill of transforming the undead, does not need to be as careful as before. He only needs to release an undead to transform, like in spiritualism. On the altar where the undead were transformed, Anna's body exploded on the spot with the injection of Gushi's mana. At this time, a faint blue light flew out from Anna's body. Just when this faint blue light flew out, it came into contact with the replica P placed between the eyebrows. This is the reason why Gushi placed the copy P here. A faint blue light turned into 3 parts under the action of the copy P. And these 3 parts quickly merged together, constantly shining in front of Gushi, circled. As the faint blue light concentrated, Gushi found a ghostly Anna appearing in front of him. This Anna has the same face as the other Annas, and is covered with a black cloth that comes from nowhere. Under the black cloth, Gushi could clearly feel that Anna had hide bulges on her left and right shoulders, as if there were 2 heads on her shoulders. Gushi had a feeling that maybe the copying of the P was unsuccessful, and only the head of Anna's soul was copied. Fortunately, next, Anna's body floated forward, and Gushi noticed the situation on both sides of her shoulders. Those are the ghostly eagle heads and lion heads. Although the pair of animal-headed eyes have the look of Anna, they have obviously become part of the shoulder armor. It's just that the Anna in front of her doesn't like this situation for some reason. She would rather cover it all with black cloth than face it. When she floated in front of Gushi, Anna nodded at Gushi, just glanced at Gushi, turned around and floated away. At this time, Gushi could only see some information about Anna and didn't even have a chance to speak. Name, Anna, Lord of the 3 Lions. A member of the Grand Princess Council. Race, Ghost. Level 7, 0/5000. Talent, Royal Think Tank. The starting intelligence is 4 points higher than others. Status, Health 450/450. Mana, 1040/1040. Attributes, Strength 5.6. Agility 5.7. Constitution 3.5. Intelligence 9.4. Perception 2.7. Charisma 2.6. Skills, Spiritualism level 4. Strategy level 5. Offensive skills level 5. Before Gushi could take a closer look at 3 Lion Lord Anna's situation, Anna had already disappeared in front of Gushi, looking at the back of Lord 3 Lions as he left. Gushi had only one doubt in his mind. What was the so-called 3 Lions here? Just when Gushi was still confused, Princess Anna and Lord Mercury were coming over to where Lord 3 Lions had left just now. Lord 3 Lions, who had just completed the transformation of the undead, followed behind Princess Anna. Grown-ups, what's the situation? Have the troops been accounted for? Gushi has never asked about the 3 Lion Lords. Those are all Princess Anna's Grand Princess Council, and have nothing to do with Gushi. What he is more concerned about now is the enemy's situation. We have made a clear count. According to the news from Shaya, the enemy appears about 500 miles outside the gate of the garrison city. The number is close to 30,000, with 8,000 main forces, all of which are above level 10. The rest are cannon fodder, 30% of which are around level 8, and the rest are close to level 6. Upon hearing the news, Gushi's expression became solemn. The number of main troops above level 10 reached 8,000. This directly overwhelmed Gushi's troops. How many troops above level 10 do we have? Does the other side have more powerful elite troops? Princess Anna was well prepared for the 2 questions raised by Gushi. The number of our troops above level 10 is about 700, including some who have barely reached level 10, and our group of strong men above level 15. There should be people close to level 20 on the enemy side, but none of them should be above level 20. We still have a chance in this regard. Gushi couldn't help but shook his head. Aladovi City was only newly built, and the troops above level 8 were still in this period of time. Because Gushi summoned souls, Double Death would not care about the effect of strengthening the undead. The level of the deceased is the same as the level of the undead transformed. Now Gushi has a lot of troops, but there are really not many troops above level 10. Although he had a group of Lounds above level 20. They were distributed here and there, and their number was not much. Let them directly face more than 8,000 level 10 enemies. They can win. But the losses will definitely not be small. After Anna finished talking about the situation here, Gu Shi was silent for a moment. How many heroes do we have now, and what are their abilities? I have an idea. First, we will draw aside the enemy's cannon fodder troops around level 8, and then cut out one of the enemies around level 10 troops. We converted a batch of level 10 undead troops on the spot for use. The plan is feasible, but we need to be able to find these newly transformed level 10 undead in the city of Aridov within a short period of time, and quickly deploy them to the battlefield. Luna can't do this. Princess Anna? Is there anyone in your Princess Council who can do this? Yes. Lord Dry Bones has very strong logistics capabilities. This matter can be left to her to handle. The Lord of Bones that Princess Anna spoke of was the new Anna, who was transformed into the city of Aladovi through double death. Listen to Princess Anna say so confidently. Gu Shi also nodded his head. Okay. That's it. Fight quickly. Retreat quickly. And try to clear out all the enemies in the shortest time. Chapter 894. The whole army goes out to fight. The best strategy is often the simplest and most practical one. Gu Shi's idea at the moment was very simple. The enemies were already coming, so he might as well deal with them separately. Gu Shi's men have enough troops to deal with cannon fodder below level 8. So let the hero deal with it. He concentrates on dealing with enemies around level 10. With Gu Shi's professional talent, as long as he kills an enemy, he will have an extra level 10 soldier under his command. As long as he kills 4,000 enemies, his level 10 soldiers will be equal to the number of enemies. After killing all the enemies, Gu Shi will have 8,000 subordinates above level 10. It can be said that as long as Gu Shi can hold on at the beginning, he will not lose in this battle. With this idea, Gu Shi naturally brought the most powerful troops he could bring with him, such as ghost dragons, double-headed bone dragons, ghost dragons, bone titans, bone-armored centipedes, and other troops above level 10. There were more than 100 lounds that could be mobilized, all of which were taken with Gu Shi, including the White Robe Cavalry who had just retreated from Amilcar and the Wangxiang militiamen who had just been transferred. The total number of people was only about 700. After taking a look at the troops behind him, Gu Shi didn't have any fear. He believed in his own methods and the fighting power of his men. He will not lose this battle. In addition to Gu Shi's team, all the troops above level 6 in the city of Aridov were gathered together, except for the 2 tree men and Demi and Amilca who had already left. Most of the heroes under Gu Shi had arrived nearby. Looking at those heroes, especially the few heroes that had just been obtained in this dungeon battle, Gu Shi said calmly, "Some of you guys made a copy with me, and some of you I just met, and I haven't even seen your attributes. So this time is your best chance to show yourself. There are more than 20,000 level 8 enemies, which are not too strong. With our troops from Aladovi City, we can still survive a one-on-one fight. So bring out your skills. Each hero can form his own group. You can choose your own boss and soldiers, or you can join forces to fight together. I don't care what method you use, as long as you defeat the enemy. Those who kill the most enemies will naturally be reused in the future. At the same time, I don't want any of the gains from this kill, whether it's weapons, possible strange energy beads, or other supplies. I'll give them all to you. If anyone among you can defeat all the enemies, I have something good as a reward. Look at this. The Black Dragon Camp Battle Flag. The one among you with the best record can directly take this battle flag, establish the Black Dragon Battalion, and be appointed as the commander of the Black Dragon Battalion." Gu Shi showed the Black Dragon Camp Battle Flag outwards, and planted it directly on the ground. After listening to Gu Shi's words, all the undead heroes looked at the Black Dragon Camp Battle Flag. Even Louis, who had always been regarded as a marginalized figure by Gu Shi. His eyes lit up. It was obvious that he was also moved. After all, Louis himself also understood that as Gu Shi had more and more heroes, some heroes, who were not strong or had no characteristics, would slowly become tool men. If he continues like this, he may slowly become the edge of the fringe. And in the end, he won't even be able to be a tool. Only in the battle like this, and only by performing well at this time, Louis still has a chance. Thinking of this, Louis turned his attention to the undead leader beside him. Whether you can kill more enemies in this battle depends on whether you can get the approval of more undead leaders. Without the cooperation of the undead leader, even if you rush to the battlefield, you may not get anything in the end. So Louis moved secretly towards the undead soldiers, preparing to communicate with the undead leaders and contact the better undead leaders. As soon as Louis made such a move, the other undead heroes also took action. At this time, Gu Shi turned around and waved to Yungdo. Yongdo, you follow. Let's go! Hearing Gushi's words, Yongdo immediately brought his demon sacrifice camp and quickly followed Gushi. Robbie and Arroyo also glanced at each other, hesitating whether to follow them. But they did not attack in the end. Soon these heroes automatically divided into teams and quickly followed Gushi's team, starting from the garrison city gate and entering the wilderness outside the Mirror Underground Palace. When entering the wilderness, Gushi discovered that the wilderness here had obvious signs of being cleaned up. This is actually the barracks, and most of the daily battle missions are placed near here. These missions easily eliminate most of the enemies that can appear in the wild. Along the way, Gushi and the others walked quite easily. After walking for more than 100 miles, Gushi happened to meet Shaya, who had gone out to inquire for information. At this time, Gushi noticed that there were some soldiers similar to thieves following Shaya. Gushi did not ask where these soldiers came from, but stood on the holy silver evil coffin and waved to Shaya. Grown-ups, you're here just in time. How's the situation over there? As soon as Gushi saw Shaya, he felt relieved. Regardless of her combat prowess, Shaya has never let Gushi down in terms of intelligence. It's the same this time. When Gushi asked, Shaya quickly told the situation she had discovered. The situation here is much more detailed than what Princess Anna said before. She not only found out the number of enemies, but also their corresponding levels, arms, and some special intelligence. For example, how many heroes the enemy has, how they advance, where their logistics are, how many weapons and equipment the enemy has, etc. Shaya found out all this information. Gushi listened very carefully when communicating with Bai Xian before. Gushi also learned some common sense about command. Know that success often lies in the details. So he listened in great detail and attentively. In Shaya's description, Gushi noticed something. The enemies that appeared this time did not look much like the troops in the game, but rather looked like a regular army. The reason why Gushi made this judgment was entirely because when this army was on the road, they did not wear all the weapons and equipment on their bodies. They will choose to use some vehicles to transport their armor and tents, as well as the food they should bring with them. Only the scouts and escort troops who are exploring the road ahead will be fully armed. Such a team will not continue to march like this. After walking about 50 miles, they will change members. It was obvious that they were the kind of army that would quickly reach the enemy before stopping to prepare for battle. Chapter 895 Encountering the Enemy. Such a force relies heavily on logistics. After listening to Sha Ya's clear explanation of the enemy's situation, Gushi made a judgment in his mind. As he said, the enemy's forces were superior, but relied heavily on logistics. If they encounter a sneak attack, it will be a huge blow to them. You tell the heroes behind you this news, and I will handle the battle here. After Gushi finished speaking, he waved to the sky. When he was communicating with Shaya just now, Gushi had already thought of the next fighting method. Sneak attack. Scatter the enemy in one fell swoop, and lead the enemy to run away. Then let the heroes who followed behind hold back the enemy's cannon fodder troops. And Gushi turned back to deal with the enemy's main force. A very simple idea, but also a very practical idea. What Gushi had to do now was quite realistic. To break through the enemy's scouts and attack the enemy's troops as soon as possible. The only ones who can achieve this are naturally the flying troops. Looking up at the Ghost Dragon, Bone Dragon and Ghost Dragon in the sky, Gushi quickly switched to the virtual state. Death Incarnate. Under Gushi's operation, the black fog quickly surged out, and the incarnation of Death, the Bone Dragon, appeared in the sky with the incarnation of Death, the God of Death. The incarnation of Death, the Bone Dragon, dragged the incarnation of Death, the God of Death, and flew towards the direction where the enemy was advancing. When flying in front of Gushi, Gushi found that the body of the incarnation of Death, the God of Death, seemed to have some traces of flesh and blood. This was his performance after absorbing the mountains of flesh and blood. When they flew past, Gushi specially put a ghost battlefield on them. Then the incarnation of Death, the Bone Dragon, spread its wings and rushed towards the direction of the enemy. Along with the Bone Dragons and Ghost Dragons all flew out. Gushi was not idle either. He led his troops to speed up again. After all, the enemy was still some distance away from them. They had to follow them now. Otherwise, the Bone Dragon would kill the enemy scouts. If they didn't arrive, they would be defeated. The enemy reacts. As soon as Gushi accelerated his speed, all the undead men under him also started running. At this time, the greatest advantage of the undead is revealed. As undead, they never have to worry about physical problems. As long as Gushi thought about it, they would keep running. and they could fight at any time when they reached a place. The men Gushi brought this time were all troops above level 10. Even zombies were not too slow. Even Yongdo's demon sacrifice camp has increased its speed under the influence of magic. Therefore, Gushi followed Guidlong along the way, and was not left behind much. We moved forward for about an hour. The ghost dragon troops that had been flying forward suddenly circled in the sky, and all rushed downwards. The fastest one was the ghost dragon. Before it was about 30 meters close to the ground, the ghost dragon blew a stream of dragon breath towards the ground. Then the two-headed bone dragon rushed to the ground, flipping and tearing against the ground. Before Gushi, who was following far behind, could react, several messages popped up in front of his eyes. Ghost dragon, summoned object, kills the weird scout, level 8. You get 1 experience point. And the summoned object gets 13 experience points. Double-headed bone dragon, summoned object, kills the devious scout, level 9. You get 1 experience point. And the summoned object gets 6 experience points. Ghost dragon encountered a scout. Gushi understood what was going on at the first moment. Army attack. Under Gushi's order, the H-Lounds rushed out immediately, followed by the white robe cavalry, who had been suppressing their speed. They all followed the ordinary way of progress. Until now, after seeing the enemy, they are no longer willing to wait any longer. These white-robed cavalrymen, who had trained with Amilcar for a period of time, raised the spear in his hand, clamped the spear on his arm, and rushed out. As soon as they rushed out, they scattered and chased every scout moving forward in the wilderness. When Yudo came over with the demon sacrifice camp, the battle here was already over. The ghost dragons that had just killed the enemy flew into the air again. However, they did not stop. After killing the scouts, they moved further towards the direction where the enemy appeared. Looking at the approaching demon sacrifice camp, Gushi said immediately, Yongdo, make preparations here. The enemy is in front, and will come soon. While Gushi was talking, his Wangxiang militiamen had dragged aside the bodies of the various scouts they had just killed and piled them up first. Gushi doesn't have much time to deal with these corpses now. In the absence of a soul summoning tower, Gushi could only summon souls one by one if he wanted to. In that case, Gushi would not only waste Gushi's mana, but also waste his time. He didn't want to do such a thing. These corpses are still left in place, waiting to finish beating the enemy. Just as Gushi was cleaning up the battlefield, there was a sudden shaking sound from the ground in the distance. Gushi raised his head and looked in the direction where the sound came from, and found that the bone dragons and ghost dragons were circling in the sky, spitting at the ground from time to time. It can be seen that this is the enemy's army they encountered, and now it is attracting the enemy's guard troops. Yongdo, I'll leave this to you. When they come over, just use slow to hold them back. The other heroes will be here soon. After hearing Gushi's order, Yongdo, who was setting up various altars, quickly raised his head. Sir, please rest assured. We have recently learned a new technique. Although it may not be able to kill all the enemies, it is still very easy to hold them back. Okay. Wangxiang militiamen, stay here to guard. Everyone else, get up and prepare to attack. Under Gushi's order, the white-robed cavalry and the H-Lounds who had just retreated rushed out again. Following them were Gushi's other troops. This time they did not spread out and move, but followed Gushi and headed left towards the location of the bone dragon. The bone dragons and ghost dragons in the sky also clearly saw Gushi's troops coming out. They did not abandon the lead enemies and went to join Gushi. It was obvious that Gushi was heading toward the enemy's main force behind this time. Bringing these enemies to Gushi at this time is causing trouble for Gushi. So before Gushi rushed over, they took these strange soldiers around and dragged them some distance to the right. Gushi also took this opportunity to rush to the enemy's team. At this time, the enemy's troops were searching for weapons and equipment in chaos. Chapter 896 New skills show off their power. This is your chance. Kill! As Shaya's previous intelligence showed, this unit did not have any equipment on them when they were marching. The more advanced the troops are, the more they enjoy when they move forward. Looking at the chaotic situation in front of him, Gushi pointed decisively in the direction of the core. Kill! Then Gushi himself was not idle either. Field of Fire. Firestorm. 2 large-scale spells were released at the same time. Then Gushi called upon his own magic power and released the choice he made when he reached level 9. Because level 8 Gushi was forcibly upgraded through the Fire of Life. All selectable skills are related to the Fire of Life. The skill options that should have appeared at level 8 now appear at level 9. Among the skills here, 3 are passive skills. One is a large-scale skill required for the battle, and the other is a powerful skill for the necromancer to advance to the next level, because the battle situation was urgent at that time. And Gushi really needed a powerful skill that could target Jazz. Gushi inevitably had a slight bias when choosing skills. When choosing skills, Gushi chose two effective skills. Rapid Wind, Level 1, a destructive wide area skill that can blow a strong wind at a designated place. Enemies blown by the wind will suffer more than 1 point of damage. Note, Rapid Wind is the basis of many range of spells, and can be combined with a large number of fire, earth, and water destructive spells to form combined spells. It is a relatively basic spell. Gushi chose this spell at that time. On the one hand, because of its large range. This range is almost the same as the Death Ripple, and it can be regarded as a full-screen attack. On the other hand, it is because this spell is quite basic, and there are many places where it can be operated. For example, Gushi can use the Rush technique to simulate the Rush technique, or directly promote the Firestorm and Flame Field. It can be said that the Rapid Wind technique is one of those skills that can be used in many ways. Gushi had already successfully experimented in the last dungeon by using the Rapid Wind technique to integrate the Flame Domain and Firestorm to expand the power and scope of these two magics. The operation in front of me can expand the range of the Flame Field and Firestorm to more than 10 times, increase the power by at least 3 times, and increase the duration by 5 times. The most important bone fragments with flames will pop up from the ground, and the flame traps and tentacles in the flame field can also appear in the air. This is an enhanced combination magic that is even stronger than Yudo's magic ritual. The most important thing is that this kind of enhanced combination magic was developed by Gushi himself, and is not included in the skills. In the copy, Gushi wanted to burn the apple tree. Now Gushi uses this magic to burn the food, grass and equipment in the enemy team. Gushi's idea was simple. These people were not wearing equipment and needed food and grass to move forward. So kill all their supplies. In this way, no matter how high their level is, their combat effectiveness will not be much. Gushi's choice was quite correct. As the fire burned, all the food and equipment in the enemy's army were burned. The originally chaotic enemy became even more chaotic at this time. In the fire, Gushi also saw the situation of these enemies. These enemies were obviously human soldiers, who had undergone some weird transformations, and were transformed into regular troops. It's no wonder they're moving forward the way they are. It's just that they are now affected by the weirdness. It would be better if they wore equipment. But if they didn't, they all look quite weird. For example, those who are grabbing equipment in the fire are obviously shorter in height and stature, and their bodies are quite strong. Their left hand is thicker than their right hand, and they also have red eyes on the back of their right hand. The equipment they wanted to steal was the sword and shield, but they actually also had a set of armor and something. It's just that now they don't have time to put on their equipment. It's already quite remarkable to be able to get their weapons back. Their swords and shields are also different from normal weapons. The hilt of the long sword is like a sticky tentacle, and the shield has eyes that blink automatically. The same situation also happened to other people, such as the spearman whose chin turned into a tentacle. The eyes turned into a shooter with 6 pairs of eyes, and so on. It can be said that their appearance fully reflects the omnipotence of human beings. But that's not what Gushi cares about. After setting a fire, Gushi was looking for targets among the enemies. Because the other party was a regular army, it was quite convenient for Gushi to find them. At the core of this unit, a large flagpole with a height of 15 meters was erected, with a battle flag hanging on it. The battle flag has a black background with red lightning and white eyes painted on it. This is the core battle flag of his unit. In addition to this battle flag, Gushi also saw 3 similar battle flags in this team. The flagpoles of these battle flags are 10 meters high, and all of them have red lightning and white eyes on a black background, except that the words 1, 2, and 3 are marked at the position of the pupils. It is obvious that this is a troop led by a hero who has already been organized under the current troop. Next are the flagpoles held one by one, which are the standards of ordinary heroes. There are no battle flags on these flagpoles, only eyes surrounded by lightning. Gushi clicked and found that there were at least 7 such ordinary heroes. The 11 heroes are the same as the information Shaya obtained. Gushi already had a judgment in his mind. The next step was to attack the enemy's core position. Now Gushi didn't have many troops. If he didn't take this opportunity to attack the enemy, the next battle would be difficult. So Gushi pointed at the enemy's main battle flag and struck. At this time, Gushi used the second magic he got when he upgraded to level 9. Visceral Explosion, Level 1 Necromancer's advanced skill requires secondary corpse explosion level 4 or above. It is optional. After consuming 30 points of mana, it can be used on part of the enemy's internal organs. While the enemy is still alive, the enemy internal organs explode. This move is considered a relatively cruel one. This can be regarded as jumping out of the scope of the Necromancer's corpse explosion. A new route was taken. After all, no matter how powerful a corpse explosion is, it still requires a corpse to detonate it. This is true even for Gushi's serial corpse explosions, which will automatically stop when there are no corpses. As a result, this trick can now be used directly on living people, and it targets the enemy's internal organs. This means that Gushi can blow up the enemy's heart or brain when necessary. At this time, even if a dragon comes, Gushi can blow up the enemy. Chapter 897 Level 20? Leader level? Just die. As Gushi pointed forward, the enemy had already reacted. When Gushi rushed over to set fire, the heroes of this team had actually noticed Gushi. He also saw that Gushi dared to bring such soldiers and rushed directly to cause trouble for him. This showed that Gushi was the kind of being with the ability of an assassin. Look at Gushi's attire again. He has a green cloak and a hood covering his face. He is holding a long bow that is taller than a man. Although he is standing on top of a huge coffin, he can tell at a glance that he is a long-range shooter. Professional. I just don't know if he is a marksman or a sniper. No matter what, if you want to deal with shooters, raising a shield is the most suitable choice. As a powerful hero with a level above level 20, he has some defensive methods. When he saw Gushi, he immediately picked up a square shield from nearby, ready to use it to protect himself when Gushi drew his bow. As for being unable to protect such a thing, he had never considered it, because the shield in his hand is of purple quality. It can automatically attract arrows to fall, and can also block siege crossbow attacks. It can be said that with the shield, no one can hurt him with long-range shooting. So what if Gushi holds a longbow? He is just a variant of the British longbowman, not a phantom archer. And he does not have a phantom bow and a golden bow in his hand. You still want to hurt others with this? You are overthinking it, the hero thought with disdain. When he saw Gushi raising his long bow and pointing it at him, he moved his shield in front of him. There was a hint of a smile on his face. At the same time, he secretly gave orders to the soldiers behind him. When the enemy's arrows come, you can rush over and kill the one standing on the coffin holding the bow. Do you really think you are invincible just by standing on the coffin? I really think too much. Okay. The other side is ready to attack. You guys pay attention. Before the hero could finish speaking, he felt a pain in his chest, and black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His heart had just been blown open. Although the explosion this time was not powerful, the heart was destroyed, and his lungs were also blown up. The blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth was the blood flowing out from his chest after being blown up. Fortunately, the hero himself has reached level 20, and his vitality is still strong. Even if his heart was exploded, he did not die immediately. Instead, he quickly poured a bottle of blood-replenishing potion into his mouth. It's okay. The enemy attacked, but he underestimated my ability. He thought he could hurt me with this method? He really thought too much. Before he finished speaking, he felt a pain in his head, and a large amount of black blood spurted out from his nostrils. Among the black blood, there was also some yellow and white stuff that looked like tofu pudding mixed in. This time the hero couldn't hold it anymore. The shield in his hand was supported on the ground, and his body was stuck on the shield, holding himself up to prevent himself from falling. But it was already too late. Everyone could see that the halo that represented level 20 and above was quickly disappearing under his feet. These two attacks from unknown sources had taken away the life of this level 20 hero. However, at this time, Gushi had not heard the notification sound from the system. He knew that the enemy was not dead yet. So Gushi took action again. Guts explode. Gushi threw another internal organ and exploded. This was Gushi's third internal organ explosion. The first one hits the opponent's heart, and the second one directly blows up the brain. Gushi didn't expect that his lifeline would be so long, and he wasn't dead yet. Gushi now had no other choice but to move his attack downwards, preparing to blow out another internal organ in the opponent's abdominal cavity. But Gushi never expected that he would move too much this time. The location where the internal organs exploded was 3 inches below the opponent's navel. As an explosion sounded, the dying hero raised his head and stared at Gushi with hatred in his eyes. It was as if he wanted to skin Gushi directly. Even Gushi, who was far away, felt this vicious gaze. Gushi was confused at this time. What is this situation? Isn't it just killing the other person? This kind of thing on the battlefield is quite normal. What does your look and hatred mean? Gushi was about to do it again, when a voice came to his ear. If you kill Dietrich, level 20, leader level, you will get 222,009 experience points, 222,009 points in overflow storage. Level 20? Leader level? 220,000 experience. Gushi's eyes widened when he saw the message that popped up. This weight has really made me fat. You know, from level 9 to level 10. The key level. The experience required to upgrade to level 1 is only 80,000 points. Even if the experience required for upgrading after level 10 is doubled, this is still enough for Gushi to advance to another level. But then Gushi suppressed the joy in his heart, because he understood that he was just lucky to kill this guy. This guy had no intention of attacking directly, and he probably made a mistake in his method. Otherwise, a level 20 strongman, even if he is not a leader template, would not be able to die so quickly. After all, after level 15, one attribute will be strengthened beyond that of a mortal. After level 20, when the aura appears, it means that this person has reached a super level in a certain ability. Even if Gushi's heart and brain were exploded by the internal organ explosion just now, Dietrich still managed to withstand it. It wasn't until Gushi's last blow that his last bit of vitality was cut off. If not, he could hold on a little longer and wait for the priests or other wet nurses behind him to replenish his blood. Apply a major repair technique or something, and maybe he could survive again. Now Dietrich can only say that he was unlucky. He was killed before he could take action. Gushi didn't think much about it. After killing Dietrich, Gushi glanced at the chaotic scene and judged the situation in his mind. Finally he gritted his teeth. Go up, attack the core battle flag position, and pull down the battle flag over there. Under Gushi's order, the White Robe Cavalry and the A.H.Lounds quickly took action. The White Cavalry fought many battles with Amilcar, and with Amilcar charging every 30 of his enemies, they accumulated countless small victories. Their battlefield luck has accumulated to a very high level. Usually you can't see anything if you don't take action. But when they took action, something different immediately appeared. When the White Robe Cavalry's horses rushed out, a rainbow appeared in the sky above them, and rushed into the enemy's battle formation with them. Chapter 898 Lure the enemy out of the cave. When the White Robe Cavalry rushed into the enemy's battle formation, the originally chaotic enemy obviously underwent a change that left people speechless. The enemies in front of the White Robe Cavalry were in frequent situations, either running around without finding a suitable weapon, or running in front of their own people and accidentally falling down, blocking the way of others. Anyway, none of them can successfully cope with the challenge. The White Robe Cavalry has long been accustomed to this situation. Luck on the battlefield allows them to have smooth sailing in battle, and surprise the enemy one after another. With this addition and subtraction, the enemy's combat effectiveness will drop rapidly, and they will be easily defeated by the White Robe Cavalry. The situation in front of me is also the same. With such a charge of the White Robe Cavalry, the influence of luck on the battlefield directly expands, and the enemy's team is in chaos. They didn't even notice that a large group of more powerful H.Lounds were following the White Robe Cavalry troops. These H.Lounds move at the same speed as normal cavalry. However, their situation is different from that of the White Robe Cavalry. They don't consider anything else at all, and just want to take people's lives. When rushing forward, they can bite off at least 2 heads at once, and can also tear open the enemy's defense line. The most important thing is that they attack very quickly. After killing the enemy, they will quickly return to their original position. Normal people can't see clearly who made the move. With the cooperation of these two types of troops, and their own level being strong enough, they easily reached the highest flagpole after fighting all the way. However, after reaching here, the charge of the White Robe Cavalry was intercepted by a large number of people. Although the enemy leader has died in battle, their core troops are still alive. 1/3 of the more than 8,000 level 10 and above troops are gathered here, and their levels are still the highest in the team. Without the hero's command, they actually took the initiative to greet them. During the first collision with the White Robe Cavalry, more than 3,000 people actually suppressed the White Robe Cavalry's offensive. At this time, Gushi also noticed the situation here. He once again threw Firestorm, Fire Field and Wind Surge at the enemy team. Then Gushi decisively signaled a retreat. Now is not the time to waste his troops in a head-on fight. What Gushi needs to do most right now is to lure the enemy over and break up their team. When receiving Gushi's order to retreat, the White Robe Cavalry turned around without saying a word and rushed out from the other end of the enemy's team. By the time the enemies reacted, the White Robe cavalry had already run out of their attack range. These enemies with levels above level 10 still wanted to pursue them, but the chaos outside blocked their steps. They wanted to speed up, but their companions who were grabbing weapons and equipment fell in front of them not far away. These people cannot simply ignore their falling companions and step over them, so they are slow at one step and slow at every step. By the time they chased them out, all the White Robe cavalrymen had already fled to Gushi. At this time, Gushi didn't forget to use a big move. Death Incarnate is released again. The incarnations of Death released this time were Bone Dragon and Titan. The God of Death cannot play any good role when facing so many enemies. The incarnation of Death, the Bone Dragon, pounced forward in the opposite direction of the enemy's charge, and he used his ultimate skill directly while flying in the air. The Death Dragon's breath spurted out on the spot, sweeping across the ground. The incarnation of Death Bone Dragon has only one target, the place that the White Robe cavalry did not rush to just now. When the Death Dragon's breath spurted out, no one could stand in front of the Bone Dragon, the incarnation of Death. This allowed the Bone Dragon, the incarnation of Death, to easily pounce on the opponent's battle flag. At this moment, Dietrich's personal bodyguard took action. This is the same situation as the personal guards and other soldiers, all of whom are human soldiers with strange transformations. He is the kind of soldier who is on the same level as humans and angels. He is an infantry knight who carries a two-handed heavy sword and has all-round thick plate armor. There were many wounds on his plate armor, and a large amount of blood flowed from each wound. Dragon? Slay the dragon! Following his roar, several more similar infantry knights raised their two-handed heavy swords near the battle flag. They rushed forward a step, jumped upwards heavily, and landed on the body of the incarnation of Death, the Bone Dragon. From their actions, it can be seen that they have a good understanding of the dragon's situation, and know where the dragon's blind spots are, and where the dragon's weaknesses are. At the same time, judging from the sword they slashed with ease, their levels were all above level 15, or even level 19. Back then, Gushi killed a level 19 Yaksha king, but he killed many of his subordinates through siege and control. And with so many level 19 infantry knights facing off against the incarnation of Death, the Bone Dragon, the incarnation of Death had no room for resistance. In just 3 or 2 blows, the body of the Bone Dragon, the incarnation of Death, was chopped off in half. However, the reaction of Death incarnation Bone Dragon was also relatively fast. When these infantry knights jumped up, he had already rushed downwards. When he couldn't withstand it anymore, the incarnation of Death Bone Dragon simply blew himself up. The violent explosion blew away several infantry knights on the spot, and among the enemies below who were above level 10, more than 10 were blown to pieces in the explosion. When the incarnation of Death, the Bone Dragon, self-destructed, the incarnation of Death, the Titan, also immediately threw a lightning arrow towards the enemy. These lightning bolts, coupled with the Death Earth effect of the incarnation of Death Titan, actually formed a power grid among the enemies. All the strange enemies that were chasing the White Robe cavalry were turned black by the lightning. Some strange enemies around level 8 were directly electrocuted to death by the lightning. After the lightning disappeared, they saw the incarnation of Death Titan holding a Thousand Thunder Peach with sword in one hand and a lightning spear in the other. The ground was covered with rotting flesh and blood. At this time, all the strange enemies in front of me were turned into hairy bodies by the Titan, the incarnation of Death. They had a feeling that they were being watched. Seeing these strange enemies slowly stop, a disdainful smile flashed in the eyes of the Titan, the incarnation of Death. He lifted up the Thousand Thunder Peach with sword, dragged the lightning spear, and moved forward. His footsteps stepped on rotting flesh, and each step brought out a strange scream. When he rushed to a distance of about 30 meters from the enemy, Titan, the incarnation of Death, stood up and jumped. Thousand Thunder Peach with sword and lightning sword crossed in the air, turning into a purple thunder and lightning, hitting the position with the largest number of enemies. Boom! Chapter 899, Cutting and Dispersing Strikes. Boom, boom, boom! As the explosion sounded behind him, Gushi also looked back. In the explosion, a large number of strange enemies were blown away. However, there were also some strange enemies who were not affected by the explosion, holding simple weapons and rushing out of the flames caused by the explosion. At this moment, all of their eyes were red. It can be seen that after the leader died, they became more and more out of control, especially the 2 subsequent provocations by Gushi, as well as the Flame Domain and Firestorm that were finally put down. all dealt a huge blow to these weirdnesses. The heroes who were not dead all started shouting at this time, asking their men to attack and hunt down Gu Shi, who was escaping in the same direction. In their eyes, Gu Shi only had a few hundred men. Although his troops were all above level 10, they numbered tens of thousands. As long as they catch up with Gu Shi's team and give one of Gu Shi's men a blow, they can all be killed. You can let Gu Shi see what it means to press in with a large army, and what it means to be a military and sea tactic. Not to mention that among these soldiers, there are more than 8,000 who are above level 10. And there are even at least a dozen infantry knights who have reached level 19. They have a record of teaming up to kill a level 20 warrior. Such a record made Dietrich quite satisfied at the time. He even confidently believed that with the presence of himself and these infantry knights, they could face more than 3 level 20 warriors at the same time. But now Dietrich didn't even have time to react, and was sent away in just 3 moves. Although these infantry knights killed the incarnation of Death, the Bone Dragon, they did not take advantage of it. Instead, the incarnation of Death, the Bone Dragon, self-destructed and almost blew them to death. The current infantry knights were all very angry. They simply ignored the injuries on their bodies and immediately mingled with the crowd and chased him out. However, their movement speed is obviously not as fast as those strange soldiers without armor. Even if they put their two-handed heavy swords on their shoulders and ran forward with their heads down, they could not rush to the front of the team. Instead, they were getting further and further away from Gu Shi's team. At this time, the interest rate plan also began to take shape, because each hero has a different moving speed and the troops they lead. When they first rushed out, there was no obvious change. But as they chased farther and farther, their team was divided into unknown groups due to their moving speed. How many cuts? However, they didn't notice this situation at all at this time, and they were still chasing after him. At this time, Gu Shi, who had left early, had also returned to the place where he first dropped off Yongdo and the others. At this time, the escort troops led by the Bone Dragons were being suppressed and beaten by Yongdo. Although most of Yudo's men are legal troops, they are doomed if someone gets close to them. But who can blame Yudo for having some awesome magic rituals? Not to mention other things. Just the slowness technique can slow down the enemy by countless times. Plus, they also know spells like Blizzard. Even if a group of cavalry comes, they may not be able to rush to the demon sacrifice camp alive. Not to mention these weird soldiers, who obviously don't move that fast. As soon as they were held back by the slowness spell, the bone dragons that had attracted them jumped down from the sky and attacked them. At this time, the accompanying team of other heroes under Gu Shi also rushed over. Seeing this situation, their eyes were shining. This is a great achievement. No one can try to steal it. So Gu Shi's undead heroes all rushed out immediately. Many undead troops could not even squeeze in front of the enemy. If Yongdo had not acted quickly, he might not have been able to collect enough sacrifices for this blood sacrifice. After they killed the escort troops, Gu Shi happened to rush over. Seeing his undead heroes cleaning the battlefield, he immediately smiled and said, "The enemy has been led by me. You are all ready to attack at any time. The enemy has 10 heroes in total. How many heroes do we have here? Some. But it's not much more. I still say that whoever hits it will own it." After hearing Gu Shi's words, all the heroes stopped cleaning the battlefield. They didn't even pick up the things they had packed, and led their men towards the route Gu Shi had withdrawn from. At this time, Gu Shi also quickly ordered, "The skeleton archer troops without heroes leading them should gather towards me. Where is the skeleton archer leader? Is there anyone who can come and take care of him?" Under Gu Shi's order, more than 6,000 skeleton shooters gathered under Gu Shi's command. Their levels range from level 4 to level 8. It is obvious that there is a group of people here who are here temporarily to make up the numbers. But for Gu Shi, this was fine. He called the skeleton shooter leaders together and spoke to them seriously. "When you go to the battlefield later, follow me directly. Focus on whoever I tell you to focus fire on. You have to believe in your own strength. We have so many skeleton archers. Even if one person shoots down with one arrow, a level 19 enemy can be killed directly. You don't have to worry about your insufficient attack power. On my side, there is no one who lacks offensive power." While Gu Shi was speaking, a hero was already fighting with the enemy hero in front. This time Gu Shi's entire army attacked, and the hero's eyes were red as they prepared for the formation. In addition, the enemy's troops either lacked weapons or equipment. Under this wave of attacks, they were suppressed and beaten by Gu Shi's men. Seeing such a situation, Yongdo was not to be outdone. He kept manipulating magic rituals, casting slow spells on the battlefield again and again, giving other heroes a chance to seize the initiative. At this time, Gushi discovered that his skeleton shooters played a considerable role in the battle. Whether it was the skeleton archer who was taken away by the undead hero, or the skeleton archer who followed Gushi, as long as they fired their bows, they would take away the lives of a group of enemies. There are also shooters among those enemies. But among the undead, skeletons have a 50% chance of being immune to puncture attacks. Ghosts are directly immune to more than 75% of physical attacks. And zombies have strong defenses. In addition, most of the enemy's arrows were burned by Gushi. They didn't carry many arrows with them. Shooting head-on with the undead troops is useless at all. And it is not as powerful as other weird troops. At this time, Gushi, who had returned to the battlefield with more than 6,000 skeleton shooters, was looking for the infantry knights, who killed the incarnation of Death, the Bone Dragon, on the chaotic battlefield. They are the strongest troops among the enemy. In order to ensure the success of this battle, they must die. Chapter 900, Level 20 Killed. What's Level 19? When Gushi was commanding his troops to encircle and suppress the enemy one by one, the enemy's infantry knights had also rushed out from behind. As soon as he saw these beings who were obviously much stronger, Gushi immediately took the lead. Battlefield. Yondo, hold them back. When Yondo heard this, he threw the slowness technique at the infantry knight. The next moment, the movement speed of the infantry knight doubled. Sir, their magic resistance is relatively high, and the slowness spell cannot delay them for too long. That's enough for now. Everyone follow me, and hit the one at the front. Gushi released the magical arrows as a guide, and more than 6,000 skeleton archers behind him shot at the same time. Long and short bone arrows flew out in an instant, constantly piercing the front infantry knight. This infantry knight was not specially selected by Gushi. He just walked in a relatively forward position. When he rushed out, Gushi's magic arrow hit him. Because of the various gems Gushi added, the magic arrow looked like a flying sword wrapped in flames. When flying in front of the infantry knight raised his hand and cut off the magic arrow with his heavy sword. But Gushi had already pointed out the target for the skeleton archers behind him. There is no need for Gushi to say anything more about what happens next. Wave after wave of arrows pierced the body of the infantry knight. At first, he waved the two-handed épée like an electric fan. But as more and more arrows were fired, the infantry knights could no longer stand it. No matter how strong he is, he does not have tens of thousands of points of vitality, nor the ability to quickly recover his life. There was a big difference in level between him and Gushi's skeleton shooters. But there were so many skeleton shooters that they couldn't stand it, and they kept attacking. When the arrows fall, they can take away part of his life. When the fourth wave of arrows fell, the infantry knight finally couldn't hold on any longer. He took a step back, wanting to withdraw and have someone else come up. But the effect of the slowness technique had a corresponding effect on him. His movements were obviously slower, and with just such a step, the fifth wave of arrows flew towards the infantry knight. As the blow continued, the level 19 infantry knight fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Skeleton archer, summon, kills the infantry knight, level 19. You get 1 experience point, overflow storage 1 point, and all summons participating in the battle each get 1033 experience points. The kill was successful. Looking at the message that popped up, Gushi was also happy. It seems that just as he thought, as long as you have enough troops, even the most powerful existence can be killed by you. In this way, Gushi's confidence greatly increased. He pointed at the infantry knight, who was moving slowly on the battlefield. Follow my target and focus your fire. Next, Gushi turned into a pattern of concentrated fire infantry knights. Gushi did not prioritize the infantry knights closest to him, but chose those who were obviously injured. In Gushi's mind, it was better to kill someone directly than to injure one person. As for the infantry knights who were closer to him, there was no need to worry at all. Gushi bet that they could not rush over. When Gushi took action, there were also some infantry knights who noticed the situation of Gushi's army. After all, the huge battle flag of Gushi erected there was telling everyone that Gushi was the commander-in-chief of this army. The infantry knights were originally the personal guards of the commander-in-chief of the guards. They naturally knew how effective it was to kill the necromancers when facing them. But they had only taken 2 steps when they were stopped by Gushi's men. The ones who took action were the level 19 zombies, and the level 19 two-headed bone dragon in Gushi's hands. Although the 2 of them don't have as powerful talents as the infantry knights, they are still level 19 after all. Especially for zombies, His template is basically a standard step-by-step step from ordinary zombies. In order to allow the zombies to pass the level 20 mark, Gucci has added all the things that can be blessed on the zombies. Not to mention anything else. Just his weapons and equipment are all the best that Gucci can give to the soldiers. The equipment on his body may not be much, but the weapon in his hand was replaced by a thick axe. And he wore a brass helmet on his head. These two pieces are the best that can be produced in Gucci's blacksmith shop. And they are the standards for the next change of clothes in Aladove City. The zombies in front of me immediately used it in advance. And they used it quite skillfully. When an infantry knight rushed in front of the zombie raised a big axe with both hands and slashed hard. The axe hit the infantry knight's shoulder. The infantry knight was still thinking of counterattacking. But the infantry knight, who was affected by the slowness movement, moved slower than the zombie. As soon as he raised his heavy sword in both hands, the zombie pulled out the axe that had cut it down. Then he turned around, and the axe hit the infantry knight's knee. This is also the normal way of playing for zombies. No matter what weapons and equipment the zombie soldiers have, they all know very well what their biggest weakness is. The speed is relatively slow. This is the situation with zombies. It is almost impossible to make them faster. Therefore, when zombies attack, they always hit the opponent's knee first. If you can't increase your speed by yourself, then slow down the enemy. Although the infantry knight is still equipped with a slowness spell, the zombies still feel that they are not safe enough. So this blow hit the infantry knight's knee head-on. At this time, the knight's left leg folded backward, and his body fell unnaturally to the left. Taking this opportunity, the zombie took a step forward, raised the big axe high, and slashed hard at the neck of the infantry knight. The infantry knight also showed super adaptability at this time. Although he fell, his body still bent backwards and dodged the blow. Then the infantry knight fell to the ground quite simply. As a veteran of many battles, he knew very well how serious his injuries were. So he also knew what he should do now. There is obviously something wrong with his legs now. And if he stands up to fight, he will lose the opportunity. Then he might as well fall to the ground and fight. It's not like they haven't learned ground skills anyway. However, he never expected that the zombies had more combat experience than him. As soon as the infantry knight fell to the ground, the zombies knew his plan. The zombies were not afraid at all. Instead, they stomped forward heavily, and a large amount of mud surged out of the ground, quickly covering the infantry knights. This time, the knight on foot was really unable to move. At this time, the zombie took a step forward and struck down hard with the big axe in his hand. Zombies, summons, kill infantry knights, level 19. You get 1 experience point. 1 point is saved when overflowing. And all summons get 633 experience points.